Footsteps in the hallway. I'm reaching out because my mind is stuck on a case that's took over my entire life in ways I didn't anticipate. What started as seemingly ordinary investigation turned into something far more complex and unsettling. I set everything else aside to focus on it, and originally I was looking for advice or insights from anybody who might have experience with cases like this. But now I feel like this is just a major trauma dump. I've never been great with grammar, so bear with me as I try to deliver this experience as best as I can. I used to run a little bit, or run a true crime podcast. I left that behind because of this one. Oh, this one case. It's consumed me entirely. It's all I think about, all I can focus on. It haunts my every waking moment, and I just can't shake it. The more I looked into this case, the more I realized the police didn't dig deep enough. Whether by oversight or something else, I wasn't sure. But I couldn't just sit back and wait for answers that might never come. That's why I went full-on vigilante investigator. If they won't do what needs to be done, then I will. Consider this my written podcast, a journal, or maybe just a way to keep myself from feeling so isolated. I don't have anyone to talk to about this other than my therapist, and maybe one of you will find this as compelling as I do. Maybe even help me find some solidarity. So, here we go. Let me tell you about the case that's taken over my life and why I can't let it go, even after everything I went through. It all started late one night when I was up too late. I was researching cases for my podcast. That's when I came across an article titled, "The Disappearance of a Hargrove Couple." Never heard of it before, which immediately caught my attention. As I read, I was drawn in. But it didn't take long to realize that something was off. The police involvement seemed questionable, and the evidence was minimal, and the case had almost no public awareness. It felt like it had been deliberately, pushed aside, and that made me want to dig even deeper. I decided to make my own case file. I do this anyway with all the cases I cover, but I really wanted to break this one down as much as I could in my own way. This is the first case file I wrote up. Case report: Disappearance of Hargrove Couple. Date: September 12th, 2017. Location: Gypsy Pines Airbnb, Stowe, Vermont. Missing persons: Jordan Hargrove, 32, and Emily Hargrove, 30. Background: Jordan and Emily Hargrove, a married couple from Boston, Massachusetts, rented an Airbnb in Stowe, Vermont for a weekend getaway. The property, known as Gypsy Pines, is a secluded century-old Victorian house, located deep in the woods, known for its rustic charm and peaceful surroundings. Timeline of events. Day 1, September 8th, 2017. The Hargroves arrived at Gypsy Pines at 4 p.m. They settled in, took photos, shared them with friends and family, excited about their stay. The first night passed without incident. Day 2, September 9th, 2017. 8:15 p.m., the Hargroves called 911, reporting strange, intermittent thumping sounds coming from the hallway upstairs. Emily described the noises as heavy footsteps, but Jordan dismissed them as possibly just the old house creaking. The dispatcher reassured them that it was likely nothing serious. Day 3, September 10th, 2017. 7:45 p.m. Emily Hargrove called 911 again. This time she reported hearing scratching noises on the walls. She was more anxious, saying the sounds were now constant and seemed to be moving around. The dispatcher suggested it could be animals, but Emily insisted it wasn't. The couple was advised to contact local pest control, but no immediate action was taken by authorities. Day 4, September 11th, 2017. 10:05 p.m. Jordan Hargrove made another 911 call. His voice was shaky as he explained that he had heard whispering sounds, even though they were alone in the house. He mentioned seeing fleeting shadows in their peripheral vision and that the scratching noises had intensified, almost as if something was trying to get in. The dispatcher offered to send a patrol car, but the Hargroves declined, saying that they'd wait it out. Day 5, September 12, 2017, 9:30 p.m. The final 911 call came from both Jordan and Emily, who were frantic. They claimed that doors that they had locked earlier were found wide open, and a figure was seen standing at the end of the upstairs hallway at the top of the stairs. The call ended abruptly, with the couple screaming. All attempts to call them back went unanswered. Discovery. The local police were dispatched to the property at 10:15 p.m., approximately 45 minutes after the last 911 call. Upon arrival, they found the house completely dark. The front door was ajar. There were no signs of the couple inside. The officers noted the following. 1. The house was in perfect condition. 2. The couple's belongings, including their phones and wallets, were still in the house. There's no sign of Jordan or Emily. 3. There were muddy footprints leading from the hallway to the back door, which was also found open, leading into a dense woods behind the property. Investigation. There pretty much wasn't one. A search of the surrounding area was conducted by local law enforcement, but search and rescue teams were not dispatched. No effort to gather volunteers were made. I called the department many times to ask why this was the case, but nobody wanted to comment. Security footage from nearby properties revealed nothing unusual. There's no witnesses who reported seeing the couple leaving the house. The only peculiar detail was that neighbors reported hearing what they described as odd, low-frequency sounds coming from the direction of Gypsy Pines that night. Weird, right? I'd like to imagine the sound was like the videos you put on when you get water into your phone, but I don't know. Theories and speculation. Supernatural. Some local teens and Twitter detectives believe that it was either aliens, Bigfoot, or even a witch from the woods. Ooh. Criminal activity. Investigators have not ruled out foul play, but the lack of evidence or motive would stymied this line of inquiry. Wildlife. Some speculate that wild animals could be responsible for the sounds and the couple's disappearance. But if it were animals, wouldn't the scene have been a bit more gruesome and messy? Status. The case remains open with no new leads. The Gypsy Pines property has not been renovated from Airbnb listings, and the house is currently still up to book. The disappearance of Jordan and Emily Hargrove went in and out of the media very fast. It seems the whole town doesn't really think much of it at all. Public appeal. Authorities don't have much to say about the case these days, but still have flyers up around the city urging people to speak up if they have any information. And again, this was the first case file I made, until I found a separate article titled, The Disappearance of Collins Couple. And what do you know, they went missing from none other than Gypsy Pines. Incident report, The Disappearance of Collins Couple. Date, September 21st through the 24th, 2018. Location, Gypsy Pines Airbnb, Stowe, Vermont. Missing persons, Megan Collins, 28, and Paul Collins, 29. Background. Megan and Paul Collins, a young couple from New York City. They were seeking a quiet retreat to celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary. They booked Gypsy Pines, unaware of the recent disappearance of Jordan and Emily Hargrove. The Victorian-era home surrounded by dense forest seemed perfect for a peaceful, secluded getaway. The Collins arrived at the Gypsy Pines in the late afternoon. They were immediately charmed by the house's old-world ambiance and its tranquil setting. They spent the evening exploring the house, noting its creaky floors and the faint, musty smell typical of older homes. Megan mentioned feeling a slight chill in the air, especially near the corner of the rooms. They attributed it to the house's age. As they settled in for the night, the couple began to hear soft footsteps in the upstairs hallway. The sounds were faint at first, almost like somebody lightly pacing back and forth. Paul initially dismissed it as the house settling, but Megan felt uneasy. noting that the footsteps seemed too deliberate to be random creaks. They tried to ignore the noises and went to bed. Day 2, September 22nd, 2018. The next day, Megan and Paul explored the nearby woods, visited a local cafe. They discussed the old, odd noise from the night before, but they tried to laugh it off, attributing it to the house's age and their overactive imaginations. That evening, as they prepared for bed, the footsteps returned, louder and more persistent than before. And this time, the sound seemed to echo throughout the house, as if someone or something was walking up and down the hallways. Megan grew increasingly anxious, and Paul, though trying to remain calm, couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. 10:30 p.m. Paul called 911, reporting the strange sounds. He described the footsteps and mentioned that it was coming from the upstairs hallway. He also noted that they had begun hearing faint whispers, seemingly coming from the corners, though they couldn't make out what was being said. The dispatcher suggested they leave the house, but the couple decided to stay, thinking it might be a local prank or just their nerves. Day 3, September 23rd, 2018. The following day, the couple tried to shake off the previous night's events by spending the day outside in the garden. But a sense of unease lingered between them. Megan felt as though they were being watched, even though they were alone. Paul, too, couldn't shake the feeling of dread that seemed to hang over them. That evening, the atmosphere in the house grew even more unsettling. The footsteps became heavier, and the whispers grew louder. Now the couple could hear their names being whispered, though the voices were distorted and seemed to come from different directions, always originating from the corners of the rooms. 11 p.m. Megan called 911. Her voice was trembling. She reported that the footsteps were now pacing directly outside of their bedroom door, and the whispers were almost shouting their names from the corners. She mentioned that the shadows in the corner seemed to be growing darker, more defined, as if something was standing there. The dispatcher tried to keep her calm, but the call ended abruptly when Megan screamed and the line went dead. Day 4, September 24th, 2018. The Collins were scheduled to check out of the Gypsy Pines on September 24th, but they never did. When the property manager arrived to clean the house, they found the couple's belongings scattered throughout the home. The bed was unmade and their phones were left on the nightstand, both with dead batteries. Police were called, and a search of the property and surrounding woods was conducted. There was no sign of Megan or Paul. The only clues were the muddy footprints by the back door, and the faint, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps in the empty hallways. Investigation. The disappearance of Megan and Paul Collins deepened the mystery surrounding Gypsy Pines. Investigators just noted the similarities between the Collins case and the earlier disappearance of the Hargrove couple. Both couples reported hearing footsteps in the hallways, whispers in the corners, and feeling a pervasive sense of dread before vanishing without a trace. Again, no extensive searches were done and zero forensic analysis was done on the muddy footprints. No evidence was found to explain the Collins disappearance. The house itself remains an enigma. No signs of forced entry or struggle. The corners of the rooms where the whispers had been reported stood tall and hollow, like almost moving like a mirage. No logical explanation could be found for this phenomenon. Theories and speculation. Supernatural. Given the consistent reports of footsteps and whispers, many believe that the Gypsy Pines is haunted by malevolent spirits. The shadows in the corners, the disembodied voices, and the feeling of being watched suggest that something otherworldly may be responsible for the disappearances. Psychological effects. Some people theorize that the house's isolation, combined with its age and possibly infrasound and electromagnetic fields, could cause hallucinations and auditory distortions, leading to the residents to believe that they were experiencing paranormal activity. Unknown entity. Another theory suggests that an unknown entity, possibly a person or creature, is responsible for the sounds and the disappearances, though no evidence has been found to support this. Status. The case of Megan and Paul Collins remains open with no new leads. Gypsy Pines has not been sealed off, and the property is still up on Airbnb. You would think that the disappearances, along with the unsettling experiences reported by the Collins and others, would have made Gypsy Pines a place of local infamy, shrouded in mystery and fear. But again, nobody really thinks or talks about it anymore, and the police stay silent. Public appeal. Authorities put up posters of the Collins right next to the Hargroves that say anybody with information about the whereabouts of Megan and Paul Collins, or any details about the strange occurrences at Gypsy Pines, please come forward. But nobody ever did. So, scrolling through Facebook late one night after concluding that case file, that's when an ad popped up for none other than Gypsy Pines. A picture of a quaint Victorian house nestled deep in the woods in Vermont covered my screen. The photos were idyllic, an isolated, charming retreat surrounded by towering pines. To me, it screamed dread and ugliness. Gypsy Pines had been on my radar for years now, and now I get mad about it. Been working the case quietly, gathering what little information I could without tipping off whoever might be involved. The trail had gone cold. I needed to see this place for myself. The ad felt like an invitation, almost like it was waiting for me to take the bait. So I booked the house for 1 week, September 18th through the 24th of 2023. I packed my bags with the essentials, clothes, a few personal items, and of course, my gun, tucked safely away. I also grabbed my notebook and my laptop, what I'm using now actually. Started my 8-hour drive to Stowe, Vermont. This next part is where I start losing my mind. Every time I tell somebody this part of my life, I kind of see through, like, oh, what the heck are they writing here? I have to see it through for y'all, so you're welcome. Even my therapist tells me not to talk about it anymore, but I do digress. From now on, I'll be posting first-hand and real-time account of when I was there, and I'll pop in every now and then for commentary, but most of it will be what I experienced at the time. As I pulled up to Gypsy Pines, the first thing that struck me was how isolated it truly was. The house stood alone at the end of a long, winding dirt road, surrounded by thick, towering pines that seemed to close in around it. The Victorian architecture had a certain charm, but in the fading light it looked more like a relic from another time, one that had been forgotten by the world. I parked the truck and sat there for a moment, just taking it all in. The house had a brooding presence, like it was watching me as much as I was watching it. The windows were dark, reflecting the dense wood behind me. As I stepped out of the truck and headed to the front door, the crunch of gravel underneath my boots was the only sound in the stillness of the air and the cold and the damp, carrying the earthy scent of the forest. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. It was as if it had been waiting for me, untouched since the last person left. The floors creaked underfoot, and the faint smell of old wood and dust hung in the air. I set my bags down in the hallway and took a quick look around. Furniture was antique, heavy and dark, fitting perfectly with the house's age. Everything was in place, but it felt like no one had lived there for years. They could afford ads on Facebook, someone's there. The place was unsettling, to say the least. There was something off about it, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It didn't take long. I needed to stock up on supplies before it got too dark. Grabbing my keys, I headed back out of the truck and drove into town. Stowe was as strange as I'd heard. The town was small, almost too small. Just a few main streets lined with old weathered buildings that looked like they hadn't seen a coat of paint in decades. The fog hung low, shrouding everything in a thick gray mist that made it feel like I was driving through a ghost town. The few people that I did see seemed wary, giving me sideways glances as I passed by. There was a sort of tension in the air. The whole town was holding its breath. The grocery store was no different. The cashier, an older woman with deep lines etched into her face, barely spoke as she rang up my items. She didn't ask why I was in town, didn't make any small talk, just scanned each item in silence, her eyes darting up to me only once or twice as if trying to decide something. It was unsettling, but I paid and left without comment, eager to get back to the house. Driving back, the mist seemed to close in even more, swallowing up the road behind me. By the time I reached Gypsy Pines, the sky was a dull muted gray, and the house was almost lost in the fog. Parked the truck, sat for a moment, looking at the house, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Inside, the house was just as I left it, but it felt different somehow. Maybe it was just the growing darkness or the strange vibe in town, but the air seemed heavier, more oppressive. I unpacked my groceries quickly, my mind already running through the steps of the investigation. I'd start in the morning, go through the house room by room, take notes on anything unusual. But for now, all I could do was wait for whatever was hiding within these walls to show itself. After unloading the groceries, I went to unpack my bags. The hallway stretched out before me, long and narrow, cutting through the center of the house like a knife. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I moved deeper inside, each step echoing off the old walls. Instinctively, I reached out and slid my hand along the hallway wall. The wood was cold, unnaturally so, seemed to leach the warmth from my skin. It was like touching the surface of a forgotten grave. Chills seeped into me. Quickly pulled my hand away, feeling uneasy. As I walked, I realized I'd gone the length of the hallway without passing my bags. I was certain I'd left them right in the middle of the hall. Well, there they were, neatly on the top of the bed in the back bedroom. At the time, I didn't put much thought into it. I shrugged it off, figuring it must have been distracted. Well, distracted more than I realized. But as I think back on it now, the truth seems more unsettling. Those bags didn't move on their own, and I hadn't carried them there. Whatever was in that house or lurking in the woods beyond was eager for me to settle in, to get comfortable. It wanted me there, in that back bedroom, isolated and alone. That much is clear to me now, though I didn't understand it then. I was too focused on the investigation, too intent on finding answers, to see what was right in front of me. But that chill I felt when I touched the hallway wall, the way the house seemed to breathe around me, like it was waiting. That was the first sign that I was dealing with something beyond the ordinary, something that had been waiting for me long before I even knew this place existed. I shook my head and headed into the room to put all my clothes away. As I finished unpacking, the house settled into silence again, the kind that seeps into your bones, makes you second-guess every creak and whisper of the wind. I was alone in that house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was just out of sight watching and waiting. After settling in, I decided to start my investigation early. The sun had barely set, but the light outside was fading fast. I didn't want to waste any more time. Grabbed my flashlight, laptop, camera, then began my systematic sweep of the house, starting at the ground floor. The living room was filled with heavy antique furniture, all covered in a thin layer of dust. I moved through it slowly, scanning every corner, every piece of furniture, looking for anything that might stand out. But the room was just as it appeared, old, abandoned, and filled with a sense of lingering sorrow. The kitchen was next. Narrow, dim-lit space that smelled faintly of mildew. The cupboards were filled with ancient canned goods long past their expiration dates. A fierce metaphor against the new groceries I'd sat next to them. I noted the oddness of it. Considering the house was still being rented out, it was as if whoever owned this place wanted to remain stuck in time, untouched by the outside world. Or that is, said Salor. I moved to the dining room, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The long wooden table was set for two, but the plates and silverware were tarnished, as if they hadn't been touched in years. A heavy, oppressive feeling hung in the air, making it hard to breathe. Took a few pictures, noting this eerie atmosphere. As I made my way back to the hallway, I couldn't resist the urge to run my hand along the wall again. The cold was still there, but this time it felt even colder, as if the temperature had dropped even further. Pulled my hand back quickly, trying to shake off the unease that was slowly creeping into my bones. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound coming from upstairs. It was a faint whisper, followed by the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving down the hallway above me. My heart skipped a beat. I stood frozen, listening intently. The footsteps continued for a few seconds, then stopped as if whoever or whatever was up there had paused, waiting for me to make the next move. I knew I had to check it out. This was what I'd come for after all. Turned off my flashlight to let my eyes adjust to the darkness and dim glow of the setting sun. Then slowly made my way up the creaky staircase, each step feeling heavier than the last. The house seemed to grow quieter with every step I took, the air thickening, pressing in on me. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched out before me, long and narrow, just like the one downstairs. The doors to the bedrooms were all closed, but one was slightly ajar, the door directly above the room where I had found my bags earlier. My pulse quickened as I approached, the door creaking open just a little bit more as I neared it. I pushed the door open with the tip of my flashlight, shining the beam inside. The room was normal, but something felt off, like the air was charged with an energy I couldn't see. Took a step inside, scanning the room, my flashlight sweeping across the walls and floor and the bed. Then I saw it on the far wall in the corner, where the shadows seemed the deepest. A faint outline of something scratched into the plaster. I moved closer, shining a light on it. The marks were jagged, almost like claw marks. They trailed down from the ceiling to the floor as if something had been trying to escape. A sudden gust of cold air blew through the room and the door slammed shut behind me with a force that rattled the windows. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There was nothing there, just the heavy, suffocating silence and the feeling that I was no longer alone. Something was in the house with me. Something had been waiting for me to find it. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew one thing. It didn't want me to leave. And then, like a slap to the face, it hit me. Could have just turned on all the lights in the house instead of creeping around with a flashlight like some low-budget horror flick detective. The sheer stupidity of it made me cringe, realizing I'd been playing right into the cliché fumbling in the dark when I didn't need to be. Oh, I stood there shaking my head at my own ridiculousness. The tension that had been kind of coiling tight in my chest eased just a bit as I flicked on the bedroom light. The warm glow filled the space, pushing the shadows back into their corners. For a moment, the room felt almost normal. With the lights on, everything seemed less menacing. The claw marks on the wall, though still disturbing, looked less like the work of some hidden beast and more like the scratches of an animal. Something explainable. Something I could deal with. I mentally scolded myself for letting the atmosphere of the place get to me. This was just an old house with old quirks, but the uneasy feeling in my gut told me it wasn't quite that simple. I left the bedroom and moved down the hallway, flipping on every light switch I passed. The house slowly came to life, each room bathed in a soft yellow light. The living room, the dining room, the kitchen, they all looked ordinary now, just rooms in an old neglected house, and the sense of being watched and prickled the back of my neck didn't completely fade. I returned to the back bedroom where the marks on the wall had drawn my attention again. I needed to get a closer look. Stepped over to the corner and traced the scratches with my fingers. They were deep, gouged into the plaster, and as I followed them down the floor, I noticed something else. A faint, almost imperceptible stain on the floorboards beneath the scratches. It was dark, nearly black, and my heart skipped a beat when I realized it could be dried blood. I crouched down, running my hand over the wood. The boards were cold to the touch, colder than the rest of the room. That sense of wrongness surged back, stronger than before. This wasn't just some random animal damage. Something had happened here, something violent, and the house had kept its secrets locked away. Why didn't the police mention these marks in the evidence? Why didn't they get a sample of this blood to test? So many questions filled my brain, and I became increasingly frustrated. A noise broke the silence, a soft thud from somewhere downstairs. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't the house settling. This was something else. I quickly rose to my feet, every nerve on edge. I grabbed my flashlight again, despite the lights being on now. Started toward the hallway, but before I could step out, I heard it again. Another thud, this time closer, like something moving through the rooms below me. I knew I had to check it out, even though every instinct was screaming at me to stay put. I just couldn't ignore it. I was here to investigate, after all. Made my way down the stairs, one hand gripping the banister, the other holding the flashlight like a weapon. As I reached the bottom step, the house seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. I paused, listening. The thudding had stopped, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible whispering sound, like the wind moving through the trees. But this wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the next room, the living room where I'd left the lights on. The whispering grew louder as I approached, and with it a sense of dread curled in my stomach. I knew I was about to see something that would shatter whatever remained of my skepticism. Pulled open the door to the living room, and there in the center of the room the furniture had been moved, arranged in a perfect circle with nothing inside it. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if urging me to step into the circle. But every fiber of my being told me not to. I took a step back, and as I did, the lights in the room flickered, then went out completely, plunging me into complete darkness. The whispering stopped, replaced by a silence so profound it pressed me from all sides. I could feel the house around me, alive and watching, waiting for my next move. The whispering intensified, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. My flashlight flickered, struggling against the oppressive darkness. And just as I felt the fear building to a crescendo, the lights flicked back on with a harsh sudden brilliance. I blinked, disoriented, and spun around, expecting to find something or someone behind me. But the room was empty, silent except for the pounding of my heart in my ears. I turned back to the living room, half expecting the furniture to be arranged in that unnerving circle again. But it wasn't. Everything was back in place exactly as it had been before I walked in. The heavy armchairs, the old wooden coffee table, the dusty rug, they all sat in their proper spots, like they'd never been moved at all. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I so spooked by this place that I was seeing things that weren't actually there? The thought gnawed at me. For a moment, I genuinely questioned my sanity. But the memory of those whispers, that palpable sense of dread, was too vivid to dismiss as a mere imagination. I shook my head, forcing myself to focus. I couldn't afford to fall apart now. Not when I had just begun to scratch the surface of whatever was happening here. I needed to ground myself, to push through the fear. So I did the most mundane thing I could think of. Walked over to the fireplace and flipped a switch to turn it on. Nice fireplace. The flames roared to life, casting a warm, flickering glow across the room, pushing the shadows back into their corners. I watched the fire for a few moments, letting the heat and light chase away the lingering chill that had settled deep into my bones. Then I moved to the kitchen. The house was still, but the air was thick with the memory of what had just happened. Sat down at the old wooden table, pulled out my notebook, and began to jot down everything I could remember. Every detail, every sensation. I needed to capture it all while it was still fresh in my mind, even if it did make me sound crazy. As I wrote, the normalcy of the task helped me to steady my nerves, but that underlying unease never completely faded. I was alone in this house, but I knew better than to think I was the only one here. Something was watching, waiting. It was only a matter of time before it made itself known again. But for now, all I could do was sit at the kitchen table, the fire crackling behind me, and try to make sense of the impossible. I was hunched over the table, scribbling down notes, when a sudden knock echoed through the house. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to cut through the stillness, send a jolt of unease down my spine in the process. I hesitated, the pen still in my hand, as I stared at the door. It was late, too late for anybody to be knocking. The wind had picked up outside, making the old house creak and groan. But this was different. The knock came again, more insistent this time, and I knew I couldn't ignore it now. I made my way to the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I opened it, two figures stood on the porch, just visible in the dim light. The first was a man in a sheriff's uniform, his expression blank yet somehow intense. Next to him was a woman, probably in her 40s, clutching a covered basket. Both of them stood too still, too composed, like they were waiting for something. "Evening," the man said, his voice flat. "Just doing a welfare check. I heard the whole area lost power. Wanted to make sure you were all right." I blinked, my mind was racing. The power had flickered and went off briefly, but it was back on now, and still I didn't recall any outage affecting the surrounding area. "Yeah, everything's fine here," I replied, keeping my tone even. "Power came back on not long ago." The woman's eyes locked onto mine, her smile too wide and too strained. "That's good to hear. I'm just passing by and thought I'd bring you something warm. Nothing like fresh bread on a night like this." She held the basket out toward me, but she didn't step closer, almost as if she was waiting for an invitation. I looked at the basket, then back at the two of them. The offer seemed innocent enough, but there was something unnerving in the way they stood there watching me. The night air felt colder. I suddenly wished I hadn't opened the door at all. "It's very kind of you," I said. "But I'm not hungry. Just about to head to bed." The man's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Are you sure? It's awfully quiet out here. It can be a bit unsettling for somebody not used to it." I nodded, forcing a smile of my own. "I'll be all right. Thanks for checking in." The woman's grip on the basket tightened. "Wouldn't want you to feel isolated. It's nice to have company on nights like these." The way she said it sent a chill through me, subtle pressure that felt like a challenge more than an offer. Took a small step back, trying to maintain the polite distance. "Thank you, but really I'm fine. I appreciate the thought, though." For a moment, they both just stood there, the silence stretching uncomfortably thin. Well, the sheriff gave a curt nod. "All right, you take care now. If you need anything, we're not far." I watched as they turned and walked back into the darkness. Shut the door, double-checking the lock, and stood there for a moment listening. The house felt even quieter now, like it was holding its breath. I returned to the table, but the feeling of being watched lingered, as if they hadn't truly left. The fire crackled softly, but it did little to ease the tension in my chest. I tried to shake off the encounter, telling myself it was just my nerves. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. It was as if the house had shifted, maybe. Its atmosphere got darker and heavier. Picked up my pen again, but the words that had flowed so easily before now felt distant, just out of reach. The first light of dawn seeped through the old heavy curtains, casting a muted glow across the kitchen table. My neck ached as I stirred, blinking groggily at the scattered notes in front of me. Hadn't meant to fall asleep. Not here. Not in this place. The exhaustion had crept in, and before I knew it, the pen had slipped from my hand and the words trailing off into nothing. Rubbing my eyes, I glanced at the clock. It was early. Too early. There was no going back to sleep now. Pushed the papers aside and stood stretching out the stiffness in my back. The house was eerily quiet, as if it too had just woken up unsure of what to do with the day ahead. I filled the kettle and I set it on the stove, the familiar clank of metal on metal grounding me, even if only for a moment. As the water heated, I moved to the window, pulling back the curtain slightly to let in more light. The woods outside were still shrouded in morning mist, the trees standing like silent sentinels watching and waiting. The soft hiss of the kettle snapped me out of my thoughts. I turned back to the counter, grabbed the coffee grounds, and started the pot. The rich, bitter smell filled the kitchen, a small comfort against the unease that clung to me from the night before. As the coffee began to drip, I made my way to the bathroom, craving the warmth of a shower to take off the remnants of sleep and the lingering tension. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound echoing through the empty house. The air was cold, almost biting. As I stepped into the bathroom, the old tiles chilling against my bare feet, I turned on the shower, letting the water run hot before stepping in, hoping to wash away the uncertainty after last night's events. As the steam rose around me, I couldn't help but replay the scene in the living room. The furniture, the flickering lights, the unsettling visit. It all felt surreal, like a half-remembered dream. But I knew it was real. The question was how much of it was in this house and how much was in my head. I dried off quickly, the warmth of the shower still clinging to my skin as I stepped into the cool air of the bathroom. I dressed in comfortable clothes, practical but presentable, made my way to the kitchen. The smell of fresh coffee filled the room as I poured myself a cup, savoring the quiet before the day really began. Breakfast was simple, eggs and toast, but I ate slowly, my mind already running through the day's plans. The house had given me plenty to think about, but I needed more information, the kind you don't find in dusty corners or on scratched walls. I needed to know the history of this house, the land and the people who had lived here. The local library seemed like the best place to start. The drive into town felt as strange as it had the day before, like the town was stuck in some sort of a time warp. The fog hung low again, and the streets were just as empty. The few people I saw were distant, their eyes lingering on me just a little bit too long before they turned away. As I pulled up to the library, I noticed the building was much like the rest of the old town. Old, with a slightly sagging roof and windows that stretched so tall it felt like they could swallow me whole. I stepped out of the truck, the air thick with that same dampness from the woods around the house, walked up the stone steps to the entrance. The inside of the library was dimly lit, with tall, dusty bookshelves that stretched almost to the ceiling. The silence was heavy, broken only by the faint creak of the wooden floorboards as I made my way to the front desk. And then I saw her. The woman from last night. The one who had knocked on my door was standing behind the counter. She was the librarian. Her eyes met mine, and that strange, too-wide smile spread across her face again. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach her eyes, the kind that made my skin crawl just a little. "Good morning," she said, her voice kind of smooth and oddly cheerful. "How can I help you today?" For a moment, I just stood there, caught off guard by her presence. But I quickly recovered, reminded myself why I was there. "I'm looking for information about the house at Gypsy Pines," I said, trying to keep my tone casual. Her smile didn't falter, but something in her expression shifted slightly, like she was trying to figure me out. "Gypsy Pines, you say?" she repeated, her voice almost too calm. "That's quite an old place. I haven't had anybody ask about that house in ages. What sort of information are you looking for?" "Anything you have, really," I replied. "History, old records, anything about the land or the previous owners." She nodded slowly, and her smile never wavering. "Of course, let me see what I can find." She turned and walked toward a back room, her movements almost too smooth, too deliberate. I thought her choice of words were odd, and nobody's asked about that house in ages, huh? How's that possible? After 2 disappearances from that house and no one's asked about it? While I waited, couldn't help but notice the way she glanced back at me over her shoulder, that strange smile still in place. It was unsettling, but I pushed the feeling aside. I was here for answers. Whatever was going on with Gypsy Pines, this town and its people, I'd figure it out eventually. She returned a few minutes later carrying a stack of old leather-bound books and a few yellow documents. "These might be of interest," she said. She was setting them down on the counter, and she said, "Feel free to take your time." "Thanks," I said, reaching for the top book, but as I did, her hand brushed against mine. Just for a second, a coldness that didn't seem natural. I pulled back quickly, and her smile grew like a fraction wider, as if she'd noticed my reaction. "If you need anything else," she said. Her soft voice was weird and had an odd edge to it. "I'll be right here." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, took the books to a nearby table. As I sat down and began to sift through the pages, I could feel her eyes on me, watching from the desk. That smile, that unnerving, unnatural smile, lingered in my mind, and I tried to focus. Eventually, she had disappeared into the labyrinth of bookshelves, and I actually felt better knowing I wasn't in her view. The books were old, filled with brittle pages that threatened to crumble if I wasn't careful. Most of them were about the town's history, tracing back to its founding in the late 1800s. I skimmed through passages about early settlers and land disputes and the occasional mention of strange happenings in the woods surrounding Stowe. Nothing concrete, nothing that explained literally anything that's happened. Then I found a passage in one of the oldest books, detailing a series of unexplained disappearances in the early 1900s. The victims had all lived on the outskirts of town, near the area where Gypsy Pines now stood. Apparently, that's where vague mentions of a strange low-pitched sound coming from the woods and whispers of a curse of the land happened. But the most chilling part was a note in the margin written in a spidery hand. "Beware the pines. They watch, they wait, they hunger." The words sent a shiver down my spine. I flipped the pages quickly, trying to shake off the unease. The more it read, the more it felt like the house and the land on it, or where it stood. They were tied to something way out of my imagination. Something that the townspeople had tried to forget or perhaps had chosen to ignore. As I turned another page, a shadow fell across the table. I looked up, startled to find the librarian standing over me. The same unnerving smile plastered on her face. "Finding anything interesting?" she asked, her voice as sweet as ever. Yeah," I mumbled, closing the book and trying to hide my unease. "Just reading up on the history." She nodded, her smile widening just a bit. "The history of this town is full of interesting stories. Some people think too much about the past, though. It's not always healthy." Forced a smile, hoping to mask the discomfort her words caused. "I'm just curious, that's all." "Curiosity's a double-edged sword," she said, her tone taking on a slightly more serious note. "It can lead you to answers or to places you'd rather not go." Her words hung in the air, and for a moment I wasn't sure if she was warning me or just being cryptic. Before I could respond, she turned and walked back to her desk, leaving me with my thoughts. I decided I'd had enough for now. The atmosphere in the library had grown suffocating. I needed to get out of there, to clear my head. I gathered up the books, carrying them back to the counter. "I'd like to check these out if that's okay." "Of course," she replied, her smile returning to its full unsettling glory. She scanned the books with deliberate slowness, as if savoring each moment. When she handed them back to me, her fingers lingered on mine just a second too long. "Be careful with these," she said. "They're very old, and some things are best left in the past." "Thanks," I said, quickly stuffing the books into my bag and heading for the door. As I left, I could feel her eyes on me again, that cold, piercing gaze following me all the way out into the mystery morning air. Back in the truck, I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the strange encounter. The librarian's words echoed in my mind, mixing with the disturbing notes I'd read about the pines. Whatever was happening in this town, it was clear that people knew more than they were letting on. But I wasn't about to turn back now. I started the engine, determined to find out what secrets Gypsy Pines was hiding, even if it meant confronting whatever was lurking in those woods. After leaving the library, I realized I hadn't eaten anything since that rushed breakfast in the house. My stomach reminded me with a sharp pang. Decided to stop by the local diner for lunch. The diner was nestled between an old hardware store and what looked like a long-abandoned antique shop. The neon open sign buzzed in the window. Its dull glow cutting through the overcast sky. Parked out front, walked in. The little bell above the door started chiming softly as I stepped inside. The place was a time capsule. Booths upholstered in cracked red leather, a counter with chrome bar stools, faded black and white photos on the walls. Felt like the kind of place that hadn't changed in decades. But despite its cozy charm, there was something off. Something off about everything and everywhere in this town. Only a handful of people inside. 2 men in coveralls sat at the counter eating their sandwiches without a word, while a couple sat in the far corner quietly sipping their drinks. None of them looked up when I entered. It was like they were deliberately avoiding me, or maybe just avoiding acknowledging that I was there at all. I slid into a booth by the window, grabbed a menu from the holder. The choices were simple. Sandwiches, burgers, fries. Wasn't picky. Just wanted to eat and get back to piecing together what I'd found in the library. The waitress approached my table, her posture stiff and eyes oddly vacant. She had her hair tied back in a severe bun, and the way her lips barely twitched upwards when she handed me a menu gave me the sense that smiling wasn't something that she did often or willingly. Her skin had a waxy sheen under the fluorescent lights, and she poured a glass of water. I noticed how rigidly that she had held the pitcher, as if each motion was mechanical. "What can I get you?" Her voice was almost bored, but the gaze lingered. "Club sandwich and a coffee, please." I handed her back the menu. She jotted it down and walked away without another word. She moved behind the counter. Her stiff steps made it seem like her body was locked into place, only shifting with great effort. I stared out the window, mind whirling with questions. The fog outside had thickened, curling around the buildings like a heavy blanket, distorting the world beyond the glass. The silence inside the diner pressed in on me, and I found myself tapping my fingers against the table waiting for the coffee to arrive. The door chimed behind me. Out of reflex, I turned to look. It was the officer from the night before, the one who'd come to my door with his strange, overly friendly concern about the power outage. His face was still the same, that unsettling mix of forced warmth and something darker underneath. His eyes landed on me immediately, and a smile tugged at his lips. He walked over, slow and deliberate. Without asking, slid into the booth across from me. "Afternoon," he said, leaning back in the seat like we were old friends. "Didn't expect to see you here." I nodded, not sure what to say. "Just getting some lunch." "Funny thing," he said. That eerie smile was still plastered on his face. "Whole area lost power last night, but your place seemed just fine. You're lucky." He glanced at the books and papers scattered across the table in front of me, and he smiled, sort of shifted. "Doing a bit of reading, I see. Library's got a good collection, huh? Anything interesting?" I stiffened, casually moving my hand to cover some of the more revealing notes I'd scribbled. Just doing some research on the house," I said, my voice neutral. Wanted to know more about its history and the land. His eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile never left his face. "The house. The old place has been around for ages. Not many folks who look into that kind of thing." He paused, tapping the edge of the table lightly. "Seems like a lot of work, though, for just curiosity." He knew exactly what I was looking into, and I was about to confirm it. "Well, I like to be thorough," I said. "There's a lot of history in places like this." His smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. "You know, funny thing, folks around here don't ask too many questions. They just live their lives, you know." He glanced again at the stack of papers as if trying to gauge what I had uncovered. I leaned forward slightly, deciding to push back. Speaking of questions, there were some disappearances around here, right? The Hargroves, for one. I came across a mention of them in the library archives. Seemed odd their case not follow up, no resolution. His smile faltered for the briefest moment, but then it was back even wider than before. Disappearances, oh, that's old news. He was waving his hand dismissively. People move, start over, it happens. I raised an eyebrow. Start over without telling anyone, leaving everything behind. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping slightly but still casual. You've got to remember, sometimes people just vanish on their own terms. This is a quiet town, and we don't poke our noses into every little thing. I met his gaze head-on, refusing to be intimidated by a sudden change in demeanor. But you were an officer on the case, weren't you, Sheriff Bigby? I remember seeing your name on the article I read about the disappearances. You must know more than what's written up, I said to him as I pointed to his name tag. His eyes darkened and the smile thinned to something more menacing. Like I said, folks around here don't ask too many questions. It's better that way. Sat back in my seat, crossing my arms. Maybe I'm not far from here, so I'll ask. For a moment, there was a heavy silence between us. His eyes flicked to the papers again. I could almost see the calculation behind his smile, and then he stood up slowly, adjusting his belt. Well, if you keep digging, you might not like what you find. Sorry to disappoint you, but there's literally nothing you could find that we haven't found already. He gave me a sort of mock salute. Enjoy your lunch. He turned on his heel and walked toward the door, leaving me sitting in the booth with an appetite that no longer existed. Well, I left the diner, my thoughts racing. The officer had noticed the files, and his questions about what I was looking for hadn't exactly been subtle. He didn't come off as nosy, just concerned. He was trying to steer me away from something. The drive back to the house felt quicker this time, the roads winding past in a blur of trees and distant houses. As I pulled into the driveway, something caught my eye. A brown paper bag sitting neatly on the doorstep. The officer's mention of baked goods last night flashed through my mind. I stepped out of the car and approached the door. The bag looked innocent enough, but I felt a knot in my stomach as I crouched down to peek inside. Muffins, still warm. I stood there for a moment, and I heard my own stomach growl. Apparently I want muffins, but I'm not allowed to eat them. So I stood there for a moment, wondering whether I should bring them in or leave them. They didn't seem threatening, but the fact that they were here now after the bizarre encounter didn't sit right with me. Finally picked up the bag, carried it inside, and placed it on the counter, pushing it aside without another thought. I had more pressing things to focus on. The files and the books from the library were spread across the kitchen table. One detail kept nagging at me, a name that appeared in the land records across multiple generations. I needed to figure out, well, if this family had always owned the property or if it had been sold to them by somebody else. If the original owners were different, who were they, and why would they sell their land? I had a feeling some answers couldn't be found if I knew who owned it first. Or rather could. I sat down flipping through the papers again, looking for anything that could help. I spent the next few hours poring over the records, piecing together the timeline of the house's ownership. It was frustrating and work scanning. Faded documents, flipping through old books, cross-referencing everything to try to make sense of it. The family name that kept resurfacing wasn't just a coincidence. They'd owned the property for far longer than I expected. But something was missing. Then I found it. An old handwritten deed buried between the pages of a ledger. It wasn't in the family's name, but in someone else's. The date was nearly a century before the current family had taken ownership. Whoever the original owners were, they had sold the land quickly, almost in haste. But why? Before I could follow that thread any further, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I glanced at the clock, realizing how long I'd been at this. The sunlight had shifted, casting long shadows across this room, and I wasn't expecting anyone. If I had to guess, it's the sheriff and the librarian. I really didn't have time to talk to them or humor them, but I couldn't ignore it. I stood pushing the files aside and went to the door. To my surprise, I opened the door to find a woman standing on the porch. Her long black hair braided over one shoulder. Dark eyes, calm but sharp beneath a tweed-lined hood. She was tall and slender, her skin a warm copper tone that seemed untouched by the chill in the air. Her presence felt quiet but commanding. The kind of person who blended in with the land like she'd always been part of it. "Good afternoon," she said softly. Her voice was pretty steady and low, with a slight accent I couldn't quite place. "I hope I'm not interrupting." I shook my head, trying to shake off the trace of irritation. "No, not at all. Can I help you with something?" She smiled, but it was a thin, knowing smile, like she already had the answers to any questions I might ask. "I'm Neona," she said, offering a small wrapped bundle. "I live nearby. I thought I'd welcome you. The house you're in, it's got a lot of history. Thought you might want to know that." I glanced at the bundle. A small parcel wrapped in brown cloth and twine. "It's kind of you," I said, taking it from her, though my fingers hesitated for just a second. Been digging into the house myself, trying to learn more about it, the land too. Her dark eyes flicked past me, noticing the scattered papers and books on the kitchen table. But she didn't comment on them. Instead, she nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. "The land holds more stories than anybody around here will tell you," she said. "Stories that don't always get written down." Her words hung in the air, weighty like they carried more meaning than I could grasp. "Have you lived here long? Do people always, welcome the Airbnb guests that come here like this?" I asked. She nodded, her gaze steady. "Well, yes, to both. My family has, for generations long before this house was here. This land has seen many things, and not all of them good. As for greeting the visitors here, I always welcome them and say hello, but I can't say the same for other people. Have you been visited by other townspeople?" There was something in her voice, a heaviness, as if she was trying to decide how much to share. I felt a flicker of curiosity despite the unease in my chest. "Yeah, the sheriff and the librarian. Can you tell me what kind of things have happened here?" Her smile widened just a fraction, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You're asking me questions that most people don't want answered. Sometimes it's better to let things lie. You might not like what you find." I shifted, and I've heard those same words before. Not looking for trouble, just trying to understand the history. Neona crossed her arms, her gaze never leaving mine. "History is a tricky thing. The land remembers more than people do. Sometimes it's best to listen to it. Trust me, this place doesn't like outsiders stirring up old stories." Her tone was calm, but there was an edge beneath it I couldn't ignore. I swallowed, wondering what I'd stepped into. "I just want to know the truth." Neona's eyes softened slightly, but the intensity in her gaze remained. "Be careful with that. The truth can be a burden, and in this place it has a way of holding on to people. I see you're a person of the land too." She turned to leave, and her movements almost graceful, almost as if she was part of the forest itself. As she walked away, she touched her closed right hand to her left forearm, stretching her arm back out, repeating the same steps, but touched her temple and then extended. I stood there in the doorway, clutching the bundle that she'd given me, feeling the weight of her words, and her gestures settle heavily in my chest. Whatever she did with her arms felt familiar, but I'd never seen it before. Never saw her again. I watched Neona walk away, her figure gradually swallowed by the misty forest, then turned back into the house, and the small bundle that she'd given me clutched in my hand. Set it down on the kitchen table, next to the scattered files and books, carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a collection of herbs and dried roots, neatly tied together with a piece of string. There was also a small, intricately carved wooden pendant that looked like it had been worn for a long time. The craftsmanship was beautiful, but the pendant's dark swirling patterns gave me pretty uneasy feeling. Wasn't sure what the herbs were for, but the pendant seemed to radiate an odd energy that was both intriguing and unsettling. I studied the items, feeling Neona's cryptic warning echoing in my mind. Her words about the land and its memories seemed to hang in the air, almost palpable. I wondered if she had given me these items as a warning, or if they had held some significance to the history I was trying to uncover. With a sigh, I returned to my research. I spread out the papers and started going through the land records again. I was looking for any connections between the original owners and the current family, trying to piece together the puzzle of the house's history. As I worked, I kept glancing at the pendant and the herbs, wondering if they were somehow connected to what I was researching. The pendant in particular seemed to call to me, almost as if it were wanting to reveal something. At 9:30, I noticed the time and I stood, eyes heavy from staring at the files scattered across the table. I needed to eat and the soup sounded delicious. Yeah, it does. That would be quick and easy enough. Fill the pot with water, set it on the stove, turning on the burner. As I waited for the water to heat, I began chopping vegetables, like listening to the faint hum of the stove. As I worked, I glanced up at the kitchen window in front of me. Something appeared just outside, barely there, but enough to make me freeze. It was a figure standing still on the lawn, just behind the garden boxes, and I blinked, and my heart was thudding in my chest, and in that split second it vanished. I stepped toward the window, pressing my palms against the counter, straining to see if it had really been there, but there was nothing, just the empty yard, still and quiet. My pulse raced. I backed away, telling myself I imagined it. But as I turned my attention back to the cutting board, a shadow moved in my peripheral vision inside the house. I whipped around, the air instantly squeezing the oxygen from my lungs. There in the doorway, something dark and fast slipped out of my sight. My heart jumped into my throat. Before I could react, I heard it. Quick, heavy thud like footsteps racing up the stairs. My breath caught as the light flickered, casting eerie shadows across the walls. I grabbed my flashlight and darted out of the kitchen, my feet carrying me to the bottom of the stairs. There was no mistaking it. Something had gone up there. I hesitated for a second, adrenaline surging, then chased after it. The steps groaned beneath me as I ascended, the house around me thick with amusement. Halfway up, the lights flickered once more. By the time I reached the top, they cut out completely, plunging the entire house into pitch-black darkness. I stood there, the flashlight shaking in my hand, the beam barely cutting through the darkness. I couldn't see anything at the end of the hall ahead, but I could feel it. Something was there, just out of reach, waiting. Just then, I noticed a blotch of darkness creating a dark hole in the flashlight beam. A hand, black, charred, cracked, like it had been burned and left to rot, stripped its slimy flesh into the light. The fingers twitched unnaturally, dragging across the floor, reaching for something. The sight of it stopped me cold. Then the smell hit, a sharp, overwhelming stench of rotten eggs that filled the air so quickly I nearly choked. My throat tightened and I gasped, fighting the urge to retch as the foul odor clung to the back of my tongue. The smell was so putrid I didn't have time to react to what I was seeing. By the time I caught my breath, it was gone. Gathered all the courage I had, moved slowly down the hall. My pulse thudded in my ears, each step forward feeling heavier than the last. At the end of the hall, the door to the back bedroom stood slightly ajar. I could see nothing but shadows through the crack. Swallowing my fear, I nudged the door open with my foot. The creak of the hinges loud in the silence. I stepped into the room, shining the light across the floor. Nothing. The beam hit the far wall, and that's when I saw it. In the corner, crouched low, was a figure in its dark form hunched unnaturally, moving in jerking, twitching motions. Its hand scratched at the wall, carving into the plaster with a sickening sound. The room smelled of rotten eggs, and I knew that at this time I just saw it in the hall. I couldn't move. I couldn't tear my eyes away as this thing continued scraping at the wall. Its movement slow and deliberate. The scratching was relentless, clawing its way into my mind. The lights flickered back on, harsh and unforgiving. The figure was gone. The room was empty, but the unsettling scratch marks on the wall and the lingering stench of that thing remained. I stood frozen, trying to process what I'd just seen. Shaking, I turned around and slowly made my way back downstairs. Each step felt like a mile. Felt like the walls were closing in on me and the house was breathing. Back in the living room, I slumped into a chair trying to calm down. My mind raced with questions. How long had the previous couples endured this torment before disappearing? Had they experienced similar horrors? Or was this entity targeting me in a way it hadn't with them? I glanced around the room, the normalcy of it now jarring against the terror I just witnessed. I couldn't shake the thought that there was something uniquely malevolent about this place. The scratches, the dark figure, the sulfurous smell, they all pointed to a malevolent force that wasn't just content to haunt, but seemed intent on something much worse. As I sat there, the room felt heavier, the air thick with unspoken threats. I knew I had to keep pushing forward, but doubt gnawed at me. What if this wasn't just a series of random unrelated events, but a deliberate pattern of terror meant to drive me away or worse? I forced myself to shake off the shock and head back downstairs. I needed to get a grip. Couldn't just sit around terrified. Held the flashlight tighter and just began a slow sweep of the house. The kitchen and living room were clear. No overturned furniture, no more strange creaks. Checked the hallways, corners, every shadow. The smell of sulfur was still faintly hanging in the air, but other than that, everything seemed normal again. Once I'd assured myself that there was nothing hiding in plain sight, I returned to the kitchen, trying to steady my breathing. The water on the stove had already come to a low simmer. Vegetables sat half-chopped and the counter untouched. Went back to the cutting board, trying to focus on the rhythmic sound of the knife slicing through the vegetables. It was oddly soothing, but my mind wouldn't quiet down, spun with everything that had just happened, all the strange things since I arrived. How much did the Hargroves really deal with this before they were gone? Did they have strange visitors? Did they catch melted flesh dancing in flashlight beams? Or was this, whatever it was, ramping up for me? Trying something new. This all seems more extreme than what the couples complained about in their 911 calls. I stirred the soup, my hands trembling slightly. What if all this gets worse? Am I in way over my head here? Never been a skeptical person, but I always believed in the paranormal, but this is horrific. I finished chopping the vegetables, tossed them into the pot. Then I stirred, trying to focus on the simple task. The bubbling of the water just filled the silence, but my mind kept wandering back to the shadow on the stairs, the hand in the flashlight beam, and I couldn't shake it. The soup finally finished cooking. I poured myself a bowl. It tasted bland, but I wasn't hungry anyway. I ate mechanically, my mind still racing. I pushed through, cleaned up the dishes, and wiped down the counters. As I grabbed a towel to dry my hands, something caught my eye. A scrap of paper was tucked under the edge of the counter. I bent down and I tugged it free. It was old and yellowed with frayed edges as if it had been there for years. It wasn't a full piece of paper, just a corner, but there was writing on it. Faded ink, barely legible. Last ones. I stared at it, my mind trying to make sense of the words. Last ones. The Hargroves, or someone before them. I ran my fingers over the fragile paper, as if more answers would reveal themselves. Nothing else came, though. Just the cryptic message. It was too much to process tonight. My head felt heavy, my body drained, and whatever that scrap meant, I'd have to figure it out in the morning. I folded the paper carefully and slipped it into my pocket. The exhaustion hit me hard, and I decided it was time to sleep. I finished cleaning up and wiped the counters one last time. The scrap of paper in my pocket weighed heavy. the words, last ones repeating in my mind like a warning. I couldn't stay here, not tonight. The idea of going to bed right below the room where I'd seen that thing scratching at the wall made my stomach turn. Sleep in that house? No way. Grabbing a blanket and pillow from the couch, I headed outside. The cool night air hit my face and a welcome change from the stifling tension inside. Locked the front door behind me, not that it really would do much against whatever was in there. I tossed the blanket into the passenger seat of my truck, folded down the back and crawled inside. Pulled the pillow under my head and wrapped myself in the blanket and stared out the windshield at the dark, empty dirt road. Safe in the truck, I could finally take a breath, but sleep didn't come easy. The wind outside rattled the trees, and every creak, every rustle made me sit up, my heart pounding. The house loomed in the rearview mirror, its windows dark and cold. As I lay there, the weight of everything hit me. The disappearances, the strange things I'd been seeing, and that message on the piece of paper. How did they deal with it before they disappeared, and did they suffer? I thought there was going to be more than one story. That was a big breath. And I hope you have a big sleep. See ya. This is not just a story. I face the spiritual world, and it's real. I don't even know how to start this. I need you to know, though, that every word you're about to read is real. This isn't me trying to convince you or make you believe in something. This is me saying the spiritual world exists. Possession exists. I lived through it. I saw it with my own eyes. I felt it. I have to tell you everything because I think people need to know. It's late at night, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. I'd been sitting outside this guy's house for hours, just waiting. This wasn't the first time I'd done this. I had been going back to that house day after day, week after week, month after month. And every single time, they'd lie to my face. They'd tell me like my little cousin wasn't there, telling me that she wasn't inside. But I knew better. You know that feeling in your gut like something's pulling at you, like you can't explain, but you know deep down? That's what this was. I knew that she was in there. I could feel it. So I parked across the street, sat in my car and just watched. Hours went by, me just sitting there, staring at the house, thinking maybe tonight would be different. And then finally I saw it. A car pulled up, someone got out, walked up to the door and knocked. I watched as they let this person in, and right then I knew. This was it. I slipped out of my car and moved across the street, stood just out of sight, right next to the door. My heart was pounding. I knew they were going to let that person back out, and when they did, I'd be ready. A few minutes later, the door opens again. I see them start to let that person out, and I move in. I don't even think about it. But then they see me. They try to slam the door shut. I was done with their lies, done with being shut out again. I kicked that door with everything I had, and it flew open. The person leaving looked at me. They were shocked, like, what the? I didn't even hesitate. I looked them straight in the eyes, calm as I could, and I said, "Mind your business." They took one look at me, didn't say another word, and disappeared into the night. And then it was just me in that open door. I stepped inside. The second I crossed that threshold, I felt it. I don't even know how to explain it right, but it was like the air changed. It was thick and heavy, like something dark and sticky was hanging in it, pressing down on my skin even. This wasn't just a bad feeling, it was worse than that, like a force. It was like something evil had soaked into the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. I could feel it right down in my bones. To my right, there was another door. I don't care about the old man or her boyfriend, or who else might have been in that room. I wasn't there for them. I asked, "What's behind that door?" He tried to tell me that it was just the bathroom, like he thought I'd believe that. I knew better. I could feel her just beyond that door, like a presence pulling me in. So I opened it. There it was, a long hallway with another door at the end. But before that door, there was a curtain. I don't know why, but the second I reached out to touch it, something inside me told me to look away. It was like I couldn't even bring myself to face it, like something dark was hiding behind it, just waiting. But I didn't come this far to turn back now. I yanked the curtain aside, and there she was, my little cousin. But she wasn't herself. Standing there, skin as pale as a ghost, you have to understand. She's had the most beautiful caramel skin. But right then, she looked like every ounce of life had been drained out of her. Then she looked at me, like she didn't even know who I was, and said, "Who are you?" That shook me. I was angry. But more than that, I was scared. Thought maybe she was messing with me, but deep down I knew something was wrong. I kept my voice steady, trying to keep calm. "Don't mess with me. I've been looking everywhere for you." But even then, I knew that she wasn't herself. It was like she wasn't even there, like something else had taken her place. I didn't want to leave. I couldn't force her, not yet. So I told her I'd be back tomorrow. The next day I showed up with food. She was still paranoid and not really wanting to leave. I didn't understand it. Why wouldn't she just come with me? It didn't make sense. But I kept coming back day after day, and each time she looked worse, more drained. Like something was eating away at her from the inside. And then one day, she looked at me and said, "The spirits and the bears are messing with me." I was stunned. "What are you talking about?" I asked. She told me her boyfriend's dad had been feeding her lies, telling her not to go to work because the world was evil, that everyone was evil, and that spirits were following her. I was furious. It didn't make sense to me how she had gotten to this point. How had she gotten so paranoid? I walked out of the closet where she was staying. I went to sit next to the old man in the kitchen. I was boiling. "Whatever you've been telling my little cousin, you need to tell her that you were lying," I said. "Because now she's all messed up and she won't even leave." He just sat there calm, and I wanted to smack him. "I should mess you up for this," I told him. Then he had the nerve to say, "I'm not lying. There are spirits, and they are following her. They follow everyone. We all have two things following us." I lost it. I hit him. I didn't even care at that point. It wasn't just about what he'd said. It was the fact that he had messed with my cousin's head. She was only 16. She was vulnerable. He had filled her head with all these lies. I grabbed her by my hand and I care if you're afraid, I said. "You're leaving with me now." She was scared. I could see it in her eyes. But I wasn't about to let her stay there another second. We walked straight out of that house, out of that ugly, messed up place. We walked down the street a few blocks until we reached my stepdad's house. He always kept the garage about halfway open, so that's where we went. We walked through the churchyard, through the parking lot, then crossed the alley. Right there was the door to my stepdad's garage. We walked inside. Inside, it was full of his stuff and old car emblems and rear-view mirrors and big mirrors everywhere. It was his hangout, and normally we weren't even allowed in there. But at that point, I didn't care. I wanted to keep her safe. We sat on the couch for a minute, and that's when she said, "Do you see that?" I looked around, and there it was. A beautiful light. It wasn't an orb or anything like that. It was like a beam of light floating. Like a flashlight, but more peaceful than that. It was moving around the room, across the mirrors, across the wall, just floating. But it wasn't random. I could feel that it was good. What the heck? I said. Then it was gone. Just disappeared. I got up to grab some water, stepping to the main house just for a moment. When I came back, she was sitting up on the back of the couch. You know the way people sit with their feet on the cushions, bouncing on the top edge like they're watching for something. She was looking around, her eyes darting like she was searching for something just beyond the room. Something only she could see. Then it hit me. There was this feeling deep down, like a voice whispering inside of me telling me, you have to tell it to leave you alone. I didn't even think about it, it just came out. You have to tell it to leave you alone, I said. At first, she didn't say anything, didn't even whisper. She just mouthed the words soundless, like she was too afraid to let them out. I can't, she mouthed. I could see her lips moving, but no sound came. You have to tell it, I said. You have to tell it now, and you have to mean it. Only you can make it leave. And that's when it happened. She took a deep breath, and then with everything she had, she screamed, Leave me alone. It was so loud that it echoed in the room. For a second, it felt like the whole world stopped. And then in that instant, she collapsed, slowly like a tower falling piece by piece. She didn't just drop, she crumbled to the floor, as if every ounce of energy had drained out of her. I rushed over, picked her up, and that's when I saw it. Her skin. That pale, ghostly color started to fade away. And as I held her, I watched as her beautiful caramel skin began to return. It was like something dark and heavy had been drained from her, and now life was coming back. I didn't see the entity leave her, but I felt it right there in the air, like a weight lifting, something releasing her. I looked at her, I held her close and said, We've got to go. Didn't know why I said it. I just knew that we couldn't stay in that room any longer. I didn't know where we had to go, but I knew that we had to leave. We walked out of the man cave, through the garage, and I didn't even take 2 steps out of the door before I saw them. 3 of them. These massive, towering beings, like nothing I'd ever seen. I don't know if angels is the right word because it didn't look like what you see in pictures or what people talk about with wings and robes. These were guardians and warriors. They were like there to protect us, and I knew it. I could feel it down to my core. Their skin looked golden, shimmering with a translucent glow, like light was woven into it. They didn't look like anything from this world. They were beautiful and strong and powerful without being frightening. Their muscles were like the embodiment of strength itself. Smooth, firm, not bulging or veiny, but solid, like they were made of pure energy. They were dressed in white rompers, like a tank top and shorts, but they were outlined in gold. They stood so tall. Their heads were in the clouds. I couldn't even see their faces, but I didn't need to. Just seeing them was enough. They were protectors, and they were there for us. Standing there right in the middle of them, I felt as small as an ant. Our heads barely reached the level of their sandals. That's how huge they were. They stood in a circle facing one another, with us right in the center, like they were creating this shield around us. I've never felt anything so beautiful in my life. I didn't want it to end. I wanted to stay in that moment forever, held in this powerful, peaceful presence. But we couldn't stay. I knew it, and so did she. I don't know how long we stood there, surrounded by those beings. Time felt like it didn't even exist anymore. All I could feel was this deep calm, this strength, this absolute certainty that we were safe and protected. I knew they were there for us, standing watch, creating this shield of light and strength around us. And in that moment, nothing else mattered. I looked over at her and she looked back at me. We didn't say a word. We didn't need to. And in that quiet, in the middle of all of that power, we just looked at each other and then looked back up at them. There was this shared understanding, like we both knew that we'd seen something far beyond anything that we could have imagined. We smiled, not even needing to speak, just feeling that silent connection between us. Together we look up toward the sky. They were so tall, their heads were in the clouds stretching up into the heavens, yet their feet were still firmly planted in the ground. They were here, in this world, yet part of something so much larger. It was like they bridged the space between the earth and the sky, rooted yet reaching toward something divine. They were there for us. I've never felt anything like it, and in that moment I wanted to stay. I don't remember exactly when those towering guardians disappeared. One minute they were around us, their presence strong and powerful. The next, they were just gone. But the feeling of their protection stayed with us. I looked at her, took her hand, and said, "We got to go." We walked out through the regular garage door, leaving the old car and the quiet presence of the guardians behind. Stepping out into the front part of the house, we made our way inside, crossing through another door that led into my stepdad's house, heading straight to his bedroom. When we got there, she sat down on the bed, her head hanging low and drained. I left the room briefly, maybe to get a drink of water or to go to the restroom. Can't remember. But when I came back, I noticed something immediately. She had covered every mirror in the room. The wall had been filled with mirrors covering every corner, even the headboard of the bed, but now each one was hidden, covered with towels. I felt this strange calm settle over the space, almost like a layer of protection. Like she had instinctively known the mirrors needed to be blocked. I walked over and sat next to her on the bed, feeling that pull to say something, to pray, to ask for protection. But when I opened my mouth, nothing would come out. My voice felt locked, like something was holding me back and pressing down on my throat. I looked at her and without thinking I asked, "Are you okay?" The moment those words left my mouth, I knew I shouldn't have said it. It felt wrong, like I'd broken a silence that wasn't meant to be broken. She lifted her head, looked me right in the eyes. "I am. You're not." And then suddenly, one of the towels slipped off a mirror on her left side, like it had been yanked down. In that instant, I felt it. Something dark, something heavy, powerful, jumped onto my neck, pressing down, trying to force its way inside. My hair went full static, buzzing with electric energy, like that force was trying to claw its way through me. That's when I understood mirrors weren't just reflections. They were doorways, gateways allowing darkness in. As long as we were in a room with mirrors, that thing could reach us, could try to press through. Without thinking, I grabbed the cross by the door, held it tight to my chest, and knelt down in the hallway. "Lord, please protect me." I clutched that cross like it was the only thing keeping me grounded. As I bent forward, this warmth spread all over me, like a shield wrapping around me, pushing back whatever had tried to invade. Even though the static charge was still lingering in my hair, I knew that thing was gone. It had tried, but it couldn't stay. I looked at her still holding that cross, feeling the warmth and strength surrounding me, and said, "We gotta go." We left that room, stepping through the last doorway, out into the cold night air. Outside, everything felt lighter. I called my friend Steven. He arrived quickly to help us get to my mom's house. This time, we were walking the opposite direction of the path that we'd taken before, retracing our steps, but on a different street parallel to the one that we walked on our way in. Each step forward felt like it was pulling us away from the darkness that we left behind, and the path that we were taking mattered, every step creating distance between us and the shadows. Then, as we passed a small gap in the alley between the church and the house, I glanced through, and that's when we saw him. The Grim Reaper. He was walking down the exact path that we had taken before, following every place that we'd been. Tall as the church, dark and solid, with a thick chain holding a massive black dog that was walking in front of him. He moved step by step toward my stepdad's garage. He wasn't a vision or a shadow. He was real. He was following the route that we had taken, going back to the spaces that we had left behind. But he wasn't there for us. I knew it. I felt it deep down. He was after something that we'd shaken free of, something that we'd left behind. The Grim Reaper was moving in our exact footsteps, retracing our path to find that darkness and take it away. We kept walking, almost to my mom's house. But as we moved, a powerful gust of wind came out of nowhere. So strong it knocked her out of Stephen's grip. But it didn't knock her out of mine. I held her close, pulled her into a bear hug, and I shouted, "Leave her alone!" And in that moment, I knew that she was free. Whatever had tried to hold onto her, whatever had been following us, couldn't reach her now. Finally, we reached my mom's porch. I set her down, letting her rest. I took a moment to breathe, letting everything settle. That's when my boyfriend pulled up on his motorcycle. He saw me and Steven together and looked furious. "Did you cheat on me with Steven?" he snapped. Then he looked at my hair. "Look at your hair." My hair was still charged full of static, a lingering reminder of what had tried to cling to me. I didn't need to explain. I looked him in the eyes and told him everything. I told him about the spirits, the possession, the static, every single part of what we'd just been through. This wasn't just a story. I didn't need anyone to believe me. I knew what I'd lived through. The spirit world is real. I saw it, felt it, fought it, and that thing had tried to take me too. But I held on, and I pushed it back. And I'll never forget what I saw and what I felt toward the power that surrounded us when we needed it the most. If there's one thing you take away from this, I want it to be this. Do not be afraid. Fear is what these things feed on. And when you stand firm, when you know that, well, who you are and what you believe, they lose their power. They have to know that you're stronger, that you're not alone, that something greater is with you. You have to have faith, a belief in something more powerful than any darkness. For me, that's God. God is everything but fear. God's love. And love, like real love, it conquers all. It drives out darkness, in fact. It surrounds us and holds us in strength. We can't always see it, but we can feel it when we need it most. If you ever find yourself facing this darkness, I don't think you can simply call on someone else to get rid of it for you. It doesn't work that way. You have to stand up to it yourself, and you have to mean it deep down. Nobody can command it to leave but you. Unless you're a child and you don't have the voice or the strength, then it's your parents who need to stand for you, who can tell that darkness to leave, to hold that authority. But If it's you facing this darkness, it's only you who can truly command it to leave. It's you who has to stand firm and tell it with everything in you, leave me alone. You have to mean it. You have to believe in the power of what you're saying. And you can't do it with fear in your heart. That's what these spirits prey on, remember? They find the weak points, the doubts. But when you know who you are, when you believe with every ounce of yourself, that's when their power fades. So, don't be fooled by what you see in the movies, where preachers or pastors try to fight these things directly, like it's a battle they can win for someone else. They can be there to help, to guide, to support, but they can't face it for you. Only you can face it. Tell it to go, and you have to believe that you have the authority to make it leave. Because you do. When you're armed with faith, with love that stands firm, the kind that doesn't bend or break, nothing can truly harm you. That strength is in you. So, no matter what you're facing, remember this. Stand strong, know who you are, and never, ever be afraid. Sweet dreams. I lived in a haunted house. This was right around when I was entering 8th grade. I remember all the events vividly like it happened yesterday. This house we had was amazing. It was a huge one-story house. The backyard was massive, like boarding a riverbed, and there was a huge metal shed in the back that looked like it was used to work on semi-trucks. It was a 4-bedroom house. Although my brother's room, which was technically a den, converted to a room, and had a long corridor to get to the other parts of the house. The kitchen was long, like a hall lined with counters. To get to the 3 bedrooms on the other side of the house, we had to pass the living room and then walk down the long hallway that was L-shaped. My mother's room was at the end of the long hallway, which is where most of the worst events happened. I only know my other siblings' and parents' encounters because they told me as I was an adult. Where before they didn't want to scare me, because I also had my own experiences. It started with small things like uneasy feelings, weird smells like baby powder, misplaced objects, knocking on doors early in the mornings. But the first major incident was when my uncle lived with us. We were sitting in the living room and we had one of those old school big screen TVs. You know, the ones that basically took up the whole corner of the room. There was my uncle's phone on the top charging. And keep in mind, this is flat surface as my mom had decorations on top of the TV. We were watching TV when suddenly we all watched the phone light up the corner of the room, super bright with just the screen. Before my uncle could move to check it, it flew off the TV. I don't mean like it slid, it legit flew. We all got startled. My mom came running from the kitchen. My uncle, which was about in his 30s at the time, explains exactly what happened. In shock, he said, "No one touched it. It lit up bright, then frickin' flew off the TV." We all kind of brushed it off, but it was nonetheless the first event of many. The next event kind of jumps from harmless to major. My brother was in the kitchen watching his plate from breakfast, and suddenly he explains feeling a dreadful feeling. He said he ignored it. As he was standing there, he said it felt like a gush of wind passing behind him. He even said he felt a tug on his shirt. Thinking it was one of our many siblings, he spun around to see who was there. There was no one. He was alone. Kind of freaked out, he told my mom what happened, since she's the most spiritual out of all of us. She's a big Christian. Stay with me because, well, we're kind of jumping around in the timelessness based on harmless encounters to the worst ones. I remember getting ready for school one morning. My began to feel the anxiety and dreadful feeling. Began to scan my room, and as I tied my shoes in the chair facing the doorway, I caught a glimpse of an all-black hand wrap around the door frame of my room. I jumped back, and I seen an all-black face peer from the corner of my door frame. Its face was pasty black, its eyes were all black, and it was wearing an old feather hat. I jumped up and screamed. It quickly disappeared from the doorway. My mom came running in, and I explained with tears in my eyes about what I had seen. She didn't play it off and started to pray with me. This is my last experience in this house, although my other siblings continued to have things happen. It was my bedtime, and I shared a room with my older brother. I didn't like sleeping alone after seeing whatever that thing was at first watching me tie my shoes. My brother had a late bedtime because, well, he was in high school. I would go to bed first alone. I remember being scared but falling asleep. I awoke to a silent, dark room. I couldn't move. I looked around the room from my top bunk bed, and we had these huge glass mirrors for closet doors. In the reflection, I watched a creature crawl out from under the bed and hop up onto the bottom bunk where my brother was sleeping. It was staring at me. It had piercing red eyes. The only way I could explain it was as an evil monkey. I began to scream and cry because I couldn't move. My brother began to wake up, and this thing hops off my brother's bed and quickly goes underneath the bed. My brother jumps up and turns on the lights. I explained what happened as I couldn't move and talk now, or rather I could, I guess. He went to get my mom. I remember being terrified that he left me alone in the room to get my mom. She came in and we prayed. Then I went to bed. These next events are all from my siblings. My sister often had vivid dreams of a body hanging from the window in the restroom, even to the point that she had a dream of my oldest brother hanging there. There's something about that wall in the restroom and the window. Everyone felt uneasy about it, even before my sister ever mentioned the dreams about it. I remember being woken up by my brother. He explained that he was in the restroom, and as he sat there, he said he became fixated on the wall and the window. He began to feel panic and fear. He said the lights flickered, and he caught a glimpse of a noose hanging from the window frame. He freaked out and quickly finished and ran out of the restroom. Now, I've never seen fear in any of my brother's eyes. That night was different. He asked me to stay awake with him that night. I agreed, and we talked all night till the sun came up. There was light in the room. We both fell asleep once enough light was in the room from outside. This is from the perspective of my older sister. My sister would often hear children playing in the hallway from her room, or inside her room. The sounds changed from just laughing in small voices to children calling her name. She would explain when she took a shower, she would hear them outside the door calling. When she would be in her room, she would hear them calling from down the hallway. She was always freaked out, and still to this day, she said she hated that house. This is from the perspective of my older brother. He was asleep when suddenly he was awoken by a loud noise. He explained that he tried to move but couldn't. The bed began to shake violently. The walls were cracking and shaking. He thought there was an earthquake, yet he couldn't move. As he lay there helpless, he said he was almost like a train was running through the room. Everything was shaking. There were sounds of a train coming over the tracks. He said he closed his eyes and he started to pray. When he opened them, the room was back to normal. No cracks and no shaking or noise. This same brother would have this same experience multiple times. Except every time was different. Sometimes he would hear trains and people talking like a busy train station. Other times he would hear children screaming and crying. To this day, he has no explanation. And this is my half perspective and half my sister-in-law's. For perspective, we have a dining room which had a door to the front of the house. It was connected to the long kitchen. The doorway to my brother's room was on the right. We also had a computer in the corner, and I remember watching a movie in Brother's room, which was the den converted into a room. We all fall asleep on the floor. I remember being woken up by a loud sound. I hear my sister-in-law saying, "What the fuck is that?" I rolled over, and I said I heard that too. Everyone around us was asleep. It sounded like somebody was on the computer typing on the keyboard, with the occasional clicking of the mouse too. She said to go check, and I was way too afraid due to the past events. I reluctantly did check, and I saw nothing. The computer was off, and we were both freaked out, but after a while, went back to sleep. This is the beginning of my siblings and parents seeing things. One of my brothers were walking through the hallway and explained seeing a figure of a man standing in the doorway of my mom's room at the end of the hall. He said it looked at him and reached for the doorknob and walked outside of the patio. This is one of the scariest things to happen. My uncle was living with us still at the time, and I remember walking in the door with my parents. He immediately stops us and says, "You guys have demons in this house." Something seriously wrong. I remember the despair on my parents' faces, like knowing exactly what was meant by it. He explains coming home to an empty house. No one was home. He walked into the doorway and looked down the hall. He explained seeing two small children run from the corner of the L-shaped hall and into my sister's room. The one that always heard the children calling her and playing in the hallway. He was surprised because his logical explanation was that, my mom left some of us to do something. He walked into my sister's room to ask what we were doing home alone. He didn't find no one in the room. He said he checked everywhere, no children. Just then he heard laughing in the hallway. When we looked out of the hallway, he'd seen the same small children run from the bathroom into my room. He was now confused because he said no one passed him to go, back out of my sister's room. He said he was upset and called out her names and to come out of our hiding and to stop playing. He searched the whole house, found no one. He was home alone. I remember sitting there scared shitless because the last room they entered was mine. And this is my mother's story. She explained that my oldest brother, who worked nights, would sneak into a room in the early morning and sit on the bed to let him know that he was home, and he would get up to drink coffee and just talk. She explained being woken up by the sound of her door opening. She said that she had a feeling that it was not my brother. Instead of my brother coming straight to the bed, she heard her cupboards open and someone rummaging through them. Then they closed and she heard footsteps heading toward her bed. Then she felt somebody sit on the bed. She turned around to say hi to my brother, but no one was there. She explained there was an impression on the bed as if somebody was sitting there. My mother, being the God-fearing woman that she was, she laughed and began to pray. That's when she said the impression disappeared, and she also heard footsteps leaving her room. And this is the same brother who had the something pulling on his shirt in the kitchen. It's the same thing. He was washing his dish, except we're all in the kitchen cleaning up from breakfast. Suddenly, he said he felt the gush of wind again, and something pulled him harder. He turns around to see and remembers getting up off the floor with everybody around him. And from my perspective, he blacked out. He collapsed into the floor with no warning. We had the paramedics come, but he was fine. No one could explain what happened. This house was something evil. We always knew something was wrong, but we finally had the answers. We were all in the living room watching TV one morning. I remember my mom opening the front door. She moved her attention to some random guy standing in the front yard. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I used to live here when I was a kid." My mom said, "Oh, you did?" He said, "Yeah, like 20 years ago." My mom said, "Can I ask you some questions?" He said, "What do you want to know?" "But before you ask, yes, the house is haunted, or cursed," he said with a scared look. My mom, just shocked, asked him to explain. He began to explain all the experiences that we've been having. My mom, shocked, says, "What about the knocking or the baby powder?" He says, "Oh, that was my mom. She had a heart attack in the back restroom. Don't worry, she would knock on her doors in the morning to let us know that she was still around, since she did that when she was alive. She would wear a lot of baby powder for some reason. Like it would fluff off of her when she sat down," which explained the knocking early in the mornings and the powder smell throughout the house. He said that you have to be careful for the Native American chief. We all at the same time said, "What?" He pulled out his phone, pulls out a picture. It's a picture of a developed photo. That's funny. It shows people on the patio at a party. They're standing in the front of a bar that we have in the backyard. Behind them is a huge figure with a chief hat on. Feathers and all. Except his face is black and so are his eyes. Explaining what I'd seen when the figure was watching me tie my shoes. The man explained that there are several ghosts and demons in the house. Even explained that they had a theory that somebody hung themselves in the restroom. Also explaining the dreams my sister would have and my brother seeing the rope. We thanked him and he rode his bike away. We'd never seen that guy ever again, and he was riding a bike. Couldn't have lived too far, but we never seen him again. After a few years we moved out of this house, and I was happy as I could, all these experiences ended once they moved. And I remember being in high school and my friend was talking about how we just moved across the street. Explained the house, and it was the same one. I warned him. He laughed and said nothing's happened yet. A few weeks later he came up to me and said, "Okay, I believe you." I was in the fridge getting milk this morning and no one was home, just me. And somebody came super close to my ear and I could feel their breath on my neck, and they said in a deep, deep, low voice, "What are you doing here?" Throughout the school year, he would tell me all the things that happened, which in turn were way worse than what we experienced. I believe my mom would protect us with her praying. Step into Paranormal M, where the supernatural is real. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay in the loop on our newest spooky adventures. And drop a like. Keep the light from going out. Get ready for chills and thrills. I inherited a cursed family heirloom. Let me start off by explaining that I have a fear of mirrors. Sure, as kids, my cousins and I would dare each other to go back and lock ourselves in a completely dark bathroom and chant Bloody Mary 3 times in the mirror to see if she would appear and eat our souls out through our eye sockets, but I'm sure many of us kids did. However, that's not where my fear of mirrors started. It was when my mother hung a large golden-framed mirror in the hallway of my childhood home. It was gifted to her after a family member passed away, and it quickly became one of her favorite pieces in her home. Myself, on the other hand, absolutely hated it. It gave me the creeps, the way the strange design on the gold frame formed in malicious-looking faces. My mother just laughed at my overactive imagination, apparently, and I commented to her about it. Then, when I would sit to watch TV in the lounge area, I could see the mirror from my peripheral vision, since our hallway connected to the left of the room. I always felt an angry stare coming from the reflective glass. Most of the time, I brushed this off, until the shadows started appearing. At first, this was really only in my peripheral view. I would see what looked like a figure, and it was darting across the glass. That changed late one evening when I was watching cartoons on the lounge room couch. I heard my name whispered. I just knew it was coming from the mirror as my heart sank to my stomach and every hair on my body stood up. I slowly turned to look down the hallway when I caught a glimpse of someone or something glaring at me through the mirror. In a split second of me wanting to run and scream, I watched the mirror suddenly drop and hit the hardwood floor beneath it with a loud thud. I was too shocked to say anything as I heard my mother's rushed footsteps coming down the hall and heard her gasp. She saw her prized heirloom laying on the floor. "What happened?" she asked, as she knelt to pick it up. "Did you do this?" she demanded in a tone that she only used when she was truly angry. "No, I didn't. There was someone there. It just fell." I felt my cheeks burn hot as I stumbled over my words. My mother's tone stayed stern as she explained that there was no one else home. Well, no one else but she and I, and how she had my father check multiple times to be sure the mirror was securely hung on the wall. "Objects do not just jump off walls," she exclaimed while she held the mirror out in front of her to inspect the damage. I was surprised to see the only damage to the mirror was a jagged crack right down the center of the glass. My mother tucked the large mirror under her arm best as she could as she walked down the hallway, mumbling about getting it repaired soon. My mother stored the wretched mirror away in a supply closet. I was grounded for the evening for lying about a serious incident, in quotes. While I was angry for being grounded for something I didn't do, I was more relieved that I'd not have to look at it or deal with that stupid thing for a while. Not long after the incident, my father accepted a promotion at his job, required us to move away from my childhood home. We moved into a new home a couple of towns over, and I never saw the mirror again, nor did I dare to ask about it. While my mirror phobia stuck with me, I never had any more actual creepy experiences with mirrors. Well, at least not until 3 months ago. Life was great 3 months ago. My husband and I purchased our first home, and we had finally got settled in. Couldn't wait to show my mother just how much of her interior decorating skills I inherited. She came down one evening, and we had the best time. I gave her the ground tour, and we reminisced over coffee on the enclosed porch. As the sun began to hide behind the mountains, I walked my mother to her vehicle as she had quite a drive home and work early the next morning. "Can't believe I almost forgot," my mother half shouted as she excitedly tore open her backseat driver's side door. Before I could ask what she was talking about, she pulled out a large package that was wrapped in sky blue shining wrapping paper. There was no way I could not give this to my baby girl, her first housewarming gift. She grinned while rubbing her hands together. "Go on, open it," she laughed. I smiled at her as I ripped and gripped the beautiful paper and began tearing it to shreds. Just as I was telling my mom this wasn't necessary, I stopped mid-sentence. My eyes locked on the person staring up at me with a shocked expression. It was as if time had froze, as I realized the person staring back into my soul looked dumbfounded. It was my own reflection. My own reflection, encased in an all-too-familiar creepy golden frame. "Do you remember it?" "Oh, you just loved it as a kid. It's time to pass on this beautiful piece." I heard my mom's voice bring me back into reality. Yeah, I remember it." Fumbled over my words as confusion burned like acid deep into my brain. Did she not remember? How did she forget how much I hated this mirror? Where did she find it, and where was the once noticeable crack going down the center? "Oh, darling, this mirror would be so beautiful in your entryway. You know, right over on the side table you showed me." All I could do was smile and force a nod out of myself. As I continued as I was, I didn't want to hurt my mother's feelings, especially given how excited she was. "I'm afraid I gotta run," my mom started as she slid into the driver's seat of her car. "But do send me pictures when you hang it up, okay? Love you bunches." So with that, she blew me a kiss and was gone. I stood out in the almost completely dark outdoors, completely bewildered. I had no idea what horrific events awaited me in the weeks to come as I dreadfully carried the cursed-looking glass into my home. I stood over the stove, frying bacon with my mind reeling. That's when I heard the front door open and shut. "Honey, I'm home." Heard my husband Mark call out, and I glanced at the kitchen clock. Right at 10 p.m. Mark had been working late, and that meant late dinners for us. "What is this?" I heard Mark ask as he entered into the entryway of our home. I saw Mark holding a large mirror in his hands, looking at it with such curiosity. My stomach tightened, and I felt the bile rising in the back of my throat. "Nothing. Ready to eat? Breakfast for dinner." I was trying my best to seem normal and not like I was going to vomit. Sure smells good," he grinned. "But I know you. What's up? Why dodging questions about the mysterious mirror?" felt my fake smile drop. All evening I considered what to do with the stupid thing. I'd settled on smashing it to pieces in the backyard and burning the shattered remains until my mother texted me reminding me to send her pictures of it on display in our home. So it sat on the tile floor. I sort of leaned against the side table my mother had mentioned hanging it above, and as much as I hated to admit it, she was right, it was the best place for it. Mom came by, I stated nonchalantly. It's a housewarming gift. I shrugged and headed back to the kitchen to plate our meals. Your mom couldn't just write your name on a gift tag like a normal person? Mark chuckled. I turned to him standing in the kitchen, with that large, creepy mirror in tow. What? I asked, still feeling just as confused as I had since my mother's visit ended. She wrote your name on the mirror with like her finger or something. He started looking at the glass with an odd expression. Huh, I said as I stopped over to see what he was talking about. Just when I thought the knot in my gut couldn't get any bigger, there it was. K-A-R-L-E-E. Carly, written across the mirror in what did appear to be finger smudges. I felt all the blood in my body drain out of me. That was not there just a few hours ago. I stared at that thing forever before I brought it into the house. The glass was flawless, not a smudge or spot in sight. Even the aforementioned crack was gone. Babe, you good? You look like you've seen a ghost. His voice brought me out of my trance-like state and the confusion engraved into his expression. You know, Mom always doing weird stuff like that. Try to laugh it off. Come on, let's eat. I grabbed our loaded plates and I headed to the living room. I heard Mark set the mirror down on the kitchen floor before falling behind me. Kari, what's going on? His voice was serious now. I felt his touch on my shoulders. He turned me to look at him after I set the plates of food on the coffee table. I felt the tears burn as they started to fall from my eyes. I'm just stressed. I'm trying to work from home and nothing's going right and the internet's still spotty. Boss isn't happy I've missed 2 deadlines during this movie and it's just stress, I said as I wiped away the few tears that had escaped. It wasn't that I didn't trust Mark. I truly trusted him with my life. There was just some part of me that was not ready to open up about this whole dilemma. I just couldn't. Not now, not yet. Mark pulled me into a tight hug, a hug that before tonight felt like it could have solved anything. I'll call the internet provider first thing tomorrow, he promised before giving me a peck on the head. After eating and watching a couple episodes of our favorite show, we headed to bed where Mark was out cold before he was headed to the pillow. It took me longer, much longer than usual to sleep. As I drifted off, I could have sworn I heard "Soon, Carly," whispered into my ear by a raspy voice. That night, I dreamt of a dark room. I was cold, alone, and scared. The strong smell of sulfur burned my nose and eyes. "Help me," cried a strange foreign voice. "Help me, Carly." "No," I screamed. I sat up straight in my bed. My head was pounding, my heart was racing, and I was drenched in sweat. "Babe?" Mark's groggy voice came over me like a warm blanket. It's okay, just a dream," he said as he pulled me into him. My mouth was so dry it felt like I had sand in my throat. "I just need a drink," he managed to croak out as I pulled away and stood on my shaking legs. Mark offered to go with me, but I shook my head no and I headed to the kitchen. I just needed a minute to calm down and a Diet Coke. As I entered into the kitchen, my body came to a complete stop when my eyes fell onto the mirror. I had forgotten Mark had left it in there on the floor leaned against the cabinets. I slowly approached it. I wanted to kick it, to throw it, anything to get rid of this wicked thing. Instead, my eyes were drawn to the fact that my reflection wasn't clear, like a film was over the glass. I felt myself drop to my knees, slowly crawling over to the mirror to get a closer look. My blood ran cold. The entire glass was covered in handprints. I jerked back from the mirror as I heard footsteps approach me from behind. I nearly came out of my skin when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I shrieked just as I looked up to realize it was Mark. "Jeez, Kari," he yelled. Then he jumped up a bit in response to my scream. "What's going on with you?" "The mirror," I practically cried. "Look, someone touched it." Mark looked over towards the mirror with a scowl. "How do you know someone touched it?" "Look at the handprints. They're too small to be yours, and I haven't touched it. Somebody's here, Mark. Felt myself starting to cry again, and Mark looked back at the mirror and squinted his eyes. What handprints, Kari? The ones on the... I felt my sentence trail off as I looked back at the mirror. Couldn't be. The mirror was spotless again. Not a single imperfection in sight. Mark was silent as he looked back down on me. It wasn't until this moment I realized I was still sitting on the kitchen floor. They were there, Mark. I bellowed, and... What about my name? It's gone. You saw it too. I wiped it off with my sleeve before I sat on the floor earlier, Mark said, looking at me in a way he'd never seemed to look at me before, almost like he was looking at a complete stranger. I'm sorry, I just had a nightmare and must have psyched myself out, I mumbled as I looked down. I felt absolutely insane. Come on, Mark said as he reached for his arms to help him lift me off the kitchen floor. Let's get you to bed. He swept me up into a sort of fireman's carry. I felt myself relax a bit against him as he carried me, and he turned my head into the bedroom, and I couldn't resist the urge to look back at the mirror one last time. I couldn't be sure, but I could have sworn I caught just a glimpse of someone in the mirror. Actually, not just someone. It looked like my own reflection staring at me with a blank expression before vanishing completely. My parents found a 2-could-be-3 bedroom house with a large kitchen, dining area, living room, TV, and even a sunroom for a little over a couple hundred a month rent. Damn. This was a steal even back in the 90s. Oh. My mom was pregnant with me, and my parents were anxious to get out of the tiny apartment that they were living in. And of course, they jumped on this and moved in as quickly as possible. Right away, my mother started experiencing weird phenomena around the house. A cliche feeling like you're being watched and never feeling alone even when you were alone. Things that you could brush off. This quickly picked up into things that weren't so easy to pass off. Such as one day, not long after moving in, my mom had a couple family members over showing them the house. They were in what was to be my room. Soon, I was not born yet, but my closet was pretty empty, and my parents had stored completely empty boxes from the move into the closet until they could get a truck and haul them away. My closet was a walk-in closet. A small one, but still plenty of room to stack 2 rows of boxes in, one in front of another, and completely shut the door, and the boxes being at least 6 or 7 inches away from the door. So, as my mom was talking to her visitors in this room, their conversation was completely cut off as the closet door flew open and just about every single one of those boxes came flying out of the closet, scattering all over the floor. Mind you, these were completely empty cardboard boxes. Even if they had somehow managed to fall against the door, there's no way they could have opened the door with such force. My mom told me it was as if somebody was in the closet standing behind the row of boxes and hit them with superhuman strength. My mom said they were all pale as ghosts, speechless, pretty much ran out of the room after this. Things continued to escalate after that day, and my room never truly was my room due to me being absolutely terrified of it. It appeared that the activity in the house stemmed from my room, and it always seemed to from the first encounter. I thought we were talking about a mirror. Mimic. An orb of light exploded in my living room a year ago, causing me to feel energy fields ever since. It started the afternoon after I got back from a 2-week trip to the Middle East, to Israel, Jordan, and Turkey. I was sitting in our living room in the early afternoon, was drinking some tea and reading on my phone. That's when I noticed my index finger, middle finger, and thumb on my right hand started feeling like they were tingling and increasing in intensity. It felt totally unusual, but how I could best describe it was like being charged up. I didn't think much of it other than it was odd, but it was distracting, so I kept looking over at my hand. My wife noticed me looking at it and said, "What's wrong with your hand?" "I don't know, it just feels weird and it's tingling," I said. "Let me see." She walked over to where I was sitting down and reached out to touch it, and before she could even reach her hand to mine, both felt an explosive, pulsing orb of energy flash between us. That was without us even yet making contact with each other. It looked to me like a white sphere expanding outwards and exploding between us. Her hand was maybe 12-18 inches away from even touching me when this happened. She jumped back, and out loud we both yelled, "Whoa, what the f*** was that?" My immediate reaction was to try it again. I stood up and walked over to her, where I felt instinctually drawn to hovering my fingers over top of her chest and back several inches above it, as though I was scanning across her like a metal detector. It felt as though there were strings of light connecting my fingers to her, and for part of this experience I could actually visualize them and see them, though it felt more like a type of augmented reality, as I knew they weren't literally visible in the room. I could just see them. Extending out of my fingers, it was like tentacles of spaghetti light, reaching out to her body towards points of contact that felt like areas of increased energy, where the field of area felt denser, with almost a magnetic resistance type of feeling. While some areas would have almost none, and in the clear areas my fingers still tingled a little bit, but it would feel like the area was either clear of energy, weight, or had diminished magnetic resistance until I'd get closer to a denser area where the field would increase. That was until I could almost find the densest energetic point within the area. The dense areas felt like energy continents, like where the closer I moved my finger to their relative center, the stronger the pull between the tip of my finger and the cord of energy reaching out towards it was. It was almost like my finger was being tugged toward the fields where the magnetic connection was the strongest, and once I felt the edges of one in these denser spaces, I could move my finger around the area to feel where the energy was the densest and determine where the borders of these energy continents were. My fingers very much felt like antennae of sorts, both broadcasting to her but receiving at the same time. Kind of like scanning through static on a radio station or hitting an auditory frequency that gets clearer until you tune the station in perfectly where the audio is most clear. If I moved past where it was most in tune, I could immediately feel it. I literally could feel and hear my wife's heartbeat from about 2, maybe 3 feet or more away as an electrical pulse. When I moved anywhere outside that narrow field of space, it would get quiet until I was far enough away that it would be gone. Think of the area as being 6 to 12 inches or so in diameter, roughly. I could hear her heart pulsing in my head in addition to feeling it in my finger. It also sounded a little bit like I could feel a hum in between beats, so I could kind of sound like a lightsaber swinging, like when passing over her heart, then idling between swings when I pointed my fingers away. I tried to see if I could feel the energy with my other hand and pulling on where I perceived the cord of light to be, but couldn't feel it with my left hand even though I could visualize it still via the scanning of my right hand I was doing. I still tried to pull on the energy with my left hand, though knowing that maybe it was still doing something, as even if I couldn't feel the field with my left hand, I could still visualize it. This went on for about 10 or 15 minutes, with both of us kind of remarking and kind of freaking out while I'm doing it. What is this? What's going on? How is this possible? That comprised of most of what was said while I was scanning her. Other than that, we were mostly speechless, just taking the experience in. My wife could feel me doing all this the entire time. Made me stop after 10 to 15 minutes, and she said she felt exhausted by it. She said it feels uncomfortable and she feels a little bit violated when I do it. Not the greatest first review of my energy abilities. After stopping, it slowly fizzled out though, and I could feel residuals of the sensation of both the rest of the day and the, well, you could say, intermittent spurts afterwards. Afterwards, we went on about her day, not even talking about it till late that evening. It's weird when I think about it because it was the craziest thing that we both ever experienced, but somehow we were both at a loss for words. It was like stepping into some parallel reality that was too much for us to process at that moment. However, later that night I awoke and couldn't get back to sleep. Found myself again with an irresistible urge to get up and write the experience down while it was fresh. Tried to talk myself out of it, thinking I'd still remember it in the morning, but my mind kept saying, "No, write it down now." It was around 3 a.m., and as soon as I finished writing the experience down, our master bedroom-bathroom light slowly pulsed on to full blast, then abruptly turned back off. I looked at the clock, and it was 3:33 a.m., if the story couldn't get any weirder. Anyway, about 7 to 10 days went by where I thought about it daily. Didn't even consider typing it again, as I sort of just expected it was some freak spontaneous moment. However, couldn't get it off my mind, and eventually decided to share the story with a family member whose Reiki experience, thinking maybe she was gonna have some kind of useful information. She was the first one to suggest that I should try again. Told me to go to experiment with one of my wife's many crystals, who owns an online crystal boutique, by the way. My aunt said that quartz is very powerful in Reiki sessions, so later that evening I found the biggest piece of quartz I could find on her shelves, walked over to it and reached out my hand, and immediately once my hand was about 6 to 12 inches away, I could feel this energy field again. Freaked me out a little. Pulled my hand back like I just touched a hot burner or something. I repeated this again for about another 5 minutes until my entire arm felt like it was pulsating with this energy all the way up to my shoulder. In the few weeks that followed, I found that this tingling would activate at random. I could feel it coming on, and once it was, stimulated, I could feel the field of objects. However, after several months now of experimenting and working with it on my own, I've developed it to where I can activate it almost instantly at will. No other time has been as intense with sound and visuals as that initial Big Bang moment, but whatever got activated in me has most definitely stayed on. It's like stepping into a weird dream. Keep thinking I'm going to wake up any day and the ability will be gone, but it hasn't. Quite to the contrary. For the initial months after, I was obsessed with trying to feel the field of energy. Now, if anything, it has become pretty much so normal to me, like an extra sentence. When I want to do it now, I simply just have to think for a few seconds about connecting with the object and agree in my head to connect, and within a few seconds I sort of tune in and lock onto it. It doesn't come on spontaneously as much anymore now that I can turn it on, but every now and again it will. I've been doing various experiments, testing different objects, usually crystals because they're usually more intense, but I've tried everyday objects too, with most having some sort of feeling to their field. My pets, and definitely feel like I can feel injuries or organs or areas of inflammation in particular, but as well as my wife and several others who I've shared the story with. All of them felt something, with most describing it like a low-level electrical current, sometimes with a magnetic field to it, like a 9-volt battery on your tongue, but sometimes with a magnetic force to it too. My wife calls it sparkly fingers. I told my very skeptical sister about this for weeks before, and she would let me try it on her hand, and within a couple of minutes, she freaked out when I zapped her and immediately said to me, "Who are you?" If things couldn't get more unusual, unrelated to the investigation of this, I was at a local cemetery one time since, and immediately it spontaneously activated when I got on the property. Caught me off guard. Wasn't even thinking about it or anticipating it, if not for being that, for that purpose. However, for the next hour I was there, I could feel the energy signature of every single grave I scanned over. Each one a unique intensity, just like the unique signatures of crystals. That was the first time I realized I can use the sense from as far as 6 to 10 feet away. Never would have guessed it had more of a range, and since I've been able to target my wife where she can feel me scanning her from across the room from about 10 feet away. Since this happened, I've been trying to learn as much as I can about all related modalities or traditions that could shed some light on this phenomenon. I didn't already have a model for this before it happened to me, so it's been a lot to catch up on. Didn't really have any vocabulary for it. Wasn't already in Reiki and energy work or related concepts. Even though my wife does have a crystal store, I really wasn't into crystals myself beyond an aesthetic appreciation. I always very dismissive or metaphysical or New Age claims about them, for example. I don't have ambitions of being a healer or anything of the sorts. I don't think I'd even want that responsibility. I have no gift attached to this, and it's quite literally turned my entire world view upside down. If anything, it's been incredibly distracting, taking my focus away from many things that now feel very trivial compared to getting to the bottom of this. Ultimately, I would love if I could find a way to measure it somehow beyond my own sense of it, but also learn or understand if there's any purpose to beyond knowing that I can simply feel the field of things. How does it feel for me? Well, when I connect with something, I can basically feel how far out I feel the field and where its densest point is. I can almost push on the edge of that densest energy point like I'm pushing against a pillowy magnetic field. I can back my hand off just slightly and rest my hand on this field sometimes. Sometimes I also feel the rate and speed of the vibration like a 9-volt battery to tongue sensation, but at different speeds and intensities. Washing hands will diminish it, but only as long as hands are wet. So, also worth noting that I seem sensitive to electronics now a little too. Sometimes using my phone makes my hand tingle while scrolling, and I generally feel like the battery or electrical component of the device are in a similar way finding energy buildups in a person. Interesting. Sweet dreams. The San Pedro haunting. In 1989, a 23-year-old woman named Jackie Hernandez moved into a small home along with her kids in San Pedro, California. She had just divorced her husband and was still a student. She was doing multiple jobs during the night. Although stressful, she was doing her best to support her family and be financially stable. Beginning of the paranormal. About a month after moving into this house, Jackie returned home after a long, stressful day. With her kids sound asleep, she switched the TV and sat in front of it trying to relax. As she was sitting, she started hearing sounds that resembled pebbles falling down inside the walls. She muted the TV and started keenly listening to this periodic sound. As curiosity took over, she walked toward the wall and started listening to it by placing her ear on the wall. She was assuming that this could be the work of a rodent in the attic. She started hearing footsteps. Startled, she pulled herself off the wall and coincidentally, the sound stopped. Since it was the first time something like this has happened during their 1 month at the house, she convinced herself, thinking that this sound was the work of rodents, decided to deal with it later. Susan witnesses the weirdness. A couple of days later, Jackie's friend Susan visited her. With the kids asleep, the friends were relaxing on the couch as they were having a general conversation. They stopped talking as they heard a loud bang in the kitchen. It sounded as if something had fallen. At this point, Jack had already told Susan about the weird sound that she'd heard 2 days back. That's when they heard this loud bang. They were confused if they should relate it to the footsteps from the attic or if they should seek a logical explanation. They cautiously walked toward the kitchen where they saw a picture lying on the floor. This picture was hanging on 2 nails on the wall. One was on the floor with the nails that had been hanging standing on their head right next to it. It appeared as if someone had intentionally placed those nails that way. Susan was freaked out by this and she left the house immediately. Jackie threw away this picture along with the nails. A babysitter in the house. The next day, Susan sent a 16-year-old babysitter named Tina to Jackie's house as she had requested. Jackie was extremely stressed because of her studies and work leaving her kids with Tina. She took a break to re-energize herself. So, Tina put the kids to sleep, sat on the couch watching TV. She suddenly had the urge to check if the kids were alright, and she walked toward their room to do the same. As she was about to open their room door, it opened by itself. Tina did not pay much attention to this, ran into the room to make sure the kids were safe and sound. Once she made sure that the kids were safe, she tiptoed out of the room to avoid waking them up. As she gently closed the door, she noticed that the door was trying to open itself up again. In the name of finding a rational explanation, she concluded that the house was not leveled properly. Perhaps it was tilted at an angle. When Jackie returned home, she told this incident expecting her to say something positive. But Jackie's reaction frightened her. With a pale face, Jackie told her that strange things are quite common in that house. With her shift for the day ending, Tina left the house. Jackie called Tina to come over the next day to babysit her kids. And when Tina arrived, she took her into the kitchen to instruct her how and when to feed the kids. While she was explaining, she noticed that Tina suddenly stopped paying attention to what she was saying, started looking right through her. When she asked what was wrong, Tina asked her if a new bulb was placed in the corner she was pointing at. Jackie slowly turned her head to the room and it became quiet. Both Tina and Jackie stood staring at the eerie light blob. It appeared to be floating in thin air. It was slowly moving around. Jackie rushed back to her room, took her camera with her, took a picture of this light to reconfirm what she had just seen. A.L. over the walls. After this incident, or event, Jackie stopped framing logical explanations and started wondering what was wrong in the house. She couldn't reach out to the police because, she would be called crazy, nor could she reach out to anyone other than Tina and Susan. Although Tina and Susan were supportive, even they knew nothing about the things happening inside the house. So, she finally ended up reaching out to her ex-husband, who was still on good terms. While she initially took experiences, he thought that she was trying to get his attention as she was feeling lonely. He felt that she was trying to get back to him and felt bad with the situation she was in. Despite not believing her, he played along with her. At one point, he stood up and told her that she had to call out the entity in the house that was troubling her. Saying this, he started calling out this entity, despite Jackie pleading with him not to. Still, she was expecting something weird to happen. But despite him calling out multiple times, nothing did happen. He told Jackie that there was nothing to worry about and left the house. Jackie was disappointed by this and walked toward her closet to put her folded-up clothes in it. When she opened her closet, she was greeted by walls filled with words A.L. on them, or letters. The A was red and the L was blue. This was moments after her husband had called out the entity, and she was reassured that something sinister was sharing the house with her. Pursued by Child Protective Services. Oof. After this incident, Jackie only confided in Susan, started going on walks with her to feel better. One day while walking with her, she met her landlord. Susan instantly told about the events in the house and asked him if there's any idea about why this was happening. He felt bad for her situation, told Jackie that he would ask the local priests, to visit. So the next day her house was visited by 2 priests. She told them about the experiences that she had, and they turned to bless the house and left. Their visit did not make things better for Jackie. Instead, it made them worse. The priests ended up calling Child Protective Services and told them that she was not mentally fit to bring her children as she claimed her house was haunted. At this point, Jackie realized that opening up about her experiences would only get her labeled as a madwoman. Since she didn't have enough money to move out of the house, she was forced to stay in that house despite its eerie atmosphere. Also, Child Protective Services constantly followed up on her, which only made things worse. A group of paranormal investigators in the house. After a few weeks, Susan asked Jackie to reach out to a group of paranormal investigators. They wouldn't judge her. After giving it a thought for a couple of days, she ended up calling them. Although helpful, this group was confident that they could find a skeptical answer, despite visiting a multitude of reportedly haunted houses prior to this. They were always able to get a logical explanation, and nothing paranormal was ever recorded. A couple of days after calling them, this paranormal investigation team showed up at her doorstep. Jackie invited her ex-husband before they started the session. With her husband and kids in the room upstairs, Jackie started kind of just sharing her experiences with the team who recorded it. Minutes into the session, there was a power cut, which is quite normal. But Jackie was visibly petrified. She immediately told them that she anticipated stuff like that would happen. It was because of the entity in the attic. After hearing this, the cameraman of the group walked toward the attic with his camera, slowly crawled through its crawl space with his camera in his hands. Even at this point, he was sure that he would find nothing inside the attic. While all this was happening, Jackie's ex-husband, who was calmly lying down on the bed with his kids, heard somebody whisper, "Ask them to get the hell out of here," in his ear. He was startled by this, and the very next moment he heard the cameraman in the attic scream. When he walked out of the room to see what was happening, he saw this man literally fall out of the attic. He told them that something in the attic grabbed his camera from him. Despite being scared, he got into the attic once again to retrieve his camera. He found the body of his camera in a crate on one side of the attic and a lens on the other side. This event startled everyone in the house and changed the mindset of the members of the team. They ended up leaving the house at once, promising to return back later. Pansies. Jackie felt that the team had disturbed the entity in the house and she was anticipating something bad to happen. So that night she put her kids to sleep and eventually passed out on the couch. Suddenly she woke up as she felt extremely cold. When she opened her eyes, she saw the figure of an old man staring at her kids. When she shouted in fear, the figure disappeared. She immediately ran out of the house with her kids and called the paranormal investigation team again. Since her call wasn't picked up, she left a voicemail, telling them what had just happened and pleaded with them to come back and help. When they heard her voice in the voicemail, they decided to go back to the house to help her. When they reached her house, they found her outside in the house in her pajamas with her kids. They calmly took her back into the house and started walking through it. This place had a strange silence. It was very calm. Due to the calmness, the investigators decided to go back to the attic and take a few snaps. So, leaving Jackie and one investigator near the ladder to the attic, the two others went into the attic with the camera. After completely checking the attic space, they found nothing and things stayed completely normal. While they were almost done, Jackie started constantly calling them down and she felt that something bad was going to happen. While the two of them were walking toward the ladder, the one who had the flashlight was yanked back into the attic. Its flashlight fell down and the place became completely dark. The other person was freaked out and he spammed clicks on his camera to use its flash as a flashlight. With this flickering light, he found the person who was yanked back. He was hoisted up onto the rafters of the attic and he was tied to a post. This sight completely freaked him out and he started to call the investigator standing with Jackie for help. The both of them untied their colleague and upon investigation found strangle marks in his neck. The three of them literally jumped out of the attic with their equipment and ran out of the house. Strangely, these weird happenings in the house stopped after this incident. What you're not using, you pass along. I think that's what they say. I lived in a haunted house. When I was a kid, I lived in a haunted house. I'll preface this by saying I'm generally a very irrational person, and I'm a skeptic by nature. I didn't grow up in a family that was religious or into the supernatural, and if I hadn't experienced these things myself, there's no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't believe in it today. Our house was built in 1912. On the outside, it seemed like a totally normal house. The moment I stepped inside that house, I felt uneasy, and I couldn't explain why. My sister and I shared a room upstairs. I was sitting on my bed in my room one day, facing the doorway. It was one of those accordion doors that would click closed, and there was a space of about 2 feet at the bottom where it didn't reach the floor. It was only my mom and I home at the time, and she was downstairs. I heard the floor creak outside my door in the hallway as though somebody was walking into my room. And then I saw a white mist-type figure passing by my door. first, I thought it was my mom bringing laundry upstairs, and I waited for her feet to appear near the door. But they didn't. I went and peeked under my door to see who was in the hallway. There's no one there at all. There was no wind, no way it could have been a curtain blowing. I definitely saw something pass by my door. Another day, I was in my room alone again. My family was downstairs in the kitchen at the time. There was a wardrobe by the door that had a lamp on top of it. I was sitting on my bed again, and all of a sudden the lamp started to violently rock back and forth. It scared the shit out of me, so I immediately ran downstairs. My family could see I was scared and asked me what was wrong. I told them what happened, and they all looked at each other. I discovered later they tried to protect me from knowing any of the paranormal experiences that happened there. Another day, my sister and I were in the living room. It was summer, and we had one of those window air conditioners in the kitchen window. My dad was just finishing building a detached garage outside and had turned the breaker off. That way he could finish wiring the electrical to the garage. Well, there was no electricity at all in the house. We were just sitting there, and all of a sudden we hear the air conditioner turn on. My sister and I looked at each other and ran outside. My parents asked us what was wrong, and we told them how the air conditioner turned on by itself. My dad said that was impossible. There's no electricity going to the house. We had no explanation for how it turned on. Another day, I was in my room. We had one of those big fans that sat on the floor. My sister would always yell at me for leaving it on when I wasn't in the room. On this day, it was really hot, so I purposely left the fan on. I went downstairs to have a shower. Only my mom and my sister were home at the time. I came back up to my room and the fan was switched off. I immediately felt uneasy because I knew I'd left it on, and I asked my mom and sister if they'd gone upstairs while I was in the shower, but they hadn't. No explanation for how it turned off. This was back in the days where we would record songs off the radio on cassette tapes. So one day I guess I forgot to press stop while recording and left the room. When I listened back, it sounded like a man and woman arguing on the tape, but couldn't quite make out what they were saying. There was no one in the room at the time. When I would go to sleep at night and the lights were out, I would see what I now know were probably orbs, but at the time I had no idea what it was. It was like static electricity in the air. I don't know how to explain it. The closest thing I've ever seen to it are sparklers. It used to scare the shit out of me, and I would run to my mom's room and tell her that she would say it was just your eyes playing tricks on you. Don't pay attention to it. I would try to go back to bed and hide my head underneath the covers. There was a spirit that would stand in the corner of my room and watch us constantly. After we moved out, I told my mom one day that her new house felt so much happier than her old one. She asked me what I meant. I told her how our house had such a heavy atmosphere and felt totally different and always felt like I was being watched. I asked her if I was haunted or if it was haunted. She finally admitted to me that it had been that they had tried to protect me from it because I was the youngest. I described the ghost to her. The female that was always in the corner of my room and the male spirit that stayed in my brother's room. I described the time period that they were from and how they were dressed. That the woman was in a long, dark dress and the man sat on the floor in my brother's room and looked out the window. No idea how I knew these things, and turned out I was pretty close. Except the woman wore a black veil that hid her face and the man actually had no legs, or had. Which is why I thought he was sitting all the time. While we lived there, I had a reoccurring dream where I saw a little girl in a white nightgown. They were cowering in the hallway outside my bedroom and crying because the house was on fire. I was constantly paranoid about fires while living in that house and would constantly check the electrical outlets throughout the house to be sure everything was okay. After we moved, I worked at our local library and there were tons of resources about the history of the town. Turns out, before our old house was built in that exact location, there was a hotel that used to stand there in the late 1800s. It had been burned to the ground, killing several people. My dad was the only one who didn't, have any experiences while we lived there. My mom had the most experiences, and I think at first he started to think that she was losing her mind. It wasn't until my siblings and I started telling him about our experiences, and specifically me with the lamp incident in my room, that he started to think something was wrong with the house. My brother worked late nights, and he would get home around midnight. He would walk through the dark house to get to his room and would often hear someone calling his name. He thought it was our mom and would go into her room to see what she wanted to find her asleep. Eventually, he would rarely sleep there. He would sleep at his friends' or girlfriends' houses instead. My sister and I shared a room. We had the female ghost dressed in a black veil who would stand and watch us in the corner of her room. One night, my sister woke up to find someone sitting beside her on her bed holding her hand. She thought it was me, asked what I was doing. No answer. She looked over at my bed and I was there, sound asleep. She looked back and the figure was gone. And to this day, she sleeps with her head underneath the covers and her arms tucked under her. My mom had multiple experiences. I'm not even aware of all of them, and honestly don't want to know. I know she said that there were at least 5 spirits in the house, plus others that would pass through. In our basement, we had an old cold room, and this apparently is where the spirit portal was located in our house. Not sure why it was there or how it got there, but I think previous residents had dabbled in things that they shouldn't have. As I said previously, there was a hotel that had burned down at that location, killing several people. I think previous residents could sense the presence of these spirits and dabbled with Ouija boards or seances to contact the spirits and ended up inviting in dark entities. Just a theory, but I believe people who lived there before us made the situation worse. My mom is very sensitive to spirits and had experiences with all of them, I think. The woman in black was a protective spirit and would communicate with my mom quite a bit. I believe that spirit protected me from the other spirits also. My mom was walking down to the basement one day and she lost her footing, started to fall. She suddenly felt hands on her chest and pushed her back to an upright position. She never saw anybody, just felt them catch her as she fell. Another day, she was vacuuming my brother's room, and the phone rang. She ran downstairs to answer it, and while she was downstairs, she heard the vacuum start up and being pushed across the floor. She ran back upstairs, but by the time she got there, it had stopped. She was the only one home at the time. We had so many issues with phantom calls in that house, and this is before cell phones, so we only had a landline. The phone would ring constantly, and nobody would ever be on the line, or we would hear static, or as though there was a muffled voice on the line, but we couldn't really make out what they were saying. I don't know how many times we had the phone company come to check it out only to find nothing wrong. Then it escalated. My dad would get up to leave for work in the middle of the night, and then after he would leave, we would get a call from the person who would say, "I saw them leave for work." This freaked my mom right out, so the police they became involved. They were trying to trace where these calls were coming from. We had to keep track of the time, the calls that came in, and what was said, if anything. They never really were able to trace those calls. We moved shortly after and had the same phone number. Calls stopped as soon as we moved out, and we never had issues again. Before we moved, my mom was really worried they would follow us. The woman in black was very religious. My mom had an old Bible beside her bed. One morning she woke up to find the Bible open beside her on the nightstand, and these words were highlighted. "And this house will be my home forever." Thankfully, they didn't follow us. I'm very sensitive to spirits, and they have had other experiences throughout my life, but that'll be for another day. Hated that house. I was so happy to move, and I'm grateful for the experience. That's because now I know our spirits do continue on after death, just in a different way. All of my paranormal stories I've had over the years. It all started when I was in 3rd grade, so I believe I was 7 or 8. When I was young, me and my friend would play with Ouija boards. Around the time my friend was having some weird experiences around her house. We were asking the board questions and who they are and how they died and so on. The board spelled out the name Vicky Pelletier, and that they were murdered. I didn't tell my mom about it when we were up to that night. That was because she warned me not to play with those. The next day I'm at home, and my mom comes home for a minute, and she was working on, the elections at some time, and she says, "Somebody named Vicky Pelletier called for you last night." She seemed confused, because she had no idea who it was. But we also didn't have time to talk because she left immediately. I was stunned. I called my friend, and we didn't have self-service where we lived, and this was before Facebook and MySpace. Her dad says that she's sleeping. I must have called her 20 times that day. I was freaking out. She finally calls me, and I ask if she had told me anybody, what happened, and she says no. I end up telling my mom about the Ouija board, and she's pissed off at me. "I told you not to play with those things. What time did you play with it at?" I tell her it was at around 9 p.m. She gasps and says that that's what time she called. I asked what she said, and my mom said that she asked for me, and my mom says she's not home. Can I take a message? The lady says it's okay, I'll be seeing her later. I checked her caller display, and there was all the other calls on it except that one. That was my first paranormal experience, which I believe led to a few others happening in my life. I can't remember how long after this happened. Could have been a few months or longer. I was again at my friend's house with the Ouija board. I was coming out of her bathroom, and when I walk out, I stop. I can see something in front of me. I look up and see the tallest man I've ever seen towering over me, looking me dead in the eye. He's wearing a hat and dressed in old clothing. He was white and transparent. Just like that, he disappeared out of thin air. I ran through the section of the hallway where he was standing, and it was so cold. It scared the crap out of me. This one really scared me to the core. I was a little older, maybe 13 or 14. Staring at my father's girlfriend's house. They lived in a really old house that was kind of in a rough state. It was right in the side of an island highway in Mill Bay. The house has since been torn down. I usually stayed in the basement with my dad's girlfriend's daughter, but this time she was at her dad's place. The basement had 0 windows, all cement walls, 3 different rooms. The rooms were never finished being built, so there was just 2x4s where the walls would have been for the 2 bedrooms separating from the downstairs living area. You could see the whole basement, except when the lights are off. It's pitch black down there, basically. Can't see a thing. So, when I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep, staring into pitch blackness, I see a light moving down the stairs into the basement. I was confused. I thought someone was holding a flashlight because it was a ball of light. But then I can see it come into the basement, and the way it was floating didn't make sense. Then this ball of light enters my bedroom, and my blood runs cold. It's floating back and forth right at the end of my bed. Pull covers over my head, and I'm just petrified. It felt like hours I was awake for. I finally calmed down and pulled the covers off, and I look up, and the fucking ball of light's hovering above my body. I pull the covers over, and I'm just shaking and panicking. I don't know what to do. I was awake all night, heard my dad's girlfriend get up for work at 5 a.m. I go upstairs, and I tell her what I saw. She didn't look surprised. She said, "Oh yeah, there's spirits here. I see them walking around all the time." Well, that was news to me. I hated coming to that house. Never slept by myself there again. This one is probably the most interesting, and I think I freaked out the most about this one. I was 17. I used to be in the Boy Scouts. We went to England and Scotland to take part in a jamboree. First of all, we went to Stonehenge, which is a very spiritual place. We used dowsing rods, and in some places around Stonehenge, our rods would just be spinning like crazy. But that's not really spiritual. Well, that's not the really spiritual place that we went. We went to one of the most haunted places in Scotland. We were walking around Edinburgh and came across a guy that was doing haunted tours. So our whole group went on it. The guide took us into a building that used to be a frat house. There he said the lads that lived there felt the walls were hollow and decided to rip it down to discover a massive tunnel. Back in the day, it was illegal to be homeless, so a lot of the less fortunate lived in these tunnels built behind buildings and underground. With this brought a lot of murders, thieves, and other bad energies. We'd go up the stairs and into this tunnel. It's all cobblestone. Smells like piss. There's 4 rooms on the right side, and then the tunnel turns right. We weren't allowed to be past that point because we really got bad things happening to people there. People had been physically hurt, so they didn't allow it anymore. The first room, we weren't allowed to go inside because bad things had happened to people in there. Peeked my head in, and there's a lot of pentagrams and looked like things had been burned on them. The second room I have a picture of. There's a rock circle. They warned us not to go in because it caused people bad luck. A girl I knew decided she was going to go in. She ended up twisting her knee really bad later in the day and could barely walk. The next room, they had asked girls to go to the right side and guys on the left. They had said that people had been thrown to the ground by mysterious things for going on the wrong side of the room. So yeah, I didn't want to mess with that. The last room was an old torture chamber. Had a different device that would do horrible things to people. I'm standing at the back of the group. No one's behind me. The closest person is in front of me, to my left, but not close to me at all. Standing there listening to the guy talk about the things that used to happen in these places. On my backpack, there were elastic that crisscrossed. Some of them were hanging off. I felt something pull on one of them and let it go, and it snapped on the back of my legs. I turn around and look, and no one's there. Then it happened again. I look around, nothing. Feeling a little bit confused, but not even thinking about what could have happened. And I feel a really hard tug on my backpack. Then I gasped a bit, but the girl closest to me noticed something was going on. She kept watching me after that until the guide said it was time to go. I'm the closest to the door, so I leave first. We walk toward the entrance of the tunnel. The group stops, and the guide's telling us some of the spirit people have experienced in this area, or rather some of the things that the spirits did that people had experienced, I'm sure. He mentioned a few different people that frequent the area. Then he talks about the little boy who lost his mother. He would often go up to young girls and tug on their sweater looking for his mom. At the time he was telling me this, I felt another tug on my backpack and I realized what was happening to me, and I freaked out. Ran out of there, down the stairs into the street. Crumbled to the ground and cried. The girl that was close to me watching me, she claimed to be sensitive to spirits, and she said that she could feel the energy following me, but didn't want to freak me out. Well, too late for that. I'll include a picture of the group of us in the spot that I ran and cried. Also, would like to point out on this tour that I was with my same friend that I played with the Ouija board with. My last experience, I was 23. 10 years ago, my friend moved into a creepy house in Abbotsford. I had heard that area of town possibly had some stories. My friend had told me some weird stuff was happening in his house. Weird noises, things moving, and the most recent one was that he woke up and there was one child's handprint in the dirt in the ceiling above his bed. He came to pick me up and brought me to his house to show me. There was a second handprint which he claimed was not there 15 minutes prior. We hung out there all night, just the two of us. Nothing happened the entire night. It was about 3 a.m. and I say, okay, I'm gonna go home now. As soon as I said that, we started hearing loud banging noises. as if somebody was smashing their fists against the wall with a lot of force. It was coming down the hallway toward the living room where we were at the time. It was so loud and had so much force the windows were shaking. I got the fuck out of there, ran outside into the street. My friend wanted to come with me and I had to say no. I didn't want to bring anything home with me. He ended up going to his mom's house. That was super scary. Since all these things have happened to me, it's made me super interested in the afterlife and the spiritual realm. I've thought about trying to find some haunted places in Canada and seeing if anything happens since I've already had a few experiences. It terrifies me to the core, but it is super fascinating. If anybody has some recommendations, I'd love to hear. I had a spirit attached to me. When I was about 5 years old, I lived in Hawaii with my parents and younger sister. My dad was in the military, and that's where he was stationed at the time. Now, let me preface this by saying that I don't remember this specifically, but my mom told me about it years later. It's definitely relevant, especially looking back at events that I do remember. There was this closet underneath the staircase in our home, Harry Potter style. My sister and I used to play in it all the time. I do remember the closet, and I do remember playing it a whole lot, but I don't ever remember this. My mother told me I used to talk to somebody in there. Someone who wasn't my sister. She said I would be in there alone talking to someone. She would ask me, and all I would say was that there was a little girl, and she was my friend. No big deal, right? Kids have imaginary friends, but after everything, I'm sure it was no imaginary friend. I'm not sure when this started specifically, but I do know that this is the first thing that I'm aware of, involving this little girl. Now, eventually, my family and I moved to the state that we live in now. The little girl followed, apparently. We lived in a total of 3 places in the state I live in now, and relevant as I mentioned the 3 houses over this explanation as there have been experiences in every place. One day my aunt showed up to her first place of residence when no one was home. Didn't really have an idea why, but later on that day my aunt had asked my mom why I was home from school that day, and I wasn't. My mom told my aunt this, and she said that she had seen a little girl in one of our windows staring outside. Her chin was resting in her hands. Her hair was in 2 braids. Apparently, she looked at me like my aunt thought it was me. I was indeed at school that day, so was my sister. As far as I can recall, this was the only experience involving the girl in the place. I was still fairly young, so I didn't remember. Anyway, we moved into the house my grandparents were living in. They had moved to a new house and decided to rent their house to my parents now, so we moved into this place, and my grandparents have been experiencing things in this house. My grandma had nicknamed the entity that they'd been experiencing Hank. Anyway, we moved in and started experiencing things that we hadn't before. Things would go missing or be obviously moved from their previous place. Also, I should mention my mom had experiences involving a little girl in the years before moving to this house. She would hear a little girl's voice saying "mommy" sometimes, and she was sure it wasn't me or my sister. So anyway, we knew that these 2 entities were different. One was the little girl, and one was the one who was moving her things around, Hank. That's because we had experiences with me talking to a little girl. My aunt seeing her, and my mom hearing her. We never experienced our things being moved until we moved into this house. It became kind of a game. When something would go missing, Hank would be scolded by whoever the owner of said item was, and we would ask him to put it back. He was super harmless in general, just liked to move our things. My mom said that she would ask for her stuff back and she would find it somewhere that she was sure that she had checked. Things in this house mainly revolved around Hank, though. Our things would go missing a lot, and we'd ask for them back, and they'd show back up. There were 2 instances where Hank got angry and lashed out, though. I personally witnessed this both times. It was scary, but not in a way where I feared for myself. Can't remember which instance happened first, so I'll just tell them in a random order. My memory's kind of shit and I can't recall. My dad was a drinker. He also had an anger problem. He was drinking one night and started drunkenly yelling at how Hank needs to stop messing with her stuff. Kind of funny looking back, seeing how casual we were living in a haunted house with 2 ghosts, but my dad was standing in the living room where I was as well. Maybe my mother and sister too. Just listening to this drunken rant about her ghost, and all of a sudden one of the light bulbs in the ceiling light blew, like exploded and shattered glass in the room. Another instance was that my grandma was over visiting. She and my mom were talking in the kitchen while I was in there as well talking about Hank, and my grandmother mentioned that maybe we should contact someone to get rid of the entity. Out of nowhere, a picture that had been sitting on a shelf behind my grandma, it just falls to the ground, nearly hitting her. Now, Hank is just kind of a side part of the whole story, with the little girl, but I felt the need to include him as he does eventually follow us from this house to the house my parents are currently living in. I'm moved out now, living with my husband and daughter. My mom actually told Hank to take care of the little girl ghost that had been following us since Hawaii. Maybe it had been even before then, but I never mentioned her and my mother until Hawaii. To be fair, I was far too young before then to tell my mom anything. I guess when we moved from this house to the one my parents currently live in, he followed us. He felt the need to stay with the little girl and felt the need to stay with me. Anyway, one more experience for this house involving a little girl. I heard her voice. Probably not the first time, but this is the first time I remember hearing it, like very audibly. I was walking through the living room to the kitchen. On the way, it was a very small house, and I had to pass by the little space that had this tiny hallway, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. They were all bunched together and they were kind of situated right off between the living room and the kitchen. On the walk through the living room, right as I passed by the tiny hallway, I heard a little girl's voice saying, "Mommy." Sister didn't sound like that, and she didn't call my mom like that. My mom was in the kitchen, my dad was, I'm assuming, at work. It wasn't scary, it was just kind of like, oh, there she is. So, we eventually moved to my house, and my parents are currently living in it, and Hank and the little girl followed. And a side note, my mom's experienced other entities in the house that they live in now, and I'm not sure where they came from. Now, on to everything I experienced in this house. Because I was older, I do remember everything that happened. But honestly, couldn't tell you if this was all the little girl or not. I'm only sure about one of these instances being her as I heard her voice. The other times, I can't be sure. Let me preface this by saying I'm afraid in this house sometimes, and I can't quite tell you why exactly, but I always had this fear being in my room alone or being in the attic. And, coincidentally, my closet in the room had a tiny, ceiling that led to the attic. It was definitely my closet that I was afraid of. Anyway, on to the actual experiences. I don't know in what order, I'll just tell them randomly. I thought you already said that. One was not something I experienced, but my dad saw this one. He went to check on me as I slept. I slept with the door open because my cat liked to come in and out of my room, so I kept my door open for her. My parents' room was directly across from mine and my sister's room just next to mine. So he just peeked his head into the room to check on me as he was coming to bed. He saw I was asleep, laying on my side with my knees bent. He said he saw someone crouched down on the bed sitting just behind my legs, their knees pulled to their chest, and when he looked back at me a second later it was gone. One time, I'm sitting in my parents' room, sitting in the computer chair. I was playing games on the computer. Had the door shut, and I was alone in the room. Not even any pets in the room with me, and out of nowhere I felt the chair lurch forward, as though somebody had shoved it or even kicked the back of the chair while I was in it. One time, I'm laying in my bed on my right side, and I remember this vividly because it was terrifying. I felt a hand slide underneath my pillow from behind me. Didn't look back to see because I honestly was too scared of what I might see. One time, I'm just laying in the living room on the couch at night crying because my hip was hurting. I've grown up having a lot of hip pain. I heard a little girl's voice saying it's okay, and I knew it was the little girl because I felt so comforted and calm. I wasn't scared at all. One time, I'm sitting in the living room on the couch. My living room was set up so that if I was sitting on the couch, I could turn my head left and see directly down the hallway. That's where my parents' room was, at the end on the left, and my room was at the end on the right. Can't remember if I'd turned my head or if I was sitting on the couch with my legs on the couch as well, but it's completely facing the hallway while I watched TV. The TV was set up on the wall right next to the hallway. I saw a white figure with its head bent down move from my room to my parents' room. So, yeah, I know this is super disorganized and all over the place, but that's all the paranormal experiences I've ever had. I haven't had any experiences since moving out, so I think the little girl finally decided to stay with my parents instead of me. I welcomed her. I voiced out when I left that she could come with me, but I've never felt her presence. So I think she thought that she would stay with my parents. Well, Hank and whatever other entities are in that house. Hank is a solid ghost name. Eerie Encounters. The Creepy Case of Austin Hargrove. I'm going to take a second whack at that. Early life of Austin Hargrove. Yeah. Austin Hargrove was born December 21st, 1996. He was born to a dentist and a pharmacist. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents suddenly got divorced. That was the same year. Then they got into a new relationship with a new girlfriend and boyfriend. Although this was a complete shock to Austin and his 1-year-old younger sister Haley, they adjusted to this sudden change. The kids stayed with their mother in the same house, with the father moving out into a nearby house with his new girlfriend. About a year after this event, Austin entered high school and he immediately made a mark. He was excelling in education, and because of his big athletic build, he was engaged in rough physical sports. Despite his size and willingness for rough sports, Austin was never an aggressive guy. He enjoyed helping people. After high school, was accepted into Florida State University's 4-year pre-med program, just as he wanted. At the end of that summer, packed all of his stuff and moved into the university dorm to live his life that he had dreamed of. Behavioral changes. His university life started on a high note with him getting a girlfriend, excelling in his studies as always, and getting into bodybuilding. He managed to establish a decent social media following as he made content regarding fitness and bodybuilding on it. Despite so much working well, he was constantly angry at himself for not making friends. He thought he was very shy and people didn't like him. This pushed him into drug abuse, and he abused them so much that he started questioning his own sanity. The next summer, Austin returned home from his vacation, and the family immediately noticed that something was wrong with his behavior. He shifted his bed to the hall, and saying that his bedroom was filled with demons. He also marched around the house at night, knocking on the doors loudly, saying that he was protecting them from demons. His family strongly believed that these behavioral changes were because of his drug abuse, and with their best efforts prevented him from using them again. It appeared as if all their efforts were pretty much useless. Austin's behavior never did change. So they decided to use something called the Baker Act, whose guidelines are as follows. However, before they could use it, something tragic happened. Road to Tragedy. On the morning of August 15th, Austin turned up in front of his best friend's house. When he opened the door with excitement, Austin asked him what the year of his birth was. When he told 1996, he walked away. Austin's friend was confused by this and called him in a couple of minutes to check if he was okay. Austin was completely fine while he spoke to him on the call, and the duo decided to meet Austin's sister and all their other friends. The place decided as their meetup spot was a nearby beach. While they were almost at the beach, Austin told them that he had some work at the house, promised to turn back up soon, and left them. In a few minutes, Austin turned back just as promised, but in a strange outfit. Under the scorching heat of the sun, Austin was wearing a thick jersey with woolen sweatpants. He was also wearing 2 wristwatches with a pair of sunglasses. His friends immediately started ridiculing him for the strange outfit, and within a few moments he warned to kill them on a serious note. His friends grew frightened, and they stopped ridiculing him at once. This incident greatly cut short the time he spent with his friends, and Austin, his friends, and his sister decided to leave the beach and join Austin's father and his girlfriend for a meal in a nearby restaurant. On their way to the restaurant, Austin told his sister that he was an immortal half-human, half-horse. Alrighty then. To prove his immortality, he started intentionally walking into the road to get hit by a car. His sister pulled him back on the pavement and walked between him and the road until they reached the restaurant. Once at the restaurant, the trio met Austin's father and his girlfriend, and the group occupied a table at the farthest end of the restaurant. Austin told them that he had a huge urge to use the washroom and left the table. After returning in a few moments, he left them again, but this time he walked directly out of the restaurant onto the return, or rather only to return 30 minutes later in a completely different clothing with oil stains all over him. During those 30 minutes, he was back at his house drinking vegetable oil and eating Parmesan cheese. His mother ordered him to stop. Good job, Mom. And thus he changed his clothes and returned to the restaurant. Okay. His father was visibly angry because of his behavior and told something rude to him. Austin lost his cool hearing this and pinned his father to the wall. After a few moments, he let go of his father and walked out of the restaurant. His friend closely followed him, but it appeared as if Austin had disappeared into thin air. His father understood that in his current state, Austin was a threat to society. They informed the police right away. The tragedy. 4 miles away, a 50-year-old woman was watching TV inside her open garage. She was waiting for her husband, John, who had taken their dogs for a walk, to return. Michelle and John had been married for almost 20 years. They were enjoying their retirement. This doesn't sound good. The couple were well liked by their neighbors, who often visited their house. One of Michelle's neighbors, named Jeff, was relaxing in his house when he heard Michelle scream at the top of her voice. He rushed out of his house to see what was wrong. When he entered her property, he noticed that Austin was breaking Michelle's car right in front of her eyes. Once he was done with the car, he threw Michelle on the ground and started pounding her with his fists. Jeff, who was a well-built guy, ran toward Michelle to save her. When he saw Jeff come near him, Austin separated himself from Michelle and warned him not to step closer. When Jeff kept coming despite his warning, he punched him hard in the head, but Jeff didn't succumb to it. He threw Austin as hard as he could on the ground, hoping to knock him out. With Austin down, Jeff was assessing the situation around him when he felt a blinding pain on the side he was punched. When he looked around, he noticed that he was bleeding profusely. Austin had a knife in his hand, and he had punched him, and that single blow had caused a 5-puncture wound on Jeff. With Austin back up on his feet, Jeff ran to Michelle's house and locked himself up. Then he called 911, told the police about Austin, and waited for them to arrive, hoping that John returns and saves his wife. A few minutes later, Jeff heard Austin walk down the street grunting like an animal, followed by the screams of a person. When the police arrived, they found John pinned down on the floor by Austin. Austin held Jeff's neck with his hand while pinning him down, sitting on his chest. His right hand was inside Jeff's mouth, pulling his cheek out as much as he could, and like he was feeding on Jeff's stretched cheek. Ugh. One of the police officers tried tasing Austin, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. Another officer kept kicking Austin's face, but every time he was kicked, Austin got back from the floor and went back to John to eat his cheek without harming the police. The canine units, they were set loose to pull away from John, but despite the dogs tearing flesh from his arms, he never stopped. Finally, after the combined effort of an officer and a dog, Austin was knocked out for a short period. However, it took the strength of 3 police officers to restrain him. By the time Austin was restrained, Michelle and John were already dried and Then a few moments, Austin fell unconscious. He was in a coma for 12 days, and he had drunk some highly poisonous liquid from the couple's garage, thinking it was alcohol. There were no traces of drugs in his blood except marijuana, which was very less. This means that Austin was sober when he committed the grotesque crime. When Austin got out of the coma, he revealed the motive behind his deeds. Austin Hargroves' confession. He told the police that when he exited the restaurant, he saw a dark figure with a white face staring at him. This figure kept chasing him as he kept running away from it. He eventually reached Michelle's house. He approached her to seek refuge, but it was then that he figured out that Michelle was a witch. So he killed her. When he was about to leave Michelle's house, he saw the same figure waiting on the doorstep with a dog, and he attacked it to save himself. These are weird ones today. Eerie encounters. Murdered by a child star. Skylar DeLeon. Or De Leon. Or something like that. Selling well-deserved, in quotes. In 1986, a 39-year-old father of 2 teenage boys named Tom Hawks met a stunningly beautiful woman named Jackie, and they madly fell in love with each other. In 1989, they got married in front of 150 of their closest friends and family. Jackie moved in with Tom and his sons after the marriage. Jackie had earlier met with an accident which left her unable to bear kids, so she accepted the boys as her own. The boys started to accept her as their mom. With time, this beautiful family of 4 gelled wonderfully, making their house a happy place. When their sons were old enough, they moved out of the house to start their own life. They felt it was the right time for them to enter their perfectly planned retirement. The couple planned to spend their post-retirement lives in a yacht sailing around the sea. So, putting all into their savings, they purchased a yacht. Although this yacht wasn't luxurious, they loved it dearly. They named it Well-Deserved. They spent the next 2 years sailing around the Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of California, cherishing each other's company. When Jackie got to know the news that one of her sons was expecting a baby, she was elated, excited to have her grandchild in her hands. Thus, the couple went to find time to return back to the land to be with their son. So, in 2004, they decided to sell their yacht and move to Newport Harbor to stay with their son. Jim's investigation. In the November of the same year, their ad was answered by the De Leon couple, who finalized the deal a couple of days. They told this news to their sons and told them that they would follow up. With their sons expecting their call any time, they never got a call from their parents for over a couple of days. As this was completely unusual of them, they informed their Uncle Jim, who was a retired police chief. When Jim heard about this, he drove to Newport Beach with his friend to see if the couple had actually sold the yacht or if they were still in it. Well, he found Well-Deserved on the dock and decided to walk into it to see if his brother and his wife were inside it. The yacht was completely not in order, and things inside of it were like a mess. This made Jim conclude that the yacht was sold as Tom and Jackie were extremely orderly and tidy couple, who really took good care of the Well-Deserved. So he left a note to the new owner, asking them to contact him as the previous owners were missing. When he was about to leave the area, Jim got a call from a 21-year-old woman named Jennifer De Leon, saying that she got his note on the yacht. She confirmed that she and her husband Skylar had purchased the yacht from the Hawks, but just like Jim, they were trying to contact them, but they couldn't. She told him that, and there were a couple of controls in the boat that she didn't know how to use and tried reaching out to Tom, but his whereabouts weren't known. She also told Jim that a few personal belongings of Tom and Jackie's were left behind in the drawers, and she wanted to return them. When Jim asked Jennifer when the last time she saw them, she told him that it was about the day they sold the yacht. According to Jennifer, Tom and Jackie get the money from her, hopped in their car and drove away. She also told Jim that, and Jackie told her that their plan was to buy a house in Mexico and settle there. Jim thanked her for her input and asked her to inform him if she gets to know their whereabouts, and left. On thinking further, Jim got reminded of a woman named Patricia who managed the finances of Tom and Jackie for the previous 2 years. While the couple spent their time in the seas, they had poor connectivity, which made it hard for them to pay their bills and taxes. So they hired Patricia, who was a friend of theirs, to do it for them. When Jim asked her if she knew anything about where they were, she immediately told no. Jim asked her to check if a big sum of money was recently deposited into their account. She told him nothing of that sort had happened. This actually confused both Jim and Patricia, as they couldn't find a reason for Tom and Jackie not depositing $500,000 in their bank account. Sensing something was off, Jim called the Newport Beach police and officially reported Tom and Jackie missing. Primary investigation. Initial investigations revealed that Skylar De Leon who purchased the yacht from them. They were already convicted of armed robbery. They grew suspicious of him. They called him over for an investigation and questioned him. Skylar was extremely helpful, and he told them that he liked their boat and he bought it from the Hawks in the front of a notary, one of his friends who acted as a witness. Similar to his wife's statements, he too told the police that the missing couple got the money from them, hopped in their SUV and drove away. When the police asked him about how he got the money to purchase the yacht, he told them that he was a child star in the Power Rangers. Well, he had saved up the money that he had gained then, but within moments he told them that he was sorry for lying and told them that he had previously stolen the money of a drug kingpin, which that was the cause for his conviction. When he came from jail, he had to launder the stolen money to make it clean, and to do it, he purchased the yacht. Because of his honesty and cooperation, the police didn't book him for money laundering and set him free. Damn. They investigated the remaining people who had apparently seen the couple for the last time, but all their testimonies were similar. This led the investigation to a dead end, and the police started spreading missing notices with a picture of Tom's SUV. A couple of days after putting these notices, the police got a call from a person in Mexico. Told them that the SUV in the notice was present in a house in their street. When the police rushed to the place in hopes of finding the couple, they got to know that the SUV was not parked there by Tom or Jackie, but Skylar himself. The second investigation. The police investigated Skylar and Jennifer once again, but still, they didn't break. They decided to investigate Skylar's friend and the notary once again. In persistent investigation, the notary named Kathleen revealed that she did not even know who Tom or Jackie was, and Skylar paid her a huge sum to forget these documents, or forge. She told them that she knew nothing of their disappearance, and when they investigated Skylar's friend named Alonzo, who acted as a witness, they kept saying Skylar's narrative. But when the police told him that the notary actually confessed and he was caught red-handed and offered him a reduction in his punishment, he opened up. Actual occurrence. Seeing the advertisement, Skylar approached the Hawks and persuaded them into a sea trial. So Skylar, Alonzo, and another goon named John, whom Skylar had recruited just that day, turned up in front of the Hawks. Tom, who was a longtime probation officer, immediately figured out that they were actually not good people and tried to avoid the sea trial. Seeing that the Hawks were apprehensive about getting on the boat with them, Skylar called up his wife Jennifer. When Jennifer arrived with her baby, Jackie immediately started playing with the baby, and the couple became comfortable with the group, which made them agree to the sea trial. When they were about to start, Jennifer got off of the boat saying that the baby was not fond of the sea. A few moments later, Jackie and Tom understood that the group was not there for the boat but for them. Jackie and Tom were handcuffed and their eyes and mouths were taped. They were taped by Skylar and Company. Skylar forced them to sign the transfer papers where Jackie just intentionally made a mistake on her second name while signing. After getting their signatures, Skylar locked them up in a room, took the boat to the deepest part of the sea. When the boat reached this zone, Skylar brought Tom and Jackie to the back of the boat. He ordered Alfonso to bring the anchor from the front of the boat. Hearing this order, Tom and Jackie understood that something wrong was going to happen. Fueled by adrenaline, Tom just shook off his restraints, kicked Skylar hard in the groin. However, John jumped on both of them and connected their handcuffs to each other. With John's help, Skylar connected their handcuffs to the chain on the anchor and threw them into the water, and as the anchor went down, it pulled the Hawks along with it. While they were yanked off the boat, Jackie's head hit so hard in the boat that Alonzo heard a clear cracking sound. As their bodies disappeared into the water, Skylar squealed in joy and drove the boat back to the dock. It turned out that this was actually planned by Skylar's wife, Jennifer. The couple was so cold-blooded that without any remorse, they started using the camera that Tom and Jackie used to capture their memories without even deleting the older footage. Oof, that is not ghost-related. Brutal, though. Need suggestion on a haunted family baby doll. So, in high school, I met a girl whom we're going to call Emily. She came from a very abusive home, and I call her my big sister basically to this day. Emily's mother was into drugs, and at 3, because of the situation, she went to live with her great-grandmother. Not long after her younger sister was born, she was given to the great-grandmother at only a few days old. The great-grandmother would take both girls to the garage sales and such, so all Emily's toys were mainly second-hand. At one of these garage sales was a baby doll named Jenny. Jenny is one of those dolls that, when held up, the eyes were open. When laid down, the eyes would shut. When squeezed, she would say like a few sayings that she would say. The 2 most common sayings were, "I love you, Mommy," and "Mommy, please, let's play house." Jenny was cute and all until after they got her home. She would go off when no one was around, mainly with those 2 catchphrases. Years went by and the batteries on this doll were never changed. Weird things happened around the doll. Most of the time, a lot of the antics of the doll was just blamed on the fact the house that they lived in was very old. It was never anything nasty, like things falling off shelves or anything. The worst was the lights turning off and on, as she would say that this would sort of coincide with the catchphrases. Sometimes she would go off while you walked past her. The air sometimes around her was thicker or colder. However, as they spoke with neighbors of the person who sold them the doll, we found out a very interesting bit of information regarding Jenny. As the neighbors told us, Jenny belonged to a little girl who went missing in the 60s or 70s. Her parents never gave up on the thought that she would have one day come home. However, as the case grew colder and colder, they were sure that if they ever found her alive, she'd be an adult, but that most likely she had passed away. Apparently, the little girl had carried this doll everywhere that she had went. The father of the little girl had passed away in the 90s. The mother of the little girl decided to go through a lot of the things in her home. Though she didn't sell all of the little girl's things, we were told that she no longer left the room, as if the little girl would one day come back and would perhaps want her toys to go to the children. So that way they'd be able to play with them, that they loved them so much as, her own daughter had been able to. Emily's great-grandmother passed away when she was 16. She moved in with her grandmother and brought Jenny with her. Emily and Jenny are still to this day very closely connected. This was around the time that I met Emily, and Emily came to live with my family about a year after her great-grandmother's passing. That was because her home life with her grandmother was not very safe. Emily and her younger sister grew very close to her family. That's because of the abuse, and we adopted both the girls. So today, Emily and her younger sister, they're my older and younger siblings. When she moved in, this was about the time that I met Jenny. We'd been living in a apartment with its very own unique quirks at the time. We didn't really think anything horrible when it came to Jenny. We thought that Jenny was just a very quirky doll. I even played a trick on Emily at one point that Jenny obviously was in on. I had strung Jenny up in the closet by her neck and taped a cheese knife in one hand. Emily opened the door to the doll in the closet holding a cheese knife, saying almost on cue, "Mommy, please, let's play house." And we all laughed. Both Emily and I have had dreams with the little girl over the years. However, after hearing "Mommy, please, let's play house" about 1,000 times, enough was enough. I said out loud, "Sorry, Jenny, but I need a break from your saying." I then opened the Velcro on her back, exposing her voice box, and screwed it and found out that she had no batteries. At that exact moment, she said, "I love you, Mommy." I looked over at Emily and I told her, "You have got to be shitting me." For close to 10 years, she'd been running without any batteries whatsoever. I closed her voice box up and set her back on her shelf. We never tried to mess with her voice box again. About 10 years ago, maybe longer, Jenny ended up in my home. I've tried to get Emily to take her back, but she doesn't know if she wants to. Her husband, Jeff, who's a fake name, didn't seem to be interested in taking the doll into their home. A few years ago, I was downsizing a lot to my younger sister, and I talked about maybe donating Jenny. It seemed like we were just pushing her into another family, but at that point we didn't know what to do. We loaded everything up to the car and drove to the donation bin. Dumped a large pile of clothes and the other household items into the bin. Both my younger sister and I could have sworn we placed Jenny into the donation bin. The storage box, I swear, was empty when we placed it in the car and then unloaded it, empty onto the porch. Not once since we donated Jenny did we ever hear her voice box say any of her iconic lines. Over the last couple of years, the box has been weathered, cracked at the top, and oil spilled into the inside. I didn't think anything of it because, well, it's empty, right? Well, Emily and I were getting ready for Halloween earlier this week. We rearranged the porch. We'd been talking about Jenny only a few minutes prior with fond memories and saying how much we missed her, not knowing what was in the storage container. So I opened it only to find Jenny at the bottom of the container covered in a black layer of grease. We had thought that she was living her best life only to find out this whole time she was actually at the bottom of this container. We felt really bad. So Emily and I talked and we agreed that I would try to clean Jenny up as best as I could before getting her to move on. Her voice box was completely removed. Jenny was put into a Zote soap bath a few times. That sounds exotic. Then put in a bleach bath at the end. Less exotic. The wonders those two things alone did was very interesting. She seriously looks like new now. Once she was clean, I sat down with her and I burned some sage. Had a conversation with her that it was okay to move on. That we all loved her, but she needed to move on to something better. That she didn't need to stay. I did use salt and holy water on the doll and the voice box. After chatting with her for a little while, it seemed like the air was more clear, less stale. The doll always seemed full of life, and now it feels as if the light had gone out. I hung Jenny up to dry, and that was that. The voice box went into the trash. Yesterday, I FaceTimed Emily, and upon seeing Jenny, she was amazing. She looked beautiful, almost at peace even. We chatted with her little sister, and now we have a new dilemma. We don't know if we have the heart to donate Jenny. We don't think Jenny wanted the doll to leave her family. From the videos of what we've seen people do to these dolls, we know that there's a chance that she might not be shown the respect that she might deserve. I know the spirit of the little girl is no longer in the doll, but at this point it almost goes on the level of desecrating a body in our eyes. Our younger sister has a new baby who could play with Jenny, but she's skeptical on allowing her daughter to play with Jenny when she gets older. Either Emily or I will keep Jenny, apparently. Emily was even considering we hold a funeral for Jenny, put her in a shoebox with flowers and bury her in the backyard. The thing is we do have neighbors who might think that we're burying an actual body. Yes, they are that nosy, and the energy it might take to clear up such a misunderstanding isn't worth it. Emily considered whichever one of us two has kids first to keep Jenny. Though until apparently she would stay with me. At this point, I'm at a loss for what to do with Jenny. Anybody have any idea on what I can do? At this point, it looks like Jenny might permanently become my doll. We don't really want to disrespect her. We're happy for her, but at the same time, we're sad that her spirit's gone, if that makes sense. We know Jenny would love for another child to play with her in the future. We're still unsure of what to do. Any suggestions on what we could do would be greatly appreciated. I will never be able to hear the name Jenny without thinking about Forrest Gump. And with that glitch, see ya. Evil follows us. My mom has always had spirits, or haunts, in her life, most of them bad. They seemed to follow her right from childhood in every house she lived in. This is just one of those stories, but there are many. My mom and I were out shopping one day and we ended up at a local thrift store. They had this deal where they showcased upcoming items behind a glass, and if you liked something, you had to come back for it the day it would be going on sale. This was a big attraction because, of course, they showcased the best items that they had donated to them, and on sale day, people were lined up at the door to be the first one to buy a coveted item. So, we were looking at items on display, and my mom pointed out a porcelain doll, a clown. I looked at it and immediately, my whole body shuddered and became goosebumps. I've always had a sixth sense, and this clown gave me a huge case of the willies. Told her it wasn't a good clown, and my mom was completely enamored with it, though. I warned her I got a bad feeling from it. Please don't buy it. 2 weeks later, I went to her house and ended up on her back deck. Sitting in one of the deck chairs was that damn clown. I went inside and I said, "Mom, how could you? I told you that thing gave me the creeps." She told me she was drawn to it, so the day it went on sale, she headed to the store early and stood in line. No one else seemed interested in it, so she took it as a sign that she was meant to have it. I asked her why it was sitting outside. She said my nephew Jay was seriously weirded out by it and he begged her to get rid of it. Jay has lived with his grandmother his entire life, and at that time he was about 16 years old. I asked Jay about it. He asked me if I liked it. I told him the truth. He said Mom wouldn't get rid of it but did put it outside. He also said, "You sense there's something wrong with it too, right? Did you notice that no matter what direction you're looking at it from, it seems to be looking back at you?" That definitely had not gone unnoticed by me. Fast forward a week or so. I noticed the clown was no longer sitting in the chair outside, so I asked my mom about it. She said our entire family was hating on it, so she got rid of it. Felt somewhat relieved that it was gone, but the house felt different. Being she was touching on the subject, I just dropped it. That wasn't the end of it, though. My mom also was raising my niece Amy. We were just over a year old at the time. I would go over to visit Amy, never wanting to be in her room. I'd go in there to grab some toys, and she wouldn't walk over the threshold. She just stayed in the hallway, and when I asked her to help me take the toys to the living room, she would shake her head no. I just thought she was being, that age, and I left it alone. Then she became suspicious of an antique wardrobe that sat into her room. It was bedtime, I would take her in, and she would just stare warily at it. Then she would look at me, put her fingers over her lips, and cryptically say, "Shh," point to the wardrobe. She didn't want me to leave her in the room alone, so bedtime became difficult trying to rock her to sleep while she fussed. Another week passed. My mom called and asked me to come over. I said sure, and I drove to her house. She said something really scared me last night. She had been in bed for only about 5 minutes, laying on her side. That's when she felt a heaviness descend behind her into the bed. That tired feeling left her as she became almost hyper-alert. She wasn't quite sure what to do and was trying to decide when a male body came up behind her and pressed himself with his erect penis into her back. I wasn't expecting that. He put its leg over hers and an arm around her torso. She froze in fear, not quite knowing what to do and trying to comprehend what was going on. She knew she had locked all the doors just moments before heading to bed, so had somebody come into the house with an evil intent. She said she put her hand on the man's hand that was over her torso when her finger felt very long, pointy fingernails at the end of its 3 fingers and a thumb. She could feel breath on the back of her neck, and she knew it was waiting for her to make the next move. She struggled to get up, but it held her fast and wouldn't let her move. She knew she had to think quick, and she mustered up her best pissed-off voice and firmly said, "Let go of me." Just pressed it in harder and held her tighter. Louder this time, with real anger in her voice, she said, "Get off me, you bastard!" She kicked and struggled and finally let go of her. She jumped out of bed and immediately flicked on the light to find nothing but her empty bed. She looked on the other side of the bed, underneath it, and in the closet. She went through the house, checking her grandkids' rooms before looking into every closet and every cranny of the house, only to find no one else there but her family with the door still locked from the inside. I was obviously shocked. I didn't know what to say. My mom's never been one to make up stories, so I had to believe her. I knew she hadn't dreamt it, but I also didn't understand why. But I am also acutely aware that spirits seemed to follow her and her entire family from house to house. Another week passed with odd things happening. There would be a mug placed on the kitchen counter to fill with coffee. But when Jay returned with the pot to fill it, it would be no longer there. Look around and finally find the mug down the hall in the bathroom. Amy would also not enter her room without an adult, then cower while pointing in the closet or wardrobe. There were constant oddities like that, but things finally came to a head one night. My mom called me in the morning again and asked if I could come as soon as possible. She sounded quite frantic, so I headed over immediately. Amy was watching a kids program in the living room, so my mom could speak to me in the kitchen. She said something really bad had happened the night before. She was sitting in the living room getting Amy ready for bed when she heard a loud slam against the wall down the dark hallway where Amy's room was. They both became stiff, stared down towards her room. My mom said whatever was coming down the hall towards them made a loud flapping sound that got louder and closer it got to them. My mom hugged Amy to her tightly as a pair of enormous black wings came barreling at them and paused at the entrance of the stairs by the kitchen. It pivoted, then loudly shrieked as it spiraled down the stairs into the basement. Stunned, my mom and Amy sat there for a moment, not moving or saying anything. Finally, Amy just wriggled away from Grandma, cautiously made her way toward the stairs and looked down. Then Amy turned to Grandma, pointed down the stairs and whispered, "Shh." My mom all but lost it. Amy slept on the couch that night while my mom slept in her easy chair. My mom was just kind of shaking by the end of the story, and she had tears in her eyes. She said to me, "I need you here because I have to do something important." She went down the hallway to Amy's room. I heard the closet door open, and when she came back, cradling the clown doll in her arms, I swore at her. Amy saw the clown and ran to me frantically saying, "Shh, shh, shh," and was crying in fear. My mom said she needed to take the doll out in the front to throw it out. But first, she was going to smash that porcelain head to bits. When she went outside, Amy clung to me in tears. My mom knew Amy would need me when she went outside with the clown. Again and again. My mom slammed the clown's head against the pavement, but no matter how many times or how violently she did it, it wouldn't break. After many attempts to shatter the head failed, my mom defeatedly buried it in the garbage pile that we sort of have and hoped it would be picked up the next day. She couldn't do anything else at that point, but just have it gone from their life. Later I asked her why she had kept it. She said it just felt right burying it and she absolutely adored it. The rest of us were creeped out by it, with good reason, obviously. She said she put it up at the top of Amy's closet one day when Amy was at daycare. She had covered it so it wouldn't be seen when I went in there. I hadn't seen it, and neither did Amy, but I felt something was off in that house every time I went over. She had assured me it was gone, so I trusted her. But Amy felt it too, and was scared by what resided not only in her closet, but also in that wardrobe. Jay felt it and experienced strange things as well, but nothing compared to the black wings and the creature in my mom's bed. Needless to say, all the weird stuff stopped after that. My mom's always trusted my intuition, and hers was certainly off that day at the thrift shop. But I always say, we always choose what's familiar to us. When you live in a haunted house your whole life, that becomes your normal, however abnormal that may seem to others. And the normalcy my mom felt when she saw that damned clown felt good somehow, no matter how much the rest of us felt the evil that it possessed. The giant man stalking us during the Christmas week. When I was maybe 8 years old, my wee brother and my parents went to our village house for Christmas vacation. Before we start, I should try to give a small layout of the house and area. The house is located up in the mountains, and is part of a small village of maybe 50 residents. Every house is pretty far away from one another since they're being separated either by forest or olive trees. The house is shaped like the letter L. At the top of the letter is the only bedroom, which has 2 beds and a double bed. The lower part, where the 2 lines connect, is the only door to the living room, kitchens, and at the top of the half hallway in the bathroom. The walls are very thick, about 1 meter. The place is ancient. Now to the story. I could never go to sleep from a very young age. I'd be tossing and turning at dawn till my earliest memories. Day 1. I have nothing to do, really, other than play out in the day in my head and find any activity in the silence to, not disturb the others sleeping in the same room. Usually after trying to sleep for an hour or 2, I would hear the window above my head circling from the cold. I would just stand up on the bed and look at the snowy biome and make scenarios in front of my eyes. Childish fantasies. I'm already standing for about an hour when I noticed it. Looked like a guy, but I couldn't be sure. He's maybe 300 feet away next to a tree. Couldn't be a person, I thought. He was as tall as the olive tree, roughly at 8 feet. He didn't have human proportions. For the 90-plus minutes that I was standing, he didn't move an inch. First thing in the morning, I tell my father what I saw, and he told me that it's most likely just the clothes were tied off trees to separate where our land ends. Well, it was far away and dark enough that it could easily be like a trick of the eye. But I insisted. He agreed to take me where I claimed to have seen this guy. When we reached there was nothing. My father proclaimed that there must have been a trick of the eye because there's no markings anywhere in the snow. Day 2. The day was nothing out of the ordinary. Played around, was with my father when he cut some wood for the fireplace and had some family time in the afternoon since there's no signal in the area to download some movie on the family laptop. At night, the exact same thing. Trying to sleep, but I got up by the creaking sound of the window. Or rather, crickling. I get up very happy since I was already daydreaming about what to play around with, but when I stood up I froze. There he was. My eyes picked him up in fractions of a second. About 100 feet away, he was standing partially behind a tree. His arms were stretching far too low. His back was hinged and he was butt naked in freezing temperatures surrounded by snow. I decided to have a staring competition with him for a good 10 minutes before coming to the realization I must wake my parents up from behind me. And I don't want to brag, but I will. I was a very smart kid, as in my head I had the irrational fear that this wasn't a human, so I shouldn't treat it as one. Kept my eyes on it and yelled for my parents to wake up. After some convincing, my dad got up and stood on my bed to stare. The second this happened, I almost fell due to the weight shift on the mattress and looked down. Looked back out, and there was nothing. It had completely vanished, and I got into panic mode. I knew what I had seen, and even my father was dismissive. My mother disclaimed the fact that we wouldn't wait for them unless the house was on fire. I couldn't sleep that night. Slept after lunch the next day, got woken up by visitors at around 11 at night, and it's Christmas Day. Day 3. I had nothing to do with my 4-year-old relatives. I had never seen again in my life these things, so y'all can guess what I did, and no, I wasn't playing with my 6-year-old brother. I was staring outside the window. Absolutely nothing. Hour goes by, nothing. I was trying to find him in a picture. Closing on 90 minutes, I started getting disappointed and couldn't stand up anymore, and I see him. He was walking parallel to the house about 100 feet away. He came out from the denser forest. I observed him for no more than 15 seconds that it felt like ages. He does a shift 90-degree turn, and he's heading directly at the house. Get off the bed and yell immediately. There he is, he's coming towards us. Not even said another word. Jumped off their chairs and rushed outside. My father grabbed the rifle also and rushed outside, and no one even grabbed a coat. Standing at the door, and after some time I showed them where I saw him exactly again. Not even marks on the snow. Instead of dismissing me this time, nobody said a word. My mother even instructed me to try to sleep. I was given a tea that she made, and minutes later I was asleep. Get me some of that tea. Day 4. Woke up very late and felt groggy. I didn't want to do much in the day, but after dinner, my mother gave me another tea, and soon I was asleep. I woke up due to the crickling sound made by the window. I stand up and face stuck to the window, and it was him. Eyes black and tiny like pebbles. Mouth too wide like it's painted on. Eyes way too far apart. Head way too big to be human. He was bald with some facial hair. All white like the snow. I fall back out of my bed crying from the shock, and they both wake up immediately, and they try to cool me down, and my mother went to make another tea. They wait for me to drink it, and they lay on my bed. They go to sleep. 10 minutes pass by, and I can't sleep because I want to pee. I was too afraid to even move one of the sheets, but thought to myself that I can't pee here. I must get up sooner or later. I get up and I go to the hallway. I sort of hunch down to reach the doorknob. The door is made of frosty glass. You can see very clearly into the small space before the bathroom. But the doorknob's about 1 foot off the ground for some reason. I open the door and my head hits something and I fall back. He was inside the small hall. His shoulders were touching the ceiling. He had the same frozen face. Couldn't even make a sound, so I crawled out as fast as I could, and I fell on my brother's bedside cabinet, and this woke everyone up. I looked back, and he was again vanished. Then I get to the crying part like every kid would. I was hugged, and I was told that everything's okay, and they waited for me to sleep this time. Woken up early, and my parents said that we'll celebrate the New Year's back at home. I felt relieved, but getting up I found something at the foot of my bed. A small makeshift-like doll made out of rope. I kept this till I was 14 or 15, which got lost after I changed rooms to a bigger bed. My mother most likely found it and threw it away. The story would end here, normally, but since I last posted this maybe 4 years ago, I've learned something new. At some point, my mother had come to my room during a family gathering where all my cousins were, and I was telling them about paranormal stories that I've had for my life. I said 5 of them that night, and I'll post all of them soon. I closed with this one I say here. My mother sat and heard it. Finishing what I had to say, she very casually said that my grandfather had seen the same at the same age as me. So did his father. The parameters are always the same. The house is in the middle of nowhere, and it must be snowing. The kid who sees it is under the age of 10, and some found some toy in the morning after. She had given me valerian tea because she knew how these stories ended and wanted me not to experience this. The other thing I heard from the last post is yes, the story sounds like a Yule Man, but I had first written it online at the age of 13 before he was ever even really a thing. This thing is a running legend of the area in my village. It's said that he's a bad omen and an evil spirit. One kid sees it each year in the 4 to 5 villages around. He's been seen for centuries, and my village has been the center of many events that I'll share if y'all want. Village and y'all are 2 words that have a hard time going together. Not to say there's anything wrong with it. Stalked by a creature with 14-inch long footprints. 2 high school sweethearts named Keith and Diane grew up in a small rural town in Ohio. They ended up getting married. 6 years after their marriage, the couple found a beautiful house back in their hometown. This house was isolated. It was located inside a forest, but Keith being a hunter and Diane being a fan of forests, they loved this home. They ended up purchasing it. So Keith, Diane, and their 4-year-old daughter Raven moved into the house in the woods. Diane stalked for the first time. Keith was a welder during the day. He attended night school to prepare for an apprenticeship program. He was not at home during the weeknights, which meant that Diane and Raven were alone at home during the weeknights. The first couple of weeks went completely normal, with Diane getting used to being alone in the house, but she used to hear occasional scampering around the house. Every time she would hear the sound, she used to peek out of the window to see what was causing the sound. She would find nothing relevant. She just thought it was a small animal that was loitering around and didn't really pay much attention to it. One night when Diane was doing the dishes after putting Raven to sleep, she heard the scampering sound. And, just as always, she put her head near the window and peeked through its pane. As she peeked through the window, she noticed 2 golden eyes staring at her. She immediately concluded that these were the eyes of a dog that was roaming around on their property. They decided to deal with it the next day. Once she was done with the dishes, she started cleaning the living room. While cleaning, she decided to see if the dog was still around, and she peeked through the window in the living room. This time, she found nothing unusual, but while she was about to pull back her head, she saw the same golden eyes staring back, which startled her. She fell back, and these eyes appeared to be those of a much taller being. Well, because of the internal reflection, she wasn't able to see clearly through the window unless she placed her head literally onto it. So she thought she was making stuff up and continued cleaning. While cleaning, she convinced herself, thinking that even if those eyes were real, it could have been of a tall dog. She again decided to see if this tall dog left their property, walked toward the nearest window, which was nothing but the same kitchen window, and peeked through it. As she kept staring at the tree line, which was almost 20 feet away, a human head with golden eyes slowly appeared in front of her, staring at her throughout. She immediately separated herself from the window, and at that exact moment she started hearing the sound of a vehicle in the driveway. As she sat down on the floor in fear, Keith opened the door. She told everything that happened until then to him and rushed out of the house to see what scared his wife. Despite rinsing the entire property, Keith didn't even find traces of another person. Thus, he ended up thinking that the loneliness of the house was getting over his wife's mind. Got back into the house and convinced her, saying that it could have been an animal from the woods, and asked her not to worry. Diane stalked for the second time. A month after this incident, Diane was all alone in the house with Raven yet again. After the previous incident, everything was back to normal again. She was starting to believe that the eyes that she had seen a month before were indeed the eyes of an animal. Yet again, she was in the kitchen looking out through the window right in front of her while doing the dishes. It was then that she started noticing a pair of these glowing eyes. They were slowly raising up from the edge of the window. She backed up from the window, completely convinced it was an intruder. Instinctively, she ran around the house, turning off all the lights to keep herself hidden. After turning off all the other lights, she finally turned off the living room lights. When she turned the lights off and the internal reflections disappeared, she noticed a tall figure with glowing eyes standing right in front of a window before her. Seeing this figure, she immediately called 911, but by the time the police arrived, this figure had already disappeared. The police went around the house checking for traces, and Keith entered the gates of the property. Despite knowing it was wrong, he shouted at Diane for calling the cops. Even the cops confirmed that they found no traces of anyone on the property, and they left their house asking Diane to call them again if anything else happens. 4 months later, Keith and Diane had already moved on from the previous incidents. Nothing abnormal had really followed. One day, Keith woke up early in the morning and decided to get donuts for the family before they woke up. That's pretty cool. So, he stepped out of the house, got into his car, turned it on idle for a few minutes as the night was very cold. Leaving the car in idle, he started adjusting the rearview mirror. While adjusting, he noticed somebody standing on the back of his car. He immediately got out of the car and started searching for the stranger all around the place. It was now he found himself in Diane's shoes. He found no one. However, he found traces all around the house, but they both started from and ended in his own house. A cabin in the woods. Still continuing. Despite all of this, Keith's instinct told him that the intruder should have fled into the woods. So, he called his friend Dennis, told him about the things happening at his property, asked him to accompany him into the woods, to which he agreed. As soon as Dennis arrived, he picked up his hunting gun and ventured into the woods in search of this intruder with Dennis. A few moments into the woods, Keith found the footprints of this intruder. It was 14-inch long. This intruder was a bipedal creature with long legs. While following these 14-inch long footsteps, they started getting a strange feeling of being followed. Despite its creepiness, they continued following the traces and it led them to a cabin. They immediately started shouting near the cabin, asking the intruder to come out and face them. Since they didn't get a response, they decided to visit this cabin later with the cops. So they walked out of the woods into a nearby road and called Keith's dad to pick them up. As soon as he arrived at the spot, Keith's dad asked them what they were doing in the middle of the road with guns. They in turn told him about the events that preceded. The moment they told him about the cabin in the woods, he said to them that he knew to whom it belonged. He told them that the owner of this cabin worked in a nearby tire shop, and hearing this, Keith drove the car directly to the tire shop. To not let the intruder know that they knew his identity, they went to his shop disguised themselves as customers in need of tire service. They figured out the person who serviced their tire was indeed the intruder. This person was an old man who was extremely tall, well-built frame, and his name was George. However, Keith knew that the cops would not believe him because of George's old age. So, he decided to go back home, capture George the next time he stalked his house, and then call the cops, but his property was never revisited by this intruder. The final reveal. 3 months later, Dennis called Keith and told him that George had passed away. He also told him that this was the right time for them to know what was in the cabin, and even Keith felt the same way. So, Dennis picked Keith up from his home and the duo headed to the cabin. On their way, they found a cop's car parked on the road. Luckily, this cop was Dennis's friend, and he took him to George's cabin, saying that the cabin had a high degree of weirdness. Once inside the cabin, Keith noted that the cabin looked like it was used by a primitive man. But the creepy zone of the cabin was located behind a large screen. The area near the screen was filled with stench of dog piss, and behind this screen was a large cell made of thick sheets of steel. This huge metal cage had fresh and old claw marks all over it, and on its farthest wall were cuffs for hands and feet made of thick metal. Orientation of these cuffs suggested that whatever was held in this cell was bipedal and huge. Keith instinctively felt that this unknown creature was one of the ones behind the intrusion of his house. Strangely, Keith never felt stalked after George's death. Pictures, please. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to eerie tales and mysteries. Subscribe and enable notifications. Drop a like. Stay updated on our spine-chilling stories. Prepare for a thrilling ride. I have a few stories to share. Seeking some advice or guidance. The first time I encountered something unexplainable was around 5 to 7 years old. That was while my parents were away, and I was staying with my aunt, and I saw a photo of an uncle I'd never met. Curious, I asked my aunt about him. She told me that he had passed away. She shared many positive stories about him, and I remember telling her that I'd have liked to have known him. Later that day, while watching TV at home, my dog was outside and started barking toward me through the window behind me. I turned around and I saw him growling and scratching at the window. And between us, the same uncle from the photo standing behind me with his hands in his pockets, just looking at me. My dog continued to bark at him, but I was frozen, unable to move or speak. I was thinking that somebody had broken into the house. After a few seconds into the house, just disappeared into thin air, leaving me shocked and scared, wondering what I had just witnessed. I've also experienced things that others have also experienced. For some background, in Mexico, it's a tradition for the close family to gather at the deceased house to pray the rosary for 9 days after their passing. When my maternal grandfather passed away after I buried him, we returned to my grandparents' house. That's where my grandmother still lives. That day after praying, my uncle and I were talking when suddenly through a window beside us, we both saw my grandfather walking from the street toward the entrance of the house. Quickly, my uncle turned to me. I could see the disbelief in his face, and he asked me, "Did you see what I just saw?" I replied that I had also seen my grandfather walking toward the house. My uncle rushed outside, opening the door to find no one there. The street was completely empty. We were left in shock, unable to believe what we had just witnessed. I've had many experiences like these, where I just see people staring at me, but I have also experienced negative situations. For example, when my brother and I were young, but old enough that my mom would trust us to stay home alone while she went grocery shopping. Often, strange things would happen when my brother and I were alone, especially when we played games. One time, we were playing hide and seek. It was my turn to find him. Our house had 2 floors, and the upper floor had a hallway dividing the house. You could either go left or right from the middle of the hallway, but to reach one side, you had to pass through the hallway. It was my turn to seek. I counted 15. I cheated a bit, looked around while counting from 5 to 15, hoping to spot where he had hid. As I finished counting, I glanced to my right. I saw a silhouette similar to my brother's, a child around 9 or 10 years old running toward my parents' bedroom and hiding behind the bed. I finished counting, quickly ran to that room, only to find no one there. Panicked, I called out his name, saying I didn't want to play anymore, asking where he was. He was on the complete opposite side of the house, and that was the first time I saw the child in the house. Reflecting on it now, it seems like he was playing with my brother and me. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as months passed, more and more strange things happened around the house. It got to the point where I couldn't sleep in my room because I felt the child had taken over the space. My family thought I was imagining things, but it was very real to me. This child would move things in my room and make noises, even knock on the walls and doors, as if somebody was tapping on it. The fear became so intense that I would run out of my room and sleep on the parents' room or my brother's room. I remember waking up in the early hours to go to the bathroom. As I walked half asleep, someone would always blow sharply in my ear, startling me awake, and I would run back to my room in terror. This child appeared in different parts of the house, just for a second or two, running past a doorway or down a hallway. It wasn't until I dreamed of him that things changed. In my dream, I got up as usual to get ready for school. The child came to me smiling. Enraged, I shouted at him, telling him to leave and that I never wanted to see him again. The child cried, ran out through the front door, and after that I never saw him again. I've experienced paranormal things around my whole house, but many strange things happened in my parents' room. I remember seeing people walking around in there before. Once I came back with a basket of clean laundry to my parents' room and I was completely alone in the house. I remember walking into my parents' room and seeing an old woman, around 70 years old, with white hair sitting on their bed. She was dressed in a black dress and looking sadly out of the window beside the bed. After 2 or 3 seconds, she disappeared, leaving me with a feeling of dread. Not only have I experienced these paranormal events, but they've also occurred to my family, especially on my mother's side. For instance, before my grandfather passed away, my mother's father, my mom had a weird experience. She was asleep when something suddenly woke her up. Upon opening her eyes, she didn't see anybody, but heard a woman's voice whisper in her ear, "Tell your father that he has 10 days to confess." In the Catholic Church, confession is important to the forgiveness of sins, especially before death, as a way to repent and seek the opportunity to enter heaven with God. Startled by the message, my mom woke up and called my grandparents' house. My grandmother assured her that everything was fine and that my grandfather was okay. They had just finished breakfast. However, my mom insisted that he go to the doctor for a checkup, explaining what just happened to my grandmother. Concerned, my grandmother also urged my grandfather to see the doctor. A couple of days later, after some checkups, they discovered he had advanced colon cancer, and he passed away sometime after. This experience of waking up to a warning and then discovering my grandfather's illness has been one of the most puzzling moments for our family. It's a mystery how my mother received this message, alerting her to my grandfather's condition. I don't constantly have paranormal phenomena in my mind. I just go about my normal life. But if I enter a place, I can quickly sense if something is off or if there's a presence watching me. Even when I'm alone or with others, I sometimes catch a glimpse of people walking by for just a second, seeing their silhouette approach or stand behind me before they quickly disappear. After that, they vanish. I can still feel their presence near me. I like to think they're people I know or deceased relatives, like my grandfather, uncles, or my father. I hope it's them, but I'll never be entirely sure. Most of the time, I don't feel their presence as negative. It feels positive, as if they have good intentions. I try to talk to them in both English and Spanish, hoping for a sign or a message. There's no clear way to communicate with them or to confirm if they want to speak or just observe. This is why I'm writing this post. I'm asking if anybody knows how to develop this ability or gift. That's what it is. I'm not sure what to call it, but if anybody can help me improve or communicate with these entities, I'm willing to try. As a child, these experiences scared me, but now at 26, with a more open mind, I'm not as fearful. I want to experience these situations more often. Be careful what you wish for. The Hinterkaifeck Farmhouse Murders. In the 1920s, there was a farmstead. It was called Hinterkaifeck Farm. It was located in the southern part of Germany. Present in a very rural and isolated forested area. It was occupied by the Gruber family made up of Andreas, his wife Kazilia, his daughter Victoria, and Victoria's 2 children, and their live-in maid. The maid leaves. In the winter of 1921, strange things started happening around the property, with the first event being noticed by the live-in maid. One day, while she was cleaning the house, she started hearing tapping sounds from the walls, as if she walked towards a nearby wall to check if somebody was actually tapping on it. She understood that the tapping was not from the other side of the wall, but from within the wall. As she kept focusing on the sound, she started hearing a combination of footsteps and disembodied voices from the attic. She immediately ran to the Andreas and told him that something was there in that attic. Although skeptical, Andreas walked into the attic to check if it was his maid. Or rather, to check if what his maid told him was true. He found no one. And in fact, the attic was so clean that it was impossible for a human being to have been there previously. The absence of hiding spots in the attic eliminated the possibility of an intruder hiding inside, so for the next few weeks it became a routine where the maid was waking up from her sleep because of these sounds in the attic and tapping within the walls and telling Andreas that somebody was in the attic, only for him to rush to the attic and find no one. With Andreas getting frustrated over time, the maid felt she had gone through enough and quit her job cleaning that house and that it was haunted. Increased strangeness. She had been with the family for so long that the family felt as if they were handicapped. A few days after the maid quit, Andreas started hearing the strange sounds from the attic and the tapping within the walls. But now he found himself on the other side of the glass, and his family was not believing him. However, even they started hearing these sounds with time, and the family started searching around the property for an intruder. As days passed, whatever was causing these sounds started to turn violent. Random things in the house started to go missing, with the house keys being the most common. With just 2 sets of house keys, them going missing only to reappear later in a completely random spot turned out to be a hassle for the family. One night, one of Andreas' grandchildren suddenly went missing. Family searched the entire property, and since no traces of her were found inside the property, they headed into a close-by forest in search of her. Despite clearing through the forest for a very long time, the kids were nowhere to be seen. When they returned to their house to call the police, they found the kid right next to the house. She looked completely lost and constantly told them that she didn't know how or why she moved to that place. They covered her up in a blanket, took her into the house, and started calming her down. She was finally calm. They started asking her about how she ended up outside the house. While questioning his granddaughter, Andreas noted that the newspaper that he had never subscribed to was lying on the table. In fact, no one in that area subscribed to this newspaper. With the strange events continuing, the family found that the lock of the box that held expensive tools was meddled with. The lock had deep cut marks that suggested that somebody had tried to hack it off but failed in their attempt. However, the family were not able to understand how they weren't able to hear somebody trying to cut through this lock. In the early March of 1922, the day after a heavy snowstorm, Andreas opened the back door of the house to find a trail of footsteps. These footsteps seemed to be walking toward his house, but there were no footsteps that whoever walked toward his house walked back. These footsteps suggested that somebody had broken into his house but not walked back. He checked his property completely. No signs of an intruder, and after having been tolerating this for so long, Andreas finally decided to open up to his neighbor. His neighbor offered him a little. He declined their offer. Bodies found. On the 4th of March, 1922, a repairman turned out in front of the house of Grubers as they had booked an appointment. But despite knocking on the door multiple times, nobody had opened the door. As the dogs were barking, he was able to hear the sound of appliances running. He thought that the family was inside the house and walked toward one of the windows in hopes of catching the family's attention. But even then, no one showed up. After circling the house and not getting any attention from the Grubers, he decided to finish off the work he was called for. Once he was done, he headed to the back of the house, and he was hoping it wasn't locked, but it was locked as well. Surprised by the oddity, he went to the house of Andreas' neighbor, told them what he saw, asked them to inform him if they had heard anything from the family, and left. The neighbor decided to check out the Grubers later that day. They went to their house. Similar to the repairman, they found the house locked. As they walked around the house hoping to see a family member, they found that the barn was open. They walked into the barn, calling out Andreas' name. They were greeted by his lifeless body. What actually happened? On the 29th, March 1922, 4 members of the family had apparently walked into the barn one by one unsuspectingly as if they were lured by something only to be bludgeoned by a mattock. It appeared as if somebody or something had lured members of the family one by one, killed them, pulled their body to the corner, covered it in hay, and lured another member to the barn to repeat it. Their corpses indicated that they were not trying to fight back. This entity, when it hit them to death. Investigators were clueless about why the members walked into the barn without even a bit of suspicion and literally offered no resistance while being killed. After killing 4 of the family members this way, this entity went into the house and killed the other 2 sleeping members in a similar way. Not to forget, 2 of these victims were actually small children. Although their bodies were discovered only a few days later, investigators figured out that the house was actually being inhabited until the day their bodies were found. The creepy part is that whatever killed this family lived in the family's house, using their bed to sleep and food to eat while they lay dead in the house for almost 5 days. To add weightage to this fact, the neighbors saw smoke coming out of the chimney of this house during these 5 days. The cash in the house, however, was still in the place which was meant to be, and wasn't actually the work of a robber, and since the groupers weren't particularly well liked in the locality, tracing down a person with a motive to kill them became impossible. Well, if they weren't well liked, you'd think that would be possible. Anyway, with over a century passing, this case still remains obscure. Was the murderer a human or an unhuman? The answer stays a mystery. These last 2 stories were awfully murdery. A shadow figure. When I was 10 years old, I had the most vivid nightmare of my life. I was at the top of the stairs. I was saying goodbye to my parents when I sensed something was behind me. I turned and saw a huge black shadow figure standing over me. No matter how hard I looked at it, I simply couldn't see a face. I remember calling for my brother, who used to babysit me at the time. No one came. The figure started to raise its arm over me, and I knew it meant me harm. I screamed out for my brother. I woke up in a cold sweat. Never in my life been so frightened by something I assumed was inside my own head. But when I took some comfort, I did, in the fact that it was only a dream. Sometime later, around Christmas time, 2003, I recall coming downstairs around 11 to fetch myself a glass of water. I passed the living room and the door was open. Being a kid, I always stopped to take a glance at the Christmas tree. The room was empty, my parents were upstairs in bed. I could hear my brother in his room playing video games. I continued to the kitchen and I got a drink and headed back up the hall. Again, I stopped to peek at the Christmas tree through the living room door. In the chair by the window, I saw someone sitting there, a tall figure that was completely cast in shadow. Immediately, I was afraid, but I thought that perhaps it was my father having a late-night cigarette. Called for him and there was no answer. The thing in the chair just sat there, completely still. It took a moment, but I eventually realized that I could see the orange glow of the streetlight through whatever was sitting in that chair. I remembered thinking I was dreaming, remembering the dream I'd had months before, and being a dumb kid, I tried pinching myself. But obviously, nothing happened. I remember the adrenaline and the cold chills. I was frightened of this thing, whatever it was, so I bolted for the stairs. From there, I could see into the living room. I looked once more and I saw the shadow thing standing from the chair and moving forwards. It looked and moved like a man except for the fact that it was semi-see-through. I remember I took the rest of the stairs at a run and spilling most of my water all over myself. I looked in on my brother and he was still there. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened. Eventually hearing my father cough from inside his bedroom, I knew then for sure that thing was neither other male in the house. I ended up sharing my brother's room that night. He offered no resistance, saying that I was in a bit of a state, but I never spoke of what I saw. I guess over time, I just didn't think about this anymore. Maybe I convinced myself that I imagined the whole thing, but this past summer I had another dream. First time in over 15 years. It was a waking dream of sorts. I was in bed at about 5 a.m. What I recall most vividly was the sun streaming through the window and filling the room. I remember flopping my head to the side and staring at my bedroom door. It was there, this huge shadow figure that was as tall as my bedroom door. I could see the outline of a head, shoulders, a torso, arms, but absolutely no features. Again, it was just black, and once again I could see the bedroom door through it, as though it was not entirely solid. I'll never forget the feeling of my heart leaping into my mouth at seeing this thing. I shot up in bed and I screamed. I literally screamed the house down. Cue frantic scrabbling and pounding from the next room, and my dad charging in, finding me hyperventilating in bed. "What, dream?" I remember he asked. He was clutching his hunting knife. I agreed and I sank back into bed. After the shock wore off, I started recalling the experience prior. That was a weird glitch. I can't deny it. That too. I can't deny it causes discomfort, but I dismissed it as just a dream and even joked in following days about waking the whole house. It was maybe 3 weeks later and I was home alone. It was maybe 11 p.m. to midnight. I'd gone to the kitchen for some reason and I stood over the sink. I looked up and I caught my reflection in the kitchen window. I had the lights on and it was dark outside. It was clear as day. Behind me, as I was by the sink, was a tall, lanky shadow figure. Again, I saw head, shoulders, arms. I have chills right now just recalling this one. It's fresh. I know it was no dream, no far-off memory. I turned around and there was absolutely nothing behind me. Glanced back at the window and it was still there, reflected behind me, so I ran. I charged through the hall, up the stairs, and into my room. My intent was to grab my phone and call someone to come home. I remember so vividly that as I reached for my phone off the vanity, the loudest, deepest growling sound I've ever heard seemed to come from the upstairs. It was from the hallway outside of my room. I know it's not a brave or cool thing to admit, but I dove into the closet at that point and I hid. It was about half an hour or more before I felt brave enough to come out and turn the lights on. Although I got some comfort when people returned to the house, couldn't sleep and began thinking of the previous dreams. The figure I'd seen so many years before in the living room. What if this was somehow connected? Well, that's my story. And the first time I've ever written it all out as one. Seems insane. I'd really like to extend my gratitude to my brother for helping me recall these instances, and to you, if you've taken the time to read all of this. You are very welcome. What do you think? If this is all the same shadow figure, am I being haunted by something? And if so, why? Please, if there are any paranormal experts or investigators with any theories, I'd love to know. After the recent experience, I'm terrified of seeing this thing again. I'll let anybody interested know of any further appearances. As a lover of horror movies, I believe in the paranormal, but all of this, experiencing such fear, it's made me skittish to even watch something frightening. Followed by a demon. So it might sound bizarre, but when I was 17, I moved to a different country to attend the school there. The Saint Anne de Bellevue was a small little city near Montreal with a giant McGill, like a McGill U campus next to it. Really nothing special about the city aside from the huge-ass lake. So I was extremely lonely and vulnerable at the time. My whole life got turned upside down, and Had bitchy students and my social anxiety, and you got, an asocial kid with depression. Later, around October, I started to get paranoid that somebody's always next to me and following me around. I'd walk down the street and feel burning gaze on me, make me turn around and anxiously look around. The haunting feeling never left me. When I'm home, I felt the presence still. I started hearing unexplainable noises from upstairs, even though I lived on the first and last floor. Constant thumping and creaking noises. I felt presence in the dark corner of my room as if something was there and looking at me. The dark figure with no shape or form, but still chilling and feelable. Thought I was getting crazy. Even contacted my aunt, who's a doctor, and asked her, am I going crazy? If I'm paranoid 24/7. She said you might just be under a great stress. So I shrugged it off. I fast forward to March. I was already so drained. The feeling never left, and I kept feeling the gaze and the presence. Being Muslim there's no mosques. Couldn't pray there, so I just kept chanting Bismillah to keep myself sane and, safe. That's what my dad always taught me. He said, whenever you're scared to talk to God, He'll protect you, and I did. In March, it was the 5th month of me being paranoid and terrified of my own shadow, and I felt extremely suicidal and depressed. I didn't feel the joy of life anymore. Constant issues within myself only made it worse. I somehow managed to get through the last 2 months of terrible school and made it out. Got back home, and I was so relieved. The feeling never left. It only got worse, and I actually started feeling physical touches of it. When I lay down, it laid down on me. Whenever I passed the mirror, I felt like I see something there. I keep hearing unexplainable sounds and things moving and creaking. I slept with the Quran next to me every single night. It came to the point where I couldn't even sleep properly, feeling the gaze on me. I keep getting deeper into my depression, and I felt even more numb than before. I kept seeing it, the shapeless something in the darkest corner. It was dark and scary, radiating terror. Never felt so alone and helpless. One night I was scrolling through Wikipedia on my computer, and then something caught my attention. There was something next to me staring right at me. It almost made my heart stop. That's when I decided that this needed to stop. And before that, unfortunately, I made a lot of mistakes. I keep saying to myself that it was the depression, but now I feel like it was just scared of everything. I resigned from university and went to my grandparents. I stayed at their home for quite some time. I decided that I no longer want to keep it in me, so I told my other aunt about the strange occurrences. Unlike my parents, she trusted me. Being from a country with a strong religion before Islam, we still have people who practice shamanism. My aunt contacted her and told her situation. The lady was kind enough to meet us at the apartment. Some people might say she's fake and a charlatan, but she never charged us, saying that it's her duty to help people in need. And I do believe that she has some powers we can't fathom. She made a ritual, put a candle next to me, and instructed me to close my eyes, not to open them until she finished. She proceeded to chant prayers and gently tapped and hit me with her ritual stick made out of an animal hoof. Rather, it was made out of an animal hoof, leather ropes, and wood. The candle went wild. The fire was raging, and the smoke went completely black, as my aunt told me. When she was over, it took about 5 or 8 minutes. I turned around, saw that more than half a candle was already burned, and the wax pooled on the plate. She said that I'm followed by a demon that fed off my misery. She said it always latches on to the most miserable and desperate people who are alone and vulnerable. They drive them crazy until the body just gives up. She told us to buy a small lead ball or an ingot, and we did that. Upon returning, she did the ritual with prayers and fire. She kept praying and chanting. The shaman heated the lead until it was liquefied. When she was nearing the end of the ritual, she threw the hot liquefied lead onto the footpan full of icy cold water. I'm gonna go with pool. She did all standing next to me while I was afraid of lead falling on me and getting burned. Yeah. Fortunately, I was spared from burns and pain. The shaman then proceeded to take out the solidified lead out of the water, and when she showed me the form of it, it gave me chills. It looked like an ugly face with little horns or something sticking out of it. Out of the safety issue, she told me so. She never let me take a picture of it. She explained to me what it was and what it needed from me, and then carefully wrapped in multiple layers of tissues, fabric, and plastic bags. The lady said that we should find a place where no one will ever find this thing. Dig a hole and seal it in there. So we went to a big dumpster that's been in the city for so long and dig a whole bunch and deep enough to fit like this lead form in. She advised us to bathe in salted water to purify the body and cleanse the negative energy. And here I am a couple of years later, completely free of worries and paranoid thoughts. I would say it was a quick recovery process since I was paranoid as a leftover habit, but the first night after the exorcism, or if you want to call it that, was the calmest night of the longest time. Believe it or not, but I just wanted to share it in case, well, it might be helpful to some people and interesting to others. Indeed. How I went from a skeptic to a believer. In the past, I was quite the skeptic when it came to the paranormal. I wasn't one of those jerk skeptics who would tell people to grow up or to ridicule them. I enjoyed listening to ghost stories. Some I thought were more believable than others. For instance, I found the ones where people saw, heard, and felt things more believable than stories in which people were badly hurt, killed, or property damage was done. Still, as I enjoyed the stories, I always took them with a grain of salt. Though, as I have had more strange experiences, I took ghost stories more seriously than before. Well, not the super crazy ones. And this will be a post on my list of experiences I had which led me to being a believer. With only one P in post. The very first strange experience or thing that I've ever experienced was when I was about 6. I was at my babysitter's house, and one day I was walking down a hall. The door to the restroom was wide open. I looked inside and everything was fine. Went back to walking and then I heard a noise. When I went back to the restroom, I saw a drawer had opened, so I ran back to the living room. When I was 11 years old, I had this constant feeling that there was someone in the apartment my family and I lived in. During the morning and afternoon, I would be distracted with schoolwork, family, friends, and TV. Though once night came, the distractions and noise would dwindle. You were able to focus and notice things more. Whenever my family was home or I was alone, I would feel like there was this person in a white robe roaming the halls at night. One day, I was alone and the feeling got so bad I stayed outside in a cold November night for 2 hours until my family came back home. I don't know if it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but from the porch I was able to see into the window. I saw the curtains moving as if somebody walked past them. What's even more strange is that I got that feeling once more, but instead of feeling as if it was someone in a robe, it felt like there was a man lurking around. It happened earlier this year. My grandpa had passed away and my family to Mexico for the funeral. I had to stay home doing, I was in college. I was all alone. In those 2 weeks they were away, I was paranoid. I would stay awake all night in the living room with all the lights on in the room. Constantly had this feeling that there was a man wandering from room to room. I would think I would hear doors creak open or close, and in the morning when the noise of people filled the air, I would check the rooms and find nothing amiss. Now, this story is the reason I went from skeptic to believer. The rest I thought was due to me being paranoid, either because I was a kid or due to losing someone close. This one, though, I have no explanation for. In 2020, I took a year off due to an error with my transfer to a school. I decided to work and I got a chill job as a janitor. I enjoyed my time there. I had to clean 4 clinics with a 3-person crew. Each clinic was about 30 or 40 minutes apart. The only problem was that the people I worked with at the time were not reliable. 2 times I had to clean all 4 clinics on my own because multiple people didn't show up for work. My first strange experience in this job happened at Clinic C. It's placed near a creepy alley and in a small town where the activity dies at night. While cleaning, I constantly heard a dripping noise. I went to the sink, I thought I was making the noise, and I looked under it looking for a leak and nothing. Stayed a while to try and pinpoint where the sound was coming from, and again nothing. I struggled and went back to cleaning. And then when I left the room where the noise was coming from, it started again. My final experience happened on a Thursday, a day before my last day there. It was at the biggest clinic. It was at D Clinic. It had both clinical and dental services. There were a lot of stories on how the nurses would hear things. They said they could hear a lady scream, and one day I closed the door to a restroom and realized it made a loud shriek whenever you closed it. I assumed that was the noise they kept hearing. Another day they said they would hear a loud, clatter. One day there was a silver tray for the doctor to put his tools on. One of the legs holding up the tray was flimsy and it would constantly fall. So I assumed that was the noise that they heard. As for me and my coworkers, they were finishing up. One of them and I were waiting for the final coworker to finish mopping. We were in a large lobby and it connected to the dental lobby area as well. There's a glass lobby that lets you see directly down a vertical hall to the horizon hall that leads to a patient's room, and a lab in the dental area. The floor was wet and most of the lights were off. My coworker asked me something and I looked at her and responded. Then I looked back at the hall and I see a pair of legs walking around past a wall, toward the lab or door to enter the dental area. I called for the mopping coworker. We all know not to walk on the wet floor, but she may have forgotten and walked on it. Though she answered from behind me, she was finishing up mopping the entrance to the lobby. I then went out to the left of the lobby, down the dry hall, which connected to the horizontal hall I saw the legs walking in. I looked down the hall and I saw no footprints on the floor. The legs had sneakers like the nurses wear and black scrubs like they wear as well. Told my coworkers and they both said they heard nothing and saw nobody else in the large building. Told my mom when I got home about what happened and she gave me her input. She said that since a lot of people go to the clinic, one of them may be carrying a spirit, good or bad, and that spirit may have gotten attached to the place and stayed behind. She could see I was shook by this experience and tried to cheer me up. It worked and I acted like I wasn't affected by it. But I was, and to this day I know what I saw. It was more than likely the one making the noises the nurses heard, and it was real. I know it was. My personal scariest unexplained encounter. So, when I was around 12 years old or so, my best friend and I at the time were super into all things paranormal. We would purposely seek out situations that would expose us to ghosts and entities, etc. And I firmly believe if you go looking hard enough, you begin to open the door to these occurrences. We often had our parents take us to Savannah, Georgia, known for being a particularly haunted city due to its history. To stay in the same hotel room a woman killed herself in hopes of seeing her. Ghost tours, you name it. Now, unfortunately for us, most of the time we never experienced anything. However, the scariest experience I had was, at least with her, it's always come back to my mind over the years. I always try and rationalize it, but to this day I haven't been able to come up with a good explanation. I'm wondering if you can all help. We're from a small town in Georgia, Milledgeville, or Milledgeville, notorious for its old, now mostly abandoned insane asylum, the Central State Hospital. It has a cemetery with many paranormal sightings and an extensive history. It's called Memory Hill. It was the night before Halloween, and we decided to be reckless, go to the cemetery and do all the things that you're not supposed to do. There's a wrought iron fence surrounding a plot of graves there. The fence looked like it had a little devilish face in it, believed to have been placed to ward off evil spirits. On All Hallows Eve, it said that you can hear wailing and screeching coming from this area of the cemetery. The tale goes that you're not to touch the fence on All Hallows Eve, as to not release the evil. So of course we decided to touch it. There's a witch's grave from a woman named Dixie Haygood, lived 1861 to 1915. Legend goes if you're not casting a shadow on her grave, or you'll bear the full weight of her curse. She's believed to cast this before she died, so naturally we did just that. There's a mausoleum there from William Fish, who had his wife and daughter taken by the typhoid epidemic in 1872. After he constructed the mausoleum, he himself entered inside, closed the door, and shot himself to be with them. Legend has it if you knock on the door, you may hear a knock and reply. We knocked, no reply. When we were leaving, we noticed a friendly black cat in the cemetery. She was very sweet, came up to us purring and rubbing her legs, and followed us for a while. Her mom, our ride, they're an avid animal lover. We all agreed to take her in and bring her to the local no-kill shelter for the next day. She seemed really like somebody's house cat. We'd never seen her before and went pretty fairly frequently. In hindsight, this was not a good idea. This cat likely has always lived there and was perfectly happy. But we took the black cat with us from the cemetery that day. We named her Siren. Now, fast forward to nighttime. My friend has a clubhouse located fairly far in her backyard out next to the woods. She has a fenced-in backyard with a pool. You have to exit the fence to walk out to the clubhouse. We decided to sleep there to add to the scary vibes. We decided to keep Siren in the clubhouse that night with us. At the time, the door in the clubhouse was broken. Wouldn't close all the way or lock. We stayed up for a while talking, maybe until 1 or 2 a.m. I have no idea since we didn't have cell phones at the time. Siren begins going absolutely fucking bonkers, hissing and growling constantly and wouldn't let you near her. Now, I'm sure it's because we uprooted this poor thing and put her in a small unfamiliar room with unfamiliar people. My friend and I are chatting and I hear a loud knock on the floor, like from underneath the clubhouse. The clubhouse is lifted on a few cement blocks, so there's definitely room for somebody to crawl under. I ignore it, thinking that it could be anything. Then I hear it maybe 1 to 2 more times. Also ignoring it, then there's a loud knock that comes from directly underneath where my friend's sitting on the floor. She jumps and I tell her I've heard a few knocks before, but didn't know what to say, or didn't really want to say anything. She said that she had heard them too, and also was trying to pretend that she hadn't. But this one you couldn't ignore. The knocking starts more frequently, seemingly from multiple locations underneath us at the same time. Then we hear a knock on one wall of the clubhouse as well. The knocking picks up and it's very loud. Eventually it spread to all 4 walls of the clubhouse and underneath us, surrounding us. All at the same time, I'm in tears at this point because I'm so scared. Wanted to run out and make a break for it to her house. My friend adamantly didn't want to do that because she was afraid to leave. The knocking and banging continues for quite some time, on all 4 walls and underneath us simultaneously. We tried to convince ourselves it was just her dad playing a trick on us. We couldn't explain how it would be coming from all sides and below the clubhouse at once. She eventually convinces me it was probably her cats. So I eventually am able to fall asleep. The knocking continued the entire time though. The next morning, the knocking had stopped. My friend later tells me that she didn't think it could be her cats, but was trying to calm me down at the time. To this day, we have no idea what could have caused the knocking. was very loud and intense at times, shaking the clubhouse. I'm hoping somebody may have a logical explanation, or was it truly some demonic or unfriendly entities warning us to not be dumb kids on Hallows Eve? As for Siren, we took her back to the cemetery the next day, or at least the poor thing back to her home. A Clown's Revenge. Alright, I know what you're thinking. Clowns aren't that scary. They're just goofy, oversized dudes with face paint and squeaky shoes, right? Well, I used to think the same until he showed up. It all started at a circus. You know, the usual overpriced cotton candy, bored parents, and a clown that looked like he lost a bet with life. I'd had a rough day. Honestly, I wasn't in the mood to deal with the red-nosed joker wobbling around on stage. He did this bit where he tripped over his giant shoes, honked his nose, and sprayed water from a flower pinned to his chest. It was painful to watch. The crowd gave him pity laughs, but I couldn't hold back. "Wow," I shouted. "Did you get your comedy routine from a cereal box, or are you just naturally unfunny?" The audience chuckled awkwardly. The clown just stared at me. His painted smile was frozen in place. It was weird, but I shrugged it off. He stumbled through the rest of his act, and when the show ended, I left without a second thought. The next day, I saw the news. Local clown found dead in circus tent after show. Apparently, the poor guy took his own life that night. And I couldn't shake the feeling that my comment had something to do with it. You think. But that's ridiculous, right? I mean, sure, I was kind of a jerk, but it's not like he would, right? Maybe. Fast forward a few days, and things started getting really weird. Really weird. It began with little stuff. I'd hear squeaky shoes behind me when no one was there. Sometimes late at night, I'd catch a faint whiff of cotton candy. I tried to brush it off, maybe it was just feeling guilty. But then came the laughter. It wasn't the kind of laughter you hear at a comedy club. No, this was creepy laughter, high-pitched and echoing. It would start soft, almost like it was coming from far away. Then it would get louder and louder until it was like somebody was laughing right next to your ear. One night I'd had enough. I was trying in bed and just lying there and trying to sleep, and the laughter just started again. "Okay, clown ghost," I muttered to the empty room. "If you're gonna haunt me, at least do something." Bad move. The laughter stopped, dead silence. I sat up, the hairs in the back of my neck standing on end. Then slowly I heard the sound of squeaky shoes dragging across the floor. I looked toward the doorway, and there he was. The clown. Except now he was translucent and hovering a few inches above the ground. His painted smile was still there, but his eyes... oh, his eyes were dead. "Thought you were funny, huh?" the ghost clown said, his voice echoing like he was speaking through a cheap carnival speaker. "Did I make you laugh?" I stammered. I was hitching toward the edge of the bed. "Look, man, I didn't mean it, okay? No one laughs at me." The clown snapped, floating closer, his face distorting into something nightmarish. His smile stretched too wide, his painted tears dripping down his cheeks like wet paint. Now it's my turn to laugh. Before I could react, he honked his nose. Suddenly, a pie flew out of nowhere and smacked me square in the face. I blinked, wiping whipped cream from my eyes, only for another pie to come flying at me. Okay, I get it, I'm sorry. I dodged another pie, but he wasn't done. The lights in the room flickered, and suddenly my bed started spinning like some kind of carnival ride gone wrong. I held on for dear life as the room blurred around me. The clown floated above me, cackling like a maniac. This is just the beginning, buddy. You're gonna ride the clown show forever. I screamed no, trying to crawl off the bed, but it felt like I was stuck on some twisted merry-go-round. My vision swirled, and I was pretty sure I was gonna puke at any second. The clown just hovered closer. His red nose was inches from my face. How's it feel, huh? You think you're funny now? I take it back, I shouted. You were hilarious, funniest clown I've ever seen. Please just stop. He paused, hovering in front of me, his grotesque smile still plastered on his face. Hilarious, huh? He floated down to the floor, crossing his arms. You really think so? Yes. I wiped the pile off my face and staggered off the bed, which had finally stopped spinning. It'd be the best part of the show, I swear. For a moment, he just stared at me, his dead eyes unblinking. Then slowly, he honked his nose again. I braced myself for another pie. Nothing happened. The room was silent, the air heavy. The clown's form began to shimmer. Before I knew it, he faded into thin air, leaving me standing there in the middle of my room covered in whipped cream, utterly humiliated. I would be excited, but hey. Thought it was over finally. Some peace. But just as I was about to sit down, I heard it, a faint, distant honking, and the voice echoed throughout the air. I'll be watching you, buddy. So now I live in constant fear of ghost pies and haunting honks. My advice: never insult a circus clown. You never know which one might come back from the dead to haunt your every move. And trust me, they don't play fair. Interesting day. I think my house is haunted. About 4 years ago, my grandmother died in her house. She died of cancer, and it was a peaceful death. Then, about 4 months after that, my step-grandfather died in the house. This one was a bit more brutal. He had gone into a big depression after my grandmother had died and stopped talking to the whole family, except for one of my uncles. That's his son, also the one who found him. My grandfather stopped talking and taking all of his medications. It was terrible for him because he had Hep C, diabetes, and a few other disorders. He was found on the floor in the hallway, and he'd been there for about 3 days. There was blood everywhere. He was internally bleeding, and he began to cough and throw up blood. After both of my grandparents' deaths, my family took over the house. He renovated everything. We had to put new carpet in. The old carpet was torn out because my grandfather had Hep C and his blood went everywhere. When we first moved in, my mom and I liked to sleep in the living room on the couches. That was because our rooms were being renovated. Also, the cable wasn't set up yet, and neither was the internet, and we could watch DVDs on the living room TV. We lived very far out in the woods. It's near Bohemian Grove, so we had to wait to get satellite internet. My mom and I would usually sleep out there at different times because my mom works graveyard shifts at a vet hospital. However, every time we slept out on the couches, something strange would happen. Almost every night at 2:43 a.m., give or take a few minutes, I'd wake up terrified, covered in sweat, breathing heavily, on the brink of tears. I knew I had woken up from a nightmare every time, but I never remembered them. This happened probably 20 more times before I decided I was no longer going to fall asleep in the living room. So I slept in my bedroom. But the only thing that stopped was the waking up at the same time every night. The nightmares never stopped. I was constantly haunted by these nightmares. I've always had nightmares, but they never happened as often as they did when I moved into the house. One night while my mom was off work, she'd asked me if I wanted to watch a movie with her in the living room. It was pretty late, and I knew I'd fall asleep if I did watch the movie. So I said no. When she asked why, I explained to her, and she kind of looked shocked. She said that she'd been experiencing the same thing, but during the day and sometimes at night when she was off of work. It was the same time during the day and around 2:43 p.m. and at night it was 2:43 a.m. We were sort of relieved that we'd both been experiencing this, but also sort of scared. We had no idea what was going on. One afternoon, while my mom was sleeping out in the living room, she felt someone punch her in her side. She woke up thinking it was my dad or my brother messing with her. She lifted her head up and said, "What's your problem?" No one was there. She walked all throughout the house. Not a single person was there. Couldn't have been one of her dogs. She felt a distinct human hand punching her in the ribs. So basically, my mom decided to never sleep on the couch again. 3 years have passed since then. We never did sleep on that couch during that period. Nothing really bothered us again, except for the nightmares that persisted. My boyfriend, who'd been with me for 5 years, even says that I've had more nightmares in this house than before we moved in. But about a month ago, my dad came home with a huge 4K TV. So, of course, being the big movie buffs we are, my mom and I wanted to watch movies on there. Now, when I watch movies out in the living room late at night, I usually stay up past 2:43 a.m. just in case, and nothing usually happens. Except the other night. At exactly 2:43 a.m. I was awake and my mom had fallen asleep. All of a sudden I start to hear a whimper. First I thought it was one of my dogs wanting to go outside. But then I realized it was my mom when the whimper grew louder into a full-on scream. I woke her up and she was very confused and very scared. I told her she was screaming and she said she had a dream where she was laying down next to me on the couch like she was just then, but I was asleep. She said she was unable to move and was trying to scream because she felt I was in danger, but she couldn't get the words out. Then a shadowy hand grabbed my face and that's when she woke up. My mom and I are the only ones who experienced the nightmare, and the specific times that the nightmares happened in the living room. Although, when my older brother was crashing on our couch for a while, he claimed to have experienced some weird stuff too, like the feeling that somebody was watching him sleep. We've all experienced things moving on their own, like this antique kerosene lamp that we have on the shelf that just about touches the ceiling. Flew off, shattered for no reason. Sucked getting all the old kerosene smell out of the carpet. I bet. We've actually been losing forks too. I don't know what that means, but forks just go missing all the time. We're down to about 3 or 4 forks, as opposed to the 10 we used to have. Our TVs turn off at random times without anybody touching the remote, and we used to have a warranty to get a new TV, and the new TV still does the same thing. It's not a power issue where the TV just loses power or the plug isn't plugged in all the way. It's like the TV screen says powering off and then turns off. We do get random scents out of nowhere. My mom usually smells this old soap that smells like her grandmother, while I usually get a smell like something's burning and gives me a headache. My dad always smells something that he only describes as shit. The smells are unprompted. Usually only one person can smell it. And this has been slowly progressing over the course of at least 4 years. I'm not really sure what's going on, and I think it's my grandfather. Not happy that we're here. What do you think? I think that your dad's description of the smell is funny. Don't try this at home. When the mask came to life, it didn't happen all at once. It started as a simple craft project, just something for Halloween. I found an old cereal box in the recycling, grabbed some paints and some glue. I decided to make my own mask. Mom wasn't going to buy me a costume this year. Money was tight, but I didn't care. I wanted to make something special. I cut holes for the eyes, added a sharp grin with black marker. I glued on pieces of yarn for hair. Only halfway through, I realized I didn't have enough of this yarn left. That's when the idea hit me. I grabbed a pair of scissors and snipped a small lock of my own hair. Just a little, it seemed harmless enough. I glued it right in the middle of the mask's forehead, watching it stick to the cardboard almost like it belonged there. The mask was done. It held up, admiring my work, and the face looked off. Its grin was a little bit too wide, its eyes a little bit too dark, too hollow. But I shrugged it off and I tried it on. That's when things got strange. At first, it was just an odd feeling, like the mask was too tight against my skin. I pulled it off after a few moments, and as I held it in my hands, I could swear it was watching me. The eyes, which I'd cut so carefully, they felt like they were narrowing and focusing. I set it down on my desk and I went to bed, tried to forget about the weird feeling. It was just cardboard and glue, but that night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing something scratching, like someone was dragging their nails across the wall. I turned over trying to ignore it, but then I heard it again louder. I flicked on my bedside lamp. The sound stopped immediately. The room returned to an unnatural quiet. And then I saw it. The mask. It was sitting on my desk exactly where I'd left it, but something was different. The lock of my hair I had glued onto it. It had grown. I stared at it, my chest tightening. The hair, my hair, it was longer now, twisting down the side of the mask like it was alive. I wanted to throw it away right then, but I couldn't move. I just sat there staring. That's when the mask shifted. I swear I saw it, the eyes moved, ever so slightly, turning toward me. The grin widened, stretching further than it should have, splitting the cardboard edges. Heart pounded in my ears, and I grabbed the mask, intending to rip it apart. But as soon as my fingers touched it, a voice, soft and whispering, echoed inside my head. "Let me in." I dropped it immediately. Stumbling back, the mask fell on the floor with a soft thud. I waited, holding my breath, but the voice didn't return. I wanted to scream for Mom, but something stopped me. It felt like the mask knew me now, like it had taken a piece of me with that hair. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. I'd been tired, my mind playing tricks on me. I grabbed the mask, stuffed it in the bottom drawer of my desk, shoving clothes over it. Out of sight, out of mind. But it didn't stay there. That night, I woke up again to the sound of scratching. Sat up, my heart already racing, and there it was, the mask on my desk watching me. The hair was even longer now. It was curling around the sides like vines. I should have been terrified, but there was something else creeping in. Curiosity. I got out of bed and walked toward it slowly, like I was being drawn to it. As soon as my fingers brushed the cardboard surface, the whispering started again. It was almost louder this time. "Let me in." I couldn't pull my hand away. The mask felt warm, like it had a pulse. Then I felt it. The mask wasn't just watching me, it was waiting for me to put it on again. I don't know what came over me, but I lifted it up, hands were shaking, and pressed it to my face. The moment it touched my skin, I felt something shift inside me. The mask tightened around my head and the cardboard edges digging into my scalp. The lock of my hair, now tangled and woven into the mask itself. I tried to scream, but the mask wouldn't let me. My mouth wouldn't move. The whispering almost turned into a chant, a steady, rhythmic command. "You can't take this off now, you're mine now." I yanked off the mask, desperate to pull it away, but it held fast. My reflection in the mirror across the room showed something worse. The mask wasn't just stuck to me. It was becoming me. The cardboard faded, merging with my skin. The eyes, those dark, hollow eyes, were now my own. The grin, I could feel it stretching across my own face. I clawed at it, pulling and tearing, but it was useless. The mask had won. It had taken me. And now I sit here writing this. I don't know how much time I have left. It's getting harder to think, harder to fight. The mask is in control and it's hungry. Well, it's more than just me. If you ever find yourself making a Halloween mask, if you ever think it's a harmless project, don't use anything that belongs to you, because it'll come to life, and it'll want everything. And this story seems pretty far-fetched, but it was a funny excuse to hit this button on the floor that makes an echo thing. Never stop to help, because you never know. This story took place in Texas, back in the fall of '94. I was traveling from a small town outside Dallas called Grapevine. I was heading to my duty station in Lubbock, Texas. I would never take this route again after what happened this night, along I-20. I was traveling alone, and I had left around 7 p.m. on my road trip across Texas. If you've ever been to Texas, then you know that you can drive for hours on end and still be in Texas. Anyways, the story takes place about 30 minutes outside of Abilene. It would change my life forever. I decided to stop at a rest stop along the highway to stretch my legs and take a piss. I noticed a woman in like a late 70s model Ford parked in the lot. That was when I got out. I went and did my business, had a smoke, and before I left I noticed the woman still sitting in her car. So I walked over and knocked on the window, which startled her. And I asked if she was okay or needed help. She smiled and said that her tire was flat and that her battery had died while she was waiting here. I asked if she had a spare tire, and she said no. Asked if anybody was coming to get her. She said that her daughter was supposed to, but it's been several hours of her waiting. I asked where she was going, and she said Abilene. So I offered to give her a ride if she wanted. She started crying, said that would be wonderful. So we started heading to Abilene and make small talk. I told her I was in the Air Force and I was heading to Lubbock. She said that was wonderful and hoped that I really enjoyed it. I did notice that she kept looking in the mirror. So I asked if she was okay with me giving her a ride, and she smiled and said everything was fine. She was just happy that somebody stopped. So we finally get to her house in a small suburb. It's just outside of town. She thanks me for her ride and hands me a scrap of paper with her home number on it. She asked that I call her when I get to my destination so that way she can know that I made it safely. I thanked her and I said I would, but I'd wait until the morning since I knew it would be late when I arrived in Lubbock. I arrived at Reese AFB. That was late at night and stayed on the base of there's like a hotel on the base, so an on-base hotel. I got checked in, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, I got up and got dressed for the day, and I went to find my unit HQ. I didn't even think about the night before. I had so much to do, checking squared away, and, well, it wouldn't be for another 2 weeks before I came across that scrap of paper with the number. I felt bad that I hadn't kept my promise to call. So I decided to stop, and I gave her a call. I called the number and a young woman answered the phone. So I asked for Sandy. The woman on the line said, "Who?" I apologized and I said, well, maybe it was Sandra. She asked who this is. I gave her my name and explained that I'd just given her a ride a couple of weeks back. She said that I must be confused. I read the number off the paper in my hand just in case I dialed the wrong number. She said, no, I had the correct number, but I couldn't have given her mother a ride home because she'd passed away in the early 80s. She was apparently driving home and began having car troubles. So she stopped at a rest stop just outside of town. When she didn't make it home, her father, the woman I was talking with, became concerned. It was at that time that there was a knock on their door and 2 state troopers and a local police officer were at their door. She said that a trooper saw the vehicle stopped at the rest stop, stopped to check it out. What he found and what she'd told me gave me the chills. Her mother had been brutally raped and her head was bashed in and somebody had slid her tires and disconnected her battery. And the worst part was, she didn't die right away. There was bloody handprints on the window, steering wheel, and the shifter. She was trying to leave and the trooper said that they didn't have any suspects. but there were times that certain motorcycle clubs would pass through at night. I described the car and what her mother looked like, what she was wearing as best as I could recall. She definitely didn't look old enough to have a daughter my age. Her daughter just started crying and asked that I not call back. A few days later, I received word to report to the squadron commander, so I headed over to her building. When I arrived, my captain called me into his office and began asking me questions about where I lived and when did I drive and what route I took. I immediately knew something was wrong. We then went into a briefing room where my CO and the Texas Ranger and State Trooper were seated. I introduced myself and I took a seat. They began by asking the same questions my captain had previously asked, and why I had called the number and spoke with the woman. I explained everything as clearly and as much detail as I possibly could. They then finished taking notes, and as the ranger asked who needed a smoke, so my CO excused himself, and the captain, the two officers, and myself stepped out back to the smoking area. This was when the ranger informed me that he was the trooper who had found the car back in the early 80s, and that the only reason he came out today was because of the details I mentioned in the phone call to the daughter. The trooper said that they get calls about a stranded woman every so often, but when they get there, they never find anything. So, in closing, be careful who you decide to help, because not everybody is who they seem. I'd like to state that for the reason specific timeframes aren't given due to the personal nature of these events. And I will retort with saying nothing bad really happened by helping this person, so why are you telling people not to help people? It's not like it turned into a... The crap I went through as a kid. I was 12 years old at the time that this happened. It was the summer of 1984. It was a big year. I was out of school for the whole season, basically, and this particular day, my mom had to go out. She told me that she would be back in about half an hour, and she left. After a few minutes, I realized I had to spend some time in the bathroom. I went to use the normal upstairs bathroom, but I realized at that moment that I had left my Archie comic in the downstairs bathroom. I deeply disliked the basement, and I seriously disliked the downstairs bathroom. But sometimes it was just necessary to use it if somebody else was in the other one. I decided that I would just run down to grab my comic and head back upstairs to do my business. I headed down the stairs on the run, but by the time I reached the bathroom, I realized that the need to go was so urgent that I had no time to make it back up the stairs. So I sat down in the bathroom after locking the door, and I made the best of it. Now, this bathroom was small, and I do mean very small. When I sat on the toilet, the corner of the sink sat just above my left knee. If I stretched my arm out in front of me, I could touch the other side of the room where the shower stall curtain was. Directly to the right of me was the door. I could easily touch the doorknob and the lock above the handle. The lock consisted of nothing more than a hook and an eye deal. It'd sort of stand up to anybody pulling on it as hard as it would simply come out of the wall. But it was enough that if somebody, tried the door, it would give reasonable resistance, and then they'd be able to realize that the bathroom was already in use. Simple enough and generally sufficient for what it was needed for. So, when I went into the bathroom, even though no one was home at the time, I shut the door and slipped in the metal hook into the eye and thought nothing of it at the time. I quickly got lost in the world of Archie Andrews and the gang of characters that went to Riverdale High until I heard a noise above me. I knew no one was home, but perhaps somebody had come home while I was downstairs. I stopped reading and I was listening intently when I heard the first heavy footstep on the basement stairs. It was unusually loud and sounded like whomever it belonged to was very large and very, very heavy. I knew how many stairs there were, so as the heavy thudding on the stairs came slowly and deliberately closer, I counted. 1, 2, 8, 9, 14, 16. Thought I was scared by the time it reached the third stair, but by the time it had reached the 10th stair, I could actually hear it, and it took my breath away. As it descended, the sound of rushing air and demonic laughter came floating down the stairs in the hallway, through the bathroom door, and into my very soul. I could hear it around the corners. It came to the bottom of the stairs and down the hallway towards me. I dropped the Archie book on the floor in a panic and grabbed the door handle as I realized it was now outside the bathroom door. I could hear the rushing wind and demonic laughter and 1,000 demonic voices all at one time jumbled together and calling out my imminent death. I held into the doorknob with all my might. I began to twist and turn. This was happening in my hands. Whatever was outside that door tried to get inside the bathroom with me. The door shook with the violent tugging from the other side, threatening to tear the door from the hinges. I thought ironically for a moment that it was a good thing that I was sitting on the toilet right then. It's because otherwise someone would be going freely into the toilet that would have been flowing down my legs. Time seemed to stretch on and on as I struggled and I battled with this creature on the other side of the door for possession of the doorknob. I don't know for how long it happened. Could have been only seconds or could have been hours. However long it was, the tears rushed down my cheeks and I screamed in terror the entire time. In a single moment, it just stopped. I was by myself in the bathroom, still shrieking in terror at nothing. The noise was gone, the tugging and pulling of the door was over, and there was just nothing. I sat there shaking violently for what seemed like an eternity, not daring to let go of the doorknob, lest whatever beast I had wrestled with was still on the other side of this door. Silently waiting to hear me let go and breathe a sigh of relief, only to pounce and tear the door from its hinges. I didn't relax a single muscle till I heard my mom's footsteps above me and heard her call for me. I screamed to her that I was downstairs and to come down and help me. Mom came down after a few moments and asked if I was in the bathroom. I said yeah, I'd be out in just a minute. Quickly cleaned up and hesitantly opened the door, hoping that it was really my sweet mother and not a horrible trick of some kind. But it really was my mom. Threw myself into her arms, sobbing and trying to tell her what had happened. She looked at me skeptically and only said, "What's your blood sugar?" I said, "What?" Again, she said, "What's your blood sugar?" When was the last time you checked it? I had just been diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic just 2 years before. Although I took great care of myself on my own, I still needed my parents' help from time to time. She obviously thought this was one of those times. I realized that once again she didn't believe me, instead thinking that it must be my overactive imagination and that it may have also been related to low blood sugar or something of that sort. So I went upstairs and dutifully took my blood sugar for her, and I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't too high or too low. I was left with a remaining sadness that my mother didn't believe what I had told her. It wasn't the first time odd things had happened, and it wouldn't be the last. But years later, the way things turned out, she would believe me just fine. Can anyone help me understand? I'm open to any logic explanation. I've been thinking a lot about this. It happened to me when I was 11 years old. And to this day, I don't have an explanation. I'd like to point out that I don't believe in religions. I don't believe in gods for many reasons. I just accept and see reality the way it is, and the way it's always been. But there was one event in my life that's been making me study a little bit of physics. Not professionally, though, but out of interest. So let's go back to October, November 2010. I was in elementary school back then, and I had very good friends and family. Life was good, no problems at all. One night I was preparing to go to sleep, and my mom and my grandmother were watching their novel on TV as usual. In front of my bed there is a tiny shrine with Jesus Christ and a cross. I wasn't a believer even then. Now that I look back as a kid, I never really paid much attention to that. I just obeyed my family's tradition, but never believed in any of it. So I prayed before going to bed, and what happened next took me by one hell of a surprise. I turned around to get in bed, then as I was getting tucked in, there's this big shadow in front of me getting bigger and bigger. All I was able to hear was, Metar Morir, Metar Morir, Metar Morir. Or it sounded like that. My first instinct was to tuck myself all in the covers and as much as my body as I could. But it was getting so damn big I was about to jump out of the bed and run toward the living room where my mom and my grandfather was. Then my grandmother came into the bedroom. At that time, she slept on the other side of the bedroom. Just when my grandmother comes in, the shadow starts to move through the walls. I stare in shock, seeing how it escapes moving toward the ceiling and through the window that goes to the roof just like a fluid. To give you an idea of what I saw, just put your arm in front of a flashlight and look at the shadow of your arm on the wall, then move your arm and see how the shadow of your arm gets big and it stretches out. I immediately told grandmother what I saw, and, well, my family did all sorts of things like praying, using holy water all over the house, and it didn't stop there. Hell no. This was just the beginning. All of a sudden, every afternoon, I would start feeling like something else was in the house. But moreover, I was feeling observed. As an 11-year-old kid, I was like, what the fuck is this? It was not in the morning, it was not at noon, it was exactly between the hours of 4 to 6 p.m. that it would begin. I'm having shivers just trying to write this out, and I want to cry. There was one night, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was trying to play in the PC and ignore the feeling of being observed. My grandmother was on the 3rd floor in the kitchen, and I was on the 2nd floor playing games. I started to feel somehow, when you have somebody behind you, that feeling, that this sensation was getting heavier somehow, and I don't know how to describe it. Just the intensity of it increased. Kept trying to ignore, but then it got to a level like I said, hell no, I have to get up. So I get up to go to the stairs. From the stairs, I can watch where the computer is. And then it happens. I started feeling like a vibration, but more like a tingling inside my brain, and the only way I could describe it, it was like making a connection between whatever that thing was and me. I started hearing its whispers, but I couldn't understand a single word in there. I was able to feel exactly where it was, and this was the most magical thing I've ever felt in my whole life. My reaction was to go upstairs and tell my grandmother. We stayed there until my mother came home from her work. We stayed in the kitchen, my mother, grandmother, and then my uncle arrived, but the thing wasn't there anymore. But it was far from over. Every afternoon I would still feel observed. And then the nightmares began. I could be dreaming about anything, but at the very end of every single dream, a shadow would appear and I'd start to feel how it absorbs my energy. It's the absolute worst feeling. Each time I saw the sun go down, it felt like a condemnation, for I knew what was going to happen. I started to try not to sleep. My grades went down, it felt like reality was collapsing for me. As an addition to this, one night my mom and I went to one of her friend's house and we were in the kitchen. All of a sudden, a plate went flying toward my mother's friend. She managed to dodge it, and then I saw the shadow moving through the ceiling. Nobody else saw it. They were left in shock, and I told them at the moment what I saw. My family took the hard decision of moving from a good place because of it, and today I'm 25 years old. I've done so much research to try and find an explanation, but nothing solves my questions. If it was like sleep paralysis, how could I move freely? How is that my grandmother gets in and the thing reacts? Why in the hell an 11-year-old kid that had no idea if anything goes through that? I don't believe in anything paranormal or gods or anything, and I think that there's science that will explain in the future about, our reality that will change the way that we see our world. Sadly, studying something like this is so hard, if not impossible. Things are getting weird. So to start, I want to say, although I've had a lot of paranormal activity in my life, I'm very logical when it comes to experiences. I would say 99 times out of 100, there's a reasonable explanation for the weird things that happen. But lately, it's just been strange. Some backstory to start. My husband has had tinnitus for years now. Some days good, but mostly bad. One day he said he felt like he was going schizo. I chalked it up to him going crazy with the ringing in his ears, and that reality was getting harder for him to deal with. I comforted him, but I didn't ask too many questions. Sometimes he just wants to vent and not answer 100 questions. I hear ya. So fast forward to me sitting in bed a couple of weeks ago. And in the doorway I see what looks like part of a head poke around the corner peering into the room, then quickly jerk back into the hall. I knew no one was upstairs, but I got up, saw my husband downstairs on the couch, and asked if he was just upstairs. He replied no, and I said, well, I saw what looked like somebody peering into the room at the corner of my eye. I joked about shadow people because at this point, living in our house has kind of been an on and off occurrence. I'm honestly not even fazed, more fascinated. He said, it's weird because I felt like I've been going literally crazy. I've been seeing stuff like that a lot recently. We both were a little bit weirded out, but oh well, at this point. Then a week ago, he was in bed and he saw something move at the corner of our bed then suddenly disappear. Another weird occurrence I experienced was right before I saw the head at the doorway, or in my doorway. I had a strange sleep paralysis. I was laying in bed vibing with this odd energetic flow, not realizing I was asleep. That's while my husband was laying to the left of me. All of a sudden, a hand slid onto my stomach from the right side. I freaked out, screaming in my dream for help, and finally woke up. My husband was asleep, and the weight of the sleep paralysis lifted, but sometimes when I wake from that state, my brain feels low or full. Like it's still working out the sleep chemicals and haven't regained full alertness. It's very odd, but during this state, I can see things move that aren't there. So I look, and there's a shadowy figure on top of him. I thought it was him moving his legs in the dark, but then I realized it wasn't. As soon as I realized it wasn't, I noticed this thing was holding something that looked like a phone screen. It was just a rectangle of white light. I told myself that I must still be in a dreamlike state because of the way my head felt. I put the covers over me and I tried to relax. Well, relax at least until I was more awake and with it. Then I looked at my husband's side of the bed where his legs were. Whatever it was vanished. Told myself it must have been the moonlight, even though my curtains were fully closed, by the way. Again, I'm so used to weird stuff that I'm not afraid of it anymore. Just really interested in what's going on, whether it was some scientific phenomenon or something actually paranormal. Then today, I got weirded out by something out of the blue. I was working the lunchroom at my kid's school, and at the table where my kid sat last week, in the exact same spot, there was a small Tupperware container missing a lid. Last week she lost this piece and only had the lid. I noticed the missing Tupperware right away, because OCD. Couldn't find it anywhere. And here it was today right where she sat. Now today that side of the table was empty, with other kids sitting on the opposite end, and I was like, somebody probably picked it up and just put it here. But it was weird that it was exactly where she sat. Then a little while later, one of the kids sitting at the other end of this table was very distraught. She had one strawberry left on her lunch. She got up, came back, and it was gone. And I said, well, maybe you ate it and forgot it, or it fell. She swore up and down that she had one left and somebody must have taken it. I was like, well, we're going to have to let it go, because if no one comes forward, we can't accuse people of taking it. I know this is very off topic from shadow people. You're fine. But I definitely had some intrusive thoughts of maybe things are disappearing to another time. Is this table some weird time-jumping portal, victimizing Tupperware and strawberries? Well, I know that can't be right, and it's just a case of kids being kids and misplacing and taking stuff, but with all the incredibly weird stuff happening lately, I can't help that my brain is going to crazy places of thought. But if a lone strawberry magically reappears in that spot next week, it will be the end of my sanity for sure. I was also wondering if everybody else has been experiencing occurrences that seem strange and out of the ordinary, possibly slurry. I swear, I really am logical, and I don't like giving too much weight to paranormal things, and I haven't been drinking at all, especially when there's most likely a logical explanation. But the air feels different, and I love hearing about unexplainable things. Unexplained haunting, mass hallucinations, or otherwise, I disappeared. It began in high school as far as I understand it. Walking outside in senior year listening to my iPod in 2010. I was alone in the parking lot during lunch. That's when some sheet of darkness spreads through my body. My vision doesn't just go dark, it's like a curtain was drawn across my eyes gradually. With it, a coldness washed over and through me, as if something I couldn't see had stepped through me. I could feel and breathe and continue to walk, so I stopped confused. I couldn't hear anything for that moment. Well, my music had stopped. Then it passed, the curtain lifted, and warmth returned. I could hear the wind. My iPod had shut off. How? I was already somewhat of a believer of ghosts, but I was admittedly worried. Was that a real experience, and did I turn off my iPod? I had no idea. But I couldn't just ask someone. They'd think I was making something up, or else, well, nobody would explain it. But that wasn't the end of things, because I think I accidentally brought it home with me. Every night after, for the next year, I'd see something shimmer in the mirror, moving around in my hallway. I'd look directly at it and watch it move. In the otherwise steaming shower, I'd feel a sharp nail as cold as ice trail upward across my back as if it was teasing me. I'd stare at the wall and see solid black shadows swipe at my lights and turn them off. That's while I'm just sitting in the room. No footsteps, no creaking. Only the flip of a switch as if they simply lived there. My family, must understand, sleeps with their doors closed. I stay up and noise travels very easily in our house. But I'd never hear its footsteps. Over time, whatever it was would, well, become. Gradually gained color and form, till I could see its entire shape in the dark. A tall white woman with arms that were stretched to drag across the ground. Flowing white loose skin and long white hair, as if it was all just following gravity, but otherwise could have been amorphous. It only took a humanesque shape here for some reason, but it wasn't a person. It was as if it was pretending to look like one. One night, my closest friend at the time stayed for a few months after being evicted from their home. At the breakfast table, I started asking if they'd seen anything odd. They described it in perfect detail. That white wiggly thing, they called it. There's nothing we could do about it. What could we have done? But it didn't stop. It got worse. One night when I was sleeping in my room, and, well, having fallen asleep with the closet light on, so maybe shielding myself from whatever it was, I awoke to a shadow on the wall. I was facing the opposite wall from my closet light, and it was long and standing up. I blinked and I felt my arm like above me. I felt oddly weightless. It was my shadow. I was hanging from the ceiling. And please believe me, whatever it was pulling me into the ceiling by my arm. I yanked it back and fell and slammed into my bed and nearly hit my head in my lamp. I didn't understand how something that defies all logic and explanation was becoming more and more real with time. Where did it come from? Why does it want me? Did it only start perceiving me by bumping into me in that parking lot? But it stopped when I left for university. Or so I thought. A few years into my university education in another city, living out of my house, I was walking to a friend's apartment as the sun set. It was a rental in some light woodland just off the street in a park. There were trees and single-bedroom houses down there. I just left a few minutes after my roommate had gone. See, I had wanted to finish an essay before heading out, but changed my mind shortly after. But when I got to that wooded area with so little light from the street with the sun setting, I saw in perfect detail that it was following me. It finally found me again. It was standing right there behind a tree. That white wiggly thing had taken the full shape of a woman. It screamed into my mind an inhuman static sound, like a half-connected audio jack, and it blacked out. When I came to, the night was dark and I was lying on the ground in the parking lot right in front of the apartments where my roommate had gone. I couldn't form thoughts in my head. It was as if it was blank, left only with an impulse to run. So I ran straight forward, toward the little house I was meant to reach, just 100 feet from where I had been laying. My friends were there asking where I'd been. They went out to look for me, couldn't find me because I'd been missing for 3 hours. I just vanished, and so did it. Because I just, up and disappeared after that. Never seen it since, and even after visiting back with my parents, it's like whatever that was is free now. Somewhere out there, looking like that. Like an almost person, having taken something from me. And for some reason, it reminded me of Donnie Darko waking up in the golf course. Following deceased father through portal. We took my father off life support about 2 years ago. He passed shortly after. Long story, but I felt guilt and possible resentment. My sister in particular had events happen where she felt resentment from him for us making the call. Nothing can prepare you for watching a loved one die. But this was brutal. He fought to live, but just couldn't get the air. Wanted to give him my own breath. Fortunately, his organs had shut down and there wasn't much to be done medically. I've had multiple dreams about him. Some horrible where he's just dead-faced and can't communicate or express any body language or anything. Some he's chatting and cutting up until I communicate with him, and then he's gone, and then he's mute and dead-faced. The other night, I awake to, "Son, son." My dad was by my bed in my room, in physical form, but my head had the foggy, just woke up feeling, He started talking to me, catching up, expressing how proud of my success and achievements he was. Saying he wasn't resentful, saying that he had reached out many times through dreams. We talked shortly, and he started to say it was time that he had to go. This not being the first time I've encountered a deceased loved one in a dream, that I try to get him to stay. What's the worst that happens? You're stuck here with me? He says that there's an order and begins to pull away into a black portal under my antique vanity. I grip his hands and I say I'm not letting go. You're staying here, or I'm coming with you. He gets pulled into the black portal. I slowly get pulled in as well. As my arms enter, I feel a fleshy wall with what I describe as tendrils, like the ridges on a dog's jowls on the walls. I enter and come out onto a dirt floor in what seems to be like a cave. There's a man at the end with a shocked face. What "What are you doing here?" I express I followed my father here. I notice I still have his severed hands in mine. The man keeps saying I'm not supposed to be here. I've been a lucid dreamer for years, then tell him I've heard this before and describe him as the dream police, to which he laughed. He said, "No, not the dream police, but there's an order to things." I explained I just wanted more time, and he started telling me how dangerous it was for me to be here, that the further I get away from the natural order was akin to flying outside the Earth's gravitational pull. If I get too far, there's nothing to tether me to my body. He also mentions that he can only try to connect me back 3 times. I acknowledged, and I asked for time. I spend a while trying to locate my father. I interrogate folks I see that would entertain it. One guy I talked to didn't know my dad, but I asked him about what the water looked like here. My wife had recently talked to me about a medium who said the dead realm's water behaves differently. We're still in a cave. I saw no water, but his response was the waters overhead are terrifying, describing monsters, giant fish, red waters, and shadows. I never found my father down there. I returned to the end of the tunnel I came from and tried to return home. The tunnel and portal guide hands me a phone, an old standard landline phone. Tells me to call a person close to me I'm connected to. I immediately think my little sister, though. I don't really know her number. He says, "Don't worry about her number, just concentrate on her." She answers the phone, and I say, "It's me, your brother, trying to get home," describing everything as briefly as possible. She says slowly, "Joseph, it's 2040. She explains how old my nieces are and their lives, etc. I can't say that she thought I was dead, but she acted like I'd been gone for so long. The dream continues, but I find it hard to remember more than foggy little details. The reason I post here instead of dream or lucid is because I've experienced similar to this prior, recently deceased pets. A vivid lucid dreamer, I at least feel a big difference between seeing loved ones versus them being there artificially. I've had many lucid experiences where I reach beyond where I'm being told that I'm not supposed to be. To me, it was my father reaching to me from beyond. I'm not sure me taking action to go with him was the right one, but I believe I took a glimpse into his new world. I hope it wasn't purgatory. I don't think so, as he was still able to reach out. What do you guys think? I'm new to this group. I just joined, but I wanted to share my experiences with a specific house. My boyfriend has a friend that's about 60 years old. They own a house that was built around the 1800s. The house is in the middle of nowhere, secluded from other homes for miles. It's the only house in the area surrounded by trees. And, to add on to the uncomfortable environment, the house does not have a street light since it was built in the 1800s. My boyfriend was told by the lady that she would pay him to watch her house for 8 months. She was going to Mexico for the winter because she doesn't like winter very much, so she goes and stays with a friend. She said that she would pay him double if he actually stayed in the house. He agreed because he didn't really have much money to begin with. He had already worked with her, so why not? I was excited because the lady also made a point that I could stay too. I was really eager to get out of my parents' house during the weekends. Those were the only times that I could stay over. My boyfriend started staying the night before me. He would always come over to my house and tell me that he's going crazy at the lady's house because he feels dread and like he's unwelcome. And I, knowing my boyfriend, thought that this was one of his overreactions that he does in certain situations which he isn't familiar with. So I told him that I'm pretty sure it's fine. But I was so wrong. The first weekend I stayed, it was okay. Felt a bit off, but my boyfriend insisted we check the whole house top to bottom because he felt as though someone was in the house. I didn't think so, but I said okay. So we started checking the house, and we checked every room, top to bottom. Even the basement that had been more like a dungeon. There was nothing. So I told him that there was nothing, let's just go to bed. So we went into the bedroom, and he locked the door and put his knife under his pillow. I didn't ask why, I just went to bed. The next day, we packed and went to town to get some groceries for during the week so we didn't have to pay for Wendy's for lunch during his shift. We made it back to the house, and it was almost pitch black darkness. So we went around to the back and opened the back door. Stepped in the house, closed the door, and walked a few inches away from the door, and the doorknob started turning, as if someone was turning it from the outside. Well, there's no one there, so we bolted out of that house and gone to the parents' house to explain the situation. His mom gave us silver necklaces. That was cool. But yes, unfortunately, we returned a few days later, and this time it was worse. We had arrived and it was dark, and my boyfriend quickly ran to the back and unlocked the door so we could open up the front sliding door. I grabbed my stuff and realized I forgot my phone. So I walked back out the sliding door, and it smelled like rotten eggs. It wasn't the septic or anything rotten. My boyfriend even came to see what I was concerned about and smelled it. I retrieved my phone, went back inside, and went to the bathroom. I heard something fall from the kitchen. I ran out after I used the restroom, asked my boyfriend what happened, and he said things started falling off the wall in the kitchen. The lady had a few bird sculptures on the wall, and a couple broke. We fixed them, but it was unfortunate. We then slept in the truck after that. Next week we came back to the house, and it was 85 degrees in the house. And usually we'd have to wear coats because the lady likes it somewhat cold, but it also saves electricity. We for sure know that we didn't do it, and the lady's other friend hadn't been to the house that week, and also she would never touch the thermostat ever. So we were confused. Then we found that all the doors were closed. It's not odd for the doors being closed per se, because the lady liked the doors closed, but except one during the winter. The laundry in the pantry room. That's because her pipes would freeze if we didn't keep that door open. But it was closed and no one had been in there, and we didn't close it. The next day, my boyfriend was changing his oil, and I had to use the restroom. The doorknob started turning, and I thought it was my boyfriend, but no, he was outside. Then, when I opened the door, the basement started creaking open. And yeah, the basement does have wind drafts, but hear me out. The whole house, except for the kitchen, has thick carpet. It would be impossible for the door to creep open against the carpet with small airflow. The following week, we felt as if we were more in danger than previously. We got so uncomfortable that we had to stop going there. My boyfriend the previous weeks had already stopped staying there alone after the first incident of the doorknob turning. It was nearly impossible to stay there even when we were constantly coming back. But we wanted to watch her house, and it wasn't just for money, but for the lady. But we actually heard that lady had an experience where she woke up for work early in the morning and it was dark. She went out to start her car. She was in her car when she heard something knocking on her car window. She went out and looked but found no one. And may I remind you, her house is in the middle of nowhere, miles away from the other homes. So, why and how would anyone be knocking on her car window in pitch darkness in the very early morning? She doesn't believe, per se, in paranormal, but has had experiences. I know this text is rushed, but I just wanted to share from my memories of experiences at the most haunted house I've ever stayed at, ever. Giant stick figure. To make note, my childhood home was a hotbed for paranormal activity. I could honestly write a book with the amount of stories I have, but this one was different from all the rest. So, To start off, we lived on a small stretch of secluded highway in a wooded area. Our home was nestled on a plot of land that was a few acres, and the area surrounding us was federally protected land. That means unless your house is grandfathered in, that nobody can purchase land or build in this area, so we had no neighbors. Our house was a 300-year-old colonial house and it held a lot of history. There was knowledge of Native Americans once residing there, and a lot of war stories with the Civil and Revolutionary War happening on that land. There was definitely a heavy negative energy in that house and the property. You always felt like you were being watched from every angle of the woods. So many people who visited would become uneasy immediately, state their discomfort of needing to leave. My family and I have had countless stories. We experienced all these things either individually or with one another. This particular experience was shared between myself and my two brothers. So, like many nights after dinner, my dad would tell me or one of my brothers to go out back and feed the dog. This was a scary task, because it would be pitch black and our dog would be near the tree line of the woods, which for some reason that section of the woods would give me, just this uneasy feeling. That was any time anybody would go near it. Didn't matter the time of day, it always was creepy. But being at night was definitely terrifying. So, no matter which one of us was told to go out and feed the dog, we would never leave a man behind. We would always go out in the trio. That was because we knew better than that, and because we wouldn't want to be left to go alone when it came our turn. So on this particular night, I was probably around 11 years old. My brother being 10 and the other 7. So we would always do the same thing. So whoever was told, my dad to feed the dog, they were the one to go who carried the ball out, and the other two would sort of huddle close with the person with the ball in the middle. We would walk extremely slow, all of us looking different directions, surveying the property, but keeping the conversations very lighthearted and being silly, to keep from getting scared before completing the task. So once we reached our dog, this is where the person holding the ball would get screwed. That's because right before you had the chance to put it down, the other two siblings would scream something scary. They'd do that while hauling hauling ass back to the house. So you'd be left standing alone before getting the chance to run with your siblings. So on this night, my brother was the one who had to hold the ball. And as we walked out to head toward the backyard, something fell off, like the air, felt like static and charged. Like how it feels before a lightning storm. We could hear a dog barking like crazy, which was unusual, and, got into the sight of our dog, and we see him standing on his hind legs with the leash pulled completely tight. That's because whatever he was barking at, he was trying with all he had to break out from that collar and go after it. That's when we heard loud branches snapping and looked toward the direction of our dog, or the direction it was barking in. Then we see this giant black stick figure that was as tall as the trees. It was walking over this huge brush pile we had, which was where we were hearing branches breaking. The way it walked was almost mechanical in a way. Its presence felt very ominous and gave us a very dreadful feeling. At first it seemed like it didn't notice us and was walking by, but then it turned towards us, and that's when we booked it from the house, and my brother throwing the bowl of food in the air and feeling like our legs were jello. We all saw the same thing, and it scared us so badly, and unlike many stories you hear, my parents actually believed us. Anyway, fast forward years and years later, and I was having a conversation with my coworker. We would talk about paranormal topics quite a bit. So during this conversation, she asked me if I ever heard of a Native American stick people. As soon as she said it, I knew what she was referring to. She then tells me about these giant stick figures out in the woods that Native Americans have seen and are supposedly a totem of evil spirits. And if you encounter one, and it goes after you, then it can possess you and cause you to do harm. I was so freaked out because up until then I'd never heard of such a thing. But knowing the Native American history of that land makes me believe that they are related. Shadow figure always with me. This story happened when I was in my early 20s. Before this happened, I was experiencing a lot of unexplainable things like doors opening on their own, things falling from its place, and hearing someone's voice. To me, there's nothing new with these. That's because I'm a very open and a believer. But there was this one time when I got so confused about what was happening. I started noticing this black-like shadow figure when I was in school outside the door of our room. There's a glass window in the door. At first, I thought I was creating this image in my mind, so I didn't really bother to think about it. But there's a strange feeling that someone's looking at me. To my surprise, when I checked my surroundings, that shadow's still outside her room. I got scared deep inside, honestly, because that was the first time I saw a shadow-like man-standing figure thing clearly in my life. But I didn't want to feed it with fear. I'd heard a lot of bad things when spirits feed on fear. And what I did was I ignored it like I didn't saw anything. Continued with my day. Days passed and I thought it would stop or vanish if I ignored it. But I'm wrong. That's because somebody told me that they saw the same thing at my house even if I didn't tell somebody what I saw in school. That someone was a friend of mine who can see and feel some spirits. By the way, we're some of the leaders of our religious groups in our town, so hearing stories like this is not really new to us. The moment I heard that she saw that shadow at my house, I got chills because she described the same thing I saw at school. I was really surprised hearing that, to the point everyone was just talking and noticed my expression being surprised. I decided to tell them why I was surprised, and they got scared even more. That's because some of them could prove that there were really some unexplainable things going on inside our house. Again, I didn't want to feed it with fear, so I'm acting as if nothing has happened, even after going back to the house several times. After a few days, I still can't forget the image and the story in my head. But I was just playing it cool, and then there's this one instance that happened to me and my mom. During that time, me and my mom got into an argument. And to cool things off, I walked away and stayed in our living room, and I was about to open the television. I felt that somebody was looking at me outside the window near our living room. That's because I can see something from my peripheral view. I slowly turn my head to look at the window, and there's the black shadow of a man. He's slowly moving to the door as if it's going inside. That time I got really scared and screamed the shit out of me and run to the room where my mom is, and she is confused why I'm screaming and crying to her. I told her I saw this black shadow figure at the window. It started moving close to the door, and it looks like it wants to go inside. She obviously didn't believe anything I was saying because I just got into an apartment and she maybe doesn't want to get scared too. I don't know, but she offered me that she will come with me to check if there's someone at her living room, and I agreed. As we were about to open the door, and the doorknob started turning itself. It's not the circular one, it's like a straight lever handle. She also saw what happened and got shocked, but to be sure, she checked if there's someone at the door playing with us, but there's no one there. We still went to the living room to check if there's really someone, but we didn't saw anyone there. My mom asked everybody at the house if they're doing it or no, and everybody told her no as expected. She was blaming me because I was scaring myself and I should stop whatever I'm doing. But I'm not doing anything. Besides, I was trying to ignore it. After that, we didn't talk about what happened and just continued with our day. A few days passed and I could still feel a tensed feeling. That was because we all got scared. One time I fell asleep in our living room because I was so tired that day. And during my sleep, I felt something I can't explain. Like something's happening that woke me up, and I opened my eyes and I saw this nun looking at me and praying beside me. Of course I got scared, but it turned out my mom called a nun for me because of everything that was happening to me. She and the nun are convinced that there is a negative energy surrounding me, but I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad one. For a few months, I can still see and feel it being with me everywhere I go. Even some of my friends who can sense that I have this weird energy with me. I also got used to it, and at time I just want to think that there's something protecting me and wants no harm for me. Now that I'm in my late 20s, I can still see him, but very rare. I think it shows itself if there's a threat to me or something that can potentially harm me. Had a run-in while stargazing. To give a complete rundown, I live in Ontario, Canada, close to Toronto. I heard on the news that tonight there'd be a chance to see Northern Lights again. This past May I went and saw them, and I wanted to take the opportunity to see them again. Last May I went with a couple of buddies, but no one was available this time. The plan was to drive 4 hours to Algonquin Park, hike in the middle of the forest, make a campfire, smoke some Marlboros, drive back after stargazing. I end up driving about 2 hours before there. My friend sends me a text showing me there's no real forecast for the Northern Lights. I decided to go up anyway and stargaze. It's a hobby of mine. I drive up another hour, and at this point it's like 11 p.m. in the middle of nowhere. No signs of humans other than the road and the pitch black. I was on a call with my buddy since it was pretty boring driving up, and I started mentioning how beautiful the stars looked. My buddy then recommended that I pull over and take some pictures to send. I end up pulling over, turning off all the lights of my car while leaving it running. Then I'm standing beside the forest. For about 5 minutes everything was fine as I was admiring the stars gushing to him about. And right about that time the forest went completely quiet. There is literally no sound other than the wind and trees. I immediately felt like something was wrong. I go to grab my flashlight to see if there was a bear or something. Walked a little bit into the woods and turned on my flashlight. I end up hearing a rustling noise and turned around until I see this thing standing on its hind legs. It had a bright orange and red glow to its eyes. It was about 50 meters away. I started mentioning what I'm seeing to my buddy when all of a sudden my signal goes dead before I stare at it for a second. Then it starts sprinting at me. It's full speed. Immediately go into fight or flight, dash to my car, going in and redlining it until I'm doing 300 kilometers an hour. I'm usually a pretty casual guy, not spooked by much, but I was shaking and crying and sobbing and trying to run away as fast as I could. Before anybody says anything, it wasn't a bear or anything similar. I started spam calling everybody and anyone. Get a hold of my best friend, I started crying and sobbing about what happened while freaking out. At this point, he just wants to check in and see if I'm okay. I start describing to him what I saw, and I use the name of the subreddit. I don't want to say it even in the text. It was this supernatural-looking thing that had really spooked me. Right around here is where I feel all the muscles in my body start becoming sore and cramping up. Turned out, when I had initially dashed to my car, I basically output all the force I could to get away. I'm an ex-rugby player and powerlifter. Some instincts were forcibly making me get out as fast as possible. After about 30 seconds of saying the name, I see the same figure on the side of the road following me. It has its head and glowing eyes. I proceed to hyperventilate and freak out more until he calms me down and tells me to get the fuck out of there. I started looking for a way to make a U-turn, but I couldn't find anything. At this point, I drive another 15 minutes before I can find somewhere to turn without stopping. I start to slow down, and I do a U-turn before I hear this ear-splitting screaming sound from my window. I start freaking out more, telling my friends everything was happening before I started getting a sinking feeling in my stomach. Something was watching me. I start to look all over the empty roads and I see nothing. But all of a sudden, my signal goes out again and I hear the screaming sound. I see a kind of humanoid body in like a fetal position on the side of the road. I then see its head look up and stare at me directly. I gun it again and I just can't get the goosebumps and sinking feeling to stop. I continue trying to contact everybody I can to no avail. I end up trying to calm myself down with my Kanye CD and hear something tapping my sunroof. I don't think that CD will help. I don't know how I knew, but I knew something wanted me to open the sunroof cover and look through. I prevailed. Never looked, but never lost that sinking feeling that it was there. I would hear the tapping sound on and off, kind of rhythmically, kind of like drums. Be for about an hour until I reached a small town. At this point, I'd gotten a hold of my friend and puked in my car. I'm just trying to get back as fast as possible, and he's telling me to describe Elden Ring lore to him to calm me down. After about an hour of paranoia, I stop crying, freaking out. I drive as fast as possible to get home, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still on me. I've locked all my doors and windows, and I'm still shaking like crazy. I don't know what to do, and I'm freaking out. What was the spirit in my childhood bedroom? When I was around the age of 5, my family moved to a new home. I stayed in the large upstairs bedroom with my sister for a short while. That was before she moved into her own bedroom. At the time, I didn't think anything of her moving to another room. She was a teenager and probably didn't want to just stay in the room with her little sister. But recently, I spoke to her about this and she told me that she moved to escape whatever was in our bedroom. Ever since I can remember, I was terrified of being in my bedroom alone. Our house was quite big and, well, when I was in my bedroom, I was quite far away from anyone else in the house. They were all normally downstairs. This is one of the reasons why nobody ever heard me when I would shout for help. When I would be in that room thinking that I was alone, I was never really by myself. And deep down, I knew this. I can't remember the first time that I saw the spirit, as I refer to it. It was just always there. It looked like a white mist that vaguely resembled the figure of a human. Its substance was very thick. I couldn't really see through it, and it seemed to be sort of glowing. Whenever it appeared, it would always be in the center of the room, and most often when I was playing with my toys. I would look up, and it would just be there. It had no face, but it always felt like it was staring right at me. What terrified me the most was that it would speak. It would only ever say my name, but it would do so in my mother's voice. It would say it over and over again. It sounded so angry. I knew, or rather it knew, that this scared me. That was because whenever it did, I would run to my bed and hide under the covers. But it didn't help at all. I remember being terrified in that bedroom for hours. I just hid and waited for it to leave me alone. Whenever I would shout for my mother, it would mimic my own voice, like it was making fun of me and enjoying my fear. Nothing would make it go away once it did appear. The only way was if it would leave the room, or rather I would leave the room and go downstairs. But to do this, I would have to walk right past it. Thought of this just terrified me. I would just stay hiding in my bed for hours, till I finally worked up the courage to bolt past it and run downstairs. However, I can remember a few times when I was hiding in my bed and I would feel the bed sort of dip beside me, as if it had sat on the edge or was lying beside me. When this would happen, I would have to wait for someone to come into my room, and as soon as they would walk through the door, I would feel the bed lift back up, as if it had suddenly disappeared. I stayed in that bedroom for about 4 years until we moved houses. Never had an experience like it since. I don't know what I encountered in that bedroom, but I know that it was evil. About 15 years later, when I finally told my sister what happened, she shared her own experiences with me, and honestly, I don't know who had it worse. She could vividly recall when she was playing hide-and-seek with one of her friends. She came into the bedroom to look for her. We had bunk beds at the time, so she climbed the steps, saw a figure hiding underneath the covers, which she assumed was her friend. Thinking that she had clearly won the game, she threw her hands down into the figure to grab it. That's when the figure, but just the covers more like, just sat inwards. She realized that her friend wasn't there. Shortly after that, she forced her mom to move her into her bedroom, and she never spoke of the incident until she told me. I'm not sure what anybody will make of this, but I will stand by that it happened to me until the day that I die. And if not for it, I probably wouldn't believe in the supernatural. But I think I'd be pretty stupid not to after, experiencing this. I know I was young at the time, but my sister, who was 8 years older than me, also experienced something in that room. I don't think she'd lie about something like that. I don't know what was in that bedroom or why it felt so evil, but I do know that it will haunt me for the rest of my life. Sleep paralysis, attempted sexual assault spirit. This was about 8 years ago. Around this time, I was heavily in my drinking. 1 year sober now. Congrats. My ex at the time had just kicked me out due to my drinking. My mom and older brother had recently moved into a new place. After being kicked out, I landed back on their couch. Having been kicked out and distraught as a result of my actions, my ex left me and I started drinking even more. Every day I was drinking and going to sleep drunk or at least buzzed. During this time I was also having sleep paralysis every night without fail, 2 times in a row before I'd be able to fully fall asleep. It was routine, and I had accepted it. I would fall asleep, have sleep paralysis, force myself to wake up and say, okay, 1 more time to go. Go back to sleep, then I'd have sleep paralysis again, force myself to wake up again, and then, finally I'd be able to sleep. This went on for like 2 or 3 months at least. So this particular night was just like every other night, except it wasn't. I had just finished a 3-pack of Modelo tall cans. At least that's what I remember. I know I for sure had more than just those 3 tall boys. Went to sleep, and like every other night, except it wasn't, I remind you. I awoke into sleep paralysis. I was still buzzed even in sleep paralysis mode. What I'm going to describe next happened in a matter of maybe 6 seconds or less. But it might sound longer as I'm going to describe what transpired in detail. I could never and will never forget this. So I'll wake up and I can't move. I'm sleeping face down. That's when I feel something and I freeze. I'm already frozen, but it's more like I'm still. Like not attempting to wake myself up. It's like when you hear a noise at home and you lower the TV to make sure you're not making it up to confirm. And I am trying to assess if what I felt was real. I'm still in sleep paralysis. Then I feel it again the second time, and this time in full aware mode. Now I'm processing what I felt and everything's in slow motion. I feel it again. Then that 3rd time in my head I'm like, fuck that. I bolt right up and usually take me like 6 or 7 pushes to wake myself up, but this time when it happened I jolted right up. First go, first attempt. I turned over and sat up and there was nothing on me. I was in shock and super scared. So scared that I started telling myself that it was a dream and that it was fake to calm myself down. But it was just so intense, it just happened that part of me just knew I was lying to myself. I said, hell no, fuck that, I'm going back to sleepy time. Or, excuse me, I'm not going back to sleep, I'm a stay up until I have to go to work. Opposite of sleepy time, some would say. It was 3 or 4 a.m. I had to be up at 6 a.m. and I just sat up and I was going to wait until 6, but then this heavy rush of sleepiness took over. Couldn't for the life of me resist falling back asleep. Maybe I was fighting it so hard that it tired me. Ended up falling asleep, and when I woke up this time to get ready for work, it was a lot easier. Easier for me to convince myself that it wasn't real. But even still, a smaller part of me knew that I was just lying to myself for comfort. And over time, I put that experience in the back of my head. Tried to forget it. As time passed, and when I would get drunk and people brought up the subject of the paranormal, I would share my experience. Over time, it became easier to share the story without shame. Slowly started coming to terms with accepting what had happened. To this day, I don't sleep on my stomach anymore. I don't know if anybody would after something like that. I did have to continue sleeping on that couch, but nothing of sorts really happened to me since. What I'd felt was something entering my butt. And I'm a guy. Seems like either gender would be unpleasant. Very, very, very slowly. There is no full penetration, which is why I refer to it as SA rather than the R word. Close enough. A couple of months ago, I shared the story with somebody as they mentioned it maybe being a possible possession attempt, and it was trying to desecrate me. It blew my mind. Hadn't heard of that one before. I don't know, I guess I'll never know. That is mildly scary. To me. And it should be to you. Encountered a cult. Not camping alone again. This happened to me a while back when I decided to go on another camping trip alone. I always liked camping alone. Something serene and sobering about being isolated in the middle of the wilderness. Always found it relaxing. So I planned out what trail I was going to take, packed my camping gear and my rifle for protection. Jumped in my truck. I get to this trail early in the morning, hike about 15-20 miles until I find the right spot. Head off the trail to find a place and put my tent up, and I stumble upon this nice-sized clearing. I decide that it's a nice, beautiful spot to settle down. I'm exhausted at this point, but set up the tent at the southernmost edge of the clearing next to the tree line. I manage to get a fire going. I roast some weenies, and I start to hear a sound in the distance underneath all the forest noise. It sounded like an animal, likely a deer, I thought. Maybe with the lame legs, it sounded like the animal was making a walking and dragging noise. I felt bad for the poor guy, but it was too far away and it was getting dark, so I couldn't really go find it and put it out of its misery, so I think nothing of it after that, and I go about eating my food. After I eat, I douse the fire, crawl into my tent, and insert myself into my sleeping bag. I decide that even at my exhausted and relaxed state, I really can't go to sleep. So I pull out a book and I just start to read by the light of my lamp. Hours go by. I hear that sound again. This time closer, right at the opposite side of this clearing here, and I was pretty surprised. Put my book down and listen to this animal drag across the clearing toward my tent. It's really loud at this point, and it's now sounding like hooves are being, heavily planted. That's along with this dragging noise following me seconds after. Like a deer is dragging something along. It makes it to about what I assume is the middle of the clearing and stops. I hear nothing. No breathing, not a sound from this animal. I unzip the tent and look into the clearing. Nothing but trees and darkness. What the fuck? Unnerved at this point, I zip the tent back up and sit there listening for other noises. Nothing, just crickets and breeze. I decide that there's a lot of strange noises in the woods and try not to let it bother me. Besides, I have my rifle. I start to doze off when I hear men's laughter off in the distance to my right. Then women's laughter, sticks snapping far off to my left. I'm up now, wondering if what I'm hearing is really what I'm hearing or just a product of being half asleep. I hear more faint laughing from a couple other different directions. All different. Like old men, old women, even children. And confirm that it's real, the noises are closing in and I grab my rifle preparing to fire a warning shot off into the air in case they come too close. Something about this laughter, how far in I was, the noise earlier in the time of night told me that this was not another family strolling through. I was on edge enough already, but then I noticed that the nightlife was dead quiet. Not even the wind was making any noise. I decided enough was enough. I unzipped the tent, fired a shot into the night. I sat there, surveyed the tree line, saw nothing. Listened intensely to my surroundings, no laughing, the forest sounds had returned. Relaxing just a bit and figuring that scared whoever off, I sat down in my exhausted state and I fell asleep. Good on you. I wake up later in a cold sweat. I'm racked with anxiety and it was still dark outside. I immediately hear two people whispering not too far away from my tent. Alert, grab my rifle. Listen to what they're saying. Can't make out much, but I hear something about being lost. So I shout, "Hey, who's there?" The voices fall silent. I shout again, "You guys lost? Who's there?" Suddenly a huge burst of flame, like a flamethrower, erupted from the middle of the clearing, illuminating several silhouettes of people just standing around. In shock, I fire my rifle, blowing a hole in the front of my tent, and it goes dark. Without checking my surroundings, I get up and sprint out of my tent, making a hard left back to where the trail was. I hiked until sunrise back to my truck with my head over my shoulder the entire way. Never heard anybody follow me. Never saw anyone or anything the whole way, but couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. After that, my enjoyment of camping alone left me like I left all my gear in the woods that night. Gotta know if you went back for it. Attempted break-in or something else. This happened about 7 years ago when I was 13 or 14. I was in my old house in California. It was probably around 1 a.m. I was sitting on the couch watching TV late at night alone in my living room. There was a big window next to the couch that was about 5 feet off of the ground outside. The ground outside the window was dirt. Out of nowhere, I heard breathing and footsteps outside the window, and then somebody tried to open the window. The window was shaking loudly, so loud that it woke up my mother. My mother said that it sounded like the whole house was shaking. I was paralyzed with fear and couldn't move. After a few seconds of the window shaking, the noises just stopped. I didn't hear anybody walk away, and I didn't hear the breathing fade. It just abruptly stopped. About 3 feet from the window was the gate to her backyard. It's the only way to get into the backyard without jumping through her neighbor's yard or jumping over a 6-foot fence. It had a big, thick bush the same height as the fence along it. Also, our side of the fence was multiple trees and other bushes. Basically, you'd have to make a lot of noise, and you'd have great difficulty getting over that fence. My mom sat in her bedroom trying to listen. My elder brother was already awake in his bedroom. Both my parents' bedroom window and my brother's bedroom window opened to the backyard. And on the other side of the back porch was, on the other side of my parents' bedroom wall was the back porch. So right after I had heard these noises, my mother and brother both heard somebody walking up on the gravel outside their window. Somebody walking on the porch. My brother said that he saw lights outside of his window, like 3 or 4 flashlights pointing in random directions outside. My mother woke up my father, and he grabbed his gun and went to the sliding glass door that opens to the back porch. He saw nobody, not lights or anything. My mom grabbed the phone and called the cops. Everybody except for my younger brother came out into the living room where I was. Now, I did not hear the gate to the backyard open, nor did we hear anybody enter or exit the backyard. We were all intentionally quiet, that way we could hear anything that was happening outside. Once everyone was in the living room, stuff got weird. All of a sudden we heard noises on the roof, and these were not footsteps. They weren't animals scurrying. The sounds were loud and bizarre, like a dragging noise. Multiple big objects were being dragged in random directions on our house. One big noise on one side of the house, then another on the other side. It was rapid and fast, like a rhythm. They had to have been caused by multiple people because they were so loud and they were at different sides of the roof. Then, the noises stopped abruptly. After the noises on the roof stopped, nothing else happened. There was no way for a person to get onto the roof unless they, brought a ladder or climbed onto the fence, then hopped up 5 feet onto the roof. Didn't hear anybody climb onto the roof either. We waited there for the police, who then came and checked out the backyard. After the police did a search, they found absolutely no evidence of an attempted break-in. There were no footprints by the dirt next to the window, no footprints in the gravel outside the window, no breaks in the bushes by the windows or by the fence, no damage to the windows. The police told us, well, perhaps it was raccoons, they implied at least. We all knew that was ridiculous. A raccoon can't jump up a 5-foot wall and shake a window. Nor could it make human-sounding footprints on the porch in the backyard. Nor could it make that loud, heavy noise that we heard on the roof. We asked a few of our neighbors the next morning. They all said they didn't hear anything, which was strange because all the noises were incredibly loud. All we had to go off of were the noises because of all the windows and blinds closed at the time. This whole time we didn't hear any voices, nobody was talking to each other, but there was definitely multiple people. My parents and I didn't see any lights, but my brother swears that he did. To this day, we have no idea what happened, or what was there that night. We never experienced anything like that after that. I don't know if this was just some really good robbers or something else. If anyone else has any ideas on what this could have been, that would help a lot. If they were really good robbers, they would have probably got you, or robbed something. But, gotta say, could be a raccoon. They're fat. One of my many strange childhood experiences that I would love insight on. Am I just making this a bigger deal than it is? Let me start off by saying that this is not the only strange or unexplained event that I've experienced. I'm currently 26 and I've had bizarre encounters my whole life. This particular experience happened when I was around 7 years old. Me, my mom, dad, and brother, 1-year-old baby at the time, and my grandparents all rented a room at Colorado ski resort. It was a pretty sweet resort. My family's unit consisted of a living area, kitchen, and 3 bedrooms that were connected by a hallway. My parents and grandparents had their room, and my brother and I were sharing a room. This was the first and last time that I went to Colorado for skiing. Not because of this experience, but because it wasn't in the cards again for us. We were booked to stay for a week, flying out on the 7th day in the afternoon. Couldn't have been more excited. Remember having an absolute blast trying to learn how to maneuver the slopes, even though I kind of sucked at it and had 2 speeds, too fast or laying in the snow. That's because I lost control and crashed. It wasn't until the 3rd day of our trip that I started seeing a shadow figure out of the corner of my eye. I remember the first time I saw it. I was coloring on the coffee table in the living area, and all my hair stood on end. I wasn't sure why, but then I noticed the figure out of my peripheral. It was tall, seemed to be shaped like a man, all black, appeared to be wearing a cowboy hat, but with less of a rim, almost like a fedora or a bowler cap, I guess. I saw it walking down the same hall leading to the room, or peeking out from behind a wall, and, well, the weird thing is, every time I looked directly at the area that it would just disappear. I began to feel a sense of dread, something that wasn't foreign to me. I've dealt with a slew of issues and challenges. At this time, my OCD was terrible, and I was later professionally diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum. The reason I bring this up is because of anxiety, panic, and overstimulation were not a foreign experience to me, so it wasn't like a child's first experience with anxiety sort of situation. The feeling I got when I saw this figure was different. I remember I actually was so scared at one point I brought it up to my mom, who said that apparently, she too sees figures in her peripheral vision. That was much worse when she was a kid, but that all people experience this phenomenon. She said it was my imagination or my mind. Maybe it was playing tricks on me and it wasn't real. I trusted her, but still had a horrible feeling in my gut. Fast forward to day 5 or 7 of her trip. I became violently ill. Vomiting, fever, fatigue. The whole shebang. I distinctly remember the throwing up and sweating from the fever being particularly bad. I rested the last full day, which was day 6, while my family members took turns monitoring me. I honestly don't remember any of it. From what they told me, I was either asleep, vomiting, or in a strange, semi-lucid state that they said was a result of the fever. Then came day 7. We were leaving the afternoon, and I have memories of that day. One that stands out, me running to the bathroom and vomiting in the tub. I did my best, to get rest and to get ready for the flight home, but I truly felt like I was dying. I even said maybe we could stay until I felt better because the thought of flying was so aversive, but that wasn't an option. We flew home, and shockingly I never once threw up on the flight. Got back in the early morning hours, and I went to sleep and woke up in her home the next morning feeling significantly better. My family said that it was altitude sickness or a 48-hour bug. And if it was altitude sickness, why did it only hit me on the 5th day? I could see it being a bug or maybe the flu, but I still have had that gut feeling that something more was at play. Nothing of it really made sense to me, even as a child, but I brushed it off and I moved on. It wasn't until I began learning about the unexplained that I started to question if maybe these events were connected. What if the figure I kept seeing that made me feel scared enough to tell my mom, which wasn't something I normally did, had something to do with it? I don't have the answers, but I figured maybe some people in this sub might have a unique insight or perspective that I haven't thought of before. Tunnel in the middle of the street. This experience I had still frightens me to this day. It frightens me for the reason that I don't know if it really happened or if it was my imagination. It was about 3 or 4 years ago. I lived in an old neighborhood in Chicago. Not the downtown area, but a modest working-class area with very old brick homes that mostly haven't been updated in a very, very long time. One of the few areas around that haven't been remodeled or touched in decades. One night, a couple years back, I went to sleep rather early. It was a Saturday night in the summer. Not many people were outside due to the fact that there isn't much of a nightlife in my neighborhood. A few hours passed of pleasant sleep, but then I woke up and there were no loud sounds, nothing out of the ordinary. I just woke up. As I laid in my bed, I got an urge that I've never felt before. I got up, got dressed, and went outside. I had no idea what I was doing out there. It almost felt like something was perfectly right about me doing this. But I had no control that I was. When I got to my door stoop, I noticed the street light that was directly in front of my house was dim. I was surprised, so I looked to my right. See if all the street lights were like this, and they were. As I looked left down my block, I noticed the street was lowered and a giant tunnel entrance was right in the middle of the street. It was about 10 feet tall and made from brick. It looked incredibly old and dusty. Usually I'm not a curious person, but it felt right to go into this tunnel. As I walked closer, I noticed a giant pool. It stretched back into the tunnel and made a right turn down a corner. The pool was completely lit up underneath and shined bright. I looked around and didn't see anyone. There were no lights on or any of these houses. It was dead quiet, so I decided to venture in. I climbed into the pool that was roughly 4 feet deep so I could easily walk or swim if I wished to. I decided to walk just so I could see what's ahead. I followed the pool path, and after a few minutes of walking, I saw ahead of me an exit. It was exactly like the entrance I came through. I just got out of the pool and walked forward out of the tunnel. When I got out of the exit, I looked around and I saw nothing but trees surrounding this old brick road I was standing upon. I looked straight ahead where the road went to, and there was a massive building. It looked like a banquet hall almost, but old. There were streamers and flags all across it. It almost looked like an old circus would have looked. It was completely dark out except for the light shining through the windows of it. I continued down the road and I got closer to the building. I slowly went around the side of a bunch of old wooden crates and looked in. There was a massive event going on inside. It looked like a ball or some kind of social for the town. The music was nothing I've ever heard before or since. It's like classical country mix. Then suddenly I got that urge again that everything felt right, like I was being controlled. I decided to walk in through this door near the crates. As I entered, everything froze. The music was still, but every single person froze in their steps. All at once, every person in there turned around and was staring at me like I didn't belong at all. I'll never forget the blank, hollow expressions on their face. Almost a look of caution for me. That exact moment, I felt like I got a grip on reality and what was happening, and I backed away slowly, but when I went on a full sprint through the doors and down to the road into the tunnel, I didn't look back at all. I was terrified of what might be there. Got to the tunnel and lunged into the pool and swam all the way back. I quickly got out of the pool, dashed out of the exit. What I saw next almost made me black out. The tunnel was gone. There was nothing there, all the streetlights were back on, and the houses had lights on. Still feeling uncomfortable, I ran back into my house, sat on my bed, and I must have blacked out due to fatigue and anxiety. The next morning, I woke up and was laying in bed thinking to myself, what a horrible dream. After a few minutes, I decided to get up. That's when I noticed my shoes were on, my clothes were still on, and my bed was soaking wet. Not just by my pants, I didn't piss myself. But my pillow was soaked too, like I just got out of the shower and didn't dry off, and my shoes were soaked as well. Never forget that moment. I'm still in shock. I don't know if it was a dream or what. And I'd like to know what the water smelled like. Experience in a Motel 6 room. This happened about 4 or 5, 6 years ago in Fresno, California. 2 friends, M and F, or male and female, and I, a male, checked into a Motel 6 for the night. We had been going through periods of homelessness on and off, sometimes with each other, sometimes not. So when we were all able to split the cost of the room, we were relieved to shower. Rest in peace. Around 12 to 1 a.m., my best friend, who wasn't with us, called me and asked if I wanted to go to the casino. He'd pick me up and throw me a 20 to play. I said, hell yeah, take a shower. I remember while showering, I noticed the top of the shower curtain and it was moving. It was moving in an odd way, almost like it was being pulled hard in a direction, but wasn't anything too crazy. I just figured it was the bathroom fan or something like that. I got ready and said bye to the 2 friends staying with me and left them. Fast forward to when he dropped me off sometime around 7 or 8 a.m. I went to the room door and knocked. I forgot to grab one of the 2 keys and I left. But no one answered. I knocked again, but nothing. As I turned away from the door to figure out what to do next, I swear in my life I heard the female friend's voice say, "1 minute." But also with a second voice saying the same thing, but in a deep, raspy voice. Imagine a normal and terrifying voice saying the same thing. Very unhuman-like. I remembered thinking, what the fuck was that? But just for a second, since I also heard my friend wasn't really, tripping yet, I scrolled through my phone waiting for 15 to 20 seconds. Then I knocked hard several times more, thinking what the hell is taking them so long to answer the door? After another minute or two of waiting, I walked away confused as to where they went. I looked in the parking lot and saw my friend's car. That's where we came in. I walked closer and I noticed that they both were sitting inside. M in the driver's seat and F in the passenger. I got in, started saying, "What the fuck have you got?" And then F cuts me off, telling me that they wouldn't believe what happened that night after I left. Apparently, after I left, they were chilling watching TV with my mate friend seated at the table and my female friend in the bed with covers over her legs. All of a sudden, the covers moved as if someone was tucking her legs into the covers. She screamed and jumped off the bed, freaked out, while my other friend asked what happened. She told him, and while pointing at the bed, they both said that they both saw the indentation of somebody sitting down on the bed. As if it was really somebody sitting there. As they both started to freak out, and keep in mind, this is what they were telling me as I really wasn't there. Started to feel an intense feeling of dread and started crying uncontrollably. That's when they both noped the fuck out of there and got into the car where they spent the night. The whole time they were telling me that half that I'm crazy and half, yeah, right, as if I had previous encounters. But nothing that intense. Right after she finished her story, it dawned on me that I heard her, and some other devilish voice answering my knocking. I damn near shit my pants, which they both noticed, by the way. Well, I could see it on their face. I told them what happened just a few minutes ago, and we all sat in silence for a good while in disbelief. When we checked out, we counted down 1, 2, and 3. Quickly opened the room door, grabbed our stuff we came in with, flew out of there as fast as we could. That's my story. I do have to add that after this happened, I googled the address of the Motel 6. There's been a grisly double suicide sometime in the 80s or 90s. An older couple checked in, and I forget if it was Random Motel or if it was the Motel 6 by then, but both got into a large container filled with some kind of acid and died in what I guessed was an extremely painful death. Voluntarily? Weird. I remember reading that the cleaning lady had to be hospitalized from the fumes from the opening of the door and standing at that doorway. Scary old lady with a hospital gown on, watching my cousin and I play. So this happened a long time ago when I was still pretty young. I'd say around 2010 to 2012 maybe. My family and I went to go visit some family out in the more rural part of the city. It was pretty much the outskirts where it was still a lot of bush. My parents would often go there to get drinks on the weekends while I hung out with my cousins. And considering that fact, we always slept over. Before I go on, let me paint the picture of the situation. Basically, they had a very long yard in length. It was surrounded by a fence with a sort of deck in the back that stretched out long enough to see the main road out front. It had a small shed up in the front yard, and behind the shed was their trampoline. I should add that this shed was very small. You could look over it and see the main road. Out on the main road was just a bunch of trailer homes lined up in the road that just went straight for maybe a few kilometers. Anyway, it was about midnight. My cousin and I were on the trampoline just being kids. Probably playing some, made-up game. My uncles and parents would often go out to the back deck to have a smoke. So as usual, we hear them all come out and they're laughing, being distracted by whatever they're talking about. My uncle hears us being loud and he's ready to come tell us to be quiet. But before he could tell us to stop, he just goes, "What the fuck?" My cousin and I were in trouble, so we immediately look over to him. He continues to say, "Who the hell is that?" "Pat, my dad. Come look at this." As we're staring at him, we realize he wasn't looking at us. He was looking off to the main road in front. My cousin and I, being curious, we look over to the main road as my dad walks over to my uncle. There was this very old lady with short gray hair, but it looked to be a hospital gown and blue slippers. She was quite literally just standing there watching my cousin and I play. Since we were so distracted, we never even noticed her. I can't say how long she'd been standing there. My dad yells, "Who are you?" My mom and my other uncles also come take a look, and with that she began to slowly walk away, and I mean slow. My uncle tells us to go inside as they start walking toward the gate of the front to the yard to confront her. My cousin and I, being little shits, got off the trampoline but stayed to see the commotion. My uncle and dad walk out to the main road to find that she had disappeared. They both say, "Wait, where'd she just go?" Me, being confused, I also walked out of the gate to see it for myself. And to my surprise, she was nowhere to be seen. And like I said earlier, this road was just straight and pretty long, so I guess like she didn't sneak into somebody's yard, but with her being that slow and old, it was hard to make sense of it. These trailer homes had been having pretty decently tall fences, and that was only the way to enter, so Dad calls out, "Anybody there?" Nobody answers. I begin to get creeped out, and at that point I was pretty scared. My dad and uncle take us inside and begin trying to make sense of what just happened. My uncle, who lived there, said he didn't recognize her. He's never seen her come around before. And they ask us if we had seen her before, and we say no, but I explained that she was wearing a hospital gown with slippers. We all thought how odd for an old lady in slippers to be walking around so late at night in a rural area where a lot of coyotes come in and out of. Surely she'd been asleep in her home, or if she wanted some fresh air, she'd stay in her deck. There's really no making sense of the situation until my uncle said that the mental hospital was not far, but far enough for it to be quite a walk, especially for an older lady. They started speculating that she might have escaped, hence why she had a hospital gown on. I mean, maybe she did live in the area, but had dementia. With all of that, it still didn't make sense that she had just disappeared after not even 60 seconds had gone by. I do find it a little bit hard to believe that we all saw the same spirit. Really creeped my cousin and I out. We never went out there late at night again, nor did we ever see her again. Everybody I tell the story to also have a hard time making sense of it. If anybody has possibly gone through a similar experience, please let me know, because I often think about it. There is something knocking on my window. It's 1:23 a.m. and someone or something is knocking on my window. It shouldn't be possible. I'm on the second story, far above the ground. I've already gone through every explanation I can think of. No bugs, no animals, no branches. Not even loose siding that could be rattling. The nearest tree isn't close enough, yet the sound persists. A hurried and deliberate tapping, like someone standing right outside. No one is there. Nothing is there. At first, I thought it might be my imagination. You know how sometimes you hear things late at night that aren't really there. But this, I know what I'm hearing. It's steady. Not the 3 slow knocks of a horror movie. It's fast and persistent. Then silence. A minute passes, and I hear it again. I'm sitting here trying not to think too much about it. I know that there's no way anybody could be out there. Not this high up. But the knocking isn't stopping. It's deliberate. Then from the other side of the room, more knocking. It's moved. The opposite window now. Wait, it hasn't moved. It's just more knocking. Like the windows are having a conversation back and forth. It's relentless. The sound echoes in the quiet of my room. I get up and pull back the curtain on the opposite window, peering out of the dark. Nothing. Just the neighbor's dog and a honking moped. There's this empty space between my window and the ground. I'm about to let the curtain fall, and I hear it again. It's coming from the other side of the room. I spin around, and wouldn't you know it, another flurry of fast knocks against the glass. Can't believe it. I dash back to bed, throw the covers on my head like that would protect me from whatever this is. I turned on How to Better Your Life podcast, hoping it'll drown out the noise. Instead, it seems to amplify it. Every time I try to focus on the podcast, the knocks break through, getting louder and louder. I can hear it clearly, even with the volume cranked up. I must be going crazy. Schizophrenia usually shows up in your early 20s, right? Well, that checks out. I'm 23, but I don't have any family history of it. It's not like I see Barney in a tutu dancing in the corner of my room, so I have no idea. Could it be the antidepressants? Did I skip a dose? Could that even make you hallucinate? Wait, do sounds even count as hallucinations? Slight pause. Yes, they do. And can antidepressants do that? Yes, they can. Not discounting anything, just saying. What if someone's messing with me? But how could they knock up so high without me seeing them? Maybe they're throwing stones. How are they throwing them that fast? Makes no sense. I glance at my phone, half expecting a text or a call, maybe a joke from a friend, but nothing. I let the podcast continue, but again, the host's voice is drowned out by the knocking. Shove my earbuds in, trying to tune out the sound, but it's no use. It only gets louder, and it almost feels taunting. Then, just when I think I've finally blocked it out, there's a pause, a heavy silence hanging in the air, and for a moment I feel relieved. Maybe it's over. I literally couldn't take the suspense anymore. I throw back the covers, my feet hitting the cold floor. I walk toward the window, half expecting to find a prankster on the other side. Someone with a twisted sense of humor, perhaps. I reach for the curtain and I pull it back, bracing myself for whatever I might find. But still, nothing. Just darkness. Just silence. And hopefully no more neighbors. My 3 paranormal stories. Hey there, it's my first time here. So basically, I'm going to tell 3 paranormal stories that happened to me when I was a kid. I'm 19 now, so here we go. The first 2 stories were told by me by my mother because I didn't remember them. 1. My mother said that when I was 3 years old, I had that famous imaginary friend, and I was always playing with him. Sometimes I even called him silly for not wanting to play with me. 2. My mother said that when her father died, my maternal grandfather, she came to tell me, and said I already knew because he was sitting on the sofa next to me, had told me that he that he went to heaven to help God, that he was no longer suffering, that he was fine. Everyone was scared, and even my other grandfather was very scared because the place I said my maternal grandfather was where my other grandfather used to sit. After that, he never sat on that couch again. He was so scared. I had a great connection with my maternal grandfather. We were very close, so I think it was good that he came to say goodbye to me. I remember the day he died until today. He had only gone to the hospital for routine exams and had 3 heart attacks in a row. The first and second, they managed to save him. The third, he couldn't take it anymore and passed away. 3. This is the story I have the best memory of because I think it traumatized me a little bit. Laughing my ass off. So, I was 7 years old and I already slept alone in my own room. One night, my mother put me to sleep normally and I slept. But I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't have a cell phone at the time, so I didn't know what time it was. But I think it was dawn. I kind of got up and when I looked to the side, I saw someone in the corner of my room. Tried to see better and saw that apparently it was a woman. This woman looked at me coldly and very seriously and had her arms crossed. Thought it was my mother, so I just went back to sleep. The next few nights, I kept waking up in the middle of the night, and every time I looked, that woman was there. But with each passing day, it seemed like she took on the shape of my mother's appearance, to the point where I thought it was really my mother. And one day I said, "Mom, stop watching me sleep. It's scary and I'm scared." I got no response, just silence. So I went back to sleep. Until one day I got tired of being watched and tried to touch my mother, but I swear I only felt a super cold air and fear took over me. I started sleeping on the opposite side of where I could see her. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, and when I woke up, I looked back and she was still there. I looked back and, well, she was still there, and I read the same line again because of the dog barking outside. I started to ignore her. Never looked again. When I was 9 years old, I decided, looking back, that the woman was no longer there, and I was relieved, pretty much. Moved on with my life. When I turned 13, that woman appeared to me again. But since I was no longer afraid, I didn't care. She disappeared and never appeared again. When I was 14, my mother was taking a bath, and I remember this incident, and she got out of the bath, and I questioned her about watching me sleep when I was a child. She swore to God that she never watched me sleep, especially in the middle of the night. I then asked to ask my grandmother, her mother, and she also denied watching me sleep when I was a child. 2 years later, I went to a faith healer. This woman was also a medium. She revealed to me that I was blessed to be born a medium. And then all these stories finally started to make total sense. I can no longer see spirits, but I can feel energy and presence, and I can also kind of remove negative energy from other people and the environment I'm in. This bad energy, it stays with me, and I usually get sick. I can say that I attract people with negative energy because of that. Several times I went to talk to somebody and almost automatically started to feel sick or have a headache. I sort of get that, but you kind of remove it the next day. The time I proved to myself that ghosts are real. It was the spring of 2008. I had just started a job at a fancy resort in upstate New York. I was assigned to work in the kitchen of the golf course restaurant, which was a few miles from the main hotel and resort. The restaurant was a small cottage that had a restaurant, and a small locker room for golfers and both sexes to use. The first encounter that made me think something was up was the old cottage. It was in late April. The golf course was not yet open, as some snow still lay on the links. Only my boss, the head chef, and I were on the property prepping for a private party that was being hosted at the golf club. The kitchen was small and consisted of a small line with stoves, ovens, broilers, and a ticket window. This then led up to a small dishwashing area that finally led to a small prep area that sported a screen door to the inside. I was in the prep area processing some vegetables for the evening service. It was a sunny, warm, late April afternoon. I had the screen door open to the outside, and all of a sudden I heard the giggling of a child, which sounded like something was coming from outside the screen door. The laughter got louder and louder, till I finally checked out the door to find no one. The still closed golf course was empty. Soon after this, my boss came to check on my progress. I told him the story and asked if he had seen some children playing outside the club. He said no, then told me a story that chilled me. He had worked at those golf clubs for a few seasons now. Told me the club was haunted by a little boy. He said he moves stuff and plays tricks on people. I was instantly intrigued. I went out and bought a $20 digital voice recorder from Target. This was 2008 and phones were not what they were today, or are. The cheap device was my plan to see if the story was true. I set the recorder up in the creepiest part of the cottage. The woman's locker, where several waitstaff reported hearing voices and seeing things. I set the recorder up before I left for the night in the locker room and went home. The next day I came back to work and I ran back to grab my recorder. I spent that whole day listening at work, but I was really too busy to really listen. When I got back home, I threw on some headphones and listened as close as I could. At one point, I captured the waitress at the end of their shift talking. They were there grabbing the purses and discussing tips, and that's when I heard it. While they chatted, I could hear a voice whisper, "Out now!" The girls never acknowledge the voice. They keep talking as the voice sounds like a little whisperer speaking. I was blown away. A $20 recorder, and the joke is I was trying to disprove was seeming more real by the second. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I ran into work the next day, the recorder in hand. I went up to the women's locker room located at the top floor and in the back of the cottage. I was alone, 6:30 a.m., the first time to arrive. I took out my $20 recorder from Target. I started to ask questions. "What is your name? Why are you here?" Pausing for a minute or two between. Silence. I hear nothing. After 10 seconds or so, I take my recorder out of my car and hook it up to my large car speakers. This is when I knew once and for all, ghosts are very real. So real, I well up with tears just writing this for you all. After I ask, "What is your name?" I hear clear as day, "Bobby, Bobby, Bobby." But this was not a living person. It sounded as if I was making a movie, like how a creepy ghost boy would sound in a horror movie. But this was real. This was some dumb kid playing around with his, work with a $20 recorder thinking his boss was pulling his leg. I let dozens and dozens of people hear this tape, scaring friends and family for years with this tape. Eventually, the recorder was lost, and I didn't have to share it with you today, but again, I'm not a ghost hunter. I'm not selling anything. I'm a guy on the internet telling a story. Hey, me too. Since that day, I have believed in ghosts. Paranormal encounter with a ghost boy on Christmas Eve. My mom and stepdad got married when I was 4. Mom and I moved into the house my stepdad owned. That was after they got married. It was just the 3 of us and our animals. I'm an only child, and at the time of the story, we had 2 big dogs who lived inside and out. The dogs usually roamed outside at night. That was on the 20 acres that we owned. We lived in that house for 14 years. I saw my fair share of creepy stuff. But this story sticks out the most. A little background. Me. I was around 7. I don't actually remember the age. Only the present I got that year. I know I was old enough to use the bathroom at night alone. but still young enough that my mom usually checked on me to make sure I got back in bed okay. I only know for sure that it was Christmas Eve. Our tree was always off at night, except for Christmas Eve. The house. Our house was small, 850 square feet small, but I loved it. When you walked in the front door, you immediately were in the living room. Straight ahead was the quote-unquote hall. In reality, it was a small rectangle that had doors on 3 or 4 sides. Or rather, 3 of the 4. From the living room and front door, you could see into the bathroom. Heading to the bathroom, you has a closet on the left. Bathroom door, my bedroom door to the right. Empty wall the width of the door. And my parents' bedroom door. The kitchen was off the left of the living room and shared a wall with the bathroom and closet. Super cute, just cozy. We also had an unfinished basement. Had stairs to the living room by the kitchen door and the back porch. Okay, story time. I got up to use the bathroom Christmas Eve. I got up from my bed, went out to my bedroom door, and turned the corner into the bathroom. I, of course, had to peek at the tree and the presents underneath it. Thought I saw a monster truck. At the time, I was a big fan. Really wanted a remote control one. But I didn't stop to look because I really had to go. After I finished up my business, I got up and looked toward the living room. I really wanted to peek at my presents before I went back to sleep. We didn't close the door in my house growing up unless we had people over, so I could see the front door and the glow of the tree from my seat. I looked back at the toilet to flush, and when I looked back up at the doorway between the hall and the living room, I saw the silhouette of a boy. He looked about my age from his height, but he had his back to me, so I'm not sure what his face looked like. He was standing in the doorway using his left hand to hold the door frame so he could lean into the room on his tiptoes and peek at the presents. In his right hand he had a red sucker. His whole body was dark because of the lack of light and the Christmas light shining behind him. I shuffled to the edge of the bathroom so I was just inside the doorway. If I had put my arms straight out, I could have touched this kid. I'm standing there about to ask him what he's doing. That's when he slowly drops back down to his flat feet and starts to turn and face me. As he starts to turn, I get the most intense feeling of dread, fear, and anxiety. I can see the profile of his face and he's just smiling, staring straight ahead. Just as he's about to get all the way around, my mom walked out of her room and asked me if I'm okay. In the split second it took to look at her and back at the boy, he was gone. I instantly felt better, and it was as if he never existed. I pointed to the living room, and my mom assumed that I was trying to peek at presents. So she just tucked me back into bed. I fell asleep pretty quick and woke up and totally forgot about it the next morning. I did get my remote control monster truck that year, though. It was years before it came back to me, and I told my mom about it. She wasn't surprised because, like I said, a lot of weird stuff happened in that house. Some spooky stuff going on, and I need to know what's up. It got me worried. Okay, so here's the deal. I've been living with extended family for about a month due to some serious issues. I'm not going to be getting into those. And since I've been in the basement, I've always felt as if I'm being watched, and And at one point, while I was playing a game on my phone, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I had headphones in, so I didn't hear anything. Turned around thinking it was my aunt or uncle, and there was one of them, and that's the first thing that had me going. Like, what the hell? I've always been seeing stuff move at the corner of my eyes, but that could be anything, so I won't just say ghosts. But what really got me scared and had me so terrified I couldn't sleep was I was in my room watching TV as my aunt and uncle had a small older TV that they didn't use. So I was watching Disney Plus. I was watching Family Guy, and I was watching the episode where Braun, which I assume is Brian, got married to that girl who was dying. Anyway, all of a sudden, you got this feeling of very intense fear and dread, like it was so intense. Descriptive. I tried to sleep, and I thought maybe some sleep would make this feeling go away, and it was like 2:30 a.m. Don't judge, I got bad sleeping habits. Then all of a sudden, I heard one loud knock at the front door. My room is located right underneath the living room and the front door as well. I thought this was weird, and that intense feeling of dread and fear was still there. Then, about 30 seconds after, I heard a knock right at the window right above me, and I moved the curtain, and there's no one. I heard nothing, and my window was shut. It was very audible and sounded like somebody slammed their fist against it. That's where the window is located, ground level. I got the feeling like someone or something wanted to harm me. I sat for about a minute trying to calm down, but I couldn't get over the feeling. Something in my gut was telling me to get the fuck upstairs. I listened to my gut feeling. But as I was about to make my way upstairs, I could have sworn I felt as if something was digging its claws into the upper left side of my back. That's as I was leaving to go up the stairs. Ended up staying up until 9 a.m. in the living room watching Family Guy with the lights on. After that, everything was fine, and I felt nothing wrong but the occasional feeling of being watched when trying to sleep. Thus happened about a week ago. And then it brings me to about 5 hours ago. I was upstairs in the living room watching some random show my cousin was watching, and then I got invested. Then all of a sudden I got this weird feeling that started on my left side that felt like something blowing air. Went through my left ear and then felt it in my right ear. Then boom, a loud ringing noise in my ear that sounded nothing like a bird outside. Then I got that feeling of fear and dread again, like something was wanting to harm me. Then after about 5 minutes of feeling this, I heard one of the decorations for Halloween go off outside at first. Thought nothing of it. But then I realized it was the one that had a thing you had to click to set it off. You had to press pretty hard on the button to set it off, and looked outside, saw the decoration, and didn't see anyone or hear anyone after about 5 minutes, and it went off again. Looked outside, saw no one, but I swore I heard something like scratching at the door. I sat on the couch, continued to sit, and after about 10 minutes, that feeling of fear and dread went away. So I'm basically asking, can anybody let me know what the hell's going on? Like, am I losing my goddamn mind? Maybe. I've been a believer in this stuff for years. Well, kind of always been a bit of a skeptic, but right now I'm honestly a little bit scared, as I've never had something like this happen. I'll also mention the house I'm staying, or rather stating, is 130 years old, and my other family members say they experienced the feeling of being watched, but never have they mentioned what I just told. Anyway, please let me know if you know what this is, or just let me know if I need to go get myself locked up. Go get yourself something. Demon Portal. Years ago, when my kids were teenagers, they were friends with a Wiccan kid. He told them how his father experienced sleep paralysis every single night of his life, and how he, the kid, knew how to cast spells and such. Well, my kids had this Wiccan kid over and they played Bloody Mary. After that, my kids kept hearing knocking on their walls. Inside the walls, the outer walls, inside closets. This seemed to happen as they were falling asleep or waking up. Around this time, they also created what they called a demon portal. I'm not sure if this kid taught them how to do it or they learned it online, but either way, they had a piece of paper with a bloody handprint on it, and they put it inside the closet of the room where this knocking is, I guess. I think they were hoping to stop the knocking. I don't know. I have no idea that they were doing all this or any of it. I just heard about it later. My middle son told me that a few days after making this paper, He's playing the piano downstairs while playing all alone in the living room. A small scrap of paper fluttered down into his piano keys. It was a small, torn corner of a page. He stopped playing and looked at it and wondered where it could be from. Later, while looking in his closet, he saw that a corner of the paper was missing from his demon portal paper. He watched back at the piano. It fit exactly at the torn corner that was missing. He tore the page out of the closet, crumpled it, and threw it away. I found the crumpled up paper thrown out more in the trash in the outside bin and wondered what it was. I was super creeped out by it, and left it there. I asked my kids about it, and my son told me the story about it. Told them absolutely no more of that. No more of that's allowed ever. Good call. So I thought it was over, but it wasn't. I worked at home alone while my kids were at school. I started hearing noises like cabinets slamming or doors slamming while I was working. I would stop to check it out, but saw nothing except once my cat was hiding under the stairs. So I thought the cat was doing it. Once my sister drove by my house when we were at home, and she saw the lights in the home office turned off and on. She knew we weren't home, so she called and got a key from my mom and checked it out. No one was in my house. My kids were also gone on the weekends. They went with their dad. I started hearing noises at night inside the house, like chairs being moved around in the kitchen and the tile floors. I would go downstairs, but see nothing out of place. I just started locking the bedroom door at night, just in case. One weekend I heard all sorts of chairs moving downstairs. I had one of those country-style log dining sets in my kitchen, but it sounded like chairs were being dragged through the house on the wood floors of the living room. And I was like, absolutely not. I'm not opening that door. No matter what sounds I heard from the sound of all the commotion, I thought for sure I was going to see some sort of poltergeist-style chair period in my house in the morning. It was very difficult to sleep, but I still didn't open that bedroom door until daylight. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs, so when I opened my door in the morning, I saw one single kitchen chair facing the staircase at the bottom of the stairs. My kitchen was 2 rooms away. I could just feel the blood draining out of me at the sight of that chair. I mean, I was surprised that it was the one chair from the loud sounds, but it was verification that indeed something weird was going on. That was a Sunday, and I was headed to church anyway. I went to church and asked for a blessing on my house that day. No more chairs moving after that. My children still reported the knocking inside the walls from time to time, though. Eventually, they grew up and one moved away. Sold that house, and the owner later told me that it was haunted. They sold it after a few years. The new owners after them had it a few years and are selling it now. I still hear an occasional knock behind my headboard or inside my walls. I live in another house now. For some reason, me and my kids all feel an urge to buy back that old house. Hopefully at a better price. Another paranormal experience. Okay. Today I wanted to share a paranormal experience that I've lived for about a month. Today I call this apartment the living hell. So let's get back to 2017. That's where I just moved to this small but cozy apartment with my family at the end of August. My first day and night in this place was actually good. The only one time I was feeling safe here. So, let's move on to the second day. Specifically, the second night. It was midnight and I was still unpacking my stuff, and it was exactly 12:05 a.m. That's when I smelled a fire smell. My window was open, so I thought somebody was smoking. I closed it and I kept smelling it for maybe 5 minutes. So, 12:10 a.m. Keep the hour in your head, by the way. I went to sleep, and an hour later I got woken up at 2 a.m. That's because of the noise in my room near my bed. The first night I thought it was neighbors. That was until I heard the footsteps. You can tell when the footsteps are from above you or in your room. And those were definitely next to me. I was feeling insecure and I kept hearing noises. Every single night, until we left, I'd hear noises. Always from 2 a.m. to 3 or 4 a.m. But I also smelled the fire every single day. Remember the time? 12:05 every night up to 12:10 a.m. Never earlier, never later. Just 12:05, 12:10. It was at the end of my bed. I wasn't the only one in my apartment that was like living with something, you could say. Every night, no matter who went up to use the bathroom, they could also smell something. Starting in the kitchen and going through the corridor and stop exactly at my door. My whole family could smell like this rotten meat. It would sometimes smell in the day, but mostly in the middle of the night. The smell makes us feel nauseous. We tried to call somebody to see if there was an explanation, but no one could give us a reason to that smell. I started to feel sick because I couldn't sleep at night. I ended up asking my friend to come sleep at my place. She's also a paranormal believer, and she was scared shitless that night. I first asked her because I thought nothing would happen if she was here, but I was wrong. We were watching a funny movie when we started hearing the noises. At least I knew I wasn't going crazy. We tried to think about something else, but we soon had a big jump scare. It was 2:15 a.m. We heard a massive noise in my room. I turned on the light very quickly to see my heavy jewelry box on the floor. There was no reason for her to fall like this. Well, she was very heavy. Your jewelry box is female. My friend was trembling in fear. We decided to put headphones and watch another movie. She fell asleep at 4 a.m. and I talked with my friend Lucas up till 7 a.m. because I was too scared. We moved maybe a week later. When I moved into my actual house, she's literally next to this apartment, so every time I go out and I walk for the apartment, I see it. I made some researches. I typed my last address, and I found an article about this place, and I was in shock. A couple of years before we moved into this place, there was a fire, and a young woman aged 23 unfortunately passed away in this apartment. The kitchen was caught on fire. She couldn't escape. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The fire smell in my room and the nauseous smell in the kitchen. I always say since if somebody paid me $1 million to sleep one more night in this apartment, I'd say no. Fib. Since we left, 2 families have moved into this place, and they left after a couple of months. But I bet they weren't offered $1 million. Things to come. Dreams from many, many years ago. Okay, I barely talked about this dream even to my family, because I'm not sure what to really think about it. I only tell the first part out of 3 dreams. That's where, different years, but they not scare me, but damn, I feel this might happen. First dream. I am going to my job to get my last paycheck since in this dream I was let go. It was the end of the year for some reason, and I knew that for sure in the dream. As I walked down the street, there was a lot of people complaining, asking the company about their paycheck and such due to something that was happening there. On this dream, I knew I had a family. I wasn't married. So I apparently needed the paycheck. There was this feeling of war on the horizon. Not sure how to explain. There was no wars during this time, but I knew there was war of the other side of the world in Europe. When I got my check, they told me that you're lucky it was the last one. Everybody else here won't have any luck. Then I decided to go to the bank to get the money in cash, in case something happens to the internet or the banks. Second dream. I've never told anybody about the following ones. The world was going to shit, the war was going strong, and there was problems with earthquakes. I was in my hometown, pretty much in a road which is located in the hills. Something's telling me to go to my previous home following this path, which never used to go there. You could go, but it was not the one that we took to get there, since it was considered longer. My family, which at this time I did not had, went ahead without me. I led my brother to guide them to that house, with a lot of people seeking a place to be safe of all of the bad things that were happening. And for some reason, I was guiding them. In this hill, I called my mother on the phone. Cell phone were barely available at the time of the dream. To ask her if she was coming with us to this safe place. She told me no, because she did not want it to leave her mother alone, and as she was in bad condition. I understood, told her a few things, and moved on. Third dream. This could be considered the first one, but always feels like the third one for me. That's because I had it when I lived in the house I was going to visit on the second dream, and it was like 20 plus years ago. On this dream, I looked to the mountain, and it was the one in front of my house. There's a lot of people there with me, and deep inside I guided this people here for some reason. My family, I didn't had one as I was a teenager, told them that we need to climb the mountain from this side. Everybody follow me. There's a lot of people. I do not remember the climb, but at the top was quiet. You could see the sea rising and destroying everything down, and it was going to get us too. But on this place, there was a cliff, and told my brother to jump down without knowing what to expect. He told that everybody can jump and it's safe there. It was like a portal to another parallel universe. So, everybody started to jump to get there as the destruction was going to get us at the top. I told my family to go, and as I wanted to see the end, they left and I saw white and then wake up. But these three dreams always stood for me. Why am I telling this? Maybe to get it out. I just recently got let go from my company. Yes, at the end of the year, like my dream. I have a family now. My mother, which should not be in my hometown, she divorced my father and went to live in another place in the country. Now she needs to go back there because her mother, my grandma, is sick and she needs to take care of her. The war on the other side of the world can go wrong soon. I have this feeling. Will I have to guide people to a parallel dimension like in my dreams? Hope not. But due to the possibility of parallel dimensions, or maybe what is called the Big Crunch and reset of the universe. Maybe I've done this multiple times, and now things are fragments of that travel. Interesting take. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, where eerie mysteries unfold. Subscribe and enable notifications to catch our latest chilling episodes. Get ready to be captivated by the strange and supernatural. About to get the full context. Most of my journals are normal, but I've finally gone through them all and I have one story left. Warning though, this actually involves witchcraft. Actual witchcraft. By 2018, my father had left us, but was still around. Not going to get into it, but it was a rather peaceful transition and divorce, but I digress. It began in April of 2018. All my life so far, I'd lived in my room. But I wanted my older brother's room, hadn't been around for years. He's alive, just never really no good terms. His room was the quote-unquote cooler room. So, me, Mom, and my stepfather, who I loved, began cleaning it up. Since my brother moved out back in the early 2000s, it had been moved, or rather used, as a storage room. Inside the room was a massive wooden trunk, dated back to the time of the North Carolina furniture, if anybody knows what that means. If not, it was very well made and very expensive. That was the final thing that we started digging through. Then I found it. The thing that changed my entire life. but I still barely remember any of it outside of the journal and those around me telling me. It was an old-style purse, a full-sized purse, but clasp style. It was faded white that was yellowed and cracked. It was filled with my father's and grandma's stuff, a few of the key things and those old white gloves ladies used to wear to church years ago. Old photos of the family and, well, most importantly, a letter. It was written in such fine cursive that we had to take it to a local writing expert to have it translated just so we could read it. The letter itself was just that I miss you, the letter itself was just a I miss you letter between sisters. But what mattered was who it was from, my father's great aunt. You have to understand, my father never spoke of his great aunt. Time goes by and the purse stayed in my new room. And this is where everything goes fuzzy. My grades began to drop, and my time of the month got worse and worse. I began having constant nightmares, and according to those around me, I became a different person, filled with anger and darkness and very bad thoughts. My father had an idea and took the purse out of my room under the guise that it's his. Now I look over this pause in my journal, and I ask him if anything happened. I had kept such detailed journals, but during these months it had seized, then restarted, and some memory gaps. My father told me the truth and the reason he's going looking for stuff. His great aunt was into witchcraft. She was a total sociopath and a monster. All around, her death followed. She was into voodoo and truly dark stuff. He said he took the purse away and had it blessed by natives with sage and holy water. Still sits in my father's house where it hadn't bothered a soul. He went on to tell me more about what she did. Since she died, her family's had bad luck. Used to be super wealthy. We were an old southern family, so it was natural. But we lost all that wealth very quickly. We weren't poor, but it was a big step down. She had cursed us the most importantly way. Well, when she died, my father's father burned every known thing in association with her. All of her photos, all of her books, all of her clothes, all of her letters, and even demolished her house. But he missed something. This affected me before he even knew any of this. This was personal. Since 2019, that purse hasn't been opened, and the letter remains inside of it. Phantom sibling or subconscious. Last year I lived in a somewhat crummy apartment with my sister and my two other roommates. However, at the time this story took place, it was just me, my sister, and our friend Tori. This particular afternoon I was home alone and I went to lay down on my bed. So I walked into my room and directly to the right is my bed, pressed up against the wall. I closed my door, and I never really leave it open, but when I have roommates for privacy, especially since this room was directly back to the living room and the kitchen. But anyways, I shut my door, I lay down on my bed facing the wall, I grab a small throw blanket, and I close my eyes when suddenly, not long after I closed my eyes, I get the strongest feeling that my sister had walked into my room and was just standing there looking at me. I thought maybe she was trying to be quiet since my back was to her and didn't really want to wake me in case I was asleep. Which my sister's crept into my room like this before, usually to steal something from my bathroom. But I always hear her open the door and usually get annoyed. I ask what the hell she wants, so I can just tell her where it is without her digging around. I'm kind of a very light sleeper. I remember even hearing faint noises like when somebody walks really slowly on carpet, so as not to disturb a sleeping someone, which really made me believe that it was just my sister, because any time that she's walked into a room late at night and sees that I'm in bed, she usually stands there for a second or two, probably to let her eyes adjust to the dark and check if I'm actually asleep. I do suck at falling asleep, so sometimes I'll sit up and ask what's up. Well, it sounded just like that. But then, my heart sank when I quickly realized it was mid-afternoon. My room was very bright. The door never opened. And the thought, I don't think that's my sister, popped into my mind. I quickly froze and made myself count down from 3, to which I would turn around super fast to see what the heck was in my room with me. Well, I counted down, turned around, and found that nothing was behind me. Just empty space. Now, here's where it gets weird. I figured I just heard settling noises from the house or something like that. Maybe I just got spooked from the drafty little apartment. But I couldn't help but feel like, it was a little bit odd. I continue on with my week unbothered until towards the end of the week. My sister comes up to me randomly and says, "Did you come into my room?" To which I replied, "No, why?" She says, "I don't know, I could have sworn you walked into my room, but when I looked I didn't see anything." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I proceeded to tell her the exact same thing happened to me a few days before. I could have sworn it was her based on the sounds I was hearing. The best way to describe it's like how you can tell when your sister's walking, versus your mom, based on the specific noise that the person makes. Like each person has their own noises. Oh, hopefully that makes sense. It does. We've never had any other weird feelings like that since, but I don't know what the heck caused that. It's almost like we were so used to having one another around that we create a phantom sister that mimics the other, so we convince ourselves the other is there even when they're not. Much like when a loved one passes and your brain can convince you that they're still there based on creaks and shadows. Anyways, that's my story. Has anybody else experienced something like this, or any other sort of explanation? I'm a health major, so I usually try to use science and psychology to explain things. Although sometimes the mind is scarier than ghosts. So I kind of wish I would just see a little ghostly friend and realizing my brain's glitched out. I second that part about psychology. Well, the brain. Weird experience in California years ago. The encounter I had was in Porterville, in California during the winter of 2007. I worked for the city driving the equivalent of a taxi that people would call and schedule rides for a flat rate. It's been 15 years. You could say that I was fuzzy on the exact time, but I do believe that it was late December. The Central Valley doesn't get incredibly cold, but it can drop down into the high 30s occasionally. This was one of those times. I was sitting idling in my vehicle and waiting to hear the dispatcher tell me that I could drop my fares and head home. Parked in front of the city library. Ahead of me, across the road running perpendicular to the one I was parked on, there were these concrete planters, each with a tree growing out of it that lined the street. People often would stop and sit on these. They were about 3, maybe 4 feet tall. I noticed immediately that there was somebody sitting there. I did a double take because, it was what appeared to be a girl of no more than 12. She had long blonde hair and was very pale, but appeared solid and real. The striking thing about her, other than her age and the fact that she appeared alone at 10 at night, was that she was wearing only a thin slip or a flimsy nightgown of sorts. She was barefoot. Her knees were drawn up in front of her. Like I mentioned earlier, this was a night where it was cold, especially for our area. I watched her for a few more minutes, thinking maybe somebody would come out of the businesses that were near where she was sitting. After about 5 minutes, a couple came out. A man and a woman. They walked right by her without seeming to even notice the girl. About a minute or two after, another group of people came out. One of them was a woman with a shiny winter jacket on. As they passed the girl, she reached out and kind of felt the material on the woman's sleeve. Crazy part is, nobody seemed to even react to this. I eventually got a call on my radio. I had to leave. However, the next night I saw her again. This was across town when I was driving to drop my vehicle at her city yard. She was walking down the street, still barefoot and wearing the same thin, shift or slip that she had been on the previous evening. I did a double take and I did a loop around the block to drive back to her again. Possibly call my dispatcher to let her know that there was a kid out walking in less than 40-degree weather apparently in her nightgown and shoeless. However, as I drove up next to her, I got an intense feeling of fear and, strangely, age. She was a cute kid, but I haven't ever been able to shake the strange feeling that she gave me. Living in that part of California, I had many times visited the Sequoia National Forest, saw the giant trees that are thousands of years old. For anybody who's been there before, the trees almost give off an aura of being ancient, like an almost tangible feeling of age, at least for me. This was the same feeling, along with fear from the weirdness that this little wisp of a girl gave me. I must admit, I did nothing but drive away. I never did see this girl after that, despite a lot of nighttime driving around the same areas in the subsequent days and weeks. I've had several theories over the years about her, never got any answers. Years later, I still think about this, despite living in another state and having seen her only twice. I've asked people who live there about it, but I got nothing. I even went as far as to look for records of missing people, as well as deaths. Never saw anything remotely connected. The Upstairs Ghost. When I was 14, me, my two brothers, and Mom moved homes. It was a council house in my hometown of Leigh, Greater Manchester. It took us about 1 month to decorate and get settled in, when we all started hearing noises coming from upstairs. It sounded like footsteps and switches being turned on and off. All the time we had 3 cats. They were all very hesitant to go upstairs. When we could hear the noises, the cats would look up and follow the sound, and if we picked up any of the cats and take them upstairs, they would struggle with us, make it clear that they didn't want to go up there. After several months of living there, the noises would get more often, and then one night my mom said she was in bed reading and she fell on one side of her bed and dipped down. Said it felt like something was sitting on the side of her. After being there for 4 years, we're all pretty used to it, and the noises seemed to settle down. Even the cats would venture upstairs. One of them would even sleep in the bed with me and my brothers. I shared a room with my younger brother. When I turned 18, my older brother had moved out. My mom got a job managing a pub. She moved into a flat above it, so it was just me, my younger brother, and cats living there now. I quickly moved into my older brother's room, and it was my first time having my own room. I quickly made it my own, and my younger brother used an extra space in his room to get a weightlifting bench. He didn't use it much, and he would hang his clothes and hangers in the bar. This played a part in what happened next. One night, I had gone to bed as normal. It was 10 p.m., I quickly fell asleep. After a few hours, I was woken up by a loud sound from my brother's room. I quickly jumped out of bed and opened my brother's door. The cat came running out, and my brother had clearly woken up as well. I immediately noticed that the clothes my brother had hung in his barbell were swaying back and forth. The sound that woke us up was the bar that had 60 kilograms on it, plus the clothes that had been picked up and dropped back down. We were both a bit freaked out, but that was the loudest thing that we'd heard from that house. Nothing like that happened again until a time when my younger brother had gone to Spain. That was with me and with my mom. I was on my own in the house, but I'd booked a trip with friends to Ibiza. The night before our flight, I asked one of my friends to stay at my house. That was because he was a heavy sleeper and was difficult to wake up, and we didn't want him to be late for the flight. He came to my house around maybe 4. I'd already told him that he might hear the footsteps upstairs, but I didn't think he'd believe me. As it was summer, it was a very warm day, so I had the back door open to let some breeze in. We were both sat in the living room, and then all the footsteps started. My friend knew that there was only us in the house because anybody else would have to walk past us to go upstairs. Then the footsteps got louder, a lot more than usual. Then all of a sudden it sounded like a very large person running down the stairs. We both ran out of the house before whatever it was reached the bottom step. My friend refused to go back in, and I reluctantly went back in to get my passport and luggage, and to feed the cats. Leave them some water because my older brother would come the next day to feed them until my younger brother came back. Nothing much happened after that. I speculate that whatever it was using me or my brother's presence and didn't like new people in the house. About 2 years later, we moved out of the house, and a new tenant moved in about 6 months later. The new tenant went with my mom's pub and asked if we experienced any strange things in the house. My mom told him the truth, but told him that it was harmless, and they'll get used to it. If you made it to the end, thank you. Sorry if it was long-winded. My twin and I would see shadows when we were kids. My brother and I are identical twins. We've experienced our share of strange things throughout our lives, but for some reason this always slips my mind. Probably because we were so young. This was an almost daily occurrence from about 4 years old to about 9 maybe. Anyway, when we were younger, we basically used to see shadow people running by the corner of our eyes. All the time. It's crazy because I never thought I'd write about it because it doesn't really bother me. And I do believe in another possible dimension. I believe if you don't, you're naive. What I'm saying is I'm looking for answers per se, or rather not, I'm just sharing my peculiar story. We grew up as Christians, so every time my brother and I would tell our mother that we saw a shadow, she would remind us that if it didn't scare us, it was a good spirit. If it scared us, we should rebuke it in the name of Christ. What I find so funny about this is that I remember my mother reminding us this all the time. Our mother had actually come up with an elaborate reasoning behind us seeing dark figures running by. Poor woman. It actually became so frequent as a child I could remember that I just hated to look at certain darker areas and places. I would try to take creepier parts of the house out of my peripheral to try to avoid seeing them. All I can remember when I'd look, it would actually frustrate me. Like I'd see a shadow run by because I'd think I'd, see, I knew it, sort of a feeling. Thought I'd always see them. So did my brother. But neither of us see them anymore. At all. It's weird to think I almost forgot it used to happen. It's such a common occurrence in retrospect. These days, the closest we come to seeing them is when we trip on LSD. We usually see usual trippy shadows, but that only reminded us of the shadow people. It's not the same, though. As a kid, these weren't just trippy shadows moving. It would just straight up look like dark legs and arms running right by our peripheral vision, usually. Same for my brother. I'd also add that we've had cases where we've seen them back to back, as in I would, see one and so would he without either of us knowing that we both just saw a figure. Then we'd talk about it later. One time I ran to my mother with the usual, "Mom, I saw one again." And this one scared me. But it was the kind I normally saw. A peripheral paranorm, perhaps. But at around the same time, my brother was all alone sitting by the fireplace. He had no clue I'd just seen one. He was telling her mother. He just felt uneasy and that he remembers looking to his left and seeing a huge shadow, sitting as if it were next to him. He remembers thinking, "That's just my shadow from the fire." He moved his torso down and the shadow went the opposite way. got a little bit freaked out and lifted its back to go the other way, and from what he said, the shadow didn't move. He just noped and sprinted to my mother. I never disregarded his story, simply because I used to deal with the same thing, and also because he ran to my mother and told her what happened moments after I told her I'd just seen one at a separate section of the house. Again, poor mother. Anyway, sorry for the long story. As an adult, I remember bringing this up to her mother and asking if she remembers us doing this. She got wide-eyed and said, "Yeah, that shit was scary." And it was hilarious hearing her tell me as an adult that she was terrified and all that good spirit, bad spirit stuff was horseshit. She just didn't know what else to tell her creepy twins. Or creeped out twins, I would imagine you meant. But I'll stick with what she said. Something is mimicking voices. I moved into my apartment about a year ago. My previous home was pretty active. We heard a train go through our backyard in the middle of the night, and guests would report people moving around in our room when we weren't home. And my ex-wife coming home to all the lights on after she'd turned them all off. The timing for my apartment being available was odd, but convenient. I'd always had an urge to ask the property management company if somebody had died in my apartment, but I never did. There have been a few times when I feel like I'm not alone, but I'm not in danger. There have been 3 instances where something was making a direct attempt to interact with me. I was woken up in the middle of the night, and something was clearly in the corner of the room with ill intent. I watched for a moment, and it wouldn't go away until I recited the Lord's Prayer a few times. Haven't felt that one since. 2. Friend was coming over for dinner, and I don't know what this is, but in this entire writing it keeps saying "and amp" as one word. Am I crazy to think that that's some form of emoji that's turned into a weird text? Because I'm not going to keep reading "and amp." So if you hear weird pauses, that's what it says. So a friend was coming over for dinner. I leave my door unlocked when they do. I always want my friends to feel comfortable just coming in. I was getting out of the shower, getting dried off, and amp, dressed, and amp. Heard my friend say, "Hey, I'm here. I'll call back, I'll be right out." I go to the kitchen expecting my friend. They aren't there. Not even 5 minutes later, my friend comes walking in. I ask if she'd been playing with me and amp. Oops. She had no idea what I was talking about. Her and me both. I was asleep one night, not comfortably resting. Think I was having a bad dream. Something in my mind was keeping me in a shallow sleep. If I remember the dream correctly, something felt impending. Clear as day, I hear my mother shout, and they shouted my name. And amp. In a tone that she used when she was trying to get my attention urgently. My mother had been gone since 2018. I'd spoken to a few spiritual friends and amp, and they tell me the thing is trying to contact me and amp. I should ask it what it wants. I am reticent to do that because I know once you go communicating with things like that, you're holding the door open for trouble. I guess my question is, does this sound familiar to anyone? Should I be more alarmed? Update. I spoke with a friend who's a member of the local Lakota and amp Tuscarora tribes. Windy men are part of the local traditions. I was advised to not acknowledge it, respond to it, or try to reach out to it. If I hear a knock at the door at night and amp, I don't see anybody. Through the peephole. I don't open the door, and that's just good safety advice in general. Although I'm not to whistle at night near the woods behind my apartment. I've placed rosaries in every room in my apartment, said a prayer for protection, and amp. Did a deep clean in my apartment with positive music playing, and amp. positive intent. The mood in the place is much lighter. And now I go to look up what and amp means, because I'm going crazy. Girl's voice telling to stop it. I was hoping for a bit of advice, or to try to get some answers. I've had a couple of experiences that I'm unable to explain. I'll start with the first incident when I was around 11 years old and my brother was 14. We lived in a new-built house in Wales. Very normal-looking house. Definitely did not feel or look haunted. We found a couple of strange things in the back garden when we were younger, such as old bottles and a pair of broken sunglasses. Not sure if it's related or not, but thought I'd mention it. One of the first strange things that happened was my mom called us downstairs. For some reason, there was a glass of milk. It was on the kitchen table. It was full to the brim. Like it was so full, if you moved it, it would spill. My brother and I had no ideas. None of us did it. We went to the living room for something, and we came back to the glass of milk being empty. Weird, but didn't think much of it. Fast forward a couple of weeks later, me and my brother were playing the Sims game on the computer. It was only me and him in the house as my mother was working late. We were creating a new sim when all of a sudden something came between me and my brother's ears and said, "Stop it!" It was the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life, and still to this day I can hear it. It was really unnatural. I could almost feel the breath. It freaked us both out. We both turned, looked at each other, and said, "Did you hear that?" We both jumped out of our seats and ran to the other room. Called her mother, told her that she could just chalk it up to her imagination, but whatever happened to us was real and definitely happened. I've done a bit of research on it, and I found that ghosts do sometimes whisper stuff in your ears. Freaky stuff. Fast forward to a few years later. Nothing paranormal after the milk and whispering ghost girl thing incident. But then there was one night when I was in bed. I had a TV in the bedroom and the street lights from outside. They were sort of making this, it was reflecting stuff. I could see this stuff in my hallway. It was around 3 a.m. when I randomly woke up. I saw what looked like a woman in like a white nightgown walk into my bathroom and the door shut behind them. Freaked me right out. I said to myself, it's probably my brother. He had a white, dressing gown. I decided to get up and have a look. Knocked on the door expecting my brother to reply, but there was no answer. So I opened the door. There's nobody in there. It scared the shit out of me, so I ran back to bed, pulled the sheets over my head, and then ended up falling asleep. I told my mom and brother about it, but they both said I must have been dreaming. Weird. Other than those incidents, nothing really else happened until now. So, fast forward to today. I'm now 28. Completely forgot about the whispering ghost girl until my brother brought it up to me a couple of weeks ago. Once I started to remember it, some strange shit started happening. Now, this only happens when I'm in work, and never in my flat or anywhere else. But basically, I'm sitting like the work canteen having my lunch, and in the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a man. They were in an orange hoodie with his hood up and blue jeans. I turned and it disappears. Doesn't happen every day, but happens a lot. Always the same orange hoodie and blue jeans. Now, where I work is right next to Cardiff Central train station. Not sure if that's linked at all, maybe a death on the railway or something. But I'm still seeing this orange hoodie man to this day. Just want to know what people think. Never seen their face as their head's down and the hood's up. I'm more open to paranormal things or spirits because of what happened when I was younger. Or am I just going crazy? Has anyone seen or heard anything like this before? I'll try to make it short, but 4 to 5 years ago, me and 2 other people saw what we think were UFOs, but I can't find anything like it online. Me and my two other friends were walking home from school. One of them was hitting his cart and getting high, while me and my other friend were sober. We walked about 10 minutes until I saw something in the sky that looked exactly like birds at a glance. I thought nothing of it. I continued walking because I thought it was like a flock of birds. I continued to walk, and a few seconds later, I hear behind me my sober friend, Anna. She was saying, "What is that?" I think when I turned around, she pointed at the sky or something. I was looking at the sky, so I did too. I saw around 15 of these small rectangular objects in the air, not too far away from us. It was about 3 or 4 electric poles high. So it was clear as day what I was seeing. I could see it in detail. It looked metallic. One of their corners would be a lighter color than the rest of the object. They looked like about the size of a shoebox, maybe a little bit bigger. But the part I can't find anywhere online is how they moved. Like I said at first, I'd mistaken them for birds because of how close they were together, and how semi-chaotically they moved around. Kind of like the air was water, and they were being pushed around by the wind. I tried telling my friend that I was high to look up and see what was going on. He thought it was a kite and refused to look up for more than about a half a second, trying not to fall. But after 10-15 seconds of looking at these things, I don't remember which came first, but they would go completely invisible and they flipped over about every 5 seconds simultaneously. And it would be gone, and they were see-through or something. Then a few seconds later, they would flip again. They would appear further down the direction they were going in. But they also went from their disorganized flying patterns to this super intricate pattern like they were pulsating or something. They would come together to form shapes. I saw them turn into squares, rectangles, circles, and a few other shapes. Shapes I didn't recognize. But they seemed like they were all communicating with each other. They were flying in the direction that they'd been going in, and they were all separated, but nothing connected them. They had no motors or wings or propellers. It was completely silent. They would make shapes in almost an instant. It took about a half a second for them to make a shape, then disperse, then come back together to make another shape. And by the way, this all happened at a busy intersection too, in front of a lot of people. People in their cars didn't seem to notice it though. I guess it was probably a little bit higher than what a person would be driving would be looking, but still, it was weird. We were the only people walking at that intersection. I think that was because we left a little bit earlier than everybody else, so the rest of the kinds were still a few minutes behind at the school. These things were going invisible and shape-shifting for a while, going into the direction of the school until they went invisible for the last time and didn't reappear. What do you guys think? I've never heard of anything like this in my life, and I honestly don't think it's drones. I don't know how they could become invisible just by flipping over in broad daylight close enough for me to make out every detail on it. It looked like no drones I've ever seen. Has this happened to anyone else? I'm sure of it. I'm sure people have, and I'm finally talking about what happened back when I was around 11 or 12 years old. Currently, I'm 30. For some brief and relevant history of my life, my father was abusive to my mother, both verbally and physically, growing up. One night, they allowed me to spend the night at my friend's house. They lived directly across the street. I remember that night was very clear. I remember my friend, her brother, and I played charades. I remember their father was doing some renovations in the house. I was super jealous because they had a bedroom dedicated to just a jacuzzi. Bastards. I remember my friend eating pasta out of a mug, offering me some to eat. I denied. I remember we all gathered in the living room to watch a movie, which I don't recall. And this is when it happened. All of a sudden, I got an absolute urgent need to run across the street back to my home. We lived upstairs in the apartment duplex. There's no voice telling me this, but more of a deep need within me. It was just a matter of fact, like nothing else mattered. Now, as a kid, it was a big deal to impress this girl who I wanted to become friends with. I wanted to become friends so badly, not to mention I was like having so much fun with her, and her brother. But I remember standing in my feet from standing to my feet from her couch, just staring at her, and I said, I gotta go. I remember the absolute confusion and disappointment on her face. I'm sure she asked why or something, I don't know. But I just remember saying over and over, I gotta go, I'm sorry. Something along those lines. I remember running out of her house, sprinting across the street to my house, and it being well into the night. I busted through the front door of the house, ran up the stairs that led to our apartment, bursting through the door as well. Now that I think about it, it was extremely unusual for both doors to be locked, as my father is extremely paranoid and always locked the doors. So, for both to be locked. As I entered into our apartment, I heard my mom crying and ran to my parents' bedroom to find my dad was assaulting her. And yes, the image burned into my brain and painful to talk about, but it is important. I'm not sure exactly what was happening, but I've never seen my mom so afraid. My father then left the room when he saw me standing in the doorway, ultimately leaving the house completely. I tried to talk to my mom once, and that was when I got older. I wanted to tell her what happened to me during this time, but I couldn't, since it was hard for her to talk about and never brought it up again. This night replays in my head once in a while. Usually when I was alone just when I was alone throughout the night. I was raised Christian, and I'd always attributed this to being that it was God telling me my mom was in danger. But I've been long stepped away from religion for some time now. I always struggled with this because why didn't this happen to other horrible things that happened to mine and loved ones' lives? This never happened to me before or after. It's the closest thing that I have to something unexplainable that, if anybody would like to hear any others, if they'd share something similar, what they believe it is. This girl never talked to me again, by the way, all through middle and high school. I'm sure it freaked her out. Oh, I don't know. She thought I was definitely weird. My answer to an Ask Reddit question or post that I figured you might like to read. My post-secondary classes were always at night. I usually got out at around 11:30 p.m. Home was 5 long Florida miles away, a drive that typically took around 25 minutes. At that time, my fiancé and I were living in a brand new apartment complex. On the 4th floor, that's where our spot was, and from day one, strange things started happening. Our apartment had an unusual layout. Basically, it was a big circle. The bathroom connected to both the living room and the kitchen. The doors on either side, and our closet was located within it. For whatever reason, that closet door refused to stay shut. I tried countless experiments to figure out why, but every time without fail, I'd come back about a half an hour later and it would be open. Then there was our cat. He would sit in our bathtub staring at the bathroom door and letting out these low, drawn-out meows. It was unsettling. But we figured it was just one of those weird pet things. Nothing else was happening until it did. One night, my fiancée called in a panic. She said somebody had tried to rattle the front door handle right off the door. Checked her front door camera, but there was no sign of anybody outside. While I was still in the live feed trying to calm her down, it happened again. A violent, almost desperate rattling. like a grown man trying to tear the door off its hinges. The door was the only point of egress or ingress in the apartment. Told her to grab the shotgun, sit in the corner, and I was on my way. I left class, hopped on my motorcycle, and somehow made it home in 5.5 minutes, blowing through red lights. When I parked and got into the elevator, I suddenly felt like I'd swallowed an apple whole and I couldn't breathe. It was as if an invisible weight was pressing down on my chest. Still, I pushed forward, made it to the door, signaled for her to put down the gun. I searched the entire apartment, but there was nothing. That night, without further incident, but from that point on, everything escalated. The strange occurrences became routine. We have 2 dogs, one of which is small and an older white dog. One day, she was padding through the bathroom, heading toward the bathroom to crawl under the bed, her usual cozy spot. My fiancé followed her, only to find the dog wasn't there. After a few moments of confusion, she walked back into the living room, where the dog was lying on the couch, looking as relaxed as ever. Then there were the objects. I came home one day to find all of our plates had been moved into the silverware drawer. On another day, we found both her ottoman and a chair had been rotated to face the fish tank, almost as if in deliberate contemplation. We left them that way. The strange occurrences continued. We'd be walking through the apartment and suddenly hit pockets of the worst smells imaginable. Just as suddenly, the scent would vanish. We'd also hear footsteps circling around the kitchen island, even though we were alone. Things got so intense that we eventually moved our bedroom into the living room, turning the actual bedroom into my fiancé's workspace. The nightmares had become relentless, and we felt safer being in an open space. All in all, 0 out of 10 would not recommend. Before this, I was a devout atheist, firmly grounded in the belief that science explained everything. Now more open-minded. Come to believe there's a lot we don't understand about what really happens in this world. Perhaps we never will. That's my dog dreaming. I dreamed about my maternal grandfather and my favorite singer, and it was the best dream I've ever had. I dreamed this year, and I wrote it down in my cell phone notepad so that I would never forget this dream. Well, I've already told the story of how my maternal grandfather came to say goodbye to me when I was a child. So besides my grandfather being in this dream, my favorite singer, Michael Jackson, was also in this dream. Well, I'll tell you everything I remember about this dream. I was on the edge of a cliff, ready to end my own life. I wasn't in a good phase of life when I dreamed this. Then I heard a voice calling me, the voice of my maternal grandfather. He was telling me not to do this to myself, and next to him was Michael Jackson, saying practically the same thing. They were far away, but I could hear them very well, and they started to approach the cliff and convinced me to get out of there, and I did. I immediately went to hug my maternal grandfather, and I remember I said I missed him so much, and then I hugged Michael, and I immediately was happy again. I remember Michael, and I started chasing each other and playing like 2 children. My grandfather just watched the 2 of us and laughed. Then my grandfather called the 2 of us, and the 3 of us held hands. My grandfather asked me to just close my eyes, and I did. When I opened again, we had practically teleported to a kind of forest where the weather was sunny, and again Michael and I started playing together among the trees. It wasn't long before my grandfather called us again. When I saw there was a picnic with lots of food, we started eating. We laughed, we talked a lot, and in the dream my grandfather and Michael seemed to get along very good. After much conversation, I remembered that my grandfather asked us again to hold hands, and I closed my eyes, and again we teleported to another place. And this time the place was in a trailer on the edge of a large lake. I remember that as soon as I opened my eyes, I went into the trailer and I fell asleep. I woke up still in the dream and left the trailer, and in my My grandfather and Michael were talking while they were roasting marshmallows on a campfire. When I arrived, they said they wanted to talk seriously with me, and I accepted. Well, they basically said they needed to go back to heaven and that it was my time. I immediately felt sad. Michael was the first to disappear, and I cried a lot. But I remember him saying before he disappeared that everything would be okay and that he would give me space to talk to my grandpa. Then my grandpa said that he was protecting me from the sky along with Michael. And every time a ray of sunlight hit my face or a butterfly would fly past me, it was him or Michael, checking to see if I was still okay. He hugged me tightly and my vision started to go black. Then he said I was going to wake up and I started to lose hearing in his voice, but he kept saying the weather, everything was fine. And suddenly, I didn't hear anything anymore. I woke up with my hands in a circle like I was hugging someone and crying, and I swear to God I got up immediately and a ray of sunshine hit my face. It was like, a coincidence, but I believed it was my grandfather keeping his word. I imagine he must be thinking I'm dreaming too big or I'm crazy, but it's not the first time I've dreamed this kind of thing. That was certainly a first for me, in many ways. Question about a strange experience with a strange house. Okay, so something that's been bothering me for 10 plus years now is a house we lived in Arizona, USA. It was in the middle of nowhere in the desert. A town with a population count of like 500, 800 people. The nearest city being 3 to 4 hours away. We lived in a teacher's housing. The house was probably from the 80s, maybe older. Anyway, when we first moved in, my younger sister woke me up at around 1 or 3 a.m. That was because there were fireflies outside. I was obsessed with fireflies when I was 12. We looked out the window and it was very dark with only fireflies and a tree. I begged her to go outside with me and she said no. We'll go tomorrow when everyone's awake, so we went back to sleep. The next morning we woke up and we were told our mom about all these fireflies. And when we were talking about, I got sort of detailed and said that there was like a dead tree. My sister was like, no, it's got leaves, it's a pine tree. We argued, and we were like, okay, whatever. My mom asked us, what tree? We were like, outside in the front. We looked to show her, and there's no tree. Weird, right? And keep in mind, fireflies can't survive in the desert. So whatever we saw wasn't fireflies. Fast forward, we're moving to a different house. Same street, but a bigger house. The last night we stayed in that house, I had to wake my older sister up from a nightmare. She was sweating and crying and shaking her head. When she woke up, she said something was chasing her and trying to kill her. She was running in the street where my grandma lived. The next morning, we're cleaning the house and I was by myself. Everybody was in the other room unpacking. I heard shuffling in the living room, so I was kind of starting to talk to who I thought was my sister. Wrong. There was no one there at all. I ran out and I find my dad and my older sister pulling into the driveway. I told them that I thought I heard something. Me being the scaredy cat that I was, they laughed it off. But my sister mentioned to my dad the bad dream which my dad didn't pay any mind to. He said it's just nerves. Fast forward a month later. Life was quiet in the other house. We had a friend at the end of the street near the strange house. My sisters were dropped off there already. I watched to catch up, and so I decided to walk. It was the middle of the day. I passed the strange house. While I was looking at the house, I heard rattling. I stopped because I thought something or someone was maybe inside the house. Then I looked down onto the sidewalk. Luckily, I had stopped because if I hadn't, I would have been bitten by a rattlesnake. It was maybe 1 or 2 feet long and was in a striking position. I ran over to the other sidewalk on the other side and stood there staring at the snake. It went on the road, but luckily there was a neighbor who was on their truck and who saw me watching the snake. They ran it over dead. Moved up closer after it stopped moving to, see it closer. And yep, it was a big snake. Anyways, we've left Arizona and haven't seen or experienced anything strange after that. Just wanted to see if you guys had any input on what y'all think my family and I experienced. Was it aliens? Ghosts? Something more sinister? Biggest local legends in that area were skinwalkers. That was another thing I always wondered about. Update. I just woke up. It's 3:52 a.m. I just had a nightmare. A nightmare about a little boy. Thing is that I was in a room filled with people at work. That's how it first started. The elevator had 15 floors. There was a party going on, so I went. To my surprise, I was only going to the 3rd floor, but I ended up going all the way to the 15th. Since I'm highly afraid of heights, I tried to go back to the elevator, but it was still taking a long time. That's when I saw a woman trying to invite me over, and I said, no thank you. Long story short, that party slowly dies down and everything goes dark. But I eventually made it back to the elevator. There was a bellboy who I asked to take me down to the 3rd floor. He said, of course. He pressed the button, took me down, and I eventually got there. Then the dream changed. I was at home, but there were 2 kids there. A girl who looked about 12 or 13. She wore a pink pajama set, pink long shirt, pink pants. Then the little boy. The room was built way different than mine. It had a hammock built on the inside and 2 separate beds altogether. The little girl commented to me about this little boy. I asked what's wrong with him. She told me he keeps going to the basement to talk to this old man. So my guess is, okay, he's pretending. I told her, don't worry about it, he's probably just pretending. I'll keep an eye on him. The little girl said okay. At this point, I felt like the mother or something. And keep in mind that I don't have kids and never have been married. So anyway, this little boy is like an orange pajama set. So when I woke up in that dream, I heard him like a very loud man yelling. I woke up and that little boy was dead-eyed staring at me from the doorway. He was no longer in bed and it startled me. He was smiling and his hair was short and he had brown hair. After staring me down, I gathered my thoughts. I followed him down to the basement. The sister looked terrified, so I told her to stay put. The sister sat up in bed and watched me go get this little boy and get it over with. So I follow him down into the basement, and soon everything changes again. I keep hearing this old man talk to this little boy. So I peeked at what was going on, and this little boy was screaming as if he was talking in an old man's voice. He said things like, "Quit it!" So I just casually went over and took the little boy by the hand. Then he looked at me. I asked him, "Are you okay?" "We should go back upstairs," he told me. "No." Like loud. Had me concerned. I have to pause here and just heard a plate in my kitchen. Anyway, the dream changes again, but this time I'm in my own room, but this little boy is still with me. He's no longer talking in this little boy's voice. He was growling and trying to talk to me. I looked at him, and next thing I know, he comes up to me, jumps on my bed as I'm laying down, and crawls up over me. This time he's laying down beside me next to the wall. I don't know exactly what he was saying because I asked him what was going on and what was happening. Eventually he just kept talking to his, in his hoarse voice. I don't know what to make of it, but I can't sleep. I decided to do an update and write about it. I don't know if it has anything to do with what I said earlier, or if it's something completely different. Do not play the Ouija board. For some context, this happened when I was in high school. I was more prone to foolish suggestions. I'll never be anywhere near that broad again, and do not recommend anyone else play with it. Bored. It was supposed to be a casual night. We were happy to be done with school for a while and enjoy summer vacation. Around midnight, somebody mentioned the Ouija board. Nah, I said, shaking my head. I'd heard enough stories to know it's not something you mess with. But they keep pushing and joking that I was too scared. I laughed it off, but in the back of my mind, I've had this faint unease prickled. It felt like something I shouldn't do, like crossing some invisible line. But eventually I caved, part of me also excited. We set the board on the coffee table and dimmed the lights, half for effect and half because we thought it was all just a game. We settled around the board, fingers on the planchette, exchanging nervous glances. I could feel that same prickling sense of caution, but I ignored it, and it's just a board game, I told myself. Is anyone here? My friend asked, her voice low, almost mocking. Nothing happened at first, and we all looked at each other grinning. But then, just as we were about to give up, the planchette slid, slow and steady, toward yes. We froze, half expecting someone to laugh and admit that they were pushing it, but no one did. So what's your name? My friend asked, trying to keep up the joking tone, but I could hear the edge in her voice. The planchette didn't move this time. It stayed still as if waiting. After a long silence, I asked, do you want us here? I don't know why I asked that. It just slipped out, and as soon as I said it, I wish I hadn't. Slowly, the planchette slid to no. Chill settled over the room, the kind that feels like it's creeping in from some deep, cold place. One of my friends laughed nervously, saying it was probably just a joke or one of us messing around. Nobody looked convinced anymore. I suggested that we stop, but somebody else brushed it off, saying that we were almost done. So we kept going, being a little bit braver again, asking questions and joking around. But the atmosphere stayed heavy, like the room was closing in on us. All right, I finally said, ready to end it. Do you want us to leave? The planchette shot to yes so quickly it made us all jump. We all pulled our hands back, laughing nervously. Couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that maybe we'd done something that we shouldn't have. I think. As we started cleaning up, we noticed that one of the candles had gone out without us noticing. The air felt colder than it had before. We laughed it off, but the jokes fell flat. When I looked into my friends' faces, I could see that they felt it too. That sense of wrongness hanging over us, silent and heavy. Weirdest part, for weeks after that night, I kept feeling like I was being watched. I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder, seeing shadows that didn't quite make sense. It was probably nothing, I told myself, just my mind playing tricks. But deep down, I knew something had shifted that night. Like a door where you couldn't see it opened, and something or someone had been watching, waiting, maybe, just maybe, still there, lingering on the edge of the light. Room is haunted. So I've been creeping on this community for a while now, but I haven't had too many seemingly paranormal things happen to me in my life. So I really haven't had anything to share. I recently moved in with two of my friends, and in the past 2 or 3 months I've experienced some unexplainable things in my room. For context, my roommates are a couple, and as such share a bedroom on the main floor of the house. The basement is finished, and I have a fairly large room in the back corner. The house itself isn't really scary or anything, and I wouldn't necessarily say that I got that typical feeling of dread during any of these experiences. They've all happened fairly late at night, usually as I'm drifting to dreamland or already asleep. Here are the most prevalent ones. 1. I was always asleep, or I would fall asleep on either of my sides. I'm a girl with fairly long hair, which I always part off center on one side. I know this probably doesn't seem relevant, but it will help me explain why I think someone or something was there with me. I stay up fairly late, and I was starting to doze off this particular night. Something touched my hair, enough to bring me back to full wakefulness. At first, I thought that because of how far apart my part was to the side, that maybe gravity had eventually taken over a large piece of it and slid down across that part. I reached up to move it back, only to find that my part was still intact, and that side of my hair was tucked behind my ear. Got a minor feeling of unease, but I was very tired and I started to fall back asleep. Right as I was about to reach full sleep, it happened again, this time a little bit less gentle. It was a similar feeling to just slightly running your fingers through the top part of your hair to sweep it out of your eyes, and again, I was just woken up but still didn't feel scared or unsafe, just unsettled. Nothing else happened that night that I'm aware of. 2. In a very similar circumstance to the event one above, I just turned off the TV, set my alarm, put my phone on the side table. I got all my blankets situated and rolled onto my side. I was now facing the nearest wall. On the side that my back was facing, I felt the very recognizable sensation of somebody sitting down on the edge of my bed. And again, I didn't feel unsafe, but a little bit creeped out maybe. Decided to look over my shoulder, and you guessed it, nothing was there. 3. This happened last night, and while I didn't feel horrified, it was definitely the event that made me the most uncomfortable, and a little bit scared. I listen to the app Calm every night as I'm falling asleep. Either a story, gentle music, or white noise sounds. Last night I'd chosen the City Rain option. I woke up sometime during the night to a tapping sound which probably woke me because it sounded different enough from the rain. To me, it sounded similar to when a girl has acrylic nails and is texting. You know, the sound of a nail hitting the glass screen. For some reason, I didn't really want to open my eyes, but I did anyway. In my blurry sleep vision, coupled with not having contacts in, I saw what I think was a man wearing a suit standing next to my night table. Positions, that way he wasn't right next to the bed, but the table was in between him and the bed. One hand was at his side and the other was just tapping my phone with one finger. I quickly shut my eyes. When I opened them, he was gone. Tapping sound was still there, but it gradually merged back with the rain sounds, making me feel crazy. A death story from my grandpa. My grandfather was born in 1952. Worked for 43 years at the cable company until he got sick and retired early. He and the people from the village where I live now formed a team because they knew each other, and they would leave for work in the morning and return in the evening. According to his story, and that his good friend who unfortunately passed away 9 years ago, around 78 one day in the afternoon due to the lack of transportation, they were contacted to go to Disturbance in the town of Pascani. More precisely, near to it. To get to it, they had to cross a national road which passed through a dense forest. As it was winter at 4 p.m., it was already getting dark. On the way, they came across a person. A man of about 40 or 50 years old who was walking with a cane. Although they greeted him, he didn't respond. He continued to walk briskly along the edge of the asphalt until he disappeared into the snow. A few hours later, after they had repaired the malfunction, at 6 p.m. they set off back home. Since the last work transport was at 8 p.m., they had to wait. But since they had relatives in the village across the forest, they decided to stay overnight with them. When they returned from the road, they met a group of people in a police car. A woman was crying and screaming in pain. One of the policemen was struggling not to vomit. When the policemen saw them, they grabbed them and asked them if they had seen this individual. The grandfather and his friend confirmed it. The policeman took them both to see him. One of them pulled the blanket over him and he was sprawled on the ground. But as soon as they took it off, they saw that he was mutilated. There were cow hoof marks all over his head and face, and his bones were protruding and twisted. The face had no eyes, no nose or jaw. There were bloody hoof marks next to what was left of his body, and his organs were thrown into fallen branches of a tree. According to the police, he went to a relative, took some tools and package, and then left. At around 5 p.m., he was found by a truck driver who came to clear the road of snow, who raised the alarm. Both the grandfather and his friend were taken at night and interrogated, but they escaped because people saw them working. The crime had been committed recently because the body was still steaming and the blood was wet. The people around still know today that he was killed by a cow. But the grandfather, although he was there, he didn't see any tracks in the snow. There were no bloody tracks except near him. If something had stepped on him, that thing would have walked with bloody tracks wherever he went. And at that late hour at night in darkness, where did the cow come from? Especially in the forest. After all, what cow crushes a human body so hard that its flesh is flattened and then thrown to the tops of trees? Although the grandfather is a bit atheist, but with a little bit of religion in him, he believes that the man died cursed. The world knew him as a loner and a troublemaker. He believes that he either cast spells or went to somebody who did and was punished. That one is unsettling. Ghost cow. Ask Reddit. Years ago, a few friends and I went to hang out in a graveyard. Stupid thing to do for a bunch of bored 18-year-olds on a weekday night, but what happened next was very real to all of our experiences. We were driving to my friend's really old beat-up Subaru through the massive graveyard. We stopped to get out and walk around. We walked down a hill, came across a little pond. There was someone sitting on a rock on the other side of the pond. The figure was all black, and we couldn't make out any features other than the fact that it looked like a man who was wearing some old-style top hat. Stupid us waved and shouted hi. He didn't show any acknowledgement or wave back. The man sat on the rock, still. All of a sudden he jumped to his feet. He started running to us on the water. Then he vanished and, well, about halfway on the pond. My friends and I screamed, ran back to the car. I didn't want to believe what we saw, but we all saw it happen. We got back to her car and tried to start it. Wouldn't start. Frantically trying to get it started, we all started panicking, getting very scared. That's when we heard some banging on the car from the back. It wasn't a constant bang, but every few seconds or so we'd hear it. Nobody was outside from what we could see in the dark, but something was making a noise on the car. At this point, I'm having a full-blown panic attack, screaming and crying to get us out. Luckily, my friend seemed a bit less panicky than I was. Helped keep me calm. It was obvious that they were just as freaked out, but maybe more speechless and pale-faced. We would have left the car in the graveyard and walked the long journey to the exit if it wasn't for the banging on the car. We didn't want to get out and leave. After about a minute, the banging stopped. I called my mom to come give us a boost. Well, I thought. Not entirely sure why none of us thought to call sooner. However, I don't believe anybody thinks rationally while panicking. At this point, 15 minutes had gone by. Well, since we got back into her car. I opened my phone. I started dialing. I realized I had no service. None of us had any cell service. We bantered back and forth for a few more minutes trying to figure out what to do. We decided against leaving the car because whatever was outside was not what we wanted to come face to face with. The next 30 minutes were spent trying to get her car started. No banging was heard afterwards, but we felt this guess just heavy feeling around us. Almost as if it created this pressure on our chest. It's quite difficult to explain as I've never felt anything like it before. Finally, her car started and she hit the pedal to the metal. We sped out of the graveyard so fast, and immediately crossing the gates, all of our phones regained cell service. I'll never be able to explain what caused any of this, or why certain things happened. One thing I know for certain is that someone or something was out there, and it was not an animal or human. I think I might have accidentally temporarily slipped into another dimension. Was it a dream or not? I don't know what happened. I don't know if I dreamed it or if it was even real. I don't want to seem crazy, but I think I, a 17-year-old female, may have jumped into another dimension accidentally, temporarily. For context, my school is one of those schools that keeps students from kindergarten all the way through 9th, 12th grade. Each year, my school takes their students for a one-day-long camping trip to our school's summer camp. From 5th grade to 9th grade, the camp trips last 3 days. From 10th grade to 12th grade, only selected students who complete a specific course can go as camp staff, also known as camp leaders. Camp leaders take care of the camp and the campers. They help out the teachers in camp game logistics. I am a camp leader. I've been to that camp countless times and I know it by heart. See, the camp has 2 sections named Mission and A Mouse. EMMAUS. Since Mission is the biggest and prettiest section, our school always stays in Mission, never A Mouse. We've never been there officially, except for one night when I was a camper in 6th and 7th grade. I remember the night clearly. We were playing a nocturnal game with our game groups. Game groups could go anywhere in camp except for some exceptions, like the M-House section. But for some reason our group ended up lost somewhere in the woods and ended up in the M-House section, or what we thought was that. We've never really been there, and we were a bit confused. But oddly, the M-House section looked exactly the same as Mission, proportionally and aesthetically. The only thing different was that everything was inverted, almost like a mirror version of Mission or the upside-down version from that show Stranger Things. We thought we were in the Mission section, but we soon realized that we weren't. That was because we came across a cabin named Alabama. None of Mission sector cabins were named Alabama. We didn't think much of this, thinking that this was probably the M-House sector. Somehow, we found our way back to Mission sector and continued playing normally, not giving much thought. Years later, as a senior, I went back to the camp on what we call a senior camp program where all seniors, camp leaders or not, went to camp for at least one last time. One of those days during the camp program, I told my leader, or my friend Kate, about my experience in M-House. That's when I was in 6th grade. She got excited and asked me if we could sneak out and see the M-House section. So we did. After walking for approximately half an hour, we came across the M-House section. It was completely different from what I'd seen in 6th grade. The camp was way smaller, uglier, and cabins were completely different. Needless to say, my friend was disappointed. I sort of was too. Then hours later, I spoke to one of our teachers about this, and he said that it was odd because in the whole camp, there's no cabin named Alabama. He said I might have dreamed it. I couldn't accept it. My experience was quite real, and I know it. I even asked one of my friends who was part of my game group during the game, and he said he also remembered that night as clearly as I did. We couldn't have dreamed the same thing, could we? Was it really a dream? What really happened that night? We'll probably never know. There's something trying to talk to my boyfriend while he sleeps. My boyfriend, an 18-year-old male, and I, an 18-year-old female, we FaceTime every night to fall asleep. Last night we started at about 9:46 p.m. You were talking until 10 p.m. when you started getting ready for bed, so he turned on rain noises, and this is important. It was like a live stream which doesn't have ads. I was playing a game and I wasn't even close to tired yet. He was still talking. My boyfriend fell asleep at about 10:40 p.m. I was still playing my game and I was watching a video. It was silent and you could hear the rain sounds in the background. They were super quiet. I was still playing games until around 11:55. That's when I heard his door open and shut. Which isn't odd because him and his sister share a bathroom. But then I heard his name being called 3 times. It was like a mix of my voice and my mother's voice in a lower tone, close enough to, sort of close enough to mimic me for, what is this guy writing? In a low tone close enough to the mic for me to hear, which wouldn't have been right next to his ear, since the phone was next to his head. His phone then fell between the bed and the wall. His mother walked into the room saying, "Turn that video off, it's so loud." He said, mumbling half awake, "I don't have a video on." His mother then said, "I can hear a woman talking in here," which she then left after a short conversation. He picked his phone up from the middle of the wall and the bed and put it by his head again. We do this every night, so it isn't too uncommon. He then said, "Babe." And then the scariest thing spoke back. "I wasn't talking to you." Then I heard footsteps walking to his door and opening and closing it. I don't know what it was. I thought it was his TV at first. But then I remembered that our lives don't have ads. So I just said in my head, could it be paranormal? Then I started to get ready for bed and I turned off the lights, put on my skincare stuff. I have a sleeping mask for when I sleep because of my TV and I kept having to pull it up because I was scared somebody was watching me. My boyfriend has had these things happen before, but not voices. I've heard walking in his room and shutting doors, which is 85% of the time his sister. So things not malevolent. Sometimes spirits are curious. I never mind it. It never feels bad, but this was scary. It was human-like. It gave me the chills. I'm a very open-minded person, and I need to know what this could be. We live in a suburb of Ohio, and in the northern part. So I would think this would be something spiritual, but I don't know. Any suggestions? My boyfriend wanted me to post for help and see if we could figure this out. I get weird feelings any time that I've ever been to Ohio. For a couple reasons. My first ghost encounter. I don't know why I didn't start with this. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I lived near the woods called Lilford Woods. And me, my brothers, and my friends played there many times. We used to make rope swings from trees that were at the side of the World War II bomb crater, but one day, me and my older brother and my best friend at the time, we were there as usual one weekend. And this particular day, we could hear flute music playing. It seemed to be coming from all around us. We searched all over to find the source, but we gave up when it eventually stopped and we decided to head home. It was close for us to be home for tea, so we started to head for home and then the music started again. But again, we couldn't determine its source. We made it to the edge of the woods and had to climb a small fence that opened up to a large field. And in the middle of that field, we could see a man sat across, cross-legged, playing the flute. We approached him and told him that we could hear him from miles away. From my first impression, he looked out of place. His clothes didn't match the era, which at the time was the late 80s. He looked like he was from the 60s or 70s. His clothes didn't really look like anything you would see anybody wearing at that time. I asked him if he could play any other instruments. He said he could play the guitar, and asked him if he could play any songs that we knew. It was like George Michael, but said he'd never heard of him. We asked other questions, but my older brother said that it was pretty much time for us to go home now. We all started running across the field, which led to the tree line, which we had to go through that led to the dirt road. It took us no more than 30 seconds to get there. Then, as we're running down the dirt road, we could hear the flute playing again. As we're still running, we looked to our left, being towards where the man was, and we could see him running parallel to us in the field, but through the tree line. Then, as we're still running, we look away from him to look forward in the milliseconds, and just like 100 meters away, we saw him jumping down a sewer, like a sewage manhole, as they say it. It took us about 20 seconds to reach it. When we got there was no cover over the manhole. All we could see was rushing water, but the hole seemed too small for a man to fit through. We all thought it was weird, but at the time we were young and naive. Thought older people were stronger and faster and could do things that kids couldn't. The following Monday, we went to school. We were telling kids about what we had witnessed, and the lunch lady overheard us and asked us to describe him. She asked us if we had made the story up, basically. We said no. She told us that he fits the description of a 23-year-old man that had committed suicide in the woods in the 70s. He had hanged himself from one of the trees. And when I think back, I remember his neck looked very red and sore. Never heard or saw anything again. But I'm 43. His friend and older brother is 45. We all remember it the same. My older brother's the type that believes, in fact, and figures that what you can see, and he explains it as being supernatural. You could see it. Dark songs and messages waking me and my wife up at the same hour. Yesterday, my wife wakes me at 2:30 a.m. while freaking out. She woke up to her 9-year-old son, our non-verbal son, putting his face against hers. She then went back to sleep later and quickly woke up to a Mexican song all about life being pointless that's playing on repeat in her head, followed by a voice of "kill yourself" being heard. She was reasonably scared and wakes me up every time she gets freaked out. Understandably. So we stayed up a little bit and then went back to sleep together later. Tonight, the following day, I wake up at the same time, but I get a repeat of Britney Spears' "Hit Me Baby One More Time," only the last line of "My loneliness is killing me," for 5 straight minutes playing in my head in an almost outwardly audible fashion. I have had that happen to me before. Sorry for interrupting. I was a little scared at first, but just tried to go to sleep and ignore it. Then I heard the little trampoline springs next to the creek loudly as if somebody had gotten on it. I'm currently sitting alone and scared to sleep when I'm usually brushing these things off. And by the way, I've been sleeping on the couch recently because my kid recently has been trying to escape out of the door next to it in the middle of the night. We've bought locks and alarms, but I still feel safe without being there to protect him. I never listened to Britney Spears, so I was kind of shocked that song popped into my head. I also woke up extremely hot and sweaty, despite it being cold in the living room. As soon as I put on my sweater out of habit, my sweater cooled to my core instead of heating me. When I experience stuff like this, I usually get angry on purpose to talk out loud against the negative energy. I do this because, it's helped every time in the past against, falling into fear or weird occurrences. Anyway, I can't sleep and I'm having a tough time understanding this. My wife last night, when she experienced her situation, kept saying that a demon is here. She and I are both atheists. I tried my best to explain to her that this was all from stress and she had recently just heard the song in the car that day. She seemed to buy the explanation, so she was able to sleep soon after. Now, the same thing happens to me with a song that I haven't heard in ages. I've woken up with songs playing in my head, but they always go through the whole song in a continuous stretch. Having the song only play a single and very disturbing phrase is a little bit much. I don't believe in this stuff really, but it almost seems like I was being mocked, especially because I was out there alone. Well, and hearing my loneliness is killing me. As if being alone would lead to something being able to easily kill me. I didn't interpret it as the original lyrics obviously meant for the 1 second. I interpreted it as if something was preying on me due to me currently being alone. Well, that's it. I'm sorry if it's a bit jumbled due to lack of sleep brain. I have too many comments about that. Experiences in my house. I live with my mom and cats in a 2-story plus basement home, which we just recently moved into, within the last month. Before this, we were living in a basement apartment as it sort of helped us get back into our feet over the last year after some pretty heavy stuff in the family. In most of the houses I lived in growing up, strange things happened in the majority of them. For example, a basketball randomly bouncing in my hallway in the early hours of the morning. But something about that basement apartment just kind of halted all of the strange activity happening at home. And this is when I started becoming more aware of the shadows, cold spots, and more at my girlfriend's house. You can find out within the subreddit. In saying that, now in my new living situation, it seems that for some unknown reason, whatever has been following me around is back in full action. I'll list some of my experiences to make it easier to follow. Cupboards open here on their own. Literally, you can shut them, then leave the room for 30 seconds. They'll be open when you come back. My oven and stove light turn on by themselves, all the time. I have a small fan on my nightstand that turns on by itself. The door to the basement will be closed in the morning despite my mother and I never doing that, as the cats need to access their litter boxes down there. I'm usually up later than Mom, so she'll check the locks on the front and back door, and then I'll double check when I go to bed to make sure they're locked, just for both of them to be unlocked in the morning. Things go missing and reappear suddenly. For example, my mom has 2 Christmas ornaments that she absolutely loves. While we were decorating the tree this year, she hung the first one and the second one was nowhere to be found. When we both started looking for it, we were on the last bag of tree decorations that we store in clear plastic bags. She and I both looked for it in this bag when there were about 10 ornaments left in the bag. Not an overwhelming amount of them or anything. Yet we both couldn't find it. After I explained the story to my girlfriend after she came over that night, I picked that bag up, and sure enough, the ornament was in there. What's really started to startle me is 2 things that happened to me within the last week or so. I was walking up the stairs to go to bed last week. Something tugged on the back of my shirt, almost causing me to fall down the stairs. Then, just 2 nights ago, I was laying on my phone, playing some dumb games, trying to sleep, and then all of a sudden I just became completely still. I didn't know what was getting into me. I just had this overwhelming, anxious, and fearful feeling. After about 30 seconds, I started feeling cold breaths on the back of my neck. Started to completely freak out at this point and just stayed still for about 5 minutes until suddenly the breathing stopped. All of my negative feelings vanished like they were never even there. I apologize for the long post, but I truly don't understand any of this. Tug on my shirt had playful vibes to it, but my experience the other night really shook me. Does anybody have any idea what this could be, and why would the activity stop in that particular house, and why is it back so strong in this new one? Is my girlfriend's house just somewhere it could target me while I was living in the basement apartment? I really don't know. old Norse evil deity of some sort. So I'll get right into it. About 10 years ago, when I was only 16, I used to babysit for a family. Their daughter was about 1 or 2 years old when this happened. I'll call her Ellie. So the day of the incident, I decided to take Ellie out for a walk in her stroller. It was in the middle of the day in the summer, and in a really nice neighborhood. So neither Ellie or me had any reason to feel anxious or scared about walking there. There were people out in their gardens, etc. Well, me and Ellie had been out walking for about half an hour. We'd come to a part of the neighborhood which I hadn't been in before. All of a sudden, it feels as if I got a shower of ice-cold water, and at the same time, Ellie started to look uncomfortable in the stroller, whining a bit even. The feeling didn't disappear, and I just felt this awful feeling of dread. I continued walking around the next bend, and there was a smaller open field. At this field, there was an old Norse Viking burial site. I lived in Sweden. So practically just some big stones in a formation. You can Google it, I don't really know how to explain it in a good way. The feeling of dread did not disappear, but rather became worse the further I walked. Best way to describe it was like pure hate, like we weren't welcome at this place. Felt like I was walking in a dark alley in the middle of the night in some really sketchy place. You know the feeling. Frantically kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to get attacked or something. Ellie, who sat with her back against me, just didn't see my reaction. Also started acting more and more strange, as if she was scared and uncomfortable. After about 10 minutes of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I just turned and went back from where we came. When we get about 20 meters from the field with the burial site, Ellie started hysterically screaming, looking straight at this hedge there that we were passing. That she saw something was in there, I guess. Picked her up, held her here in my arms closest to the hedge, and she was like throwing herself toward my other arm to get away or far away from that hedge as possible. The thing is, I could see through the hedge and it wasn't anything there. Not even like a cat or something. She kept looking straight at it as we passed it, still in full-blown panic mode. When we came to the field, she motioned toward the stones, looking at me and then back to the stones. Still wasn't anything in sight. I could actually see how she followed something with her eyes, though. I was fucking scared at this point, and at the same time trying to act normal to try and calm Ellie down. The weirdest thing was that when we came to the exact spot where it felt like I got a cold shower, all the feelings of dread and fear disappeared. Like 100 to 0, one step to the next. Not only for me, but Ellie also went from panic to calm at the exact same moment. She wanted to sit in the stroller again and was her normal happy self. Anybody in here who have any ideas what this could have been? It's been 10 years. Still haven't dared to step a foot on that part of the neighborhood again. Never experienced such a strong feeling of dread. Like something just hated us being there. Have any in-laws? My stepdad's house. It happened to her 9 years ago when she was moving to a different house. The house we lived in at the time had some paranormal activity, but nothing too extreme. Doors would open and close on their own. You would hear light footsteps walking up the stairs, light tapping at the window. The footsteps on the roof, too. Never really hear much, but my parents did. And keep in mind, the stairs are old and very creaky, so you'll definitely hear somebody going up or down the stairs. This will be an important detail later on in the story. However, on the last day there was, well, let's just say that's when some serious and scary shit had gone down. My mom had finished packing the rest of the stuff from the house and was bringing the rest, or rather the last of it, to her car. Hey, Gecko. My mom went back inside the house to make sure that she had got everything and didn't leave anything extra behind. My dad was inside and told my mom that he was going to grab the last few things from the garage. He'd be back inside in a few minutes. My dad leaves the house. My mom goes upstairs to make sure that she's got everything from the bedroom. As she's making her way to the kitchen, she hears someone coming up the stairs. The footsteps stop at the top of the stairs, and a voice says out loud, "I don't think that's a good idea." My mom hears it and says that it was my dad's voice who said it. My mom replied to my dad and asked him, "What's not a good idea?" There was no response. Everything was dead quiet. My mom kept asking the same question and was annoyed that my dad wasn't answering her. She went to the stairs and saw nobody was there. My mom was confused and got a bit freaked out since she heard nobody go down the stairs and only go up the stairs. A moment later, she heard the front door open, then close. Saw my dad coming up the stairs. My mom asked my dad the same question, which, what isn't a good idea? My dad gave her a confused look. He asked her, "What are you talking about?" She explained to him what she had said she heard not too long ago. My dad told my mom that he was in the garage gathering the last of the stuff and loading it up in his truck before he came inside and checked on her. He also said that he never said anything about not being a good idea or anything like that. My mom instantly got chills and started to freak out a bit. It was then that both of them had seen the flickering of the lights from the chandelier, and that was from the parents' bedroom. Bathroom door then slammed shut. Chandelier began to swing violently back and forth. A few minutes later, there was a loud crash in my parents' room, and when they went to go check, it was the ceiling fan that was on the floor shattered into pieces. My mom then told my dad that we need to leave now and not come back. My mom gave my dad a terrified look as they quickly ran out the door, locked the place up, and sped out of there without ever really looking back. I'm stumbling all over myself. I personally believe that it was probably a skinwalker or a wendigo, since we did live on an Indian reservation at the time, and our house was located next to a massive forest. Seeing shadow people as a kid. So basically, when I was a kid, about 9 years old, I remember a pretty horrible phase of my life where I would see shadow people everywhere. They were all black, and they were people looking like shadow silhouette things. They would appear in my room and just stand there and observe me. They would also sometimes walk around. Some would approach me and try to give me things, like there was a man with a hat that always tried to give me a box. He'd always come to me and reach his hand out to me, and had a box in it. I'd also see random faces showing up, and it was extremely terrifying. I was so scared, my only solution was to ignore them. I was a kid after all, and desperately hoped that they would go away and lose interest in me if I paid no attention to them. They wouldn't, and they were everywhere. I'd reached a point where I was basically at my mom's side at all times when she was home. When she wasn't, I'd hide in my room under my blanket all day and wait it out. I can't remember how long exactly I was seeing those creatures, but to me it felt like a never-ending nightmare at all the times. I did tell my mom about it, but at first she brushed it off, said I was just imagining things or trolling her. But it became more and more obvious that it wasn't the case. She came up with the idea that they were spirits, and that honestly it just scared me even more. Spirits watching me? Hell no. What do they want? She got hooked on that thought of me being blessed with the gift of seeing spirits. So she sent me to the lady she found online. That doesn't sound good. This lady claimed to be able to do the same. I was so scared I just wanted them gone, no matter at what price. I told her I wanted to be normal again, and she said that she could perform a ritual to make me not able to see them anymore. She laid me down and spoke some words I can barely remember now. After the ritual, I was actually not seeing them any longer. At the time, I was just so happy they were gone. Forced myself to never think of them again. She told me not to think of this anymore, as they might see it as a sign to come back to me. But after this, 2 big black dots started appearing on the walls of my room. One was just over my bed and the other on the other side of the wall. Same exact place. Wasn't mold, just unidentified black coloration. We'd paint over them, and they'd be back the next day, and I got scared again, so my mom decided to give another room. I switched rooms, they stopped appearing. For years, I brushed it off, ignoring it and pushing it away. It was just too scary for me to deal with. But lately, I've been wondering about what happened back then a lot. I just don't understand it. Can't find anything online similar to what I've experienced. I'm an atheist, and I believe in science. Yet I have no possible explanation for this occurrence. Other than that, I really wonder if I might be sick somehow. But the wall, what about the wall? Ever since that ritual was performed, I never saw anything like it again. I just can't comprehend why and how. I wrote this with the hope of maybe finding somebody that went through something similar, willing to share their experience with me. Or just general opinions on what this all could have been about. Encounters on the farm. My grandma and grandpa live in a farm in the rural Midwest. My grandpa was actually born on the farm, and so was his father before him. The land has been in our family for well over 100 years. Over the past 10 or 15 years, our family's had various experiences at the farm that are hard to explain. First, I should explain that the homestead portion of the farm has 2 houses on it, along with the barn, the machine shed, and all the newer, smaller house was built by my grandpa when he married my grandma and they raised their family there. Probably 25 yards away from that house is the bigger, older house. This house is where my grandpa was born and grew up, as well as my great-grandpa, Corwin. My mom recalls, taking dinner over to her grandparents each evening, especially after my great-grandma passed away and my great-grandpa Corwin was living on his own. Corwin was one of the kindest people I've ever known. He always wanted to take time to talk to people and remember, and he'd always wanted to have those wafer cookies. He was an active man and lived at the farm until he was in his 90s. Eventually, he moved to a nursing home in a nearby town for a few years until he passed away at the age of 94. Shortly after he passed away, my grandpa thought they'd heard his dad, Corwin, yelling his name. I recently read that this is a common phenomenon after a loved one passes away. My grandpa also reported seeing lights on the old house. One of my uncles lived in the old house for a short time after Corwin died. He's a highly skeptical person, but admits that he often heard strange noises, and was once awoken by a loud bang. He was so startled that he actually grabbed his pistol and went to investigate. He found his basketball had fallen onto the floor from its usual place in a deep shelf. He wrote it off at the time, but admits that sometimes he wonders if it was his grandpa saying hello. The most startling encounters were had by my grandma and another uncle of mine. My great-grandpa Corwin loved to roam the farm and check on things. He did this until he moved to the nursing home. Can't remember the number of times I remember watching him walking around the grounds with his cane in one hand and a handkerchief in the other. On separate occasions, they both saw a man in overalls and a flannel shirt, a very farmer outfit. They were walking around outside at night. They were both frightened when they saw him and initially didn't tell anyone about it. Eventually, my uncle mentioned it to my grandparents, and my grandma was shocked to hear he had a similar encounter to hers. She shared her story with him, and they agreed that it was probably Corwin. They were confused about why the encounters were scary if it was Corwin, but chalked it up to being surprised at night. I've done some exploring of the house, and sort of is increasingly dangerous inside, I think. I placed a recorder inside and left it there for 24 hours a couple of years ago. Never got around to reviewing whether it captured anything. I think partially out of fear of what I might hear. Somewhat comforting to hear that it's just my great-grandpa Corwin chilling on the farm, the only home he ever knew. The Shadow People and Sleep Paralysis. I've had the occasional sleep paralysis involving shadow people at least 2 or 3 times per year. When I was younger, I just froze but still tried to fight back. In dreams, if you tried fighting them, your fists would slide off their face. It's hard to explain. Fighting them and breaking out of the paralysis involves the same thing. The feeling you get is like pushing 2 sides of the same magnet polarity. Hitting them could be as simple as changing the way you punch. The back fist instead of straight. A quick change tends to throw them off. Breaking out of the paralysis is like pulling away from a magnet. It requires more strength, physical and mental, especially if you can predict the paralysis before it hits. Now, to the shadow people. I'm not sure what they are, only what I observed. They can take any shape, not just shadow, and attack in dreams too. They like to take the shape of a dead loved one to get the reaction from you. It's to feed off of your emotions. Before the paralysis hits, if you're awake, it feels like a warm wind hitting you. Then it tries to hold you down or bear hug you. Obviously scaring the crap out of you and feeding the things. At first, trying to fight back was frustrating. But when I finally was able to move, I tried to wrestle what was holding me off. It didn't take a form, but when I grabbed and pushed, I could feel its forearm and wrists. During one of the wrestling fests in a dream, I got so angry that my hands started to burn. They flamed blue and the thing started to screech, turned shadow and fled out my door. Flames spread all over me. I could feel the heat, but it didn't burn me. Did I freak out? Nope. I chased it out of the door and bear hugged until its screaming stopped. Since then, when they attacked in dreams, I like to grab an arm or throat and burn away. It's gotten so that whenever they attack, it's only in groups now. No more singles. The scream sounds like a small dinosaur from old movies. I'll give a quick example. I was asleep on my back when I felt one coming, straight through the bottom of the bed and kind of grabbed me. We fought and I ended up choking it from behind, stood up and went for the throat burn. At this point, it's screeching when my mom comes out of her room. Mom's been dead for years, so I say. I don't know who you are, but my mom's been dead a long time. Standing behind the first one, squeezing, making it scream when my mom starts to shake and scream and turn into one of those things. I tossed the first thing into the other and told them to get the hell out. They're not welcome here. Dream ends, but that brings me to my next point. Ever see a loved one while dreaming? They're just evil and hurtful. Recently, deceased who don't miss you try to hurt you or make you feel worse. It ain't them. The shadow people can take any shape, remember? But that raw emotion you feel thinking it's a loved one attacking you feeds their form. It may take practice, but try fighting back and remember it's possible to break out of the paralysis. What you see may be an imposter, so don't lose control over your emotions. On my way home. So let me tell you what happened the other night. I was just walking down the street, the usual evening stroll. It was chilly, but nothing too bad. The sky was overcast, and everything felt a little bit quiet, almost like the whole world was holding its breath. I made my way to the bus stop, and as I got closer, I saw this guy sitting there. He was older, dressed in a long coat, his face partly covered by the brim of his hat. First, I thought he was just another passerby, but as I got closer, he kind of nodded at me like he was expecting me. So I sat down next to him. The bus wasn't there yet, and I figured a little company wouldn't hurt. I said, "Evening." He responded just a simple, "Evening." But his voice was kind of, almost like it wasn't, or rather, he wasn't really there. He didn't look at me directly, and his eyes were sort of staring past me, like he was lost in thought. Didn't think much of it at first, but just small talk, I asked if he was from around here, and he said, "Been here longer than I care to remember." thought that was a bit weird, but okay. The more we talked, the more I felt off. Like something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. And here's the crazy part. Every time we spoke, I started feeling this intense cold, like a chill running straight through me. It was like the temperature dropped all of a sudden. I mean, it wasn't even that cold out, but the closer he got to me, the colder I felt. I tried wrapping my arms around myself, but it didn't help. I started shivering. He was just sitting there, completely calm, like nothing was wrong. My breath was visible, like it was freezing cold, but I knew it wasn't that cold outside. It was just him. At one point, he said something that sent a shiver down my spine. He just casually muttered, 1527. Like it was nothing important. Didn't make any sense, but for some reason it stuck with me. Didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe it was just a random number, but it felt off, like it meant something. Anyway, the bus finally showed up. I thought, great, I can get away from this weird vibe. Stood up to go catch it, but when I turned back to look at the bench, the guy was gone, just gone. There's no sign of him, no rustling of clothing, no movement, nothing. It's like he disappeared into thin air. So I walked up to the bus driver. I asked, "You saw that guy sitting there, right?" The driver looked at me like I was crazy and said, "What guy? You're the only one here." I swear I wasn't imagining it. I looked at the bench again and it was totally empty. I don't know if I was just seeing things or if something really strange happened last night, but it felt like that guy wasn't supposed to be there. It's just too weird. The cold stayed with me long after I got on the bus. I don't know what to think about it. I haven't been back to that bus stop since, and every time I think about those numbers, 1527, it gives me a chill all over again. One night when I was in a room next to the living room where my parents were staying, I started hearing loud noises from the hall parallel to their room. The hall led to a larger room at the back where the expensive purchased things were kept. At first, I didn't pay attention at all, but they started to get louder. And then at one point, something or someone hit the glass of the door, then the sound of a beast, like a bear or a wolf or whatever it was, started screaming at me. The curtain that was covering the window of the door started to move, and in the morning, I found it torn as if by claws. In that second, I froze and started crying, and my parents came to calm me down. They didn't hear anything. The next morning, when I went to see what there was, my grandfather was picking up the carpets stored there, and they were all spread out. They were rolled up. She hit me, thinking it was me. 2. When I was in the hospital when I was 6, after I got sick with my lungs. I stayed in the hospital room. It was me, Grandma, and an old lady. Out of boredom, I went to the edge of the bed and I started knocking on the window. To my surprise, the same rhythm and the same knock started to beat back. It's as if someone was higher or lower and repeated after my knock. When I stopped, that banging started to be more insistent. It was like as if it had gained consciousness. There were already punches and strong blows, and when my grandmother heard, she asked me why I was hitting the window. I showed her that somebody was knocking according to the rhythm in which I was knocking. Stayed for a few seconds, but nothing happened. But suddenly those blows were heard, and my grandmother pulled me from the window scared. 3. There was a lot of chaos in the yard where we were staying. A Slavic house from Eastern European houses where everything that was kept by parents or grandfathers under the pretext of maybe we need it. There were many dark areas where I sometimes played alone, but the most dubious events were when somebody called my name from behind the house even though I was alone at the home. Every time I was there, nobody, they could often be heard from the most desolate areas, from the tool shed without lighting, from under the hay storage, from the stables, and from the wooded area behind the house. 4. A huge black dog with big fur always appearing when I was walking. Whenever I was there, it was also him, It appeared and disappeared in the most inaccessible places, usually at a distance, but even in dreams. When I told the event on a Discord call, some friends, one of them started to draw exactly the circumstances in which I'd met the black dog without even telling them where, how, or when. They all left the call scared. He opened the camera and showed everyone the details. Now I'm 22 and I remain skeptical when it comes to the paranormal. Although the last 7 years, a series of human shadows have haunted the new house where I am. What do you think about my experiences? Whispering Kids, Highway 20, Oregon. We were driving back from Las Vegas, back to our hometown in Oregon, but we figured that we would stop in a bend at the end of the day, stay in a hotel, and finish our 16-hour-long drive back into town. I can tell you this, if you ever go through Highway 305,950.78 to Vegas or from Vegas. It can get eerie with spots that roadside assistance is not available, with nothing but sand and dirt mountains for miles and hours. Don't recommend it, but each their own. We made it about 11 and a half hours in. We passed Burns, Oregon. Relaxing music was playing while the snow was hitting the windshield with no visibility of what's on the side of the road. That's because it was about 9 p.m. and the night filled the sky. Somewhere between the Burns and the bend on the highway, off Highway 20. No cars were around and I was already feeling something was off. Anxiety, maybe. As if I felt this, I heard kids talking behind the music I was playing. I just figured it was, it's just the music, but then my wife says, "Did you hear kids talking?" And that sent chills down my whole body. And I turned off the music completely. Me and my wife put our phones up to our ears to make sure no sound was coming from our devices. Everything was off, no sounds from them. Just the sounds of kids talking, out in the woods. No other cars around for miles. They sounded like a small child and an older child. I tried to entertain the idea of listening in on what they were trying to say, but the sounds of kids sounded like they were in the car with us. I wasn't giving my energy to this. My wife flipped the cosmetic mirror in the car, afraid to even look back. I turned the music loud, even though I could still hear them. It lasted about 3 minutes total. I prayed in my head for it to stop and to keep us safe. My wife, who's not much of a believer of this stuff, was genuinely afraid. It ended up stopping in a sigh of relief while chatting and processing what just happened. Talked about how no one will ever believe this. It was something that can't be explained. I wish I would have listened in more, but giving your energy to things unexplained can be dangerous. I'm grateful to have my wife who experienced this with me, so I don't feel like it was only me. Hearing her say, "Do you hear kids?" was the worst part. I knew it was for real. Scary moment, but fascinating. But if anybody has any stories on Highway 20, I'd love to hear them. Wish I could pinpoint the exact location, but in between Burns and Bend by Glass Butte, or Butte. How do you pronounce that? And lastly, Oregon. Spirit experiences over the years. I don't typically see spirits in the traditional sense. I have seen a couple physically in front of me, but the vast majority I see in my mind. I get a mental image of them, and I also can often sense their emotions at the time. Sometimes they try to communicate, but it's all telepathy, or telepathically. When I was in university, I was trying to find a class. The building I was in was old, and the room was supposed to be on the second floor. I went up the stairs, and as I walked towards one room in particular, I suddenly could see in my mind a soldier. He had short dark hair and was dressed in an old-fashioned green uniform. He had a bayonet in his hand. He was charging me. He was very upset, and I was there, and he was yelling at me. It scared the shit out of me. I turned and ran back down the stairs and ran out of the building. Months later, I had to go to the building again. Downstairs only. There was no way I was going back up there. I noticed a plaque embedded into the wall that said the building was dedicated to the soldier who died in World War I. I had a part-time job at a conference center. Part of the building was an old house. There was a story that it was haunted by a man. All I knew at the time is that some employees who worked the front desk had reported seeing him over the years. One day I was near the area where he'd been seen before. I had a mental image of the man. He was older, maybe in his 50s. He was dressed in what looked like old work clothes. He was balding and missing teeth. He reached into his pocket and showed me a pocket watch and smiled, as though he was amused. In my mind, it's like a camera zooming in and zoomed in on the pocket watch. Then he put it back in his pocket, turned, and walked away. After this, I was curious about the ghost story there. I looked into the man who supposedly haunts it. Turns out he's accused of stealing a pocket watch and was hanged at the gallows. At the time of his death, he had been located across the street. Sentenced to death over stealing a watch. At one point, I was looking for a new place to live. There was an ad for a small bachelor apartment located near a friend of mine in an old house. When I went to look at the place, I could feel the spirit from the street. I went in to take a look at the place, but I knew even before I walked in the door that I couldn't live there. The spirit there was a very stern Victorian woman. She was in a purple dress and really didn't like me. She stood in the room the entire time looking at me disapprovingly. I was there looking at the place. The ad was for a sublet, and the woman who lived there currently was acting a bit weird, like she was desperate to get out of that place. I don't think the spirit liked her either. The spirit seemed like maybe she had run a boarding house or something at one point and was very picky about who she allowed to live there. There's no way I would ever live there myself. I might be able to grow on her. This happened to my grandmother. My family has had a history of hauntings, or living in haunted houses, 4 generations now. Stories have been handed down from one generation to the next, with me being 3rd generation. I recall one story that my grandma used to tell me. The first time she told me, I thought it was funny, or at least part of it was funny. The older I got and the more experience with the paranormal myself, the less funny it became. She told the story of how one night she was up later than everyone else in the house. She put it that she was burning the midnight oil, which is exactly what they did back then. She was only a teenager, and since she was born in 1911, that would make sense, be it around 1925 or so that this happened. Electricity wasn't really available in rural Saskatchewan. So the term burning the midnight oil was quite literal. They used coal lamps or coal oil lamps to light their rooms at night. She said it was about midnight when she ran out of oil. She was wanting some more so she could continue reading her book. Her uncle lived only a few miles away. Even though it was dark, she decided to ride her horse over the fields to this house to borrow some. It's kind of badass. She knew him to be somebody who liked to stay up late, just like she did. So she got on her horse bareback, still wearing her nightgown, and rode across the dry prairie fields to his home. When she got there, she said the house was brightly lit in from within. She thought her aunt or uncle must have been both up late and working on something important. Thinking she would play a prank on her uncle, she decided to ride her horse right up to the door, placing the horse's head directly in front of it. She thought it would be funny that when he opened the door, he'd be there and be this horse's, head instead of a person. She giggled to herself, positioned the horse in front of the door, then leaned over and knocked. The house went completely dark in the blink of an eye. Today, that might not seem like that big of a deal, but back then they were only working with coal-lit lamps. From the amount of light that had been coming from within, my grandmother estimated that there had to have been at least 10 or 12 coal oil lamps burning at the same time, all in different rooms. For all the lights to go out at exactly the same time, there would have to be the same amount of people inside as the lamps. And they would all have to blow out the lamps at exactly the same moment. As she was pondering this thought, she noticed a glow on the front door, and the moon was just hitting this metal. She took a closer look, realized that there was a padlock on the front door and the outside. She said that her aunt and uncle only used the padlock on the outside door when they were going to be away for an extended period, wouldn't be back for a few days. She said that the hairs all over her body stood on end and she was scared to death. Turned the horse around as fast as she could and raced away from the house and back home as fast as the horse could gallop. She said that she told her uncle about it when she got back. Also others. No one really believed her story. What was attacking me? Before I joined the military, I lived in South Florida, about 40 miles south of Tampa. It was around my sophomore year of high school. We had just moved into a new house and I was a very tired kid. I need to include that I was on the ADHD and antidepressant medication. That's the only way I can explain part of this. The side effects include drowsiness and, go figure, nightmares. It started with almost nothing. My dog would walk into my room and I'd say hi. She'd almost immediately sprint out. One time she just stared at my closet and shook. She's a rescue, so I just assumed at the time that it was some form of anxiety. If she did stay in my room, she hated getting on the bed, and if she did, she'd get off after a minute or two, even if it was like petting her. After a couple of months, so around Christmas, things started to change. I'd come home almost every single day and crash in my room for an hour or two. During this time, I started to have very vivid, even realistic nightmares. The nightmares would start like I was waking up or still lying in bed. I'd feel like my head was super fuzzy, like I was lightheaded all of a sudden. I'd try to sit up and feel crushing weight on my chest. So if I rustled free, I'd try to get out of bed, but if really all I could do was sit up, like my legs wouldn't work. I even remember being able to shimmy my way forward like I was crawling out of my bed and something pulled me back into it rather aggressively. This continued for about a month or two, and that's when things got worse. The nightmares evolved into something for worse. You know how in dreams you often recognize a place, but it doesn't at all look like that place? This isn't one of those times. In fact, every detail of my room is exactly how it was normally. Only I wasn't dreaming from my perspective. I was looking in. It was an out-of-body experience. I'd be standing in the middle of my room seeing myself sleep. If my room was messy and, let's say, a red shirt was on the ground before I went to sleep, it was in that exact spot in the nightmare. Backpack by the door, posters on my wall, the whole 9 yards. Anyway, during these nightmares, I'd watch my comforter compress on my chest and feel my breathing become hindered. I'd watch my head on the pillow as it jolted and I could feel something hit my face. This particular instance would go on until I graduated high school, and almost every time my mom would ask why I was such a rough sleeper, it was because I'd have red marks on my neck or scratches somewhere. One time it was so distinct on my neck I could count the fingers and the marks from them. Ever since I joined the military and I've been on my ship from my apartment, I've never really had any experiences like that, even when I visit home. I'll say this though, my dog to this day will not stay in my room very long. I think I talk to spirits at night. I think I talk to spirits when I sleep. The title makes me sound ridiculous, but let me give some explanation. I had a weird experience last night. This wasn't the first time. The first instance was a couple of years ago. After a small party, a female of 23 years of age, was sleeping with my girlfriend, a female of 21. We were in the living room with our friend, a female 22, and her boyfriend. Our friend, we're going to call her C, and I'm going to call her Carla, was awake and we were sleeping. I have weird dreams, but she left that night. She got scared after what she saw. She saw me grab a ball of light while I was still sleeping and brought it back down to me. Then the light supposedly left me, went around the room to her feet. She brings this up every time we get together now, and since then I have a habit of having vivid dreams. I saw 2 mediums this year in March, and they said I was a lighthouse for damaged souls. They both said this. One also said I find dimes from spirits around me. Other things were said, but it's not related to this story. For context, I've always been in haunted houses when I was growing up pretty much my whole life. I don't know if that means anything, but last night I woke up at around 3 a.m. to myself reaching out in the air as if I was sleeping in my back. I looked around and immediately told my girlfriend because I thought if I told her in the morning she wouldn't believe me. I remember the dream I had really clearly. This was before I woke up. My arms were reaching out and I was in a total black abyss. Couldn't see anything and I wasn't really a being either. But I felt a presence there. So I said hello and whatever this was got excited. See, we didn't communicate with talking. I couldn't even see it. Imagine closing your eyes and seeing a light being shined toward you. It looked like that. But I knew what it was trying to get across. It didn't feel intimidating, it felt sad, but it was happy I could understand what was there and what it was trying to say. I was talking to it, and it would communicate with a bright, flickering light. It was a girl, and it seemed like she hasn't talked to anyone in a long time. I was there for a while just with her, and she seemed happy about it. When I woke up, I wasn't scared, but all I could think of was I hope that she's okay, and I hope she found her way to wherever she was going. After that, I got up, did my business in the washroom, and came back to bed, and there was a dime on the edge. That was where my feet would lay. We don't carry cash, and I picked it up and showed my girlfriend, and at this point she was scared and didn't want to go back to sleep. Find myself thinking about that girl all day today. I just wonder what I'm experiencing. If anybody else has been through it too. I need some insight on what to do if I could do anything to really help. Experience. Saw an angel. Heard it maybe. Possessed? Maybe. Recently, some things have made me remember experiences from my childhood which I wanted to share. See if anybody had similar ones. When I was around 6, my mom and I moved to Cuernavaca. It's in Mexico. Think of a heavily forested, rains heavily half the year sort of a place. We moved into an old house and a lot of strange things happened. The first big thing was as I saw what I believed to be an angel. I was standing with my mom looking at the yard and we had just finished cleaning. It was by a fountain and we saw a blonde angel. It was wearing white robes, but I didn't see wings. They might have been folded back, but it was beautiful and with bright light all around it. I couldn't tell its gender, but it was looking at the fountain with its hand out as if it was reaching for it. I looked with my mom, and she was looking the opposite way. When I looked back, I just saw the back of the angel's robes as if it were walking around the back of the house. I didn't tell anyone, and shortly after, stories of ghost sightings were being heard around the town. A couple of weeks later, I was sleeping, and I awoke, feeling a bit frightened. I heard a soft voice, sounded like a woman, and it said, "Do you want me to help you?" And I got freaked out, went underneath the covers, and I fell asleep. One afternoon, after waking up from a nap, I opened my eyes to see my mom staring back at me with a pale face. I asked her what was wrong, and she just said, "Alex, are you okay?" I replied, "Yeah." It wasn't until later that she told me I'd woken up once before with my eyes bloodshot. Apparently, I'd begun growling at her and scrunched my hands as if I had claws. Of course, I didn't remember waking up before, and my eyes were clear. The last thing I remember is the one when I was on the TV one morning. There were these strange symbols written on the dust of the screen. They looked like words, but in a different language. Not like any I've seen. Middle Eastern, Hebrew, Asian, Latin, Slavic, so that was strange. After these events, my mom took me to the lady who tons of people visit every day. She doesn't charge anything, and she's sort of like an oracle, I suppose. My mom asked her about me, and she just said I had a lot of light. Then she took me to a quote-unquote witch, and she did some ritual, lit herbs, and chanted some things I don't remember. She had me lay in her lap and told me to close my eyes. She told me to open them, and on command, and when I did, everything was normal. But there was a green tint on everything, like wearing sunglasses with green lenses. Then when I blinked, everything was back to normal. If one saw green, it had a meaning, and I forgot what the lady said. How are you gonna do me like that? Thoughts on ghosts. So a few years ago, around 2017, my husband's nephew, who was 17, passed away. He got killed in a bad car accident. This hit my husband very hard, and he was depressed because he always tried to show his nephew tough love. The night before the crash, I sensed death on him. I'm not sure what that means, but I sensed it. He hugged my husband and looked at me, but I didn't want to touch him for some strange reason. I remember it being sort of awkward, but still, he told us that he loved us and that he would see us later. That night he got into the crash. He was put on life support. It hurt my husband so bad that he couldn't see him in that state. Other family members claimed he looked nothing like himself. He wasn't improving, sadly. Of course, no one wanted to pull the plug. However, the decision was made to keep him from suffering. The funeral was without a doubt sad. Our niece, of course, asked what was wrong with him. He tore our heart into pieces. His friends all stood up and said kind words, and my husband was overwhelmed with emotions. That was because the same things he would tell his nephew. His nephew turned around and told his own friends. That was heartwarming to witness. At the end of the funeral, my husband was fixing my nephew's coffin. I decided to take pictures. A few days later, I looked at the pictures and noticed a rainbow-like filter, something that looked like an orb. Some may just blame the lighting or the sun, but I took several pictures that day. No other pictures had it. Several days later, every time my husband and I would watch TV, the TV would instantly shut off. This went on for weeks until one day I said out loud in front of my husband, "Nephew, if this is you, please stop." TV hadn't did that once since then. Mind you, that was in 2017. It's 2020 now. I then started researching, and I saw different things about his soul maybe not passing over. I'm not sure what that means, but his girlfriend saw a psychic and said the lady said the same thing. I decided to meditate and tell him he passed and it's okay to leave, or rather mediate. I haven't had any other weird experiences involving him necessarily, other than my friend knocking on my window the same way he would. Not sure why they both did that. She started to do it out of nowhere. I didn't say anything at first, but now every time she comes over she does that. Finally told her to stop because it freaked me out because my nephew would do the same. She laughed and said, "Well, now he's living through me." Weird, I know, but I'm curious to hear other stories about paranormal events. You and me both. Attempting to explain impossible things that my family and I have seen. I'm going to start by saying that we're not spiritual or religious people. I think about my experiences often. We only talk to each other about the things that we saw years after we moved out of that house. We lived in a Victorian terraced house, right in the middle of a row of 12. It was like back-to-back houses. We lived there for 5 years. I don't think I have any memories of anything unusual happening until a year after we moved in. There was a little girl. She must have been about 5. I don't really remember what she looked like or the color of her clothes, but I remember she had a long dress. She would run across from the bedroom to the other bedroom and peek around the corner on the stairs down into the kitchen. The only solid memory I have of this was when I stared back for a while. There were other things that happened at night, like I had a small little room and I slept with my door open. That way I'd have the light from the landing. I didn't like having my door closed at night. I remember wide eyes and gray skin just staring down at me. One night, somebody went into the bathroom and didn't come out. So I went in and just tapped on the sink and it was blasting. I turned it off. I checked around the house. Mom was asleep and my dad was just passed out on the couch. Went back to bed and I felt the man stood in my doorway and it was staring at me. I was facing the wall because I didn't want to look. There was a room at the back of the cellar. I think it was a coal chute or something. My dad blocked the door with stuff the moment we moved in. He always said that there was nothing in there except an old rotting wooden ladder on the floor. At one point, we had the table cleared because my sister and I were just painting down there. There was a singular sound that hit the door from the other side. We ran back upstairs after that. I felt hatred at night and in the cellar, but not coming from the girl. We only caught glimpses of her during the day. We spoke about things that we saw years after we left, and it bothers me from time to time. Thought it was carbon monoxide poisoning, but the house didn't even have a gas supply, and we saw some of these things. The dog wouldn't come out from under my mom's bed at night at all. I think something awful happened in that house a long time ago, between that man and the girl. Fantasized about perhaps going back and talking to the girl. Maybe I could put it to rest. But the sobering thought of a man expelled it from my mind. I think he hated me because he knew that I knew he was there. Nobody else saw the man, but they spoke about the girl. Driving across the state. Back in January of 1995, while driving home on leave, I experienced something strange out of a movie. I was getting ready to be deployed to Gitmo for a joint task force mission. I needed my parents to take care of 2 kittens I had adopted a few months earlier. The drive home would usually take around 6 to 7 hours. I didn't mind the drive. Anybody who's ever driven down through Texas knows that you can drive for quite a while and not see another car on the road. So it's about 9 p.m. and I'm about 15 minutes outside of Seymour, Texas, heading toward Dallas. The 2 cats that for the most part had taken up residence on the back section by the rear window had been sleeping. It was here that things started to get strange. I noticed about 200 plus meters behind me another vehicle's headlights. Thought nothing of it. A few moments later, the cats both started making this moaning noise over and over again. Figured they needed to go to the bathroom, so I pulled over. I'm in the middle of nowhere with these 2 cats freezing because it's January, waiting for them to do their business. After about 5 minutes and a cigarette, I decided to put the back of the car and gave him a little dry food and just began heading back down the road. So 10 minutes go by and I see headlights again behind me, possibly a little closer than before. Both cats jump up to the rear window and start making their noises again. It's here where I realize that the car behind me earlier never passed me when I was supposed to be stopped. I started to slow down to let the vehicle pass me, but after going over a hill, the headlights just vanished. No car ever drove by. I went through another small town and stopped to stretch my legs, and it would have been around 10 p.m. now. Wouldn't have much longer to go. Started back on the 2-lane interstate, and I was moving along around 65 or 70 miles an hour. And sure enough, about 10 minutes out of the town, the lights returned. And this time, I said screw it, stepped on the gas. As I approached a bridge heading into the next town, I blew past a police car. He, of course, turned around and lit me up. Pulled over and rolled down my window and showed him my driver's license, military ID, and badge. He asked me what the hurry was, but seemed sort of distracted while he stood next to my car. He kept looking up at the sky. I told him that for the past hour I was being followed, and that no matter what I did, the vehicle behind me just basically kept pace with me. He let me off with a warning, told me to take a right at the flashing stoplight and cut through town. He said that he would stop the next car to come through and check him out. He also mentioned that they were receiving multiple claims from nearby residents of weird lights in the sky and noises. Thanked him, and I did as he suggested. Didn't have any other issues the remainder of my trip home. If anybody else has had a similar incident or an encounter, I'd love to hear more about it. Horse figure disappeared when I looked away for just a moment. What could have happened? Hello everyone. I'd like to share an experience from childhood with you. I haven't been able to find any logical explanation for this event on my own. I was 9 years old and I had a considerable collection of figures from the company Schleich. Any fellow Germans here? ? Schleich. On that day I was playing with my horse figures as I often did. This includes a set of 2 completely identical brown horse figures. As I was on the carpet playing with these horses, I grabbed one of the horses, turned around, placed it down, and then turned around again to grab the second horse, but it was gone. My room was quite empty as we were poor. The carpet I was playing on was in the middle of the room and there wasn't much furniture. I stood up and looked around, but the horse was nowhere to be found, even though I had played with it literally seconds ago. My parents both helped me look for it as well, even moving around what little furniture I had and completely emptying all the closets and boxes. We never found it. Years later we moved, and again I went through literally everything and never found it again. Here are some explanations I've thought of and why they can't be true. 1. Now, the most obvious explanation is that this horse never existed and I was just young and confused. This can't be true. I was a very meticulous child. I literally had a handwritten list of all my Schleich figurines, including their article number from the catalog. My mom helped me make this list, so it's for sure 100% accurate. And if that doesn't convince you, there's literally photos of me playing with these figurines where you can see I had 2 of this specific horse figure. 2. I lost the horse at some other point and didn't notice until that moment. Or maybe I misremembered that moment in general. Also unlikely, as I said, I was very meticulous. I wrote a daily diary which I updated 3 to 5 times a day, and for that day there are several entries describing the exact events as they transpired. It's written in elementary school German, so I'm translating. Something spooky happened. I was playing with Skoko and Cacao. Turned around and Cacao is gone. He was there, now he isn't. I looked for Cacao and I can't find him. Mom also looked for Cacao and I think he's gone. Mom said Dad will look for him too. Dad spent all evening moving furniture around and looking. Even went through all my stuff. Cacao is gone. So yeah, I don't know what happened to that horse figure. I no longer believe in ghosts, but still can't figure any logical explanation for it. Maybe the atoms aligned perfectly and it phased through the floor. Profound experience with psychic, whom I didn't believe until now. For some backstory, my father died in February of this year, for reasons that can be simplified as the result of years of debilitating alcohol addiction. I have 2 older sisters, and out of all of us, I can say for certain that I've had the most difficult relationship with my dad. His alcoholism didn't get really bad until the late 2000s. That's when a number of compounding factors likely led to him drinking more intensely. The recent loss of his mother, my older sisters growing up and moving out, and him getting his position in his job changed to a very unsatisfying one. And the compounding financial trouble that he's always had with regard to my mom's lack of employment benefits. This coincided with the latter half of middle school for me, and my entire high school life. So, for most of my adolescence, I only knew him as this deeply despondent man who seemed to have nothing to live for. While my sisters were able to grow up and move out, I didn't have such an opportunity, and I had to bear the brunt of his neglect. Flash forward to September, my mom makes an appointment with a psychic that we've seen before for similar reasons. We wanted somebody to assess the spiritual side of the family and give us some advice going forward. Me, my mom, my sisters all arrive sequentially. She works from home, so we arrive at her home where she does work. The first thing that she notices when starting her session is that she felt a very heavy feeling of apology in the room, and that whatever was causing this seemingly walked into the room before we even arrived. She distinctly wanted to point out this feeling of apology towards each individual person in the room. This alone wasn't really noteworthy, but then she started being able to bring up details that were persistent, or rather pertinent, to his death. Like a strong aroma of alcohol and seeing blood clotting within someone's body. She was also able to bring up the fact that he was found deceased by my mother, down the exact detail of being able to sense that she stopped momentarily before opening the door, having a strong instinctual feeling that he was dead. But what really got to me was that, in elaborating on this apologetic mood, she sensed that these emotions were directly towards me in particular. She made it a point to emphasize that this feeling of apology was directly towards me the most out of everyone in the room, even my mom. At this point, the unemotional daze I was in for the beginning of the session went away, and I nearly broke down sobbing on the floor. I was able to control myself before that happened. I still don't believe she's 100% accurate with what she was telling me, as it comes with human error and the ambiguousness involved in the messages she received, but that, I am most certain that was real. That had to have been my dad in some form. It completely matches the apologetic personality that he had in his life. My partner thought he was going mad until I saw it too. Evil and dark. I've experienced shadow figures for a number of years. My partner is a skeptic. Well, was. Within the past 2 weeks, we've both had a number of terrifying experiences. So I'm gonna get back to the story as best that I can. The first time it appeared, it was to my partner and my dog. Paul had taken the dog over the field around 1 a.m. As he entered the field, he saw a figure to his right. He thought it was a local teen smoking. He didn't pay any attention, really. As he got along the tree line and bent down to get the dog's mess up, he heard trees rustling and looked up. The same figure was in the bushes. It was black and featureless, a prominent figure, but in black and grayish. It looked like it could charge through you. That was his description. He was terrified, and both he and the dog ran. The thing charged through the undergrowth, keeping level with Paul. Branches were breaking, and it sounded inhuman. The dog dragged Paul, and they ran until they got home. He is a skeptic, but he can't explain it. We went down in the day, and there's no clear path through the undergrowth. No broken trees or broken branches. A few days after I was on the same field with the dog, I heard rustling in the bushes and I felt really oppressed and negative suddenly. It was weird. I looked toward the rustling, I saw the leaves moving, and I went to see if it was a mouse or something. There's nothing there. But above me in the trees was a shadow creature. I told it to go home. Maybe it was lost. I turned and walked away. We both walked the dog the following night and felt evil energy. We knew that we were being watched. We both knew exactly where we were being watched from and both felt it at the same time. There's nothing visible there. The last incident happened at 4 a.m. this morning. I was walking down the road I live on, and a black figure moving fast caught my attention. I thought it was a local addict. Definitely a person. I came level with the alleyway and the figure had entered. A black humanoid mass that radiated evil was staring at me from what should have been its face. But it had no features. It was directly into the lamppost which was working. It felt malevolent. The best description I've heard of it is it's a bowl of a thing. The feeling it gives off is like way worse than seeing it. I'm not usually fazed by shadow people, but this thing is dark, and it has me worried. If anybody has any insight, I'd greatly appreciate it. Tall figure in my job's back warehouse. Some context. Before I get into the actual experiences, there's some important context I need to get out of the way. I work part-time as a cleaner at a clothing outlet. The actual building is huge, but only about 40% is floor. That's where we sell clothes and such. The remainder of the building is office space and like a huge warehouse. Most of my coworkers they've stated having experiences when walking into the warehouse portion of the building. Which is pretty much a place that's kept dark most of the time. As when I come in, everybody who works back there have usually gone home. The important part of this warehouse is that after walking to the warehouse past this metal gate, to the immediate left is the building custom embroidery station. To the right are 2 industrial dumpsters, and right in front of the gate, separated by a portion of warehouse, is a long hallway containing the offices and employee bathrooms. This hallway is always kept lit up, and it goes all the way to the back of the main warehouse. The encounter. Anyways, the actual encounter that I wanted to talk about. It was in the middle of my shift. I was going to the employee bathrooms because I didn't want to hold up the ones on the actual floor. I walked that long hallway I mentioned, and I looked down into the dark warehouse, which is only partially illuminated on either end by a light from another hallway. That's when I see it. There's racks full of clothes on the other end, and I myself am about 5'9". These racks are about a head and a half taller than me, so I put them at about 6'2" in height. There's something standing, barely illuminated at the end of that hall, poking what must be its head above the racks. It's like when you see a shadow moving out of the corner of your eye, but instead I was looking dead at it. Its quote-unquote head was amorphous, a blurry shape, but it was easily taller than these racks when I immediately see it pulled back an arm from beside the rack. Then it ducked away out of sight without a sound. 2 of my coworkers, one of which being brand new and the other being my manager, both reported having experience exactly like this, seeing something duck away out of sight. There's plenty more experiences I've had in the back warehouse, but this is the one that's been nagging me. Anybody familiar with what this could be? This same building has been clothing outlet since way before I got my job. Easily since a few years before 2000. All of us employees who've encountered this specific thing, we've just been calling it the ghost. That actually rings a bell. A soldier entity protected my family while my dad was deployed. We had recently been stationed at Texas, and this was a brand new house. We were the first family to live here. Some of the encounters from this particular ghost come from my brother and mother. This ghost was harmless, but very present. We had had a dog at the time, and she never growled, never bit anyone, and was the most gentle dog I'd met to this day. She was very much my brother's dog, but she watched over everyone in her family. One night, she's in my brother's room with him. She gets up and starts barking and growling where his doorframe is. All the hair on her back was standing up, and we've never seen her do this. A switch happens, and then she starts wagging her tail and lowering her guard, acting as if it was somebody that she knew was greeting her. Our dog was not shy to strangers either. She greeted everybody as if they were her best friend. After that, she hopped back on his bed and went back to sleep. You would hear footsteps outside her home, as if somebody was on watch, walking around the perimeter of our house. My brother once saw a man standing in her backyard from the window. Calls to my mom, and they bolt outside to confront the intruder. The man was gone. My brother said that he looked like he was wearing some sort of uniform or chef's outfit. My dad was back from deployment at this point. My parents were asleep in their room. My dad, or rather, scratch that, my mom wakes up. In a daze, turns over to look at my father. That's when she sees a boot. She looks up and sees a man in a military uniform standing on the bed, 1 foot on either side of my dad's head, looking down at him. My mother goes back to sleep. I do not understand to this day how she fell back asleep, but me neither. But she says that she was not fully awake and it didn't frighten her at the time. But when she woke up in the morning, she remembered what she saw. Another day, my mom was clearing out her closet and reorganizing. Just sort of, looking for things to donate. There are books on military issues that list the soldiers who passed away, including their picture. At this point, we had quite a few of these. My mom kept them in her closet. She had them on her dresser while cleaning, and when she left, she came back. One of the books on the stacks was placed on the floor, turned to what seemed like a specific page. My mother thinks the soldier ghost who watched over us was trying to show her who he was. We were never frightened by this presence, and in fact, I remember it fondly as the ghost who protected us. This happened to me when I was 10 years old, 12 years ago. I still remember this like it was yesterday. I swear to you, this is a true story. Me and my family were in Scotland on holiday over from New Zealand. One of those big world trips, as we call them. Anyways, this time was a time I was very vulnerable and scared of the paranormal. My family are very Christian, especially my mother, who made me very aware of the other realm, which did induce a bit of fear in me. The nighttime always frightened me, and the fear of the unknown and the dark. On our holiday in Scotland, we had about maybe a week. And as the first night fell in our holiday house, I woke up in the middle of the night. At first it seemed like nothing woke me up, but then I heard this strange sound. It sounded almost like somebody was saying, "Mom." Kind of sounded like my brother's voice. He was staying in the same room as me, so it wasn't that. Anyways, the voice repeated this, and it would travel through the far end of the house and always stop outside my door, and then repeat. That was until I couldn't take it anymore. I'd scream out to my family as soon as they would all wake up, and they'd stop immediately. It's like nobody else would hear this shit but me, which made it even worse. I was going crazy, but I know it wasn't because I was fully awake. Mom believed I was being targeted by a demon, which freaked me out even more. The next week passed by, and nothing else happened until we went to Ireland. That's where my father's from. On the first night upon our arrival in Ireland, we stayed at another cottage, and it happened to me again. The same thing got more and more frequent to where it was happening almost every night. I forgot to mention, I would always wake up at around 3 to 4 a.m. and it was silent for 30 seconds just before I would hear it start up and do the rounds of the house saying "Mum" or something like that. But I always felt this strange, uncomfortable, warm, sticky presence follow me only in these houses. It was unsettling, and I knew something was off about it. I felt this during my daytime, and it happened at my uncle's place too. My mom finally realized after praying frequently for this to stop for me that it was associated with this picture that we had that we picked up on our holiday. It was a picture from the London Underground of me and my brother and sister and Dad. Stupid as it sounds, when we threw this picture away, it stopped like the demon from tormenting me. It was like it shut that doorway. I was wondering if anybody else had any similar type of experience. I also always kind of wondered what if I seen if I was brave enough to open the door to the hallway. If I would have seen anything. This is my true story. I've never really told anybody this apart from my family, obviously. An encounter with I don't know what. So this is 2010 and I was 20. I'm from India, and that day I was coming back from a religious ceremony at a friend's home. I was sober as always. No drinks, nothing. But I did used to smoke back then. I had a pack of cigarettes too. Two of my friends were returning too, who had lived a little bit far away from my home. All three of us came to get on their motorcycle. Then they went home and I walked alone to my home. It was around 12:05 at night. When walking toward my home, I see someone who's far and who's walking toward me. I keep walking, but as the distance between us was reducing, the view was becoming strange. I couldn't figure out what that thing was. I felt a bit scared, but also curious. So I kept walking, and when it was really close, it felt like a woman carrying a kid in her arms. I was just hearing a dog crying, and the voice was coming from her side. It's like the kid was crying in her arms in a dog's voice, but the image was still unclear. It was a few meters distance, and I thought of facing the thing and fighting it. But suddenly, I felt like she opened her arms and nothing dropped, and she placed toward me. My patience just ran out. My heart started pouring and made a dash to my home in the shortest time span ever. I have no memory of what happened after that. Well, after I came home and went into my room. But my parents told me I was roaming around smoking in the house shouting strange things, that they were scared for me. And then apparently, then suddenly I left home. They followed me for a while, but I outran them. And that's all they know. And the next day I woke up in a temple, a Lord Hanuman temple. We worship him. Since my childhood, I'm a devotee. I have no clue how I reached temple, but what happened to me. But I woke in the feet of the Hanuman statue in the temple when I came home. That thing never appeared again, and in fact I became mentally strong and never have ever feared again. Bold thought, statement. But that night was something. That thing had got its hands upon me. I don't think I would be normal today. I tried to find out what was that thing, and I heard stories many people told. I even met one victim of that thing. I don't know if it's true or not, but they say the thing becomes active in September month, and whoever it gets its hands upon loses its mental balance. The victim I saw had been kept in chains. That's because he becomes violent any time. Protective spirit / ghost. Background. So back in the early 90s, we lived in this house attached to the back of a general store. The house and store were pretty old, maybe early 1900s, late 1800s. Out in the store, there was a cellar that was originally used to store goods back in the day. When my parents bought the shop, the cellar was collapsed and we couldn't access it anymore. Local historians said that the town used to be, apparently used to use the cellar as a holding room for the undertakers back in the early 1900s, because it was cool, apparently. So on to the story. The house and shop were always cold. I never felt alone in that house. Would have been 4 or 5 at the time. I distinctly remember waking up one night, an old lady in a yellow dress who I'd never met was sitting on the bed opposite mine. I remember hiding underneath the blankets and calling out for my parents. When they came, the lady was gone. Never spoke to them about it until I was a lot older. My mother also had 2 encounters with this lady in yellow, which I found out about later on in life. My mother isn't the kind of person who would make up stories for attention or embellish them. She recalled them once seeing a lady in yellow standing at the end of her long hallway. Apparently, they watched her do housework. She stood at the end of the hall for 10 or 15 minutes before disappearing. This was before I'd ever mentioned the lady in yellow sitting in the bed in my room. The other time, she had an interaction with the lady in yellow, and it was something that she said she would never forget. Another woman, we're going to call her Sharon, had begun hanging around her family, trying to court my father. I don't know the details of how far she got my parents, but ended in divorce anyway. So Sharon had been hanging around, family friend and all that, and one day my mother confronted her about everything in her lounge room. They argued, my mother asked her to leave, opening the front door and told her to get out. As Sharon went to leave, she stopped and turned to abuse my mother once more before she left. Now, my mom said that as Sharon raised her finger to point at her, there was a massive gust of wind that came from inside the house and a flash of yellow. Next thing she knew, Sharon was laying on the ground outside the house and something had pushed her over backwards out the door. She said Sharon was as white as a sheet, got up and ran without saying anything. My mother and I were the only people in the family that ever saw the lady in yellow. My father lived there for years after the divorce and said he never saw anything. Said that they were making stuff up. My brother never saw anything either. I'd like to think that my mom and I are connected to the lady somehow. Maybe we have a gift, or maybe she only shows herself to some people. My afternoon of terror. This story takes place about 3 months ago. Back in August, I was a 13-year-old male. I was chilling with my brother. We were home alone because our mom was at work. So we were on the couch watching YouTube when my brother's girlfriend texts him, "Hey, you want to come over?" So of course my brother says he wants to, and he goes to grab his bike to go to her house. Right before he leaves, he tells me, "Be safe, don't break anything, and don't scream, that I hate you when you do that." So I agreed with his rules, and then he went out. I knew I was going to be home alone for a while, because my mom didn't get back for another hour or so. Called my friend asking him if he wanted to hop on, and we hopped on Fortnite. But as we were playing, I took off my headset because I heard a voice. Then the voice went again. It sounded like my sister. Went to go say hi and see how her day was. But when I opened my door, nobody was there, but my dogs were looking at the spot where the voice came from. So I shrugged it off because our house is old, so I blamed it on that. Like 20 minutes go by, and then I hear it again. But this time it's my mom. I was confused because she wasn't supposed to be home for another 40 minutes. I just thought, well, maybe she got off work early, like she usually does. I went again out of my room to say hi and see how her day was. But again, well, no one was there. The dogs were staring at the same spot, but this time they were whimpering too. I was a little bit weirded out, but I just shrugged it off and blamed it on the old house again. Another 30 minutes go by, and this time I hear my brother. I was really confused. He was supposed to be at his girlfriend's house. He usually stays at her house for at least a couple of hours. But I didn't really think much of it until I went to go say hi. He wasn't there. Now I was really scared because all 3 of my family members' voices I heard, and yet none of them are here. I started crying because I was scared, and I called my brother to tell him what happened. While I was on the phone with him, I heard a little boy laughing and stomping his feet. I turned around to hear the noises coming from my little sister's room. I opened the door, and the noises stop. Everything goes quiet. I tell my brother what had just happened. He told me to go outside and wait for her mom. She was going to be there in like 10 minutes. I wait outside for my mom, and I tell her what happened. I checked the house, and everything was the same. To this day, I still don't know what those noises were, and I do still hear them from time to time. But my mom just tells me it's in my head. I know what I heard, though, and I'm coming on here to try to see if anybody really knows what they were. Is my childhood home haunted? Me and my whole family, possibly, and including my mom, we've had our own shared, experiences, I guess, with figures. I guess you could call them that. It was starting with my own, and there was this one time where I would be in bed, and sometimes my mom would come check on me, which was normal, but one time what I thought was my mom walked into my room and kinda just there, not really doing anything. Then, left the morning after, I went to go ask my mom, since the experience was kind of weird. She ended up saying yes. My sister had an experience where she was in bed when she felt something grab her leg and pull her down. She was too scared to say anything. So the following morning, she asked my mom, and the reason my mom believed her is from, my experience, and she later ended up telling my sister that she lied when she said she was the one that went to visit me at night. I also have another. That's where I was going to this bathroom. It was across my room, and for some reason I decided to look in front of me, which, toward the kitchen, was like the dining room, and the left was the living room, which was separated from like a disconnect wall in the middle of the living room and the kitchen. And as I'm turning, I see this figure, which I know it was a figure. It was darker than the actual room, and walking from the end of the dining room toward this living room. And the resin. Reason I believe it's a shadow person and not a family member going to get a light snack is because I couldn't hear any footsteps. An experience my dad had is when it was in the morning. He would always have his morning routine at about 6 o'clock to be ready for work. Everybody would still be pretty much asleep. He said he saw a figure, or person, can't remember, but he said he saw something behind him for a split second before he looked up again, and there's nothing. He also remembers one time he was by himself, and it was a day off, and my mom was probably at the store with a friend, or my sister was at school, and so was I. He said that he could hear this painfully loud and god-awful scream in the living room. So, in classic dad fashion, he went to go and investigate. And what he saw was blankets left from the night before tossed on the floor. Our collective experience made us get our house blessed by a pastor, or as they wrote, a pastor. But more experiences kept occurring. So my question is, was my childhood home haunted? I've lived in 14 homes, and this house was the most hateful haunting. We were a military family and moved quite often. Of all the 14 homes I've lived in, this house was the most intense haunting I've ever experienced. From the moment we stepped foot in that house, I could feel an insane heavy weight and darkness there. There were a few bizarre things about this house. For one, somebody was watching me. I felt as if I was being stalked in this house every moment of every day. I could remember how uneasy I felt. The two rooms I despised the most were my parents' bedroom and bathroom, and my own bedroom. At the time, I was around 10 or 11 years old. My brother was maybe 15 or 16. We had chores as normal kids do. One of those had to do with cleaning parts of every bathroom in the house, including my parents'. My brother and I both refused to go into my parents' bathroom. I have no idea how to describe this feeling. There were so many mirrors in the bathroom. It felt like somebody was standing right behind you at all times in here. At 26, the thought of this room gives me chills. My mother, didn't question our concern and never forced us to be in there, thank God. My bedroom was the worst for me. I didn't spend much time in here as I felt the most seen in this room, and the dread I felt was immense. I would go to sleep every night hiding underneath the covers. That was because it made me feel better, but because I knew someone or something was watching me. I would hear whispers in this room, and my door would sway some nights. I felt as though my bed was a table that people were congregating around, as the whispers were different people in different spaces around me. I could never make out what they were saying, really, but to be honest, I didn't try to hear them. I ignored them every night. I was lucky enough to have a box TV in my room, and it sat on my tall dresser. One day I'm in my room watching TV, laying in front of the dresser, and I get this image in my head of the whole thing toppling over me, killing me. I disregard the idea as the dresser is real wood, extremely heavy with the added TV on the top. The dresser handles start to move, and the dresser sways a bit by itself. I get up and never laid in front of it again. My brother and I would hear footsteps throughout the night. A few times we thought it must be a break-in, but it never was. Never physically saw anything in this house, but I've never had a more fearful, intense, and horrible feeling living somewhere. Ghost footsteps. When I was a child and later on a teenager, I had some strange experiences at my grandmother's house. By the way, I wasn't the only one. I'm not going to get into the history of the house or how I believe it came to have this strange energy. Suffice it to say, it was indeed haunted. The house was a 2-story wooden house, built in the 1920s by my great-grandfather. I'd never met him. My grandma became a widow early on in her life, lived with her 2 sisters who never married. I loved visiting as I was the youngest of all the grandkids, and we lived overseas. Any time that we visited, it was a big deal. They only saw us a couple of times per year. I got a lot of attention from grandma and great aunties. A lot of cheek pinching, hugs, and kisses. Basically tons of love. The first experience happened to me in maybe the late 70s. Must have been 8 or 9, something like that of age. Everybody had retired to bed, and I was the only one left still watching the black and white TV. I heard somebody coming downstairs, one step at a time, as little old ladies tend to do. I was expecting to be told that it was late and that I needed to go to bed. I slept in the guest bedroom downstairs. Grandma and her sister slept upstairs. The only light was the TV. I'd turned off all the lights so as not to make it obvious that I was still up. Even as a kid, I was comfortable in the dark, especially in that house that I only associated with love and goodness. Anyway, I heard the steps coming down and slow steps when it was hitting the landing. The steps continued, taking the next flight that came directly towards me. Still believing it was Grandma or one of my great aunts, I knew that it depended on who was coming down, whether I would get to finish watching the TV show or not. So I was trying to adjust my eyes to the dark stairway, and I could hear the steps continue to come down. It wasn't until they reached the bottom floor, right in from where I was, that I realized nobody was there. I kept staring that direction and the steps kept coming my way, trying to make sense of what was happening. Once it was clear to me what was happening, I turned off the TV and bolted to my bedroom. Jumped in bed, covered myself with my blankets because all kids know, well, you know, nobody can get you if you cover your head in your blankets. Thankfully, the steps didn't follow me to the bedroom, but I was pretty shaken. For years, I completely blocked it out of my mind. Someday I will share my experience in that house as a teenager and some revelations made to me many years later. Do tell. How you get rid of a ghost. So over the past couple days, it's been getting worse. Got the light changed and it's still flickering. Weird smells that we have no clue where they come from. Smelled a cigarette smoke in our smoke-free apartment. I faintly smelt it. None of the other roommates smelt it, though. There has been smells other than the cigarette smoke. They're hard to explain. The other day, I went to walk my boyfriend out of the apartment, and I left the door unlocked because I knew that it would only be like 2 minutes. When I come back, the door is locked. I know it wasn't my roommate because they were out in the hall and hadn't come back yet. Things really picked up over the past couple of days, though. Shadow figures in A's closet and the reflection of a man in the window when no one was there. A was trying to get ready to leave and had a figure in the corner of her eye. It went and closed the door where the figure was and it stopped. And yesterday really made us want to get rid of him. So T, A, and I were in the kitchen doing dishes. Felt the pressure that I normally felt while in A's room. I ignored it because, well, it could be in my head, really, but at one point I walk over to my room, charge my phone, and the pressure stops as soon as I step into the hallway leading to my room. So, as I go back to the kitchen, A looks scared. I ask them what's wrong, and they tell T and I that they thought I was behind them because there was a feeling of someone being there. And so A turned around and saw a full-body apparition in the kitchen. They described him as being an old man a little taller than me. And I'm 5'8" and in jeans. So we kept doing dishes and the pressure is back. I keep seeing movement behind us and anything that casts a reflection. So we're now about to set up our Christmas tree. And we put on some Christmas music and just started decorating the tree. The pressure lessens, but it's still there, and at one point I go to grab some candy from our communal Christmas candy bowl, and in the reflection of the window, I see an old man, plaid shirt, jeans, sitting on the couch watching us. Eventually, the pressure goes away. So, because A and T are in a relationship, they kind of share a room some nights, and this happened in T's room. A was kept up most of the night by tapping on the walls, something moving in T's closet, something physically moving the bed. T felt the bed being moved, but didn't experience anything else. Can I just have some advice about what to do? Saging isn't really an option, but anything else would be very helpful. Just a pet peeve request from me, and just wing a name. Hate calling people letters. See ya. The Woman and the Wardrobe. So I moved with my mom to her new boyfriend's when I was 11. I'd experienced a few weird things in my life by this point. The house was very run down and outdated before my mom redecorated and I was put in a nicely sized room, in comparison to my old one. The youngest siblings get the smallest. But, like I say, very outdated. It had a few nights here and felt uneasy, but I'd assumed that was due to the drastic change me and my mom went through. I'd heard banging running up the stairs, you name it. Anywho, it was daytime, and I often caught glimpses of something through the crack of my door. I had a look, but nothing was ever there. I got into the habit of looking through the crack and then entering my room. So I did just that, saw nothing through the crack, then entered my room. I froze in place. There stood a woman with dark permed hair. She was facing away from me, but I could tell that she was old by her arms and posture. She was stood near my window at the right side of my bed. Naturally, I was scared and glad I kept sleeping on the left. Ran down in a panic, told my mom I saw an elderly lady in my room. She didn't quite believe me, but was freaked out too. We left it at that, and we didn't scare ourselves too much. A few days passed, and I walked in from school to Mom in the kitchen. She said that she'd spoken to the neighbor about me seeing an old lady in my room. The neighbor said how there was a lady that lived there before my mom's boyfriend moved in, and her bedroom was the one I was staying in. Apparently, she had died in my bedroom and wasn't discovered for a few days. Makes sense. That didn't freak me out too much, as that is the case for most houses. What scared me was when my mom asked what the color was of her hair, and thought it was weird that she asked, but I said funnily enough she had dark hair instead of gray. Mom's face dropped, and so the neighbor told her that she used to dye her hair dark into her later years. I didn't believe her, thought she was trying to freak me out, so I called her bluff. Mom tried to scare me most days for entertainment, but she insisted the conversation actually happened. I was skeptical until Mom decorated my room. The wardrobe was full of old lady clothes and men's shoes. Under the carpet, I swear to God this is true. To the right of my bed by the window, there was a patch of decomposition staining. Safe to say, my mom's boyfriend is gross, and I hated that room forever after. Alrighty then. White dog figure. Okay, so, a few years ago I was hanging out with friends. We were being bored teenagers, and we decided to walk around this abandoned house in a pretty secluded area away from town. I don't live in a big town, but not too small either. About 6,000 residents in my small Oklahoman town. I wasn't familiar with the area, just kind of walked around in front of my two friends as they gave me directions. We got to the house, and it had such a long driveway. I was warned to watch out for squatters, and everybody stayed behind me while I led the way. Walking up the driveway, I had an uneasy feeling, but I just assumed it was my anxiety, since it's normally pretty bad, so, I just decided to ignore it. Almost all the way up to the driveway, it curved off in the direction of the house. Mind you, this house is covered in nothing but trees, and there weren't any other houses for at least a couple of blocks. Whenever I get to that curve, I hear something running and crushing leaves and stuff in the trees. Being the only one who heard this, I quickly looked over to my right where I saw this big white figure full on sprinting right at me. I'm honestly not sure what I saw, but I am certain that I heard and saw it. It was kind of built like a dog, but kind of deformed, I guess. A little bit bigger than a pit bull, but I couldn't make out any specific features. After seeing this, I started screaming and running the other direction, causing my friends to do the same. I didn't stop running until I was back at the street at the beginning of the driveway. I was fully under the impression that they saw it too, and that's why they were screaming. But after talking to them, they were completely oblivious, and it was me that scared them. I've been trying to find out what the heck this was ever since. Being the only eyewitness, I'm starting to question if I even saw anything. Maybe it was my anxiety playing tricks on me. I love being scared, and the thought of ghosts, demons, and whatever doesn't scare me one bit. I've actually had encounters myself. But everything, I just think of this thing, and I think of how it was running at me even years later. I get the chills and the exact same uneasy feeling I got years ago. I might just seem absolutely crazy as nobody believes me when I tell this story, but all I'm asking is if anybody has the slightest bit of information or any idea of what this could have been, please let me know. How do you explain this? Last week, my wife had minor surgery. I own a motorbike and I drove her to the hospital for check-in. The surgery took 30 minutes and the doctor said that we could leave after 6 hours of observation. So by the time of discharge, it was already 2:30 a.m. I didn't feel confident driving at night, and I was pretty nervous to drive the bike with my recently operated wife, understandably. So I called a cab and sent her home, and I took the bike home. There's 3 routes to get home. The easier and adequately lighted route was closed due to road maintenance. The longer route, which was almost going to take me twice as long, at least to get home, and the shorter route, which is a narrow road with minimal lighting and less traffic. My favorite road, or my favorite route as I commute to work every day. I was exhausted. I was already nervous about riding at night. And keep in mind, my nervousness has nothing to do with paranormal stuff. It's more of a vision issue and past driving experiences at night. I picked the shorter route as I'm most familiar with this route, and I even came to the hospital on the same route. The shit hits the fan when I'm halfway through this route, and I felt sudden chills and goosebumps. My heart rate elevated, and I was almost certain I was not alone. I couldn't see a single vehicle in the last 20 minutes. The night shadowed every possible sound, except for my motorbike. I was checking my side mirrors again and again to see if there was any other vehicles in either way. Suddenly, I saw a figure sitting backwards in my pillion seat. My heart nearly stopped. I blinked, and it was gone. A few minutes later, there it was again, with long curly hair and a dark shirt. Couldn't make out if it was a guy or a girl. I blinked and it was gone. Didn't see it anymore throughout the journey. I reached a traffic stop and puked my heart out. Finally, I can see vehicles. I'm almost home. I'm shaking and had an unexplained fever. Told my wife the whole thing. The next morning, as usual, I took the same route to work. I kept checking the spot where I saw that figure on my pillion seat. Kept checking my side mirrors and never saw that figure. I often drink chai or tea from a stall on the route. Told the owner about the experience, and I've known him for a long time. He said a couple of days back somebody died in that spot. The guy was talking on the phone on his bike parked on the side, and a mini truck at high speed hit him and he died in the spot. He had the same motorbike as mine, even the same color. Could there be something following me? If there is, if there is, what can I do, or what kind of therapist to go to, LOL, because it's scaring my boyfriend. Or scarring. I know it sounds silly, and I don't mind being called crazy, but hear me out. It all started when I was 2 or 3, and I had an imaginary friend, which wasn't, it would literally break things and play with me. Something my mom still doesn't like talking about. Second time was when my grandma passed away in around 2005. I was like 8 or 9 years old when paranormal things started to happen. I would wake up at around 2 or 3 a.m. and I would see her. Thought maybe it was just my grief. Mirrors would fall. Things would move after her death. It stopped when we moved houses a couple of months later. Everything was fine after that. Maybe when I was 12, I got really into the occult and just the dark things. It was just something that made me love it so much, and I still do. After I opened my curiosity with the occult, I started experiencing some kind of visit. Maybe I was crazy or going through some trauma, but there was this dark figure. It always stands in front of the door, always follows me. It always felt like it was watching me. But I felt safe. It never bothered me till now. Well, now I'm 26. Hasn't stopped, but I've been experiencing more of it now. Especially now that I'm in a relationship. We could be in bed sleeping, and all of a sudden I wake up because I feel this presence watching me. It's always in front of the door. My boyfriend and I just moved in together, and last night was pretty scary. We were having sex, and all of a sudden we both felt somebody in the room. We ignored it because, well, wasn't going to let that stop us. The energy switched, though. It felt like an anger in the room. The room went cold. A little bit uncomfortable, to be honest. Something we both noticed. We fell asleep, and during the night I wake up more scared because this time it was on my side and it felt so angry. I know that we heard things at night, and in the morning my boyfriend started to tell me how things were falling upstairs and there was no footsteps in the room that's on top of ours. He later explains how he had a weird dream about something that was in the closet in the same room that he heard all these things last night, and that it wouldn't leave him alone because he had something to belong to this thing. So, now he's scared and I'm just trying to figure it out. Any ideas? Hearing 3 knocks under the bed every night at 9:44 for the past several months. For context, this is happening to one of my parents, not me. They live alone with no pets in a small single-family ranch in a sleepy suburban neighborhood. Every night at 9:44, they hear 3 loud and distinct knocks coming from under the bed. The cadence sounds exactly like a person knocking on the door. There's absolutely nothing under the bed or the mattress. They checked. They only hear this while in bed, and the bedroom is directly above the garage. There's also no security system or anything automated that would sound on a schedule like that. Thinking it might be the garage door opener or sensor, they tried waiting in the garage at 9:44 a few nights in a row to hear the knocking from there. They were met with silence. The following night, the 3 knocks resumed in the bedroom at 9:44. There was no plumbing or HVAC that runs between the garage ceiling and the bedroom floor, so these don't seem to be likely causes. Again, they live alone with no pets and only hear the knocking from under the bed, only at 9:44. If it were a critter stuck in the walls, it would be rather odd for it to produce 3 distinct knocks at the same time every night for months in a row. There's nothing in the garage that would produce the knocking sound. The 2 outdoor cameras don't show anyone outside the house. I thought maybe a frocker. Whoa, what is that? P-H-R-O-G-G-E-R. Frocker. I bought my dog a gangster necklace for Christmas, and he's shaking it. It's made of plastic. There's no one under the bed, no physical way to access the subfloor space between the garage and the bedroom. I haven't been to their house during the knocking events, but they're very freaking out. Our whole family's at a loss for a rational explanation. Can anyone please debunk this, or think of something rational that we haven't? If the cause is, in fact, paranormal, why do you think hearing 3 knocks at the same time every night would be, or what would it be? Not aware of any connection my parent would have to the number 944. There was one death in our family a few weeks ago, of an estranged, abusive relative that we despised. The knocks have sounded both before his death and since. If it was a death knock warning, why would it continue? Second story of mine. R.E., reading more of my journals, found another incident I had suppressed. It was 03/01/13. I was 13. My father went spooking without me that night. Those of you who don't know what I mean, that's what my father called going to old places in the middle of the night and just walking around. Came home around 5 in the morning. I had school that morning, and he woke up in an hour and everything was normal. When I got home, though, things were off. Walked into my kitchen and I saw a strange box. It was old wood and medium light brown. It was heavy. It had a lock on it, The lock was made from iron, I believe, but what was so special was the keyway. Never saw anything like it. Imagine the M48 knife as a key. That's what it looked like. Spiral design. Never seen anything else like it. I'm telling you all this to press home that everything about this thing was strange. When my dad came home, I asked him about it. He said he bought it back from the previous night's spooking. He said he was deep in the woods around Lexington again, and that's all he would tell me about it. He saw the box sitting there just waiting to be found. Carried it to the shed where he attempted to cut the lock off. Nothing he tried could cut that lock. Then he took the acetylene torch to it and it worked. Oxyacetylene, is that how you say that? It was acetylene. The lock fell to the ground, but the box went up in flames. Not paranormal if you know how hot those things get, but it's no surprise. Put the fire out with water. Nothing was left, and later that night I was lying in bed when I heard a commotion downstairs. My father, being the God-fearing man he was, grabbed his gun and walked down the stairs. On the kitchen table was the box, untouched and relocked with the same lock. No burn marks. We had left the box on the floor of the shed and the doors and the windows locked. Saturday morning, my father took it to the local Catholic church. My father was a Baptist at heart, but for whatever reason he felt it needed to be given to them. The priest, took it, no questions. Never saw the box again and we never spoke of it. I know this is a crazy story, but it's what happened. If anybody can help identify the box or what it could have been or even the type of lock it would have been, it'd be massive help. Seems like you would have to ask for that box back. Just a small, bittersweet thing that I've experienced. This isn't anything recent, but I've been struggling with the fact of death lately. It's causing me to have panic attacks, and this is the only thing that's been comforting me in the slightest. I had a cat named Kaylee. I loved them with all my heart and being. She was my baby, and she meant that, and she still means the world to me. I was living with the family at the time when she got sick. I tried to help her as much as I can, but I had very little money and my family wouldn't help me. After 2 weeks, she couldn't fight anymore, and I held her and she passed. I was devastated, and even now, a couple months later, I still grieve over her. After she passed, I could still hear her paw steps. They were trotting around and going up and down the stairs. I heard her muse and felt her jump up on the same corner of my bed that she preferred sleeping on. And once I thought I saw a small black figure go past a doorway. It was towards where a food bowl was. I know it was most likely my brain tricking me because of my grief. After about a week or two, though, I had a dream that stood out to me. I was in my room, laying in my bed in the position that I always find myself in when I wake up lying at my side. My legs are always curled up to my chest. And in the dream, I was woken up by something jumping on the corner of my bed, and I looked there, and there was this small, bluish-white glowing apparition. It was shaped like a cat. It was walking up to where it was laying. It's a little weird for me to describe because my vision was blurry. If I was just waking up for real, I had bright neon green lights that I kept on. I didn't feel comfortable being in complete darkness. They were almost in my direct line of sight, so that slightly messed with my vision too. I watched as the small figure came up and curled into the curve of my belly. Felt warm and soft and laid down to sleep. That was it. I woke up crying, and after that I didn't hear any more paw steps, mews, nor did I really see any more black figures racing to get a bite or kibble or something. My environment felt so empty and odd. Couldn't handle her lack of presence and moved out to live with my boyfriend. I had her cremated and she died, and that's when I got her back and it felt like she was physically with me again. But after that dream, I haven't felt that presence again, nor have I really had more dreams of her. Trapped in a lucid nightmare. So I've had quite a few lucid dreams over my life, and almost all of them have been a good experience. But the one I had just now wasn't so good. In fact, it was terrifying. So I woke up in my room as I normally do. I do this in all my lucid dreams. But this time I was in some dark, twisted reality and everything was just really fucked up. I instantly knew I was dreaming, but I decided to still check anyways. So I started counting my fingers, and as soon as I finished, my hands disappeared and they didn't come back. My body was also moving really slowly, as if it was like I was really sick and old. It was a horrible feeling. So anyway, I decided I'd had enough and tried waking myself up by closing my eyes and tensing my body. This technique worked in my other lucid dreams, but this time it didn't work, and I was stuck. I started to panic a bit and started pacing up and down my room. I even threw myself down the stairs, but that also didn't work. Really. At this point, I just got fed up and went back to bed, tried to sleep it off, but something was next to me. I didn't know what it was and was too scared to confront it. And then this thing climbed on top of me and was sitting on my back. It felt really small, kind of like a small animal or child. It was really heavy, and somehow I managed to get myself out and paced out of my room. Tried throwing myself down the stairs again, but still couldn't wake up. At this point, I didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt like hours. I started thinking to myself, what if this isn't a dream and that I actually died in my sleep and I woke up in some fucked up alternate reality? Then I noticed there were some new doors in my room. They led to different rooms and long corridors, but the doors had an eerie feeling about them. I didn't want to explore them. Towards the end, I started to choke on something. I think it was my own spit, but it was really irritating. I tried clearing my throat, but it just made it worse. The weird thing was that I could still breathe properly and I was choking at the same time. Such an uncomfortable feeling. I started to worry I might actually be choking in real life. I even tried to go on the subreddit and ask for help, but my phone didn't want to turn on. Some time passed and I eventually woke up. Turns out I was choking on my spit. As of right now, it's 2 a.m. and I'm too shook to go back to sleep as I might get it again. Anybody else know what I just experienced? Or has anything, similar happened to them? Really appreciate it if somebody would explain it to me. I think there is a spirit in my dorm. I'd like to start off by saying that all of what I'm about to say has been experienced by 3 people, including myself. So my roommate and I have been living in our dorm since September. When it came to one of my roommate, they shall be A. The first sentence of activity came pretty early on. I had been unpacking their stuff and had previously checked all the drawers in their room and there was nothing in them. No one other than A had been in that room at the time. So, A opens the drawer in their desk. Once again, it had been empty before. And sitting at the front of the drawer is a small Hot Wheels car. After a couple of days, the sort of light right outside that room started to flicker. We are trying to debunk that one and getting the building to replace the light. After a couple of weeks, I started hearing what sounded like pacing in that room constantly. It died down after a little bit, but could it have been someone in the hallway? Potentially. Did it sound like it was in the hallway? No. There was one day that I walked into a room and they saw a shadow in the corner of the room. A turned on the light and it was gone. Last week I got a text from A. I was in my room and they were in theirs. The text read, "Is, insert my boyfriend's name here, over?" I'm gonna name him Justin. "Is Justin over?" I replied no, because it was noon on a weekday. I texted again. I just heard a man coughing. I left my room, checked the rest of the dorm with them. Right after they heard a cough, I checked the hall to see if anyone was there, and no one was. There was no men in our dorm. Now, my breaking point with all of this was over the weekend. I was the only one in the dorm, and it was about 10 p.m. and dark outside. Went into the common area outside my room to use the bathroom. So, as I'm walking out of the bathroom, all the lights in the hall were off because I'm lazy, and I noticed that A's light was on. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, they probably just left their light on when they left. Tried to open the door to turn off the light, but it was locked. I find out later that, well, not only did A have the lights off when they left for the weekend, but the light was off when they got home. And the last thing I'm going to say whenever I go into A's room, I get a sort of heavy presence on my chest. I don't know how to debunk that. I saw a ghost. The pub/bar I lived in was haunted. It must have been around 2004 and 2006. I was a young boy, roughly around 2 to 3 years old. My family lived in a pub, or a bar, I don't know. It was most definitely haunted. If you know how to change a beer barrel in a pub, you'll know that they can't be done by themselves. Well, it did all the pipes, and they would disconnect at night. The floorboards would creak at night. The windows and doors would open when they were locked. The till, which is the cash register, would open by itself. The lights would come on, and one night I remember being in my own room. I remember it like yesterday. I was trying to sleep, and I felt like something was watching me. That eerie feeling. Then 3-year-old me saw this ghost. From what I remember of the ghost, because of some reason the night I remember seeing the ghost, but I can't picture its features. Anyway, it looked like a young boy in old clothes. This was what I told my mother. I remember it telling me to stay in bed, but I was like, fuck that. I ran like a bitch out of there, crying my eyes into my mom and my dad's room. As I got older, they would tell me they knew it was haunted, apparently. It was a young Victorian boy. They didn't really believe it until I said what I saw. My mom and dad are quite resilient. Not fussed by the paranormal, and things went on as normal. That was because where we lived, it would, well, that's how we would generate income. I don't know how long after this, but the electrics tripped. It was like 04 or 06 maybe. We didn't even have fuses then. You didn't have fuses. Fire broke out during the night, and a firefighter said to my mother that I was about 2 minutes away from dying. So, take it as you will. My personal belief is that paranormal activity does exist. Me and my partner buy creepy dolls from charity and thrift shops all the time. They've moved, and during the night all we hear is chairs screeching across the floors downstairs. We don't even have chairs downstairs, only a sofa. That's my story. K-E-K. Ominous. A few UFO encounters and the freakout. Hey guys, I wanted to share a few UFO encounters that I've had. The first was when I was about 11, driving home with my dad. I looked out the window and I saw a ship. It was shaped more like a small city, black with multiple spires. I told my dad, and he saw it as well. Gunned it home. The odd part was his reaction, which was connected to the next encounter. I asked about the ship, and he went apeshit, started screaming about nothing being there, not seeing it. Even though he described it when I pointed it out, like... Fast forward to about 4 years ago. That makes me around 34. I'm at work at the hotel. The housekeeper calls me over. It's Veterans Day, so I figured she wants me to check out the parade or something. She points out a white sphere in the sky. We stare at it, and it moves at an insane speed and then splits into 6 smaller spheres. I tell her congratulations on her first UFO sighting. It keeps moving around the parade, and I tell her not to worry, it's probably just observing. Thing is when I asked later if any more weird stuff came out, I got the same reaction. Total freak-out screaming about not seeing anything and that it's not real. Like if the mind can't handle the situation and just melts down. This final one is a bit more interesting. I'd let my dogs out at night for potty. Then a head count as they came back inside. Before I went in, I noticed a star bigger than the others. Not being a runner, I stayed put. I got closer and I got a better look. It was a 4-pointed star with many points, about the size of a pressure cooker, all pulsating different colors. I decided to try telepathy, and it didn't work or do anything fancy, like cross my legs or home. Just thought in my head like when you do a grocery list. I asked if it meant harm, gave me red for no, green for yes, got a red for no, asked if it came from the stars, turned green, asked if it was just here for recon, and again green. Finally thought, okay, you can be on your way, and it flew higher and further. My point on the last one is to try and stay calm. Might scare you a bit, but it's the best way to remember what you saw. I didn't get any missing time or the usual stuff like strange markings. Just an odd encounter. My twin brother is always with me. A little context: in the womb, me and my twin was believed to be a boy. We're cramped with a cyst bigger than us in my mom's womb. I, being the stronger twin, consumed them. Ugh. So I started going to my boyfriend's house to stay January. It was last year, out with my mom knowing, told her that I was going to my friend's mom's house anyway. Buckle in, we got a story that's one sentence. Okay. I started noticing in about February of last year at night, when the lights go off, a boy sitting beside the door looked the same age as me. I just brushed it off as past residence for months, but he stayed, and if my boyfriend leaves the room at night, the spirit will lay beside me sometime. I feel a hand playing with my hair, rubbing my back. Even though it can know one's there, it's oddly comforting. I've always been aware of supernatural since I was very young, so I didn't mind ghosts or spirit, as long as they were kind to me and I was kind to them. So fast forward to today, and I'm packing my stuff as I'm moving in with my boyfriend's family, and me and my mom are talking about her miscarriages, and then I asked her, "What do you think my twin was, as they were consumed by me before you found out?" Look. She looked at me seriously. I know it was a boy. I've only ever miscarried or gave birth to stillborn boys, like JJ. JJ's my little brother who was stillborn when I was 2. Thought about it more as she mentioned my big brother was her only son. To make it realization stuck me, and I think it's my twin because as the more I think about it, this ghost between me has been for as long as I can remember. I just needed to rant about this for somebody, as I don't know any believers other than family, but I'm crazy for thinking this could be my twin brother. All I do know is I would definitely feel weird about eating any sort of brother or sister or anyone. How about you? My paranormal experience as a kid. I've experienced paranormal activity ever since I can remember. Because of this, I've never really been afraid of it. Actually, I've always been very interested in it. One of the scariest experiences I've ever had happened over a long period of time. I was around the age of 3 to 7. Every night at around midnight, my grandmother would fly up to my window that was on the 3rd story. She would continuously knock on the window until I would eventually wake up or go over to her. She would tell me to go down to the woods. Keep in mind, my house was surrounded by thick woods all the way around. These woods always gave off a really sickening vibe. Side story, but my parents would always send me out to play in the backyard by myself. I had such a bad feeling about the woods that I would always sneak back inside because I didn't feel safe outside alone. One time my parents locked all the doors to get into the house because I kept sneaking inside after they sent me out. I stood in between the door and the frame of the door crying and begging them to let me in. I was a very adventurous kid and I would do everything to explore, but I wasn't afraid of being alone outside at anybody else's houses. Anyways, she would often put some kind of an odd explanation behind it, like I'm gonna take you shopping, if you get in my car, follow me to the woods. And somehow I just knew it wasn't her. She just didn't get off the same energy as she normally did. However, I would still wake my parents up and ask them if I could go into the woods with my grandmother. I know it wasn't a reoccurring dream because what happened, to not only my little sister but my mother as well. Got to a point where my parents had to board up my window. My grandmother wasn't the only thing that this creature would take the form of. Around that time, my parents boarded up my window, and there's a little girl with beautiful blue eyes and wavy blonde hair. She would always skip into my room with her pink Victorian dress and white tights that appeared to glow. She would also tell me to go into the woods. Once again, having a weird explanation behind it. The one I remembered the clearest was my Nana having some toys for you to play with. But she will only give them to you if you go into the woods. These experiences stopped as soon as I moved out of that house. Recently I heard about a creature known as a skinwalker. Sounds very similar to this. However, I'm pretty sure a skinwalker can only change into animals, so it's still unclear. Still wonder what would have happened to me if I'd gone out into those woods. Camping trip in Wales. Hello all, this happened a few years ago on a camping trip with my family. Now, I've always been a believer in the paranormal, but didn't have any experiences until this camping trip. Bit about me, I'm an ex-army, did 2 tours of Afghanistan. I've been shot at a number of times, so I've experienced fear before. But nothing compares to the fear of what happened to me. At the time of this trip, I only had one child. I had one tent room to myself, my wife and son, but I had the other tent room. It was a Saturday night, and we had been out exploring the part of Wales that we were camping at. Cardigan Bay area. Beautiful place. We had bedded down around 8. We were all very tired. During the night, not sure what time, I was woken up by a rustling that I thought was outside the tent. The more I listened, I realized it was inside the tent in the living space. I went into attack mode, but as soon as I moved, it stopped. So I played it off as a win, trying to think of what it could have been. I fell back to sleep, and I'm a side sleeper, so my back was facing toward the outside of the tent. But I was closer to the center of the tent, and I was woken up again by what felt like something like running their fingers down the back from my shoulders to the leg in a soft, gentle manner. Now, as I've said, I've been scared before. I'm not afraid to admit it. But nothing compares to the fear that went through my body when I felt my heart going mental. I was sweating so much all the while this feeling was going up and down. Thought it could have been like a muscle spasm. But it went from my shoulders down the back to my knee. It took every strength of my body to move and look at what was behind me. Found nothing, and that's what scares me the most. Again, once I moved, it stopped. As I lay down, I could hear like someone running their hands down the outside of the tent. But it wasn't outside, it was the divider between the tent bedrooms. That's when I went into fight or flight mode. Got out of my sleeping bag, opened my bedroom zip, and the speed of 1,000 gazelles went into the room that my wife and son was in to try to find them, and they were both sleeping. After that, I couldn't sleep. I just sat in the chair until daybreak. After speaking to my wife in the morning, she just laughed. She was unaware of anything happening. If anybody could explain or help with an explanation, that'd be great. Dime appears on same area and floor multiple times within a few months. Wonder if this is the same guy. I was cleaning my son's room yesterday. Different. I was in the process of picking up the few remaining larger objects on the floor. That was before proceeding to vacuum. I noticed a dime was on the floor between the dresser and the Mickey Mouse table. I went ahead and picked it up and placed it in my pocket. I remember having a slight fear that it might fall out. I would end up vacuuming it up. So I just assured that I tucked it in beneath the phone. I began vacuuming and I noticed another dime reappearing in the same spot. I was shocked because there's no way I could have missed it, since I was checking on the floor rather meticulously. Suddenly a thought came to me. The thought came to check in my pocket for the previous dime, and lo and behold, that dime was nowhere to be found. This made me assume that the dime had somehow fallen out of my pocket and into the same spot. This time, I decided to place the dime on my amp, which I store in my room since he rarely goes in there. I continue to vacuum, and I hear a large thud. I look back in this new Space Jam picture, which I had temporarily just placed on his dresser. It had fallen. This was no shock, since it could have easily fallen on its own. I turned back to my vacuuming and I noticed the dime back on the floor. I look at the amp and I see that there's no dime on top of it. This time I make sure to pick up the dime and place it in the other room on the chair in a coin jar. I told my wife about this strange occurrence and she thinks I'm crazy. It's because I've had a previous strange experience with pennies. I posted that here earlier. Ah, it is. Am I crazy? Is there some logical explanation for this? And here's an update. Found another dime around the same spot on the floor of the room. Odd thing is, there's no reason for that dime to appear, especially there. Nobody's used the room except my son. It was thoroughly cleaned. Somebody had to have brought it in, dropped it on the ground within the span of 24 hours. Put the dime on the amp again and asked whoever it was to, move it again. Waited all day and it didn't budge, so I put it away. I think my mom came to me in a dream. Okay, so a little bit of a backstory. I'm originally from New York, but I grew up in Florida. One day when I was 16, my mom came home from work saying that it felt like she was sitting on the rocks all day. Just pressure in her butt, like inside her. Alrighty then. Oh, so sorry. A year later, she found out it was cancer. She also found out it was inoperable. So she decided with my dad that she wanted to move back to New York to be closer to family before the worst happened. 3 years later, she deteriorated pretty badly. Was bedridden, unable to move, so it got to the point where she entered hospice care. A week after her being in hospice care, I fell asleep in my room dreaming normally. All of a sudden, the dream changed. I was suddenly in the middle of the dark room in a chair under a light. Across from me was an empty chair. Out of the darkness, my mom came and sat down in the chair looking healthy. Couldn't speak or anything. I'll never forget what she said. She said, "I'm okay now. I got to heaven." I didn't have many nice things to say to God when I got there, but we're all right now. And then we just sat there. She smiled at me for a few moments, and then I got woken up by a phone call at around 3 a.m. from the hospice. She had passed away. It didn't hit me right away what had happened, but I fully believed my mom was coming to say bye. And also what she said in the dream about what she said to God makes sense. During her week in hospice, she was awake and coherent one time, and one of the last conversations that we had was about her not being ready to go, and her wanting to keep fighting. So the sudden passing would most likely piss her off. She was Sicilian and Irish. She had a mean temper. So, yeah, I thought I'd share with you all about all this. I have other random experiences from when I'd ghost hunt, though. Rest in peace. To all the moms. Did you have an inexplicable event in your childhood? I have 3 that marked me. I remember when I was 5 years old. I was still staying at my maternal grandparents' house. A divorce followed and I had to move. Many dubious things happened. I'm going to list a few short ones. 1. Something that happened 13 years ago. So my older brother and I were talking tonight. He brought up some old memories of their old haunted farmhouse. Just a little background about us. I met my brother and my 2 older stepsisters when I was 11 at a country fair. My mom took me and my 2 sisters I lived with all my life to. She threw these 3 other siblings on me all at once and told me that my father, the sperm donor as I like to call him, that he had 3 kids through a previous marriage. Well, the first weekend I went to stay with them after a few weeks of going to their house as a way to sort of help me bond with them better. My 2 older sisters I had lived with came with me because they became friends with this other part of the family that I'd never met before, to help me feel better about staying the night with them. Well, my older brother and I were staying up late bonding for the first time over our love of baseball games on the PS1. So we were playing the PS1 with both doors to his bedroom open, just in case the girls wanted to come in and switch out to give one of us a break from playing the game. We started noticing the doors in this old farmhouse closing, so we just thought that the girls were up playing around at 1 a.m. All of a sudden, we heard somebody run down the steps full speed. One of his bedroom doors were right next to the staircase. We didn't see anybody come down the stairs, so we just brushed it off thinking maybe we were just hearing things. Until the PS1 shut down all by itself. So we turned it back on and went back to playing the game. Only this time using cheat codes to turn the baseball players' heads into pencil heads. Later on that night, we hear the fridge open and a jar of jelly come crashing against what we thought was the floor. We go into the kitchen. There's glass and jelly all over the wall directly next to the fridge. So we start looking all over the place trying to find a culprit. Wind up cleaning up the mess and going back to the room to play our game. Maybe 30 minutes later we say baseballs in the bedroom and it's starting to wobble in a circular motion. Then all of a sudden it stopped and we could hear footsteps running up the stairs. We chased the sound all the way up to the room where all 4 of our sisters were dead asleep in 2 bunk beds. Still gives me nightmares to this day, along with the other stuff that happened in that house. There's a few more strange things that happened in that house, but it's one of the ones that still creeps me out the most. Very real dream vision of the devil. This actually isn't my own dream. This dream was commented under a post. A post I made about dreaming of the devil. I'll leave a link. I just wanted to share the story so I can get some opinions on it, and hopefully learn more about it. I had a pretty vivid dream once involving the devil. We were in pitch black where walls, roof, and floor were indistinguishable. Everything was simply pitch black. except for me and an individual who were sitting with our knees crossed, across from each other, I guess. The dream starts mid-conversation, and I witnessed it in sort of third person. When I started to witness the conversation, he was telling me about a mountain, a particular mountain. Can't recall which mountain, or if he ever mentioned a specific name. This person was perfection in beauty. His appearance was soft with nothing short of grace. It seemed as though in that black nothingness he was emitting some sort of glow. As the conversation and idle chit-chat went on, he eventually tells me that it's not how people portray him, that he's been misrepresented and hated for things that people don't understand. And at that point, I had a good idea of who he was, but he openly declares himself to be Lucifer. He tells me he doesn't belong in this place, and he's above it, that he's better than it, and that he deserves to be out there. He tells me that if I could bring him with me, he would always be above me, that I wouldn't need to face any ills and I won't feel sadness, that everything will be perfect with his hand looking out for me. If I would just take his hand and take him with me. I don't know why, but I lifted my hand to take his, and just before I could take it, I hear a vivid, violent, powerful no. Not the type of no that's pleading or panicking, but the type that's demanding and dictating. I woke up after that no in a lot of pain. The type of pain you get in the head when you wake up from sleep paralysis. The buzzing and the feeling that your head will implode. And as I was coming out of it, I hear 3 knocks on my door in slow succession. I eventually got up and checked my door, and nobody was there. I'm not much of a hocus-pocus type of person, but out of all of my dreams, that will remain one of my top 3 for the most weird I've had. Felt so real. Sometimes you'd prefer uncomfortable silence. Years ago, probably about 2 decades, I just moved from Calgary, Alberta to a small town in northern Alberta, probably about an hour from the capital of Edmonton. The reason for the move was that my grandma was sick with cancer. Or rather, grandpa. He had a stroke, and so my mother, younger brother, and myself moved the 4 hours to be with him and my grandma. We were going to move into the basement, and I was about 6 at the time. My younger brother was 5. My grandma is upper middle class in Canada, so her house is nice. Probably about 70 years old at the time of the story. Things were sort of odd off the bat. Getting lost in the house, fogging memories, I would have this uncomfortable feeling. If I was ever alone in a room, I would have it happen. A couple of weeks into staying there, and I would have restless nights. My younger brother and I shared a room, and there was always these shadows that stood behind us. The shadow had an uncanny resemblance to Anubis. Though I wouldn't have had this revelation until much later, when I was older and happened upon the image of Anubis. I would have just dismissed these things as imagination, and that it was dark. Except my brothers had the same experiences. Now, that was creepy, but what happened next took the cake in my book. Adjacent to our room was my grandma's old room. Or, I guess as they're saying, the cold room. It was connected to the laundry room, and it's where she put the cat litter. Also in this room was a grand piano. We weren't allowed to touch it or go into the cold room because we could hurt ourselves, apparently. One night, while the adults were upstairs, and same with the cat, we were downstairs beside each other. We were in bed when we heard piano notes coming from the room inside. Instantly, our breath caught in our throats, and we immediately bristled. It only played 3 notes. Never did that again. I'm an atheist and I don't believe in ghosts, but out of all my life experiences I've had, this creeped me out. Brother tells the exact same story as well. Ever since that time, all the creepy feelings of that house disappeared. Haven't had another experience like this, and I thought I'd share. A week before my grandpa passed away from cancer, I dreamt of my great-grandma, and I begged her not to take him. A few days after he passed away, I heard that he woke up one night saying how he needs to go die. I rarely dreamt of my great-grandma since she passed away in 2012, only twice years ago, and it was very scary. On the other hand, in the beginning of March, I dreamt of her and that my grandpa wasn't sick. At that time, he could barely breathe. Wasn't able to walk well on his own. Looked worn off as cancer really got to him. In that first dream, he was looking healthy. We were talking when I somehow knew that my great-grandma was alive. Went to go get her so she could try this treat, as I know that she never did. I remember hugging her and crying because my grandpa was looking healthy and could speak. That's pretty much all I remember. The second time I dreamt of her was a few days before his lungs collapsed, and the day before we were supposed to all gather. It was a holiday, so we were supposed to spend the day together. I remember my grandpa was sitting in the couch in the living room, smiling at someone, and this time he didn't look healthy. But I also knew how bad he was feeling at that time, and again I knew my great-grandma was here as well. So I go to the other room, and there she is standing, and I go up to her, and I started crying and begging her not to take him. She just looked at me. She didn't say a single word. I don't know if it was that night or the next night that my grandpa woke up and sat in the bed looking from side to side and woke my grandma up to, telling her that he must go, and when she asked him where he said he had to go die. Then looked around for a little bit longer, laid down again, and said, "Not my time yet." Then the next night he told my aunt his mom visited him and told him to drink red and white and that'll cure his cancer. Unfortunately, he passed away a few days after his lungs collapsed. I know that afterlife does exist, and I know that she visited me. And if anybody's interested, you can go to my profile. Read my post about how my grandpa communicated with me through number 2. Whoa. I also have had my other great-grandma come say goodbye to me in my dream after a funeral as my sister and I were out of the country. Didn't even know that she had passed away. Sorry about the laughing. I just remembered some hella scary events that happened to me. In 2015, a few days after my uncle died, I was sleeping with my mom and my grandma in the same room for some reason. And in front of the bed, where there was a wide window and I was shuffling in bed, I was the only one awake. I looked at the window and I saw a black figure, because it was night. It looked like a man. It couldn't have been a neighbor because in that area the houses are pretty away from each other. It's a village. It had one hand pressed on the window. It looked like it was trying to look inside. I got so freaking scared I squeezed my eyes shut instantly. I started saying the same prayer in my head over and over again until I eventually fell asleep. Another time, this happened at the end of last year. I had adopted 2 cats, a mom and her baby. One of the first days in the evening, the mom went outside and I was searching for her to get her inside. Couldn't find her at all, and I don't know why. For absolutely no reason that evening, I felt very uneasy. The atmosphere felt so eerie and creepy for no reason. I kept walking around the house searching and calling for her, when at a point I saw about 20 or 30 meters away from me a white figure, and it was walking slowly. Outside, it was pitch black, apart from a bulb in front of the front door that was obviously, wasn't reaching the areas around the house. I didn't even stay in the same spot a second more. I ran inside the house, went directly upstairs. I was shivering, feeling so spooked. But even so, I was more worried about my cat. After I gathered some courage and thought about what I should do about all this, I took one of Grandma's books that was on the table. It was the Book of Psalms, and I just went in front door and I had a view directly to where I saw that thing. I started reading and rebuking it, even though I was still so freaking scared. And after a few minutes, I said I'm going to go call my cat exactly 3 times, and right after I called her the 3rd time, she appeared out of nowhere. Even though I'd been calling and searching for her for so long before that I literally broke down crying. So relieved she finally came back, and at the same time, couldn't believe what just happened. Something called my son. I haven't had any remarkable experiences of my own, but I'm not a disbeliever. I have a 5-year-old son, and his dad, myself, and him were often stayovers at my father-in-law's house, as my own father lives across the street and my brother-in-law lives in the house behind the yard. My brother-in-law has a 2-year-old boy. That's who my son plays with every time we're there. They're very close. We'll call the 2-year-old D. And I'm going to call him David. David goes home at around 8 to get ready for bed. He's never out at dark or by himself. And for a backstory, this house has a vibe to it. I won't say bad, but it seems to bring out bad emotions for people who are frequently there. So much so that my father-in-law's late fiancée succumbed to her poor mental health in a fiery way in the home. My boyfriend and we find ourselves angry and fighting at night there. Not typical or over any real things either. This is common for everybody who visits or has stayed. Not bad enough that we don't want to come around, but what my son heard may change that, at least at night. A couple of nights ago, while staying the night, about an hour or 2 after Dee had already went home, my son stops playing, starts running to the door, saying that David's here. I just heard him say my name. When we told him David was at home in bed, my son said, "No, I just heard him yell my name. He wants me to go play with him." There was absolutely nobody else but my son and my boyfriend in the house. We didn't hear anything at all. For how close the call he heard and where it came from, we would have heard it too. David's very excited over my son and is quite loud when hollering for him. My son was quite confused when we verified that David was at home asleep. Could this have been something trying to mimic David to lure my son, or just a 5-year-old boy's imagination? Definitely put a chill down our spines. Kids' imaginations are terrifying, and sometimes beautiful. Saw a coworker who passed. I'm a night shift RN. We recently had a coworker pass tragically, but I'm newer to the hospital and I only knew of him because he transported patients. He was always in and out of the debt. I didn't even really know his name. Sunday evening, somebody mentioned his passing, and when I asked for a description, I knew exactly who it was. He had a very distinct look, walk, and air about him. I had a fleeting thought of how sad that news was, but I didn't know him, so I got busy and never thought of it again. The next morning, when my shift was done, I took the employee elevator to the ground floor and to the area mostly just for staff. As I exited the elevator to head right down the hall, I saw the guy who I thought had died to my left just a few feet away. I glanced at him and I thought, oh good, he's the one everybody was describing. Must be somebody else. Then I headed the other direction and I went home. That night I went back to work and people were again discussing him, and I finally asked if anybody had a picture of him. One of my coworkers pulled up his Facebook and my stomach sank. It was, in fact, the guy I saw in the hall. 100%, not a single doubt. So I blurted out, "I saw him this morning when I got off the elevator." My coworker said, Yeah, that sounds about right for this place. He didn't seem surprised at all. But I'm shook. I can't reconcile this, and I know I saw without a doubt. But I also can't believe I saw a ghost. My hospital was pretty old and known for excellent employee retention, so I asked several of the long-time employees. I'll see if there's anybody else who works in this apartment that looks like him. We wear specific colors for each department, like blue for RNs, gray for transport and radiology, black for RT, etc. They all said that there's nobody else who looks like this man. So anyway, I'm baffled. Why me? Why him? And why can't I accept the possibility that I did see him? I'm fascinated by this type of stuff, but I've certainly never encountered anything paranormal or remotely this bizarre. Can't talk about it at work because it sounds insane. I guess I just needed to get it off my chest. My first ever paranormal experience. So I attended the last Halloween tour at a place called the Ulster American Folk Park in Northern Ireland. There's a new story told of a recently recovered chest full of documents, stories, and a last will and testament. It was of this man, Cruden Boyle, a man who worshipped, well, I'm not going to pretend because you're all going to yell at me, but it's spelled B-I-L-E. I know it's not pronounced one way. It's the Irish god of death. Or maybe it is. I do want to mention that this was a Halloween tour. I'm a skeptic, so I'm not convinced that it's ghosts. Just that the experience I had definitely didn't seem part of the experience, since no attention was brought to them. The folk part has some buildings that they painstakingly moved brick by brick from the original location, including a building called the Campbell House, considered to be the most haunted building in the park. The folks' park discovered that Boyle had lived in this house for about 5 years, engaging in blood rituals and incantations. When we were led into the house, we found a multi-pack of beer and some coffee cups from some teens looking to, maybe for a cheap thrill or something, which apparently links into the house having an increased rate of break-ins after Cruden left. So, this security guard claims that his grandmother was a Boyle, so potentially related to Cruden. Just before the guard entered the building, I heard a singular knock upstairs. As he spoke and mentioned the rituals and magics that Cruden was involved in, I heard 3 distinct thuds throughout. I was also standing in front of a small indoor window. I kept looking at it. It was behind me. I constantly felt like there was something watching, like if I kept checking I might see a face. But I could have just been psyching myself out. The final thing that confuses me is that no matter how many times I heard this name, I struggled to remember it until I heard it again. That it continued until after I left. But this being the day after, I remember his name just fine. And like I said, I'm a skeptic, so I'm not convinced that it was paranormal. We never went upstairs in the tours. No, could have been somebody upstairs. Didn't seem like that was, and still definitely really interesting. Average cemetery experience. So for a couple of years, Memorial Day weekend, my mother and grandmother were heading to the cemetery to put down flowers for a fallen family. That was because that's what you do. Well, that's what you do, We have to go to 2 cemeteries usually because our family is rather large. But the first one didn't really seem like much, so we did what we did every year, basically. When we moved into the second one, it started off normal at first. But we only had 3 family members at this one, so it doesn't really take too long. We were going to go head to lunch after. When we were heading back to the car, we saw this old lady. Not very old, but like late 60s, early 70s. She had a purple vest, I think gray pants, and medium black curly hair with some gray fading. I didn't pay attention to it much, as I was younger and just wanted to go have lunch. It was around 11:30. When I got older, I realized where she was walking was a little bit odd. The area where she was walking around was a fence that bordered the cemetery and some other field. In the area she was at had no markers or gravestones. She also wasn't holding anything like flowers or a small plastic pot to put them in, which was a little bit odd. Anyways, when you got into the car, either my mom or grandmother mentioned something about her. But it was like there's some lady here, or something to that effect. So we never got paid too much mind in it. What spooked us, though, was that since there was nothing to look at really, I was really just looking at her. Now, how the fence line works is that at a certain point the border does a 90-degree turn to the right with some hedges blocking the view, making you unable to see what's past it. Shocker there. So, when the lady was walking, when she reached that point, that's where it turns, she followed the fence line. When we reached the point where we could see her, she disappeared. Or rather, her age, or, well, like completely. Nothing was there. When I noticed this, I told my mom that the lady just vanished. Both my mom and the grandma noticed the occurrence, and they both saw her. They both noticed she was gone. I lived in a house that was built on a cemetery. When I was in university, I lived in an older house that was built beside a church. The house was over 100 years old, but I'm unsure of its actual age. I lived in the basement and had a few housemates. Didn't know at the time it was built on a cemetery. It was discovered shortly after I moved out. Weird things would happen in the house, but I'm still not sure if it was haunted or just purely coincidental. I would hear footsteps above my room late at night. And when I would ask the next day who was in the kitchen at 2 a.m., my housemate would say they never came downstairs at all. My one housemate had a cat, and the one day we were in the kitchen, the back door opened by itself and the cat walked in. My dog did that again. I did see what I believe was a shadow figure in that house. I had a bookshelf beside my bed and had a Buddha statue on top shelf. In the middle of the night, there was a huge bang. When I woke up, I saw a black figure jump from the bookshelf to the floor, run up out of the room. The shelf with the Buddha figure had fallen off the bookshelf, and the Buddha had smashed to pieces in the floor. I thought at first maybe it was my housemate's cat that had somehow knocked the shelf off. But the next morning, when I told my housemate what had happened, they said the cat had locked in their room with them for the night. Shortly after that, I moved out. The house was owned by the church, and there was a parking lot in the backyard, and the church was adding an addition. He'd started construction and digging up the parking lot behind the house. During the construction, human remains were found, which obviously halted the construction, until it was determined why the remains were there. It was found that before the house existed, a small cemetery had been on that land. At least 30 skeletons were found, and not sure if they were able to determine the identities or why they were buried there. For some reason, when the house was built, it was decided to build on top of the cemetery, and the records of the cemetery's existence was either lost or forgotten over time. Not sure if other housemates had experiences there. It was a creepy house, and I do remember them mentioning hearing things at night and not liking to stay there alone. Unsure if it was haunted, but weird things definitely did happen there. Old Man Ghost. When I was 10 years old, me and my mom and 2 brothers moved house. After about 1 month, my older brother said that he woke up and seen an old man sat at the end of his bed. But he put it down to a dream. A few days later, my mom said that she felt somebody sit on her bed and other things would happen, such as things being moved and sounds of somebody walking upstairs. But we all just dismissed it. It was because we moved during the school summer holidays. Started back at a new school and I made friends quickly. 4 of which were girls, which we would talk a lot and asked loads of questions about my family. Told them that I never knew my dad because he left before I was born. So it was just me, my mom, and brothers. The 4 girls would come to my house almost every day after school, but they never entered my home. They would just knock and I'd go with them. This had been the normal routine for about 3 months until one day, my mom picked me up after school. She wanted to give me some new shoes. The girls didn't know that, so they went to my home, but nobody was in. The next day at school, none of the girls were talking to me, so at the end of the school day I asked what was wrong. One of them said that they can't be friends with a liar. I asked what have I lied about, and they said, "You said that you didn't have a dad." And I said, "I've not." They said, "Yes, you have. You were just embarrassed because he's an old man." Obviously, I didn't know what they were talking about, so I asked them what they were talking about. They said they went to my house like usual, knocked on the door, nobody answered, but the living room curtains were open. So they looked through the window and they could see into the kitchen. There's an old man in the kitchen washing the dishes. Told them that they must be winding me up and having a joke. They were adamant. After school, I told my mom that. She said, "Well, maybe it's true, because my brother said that he'd seen the old man too." She would later ask the neighbors about the previous tenant, and they all said it was an old man and he had died in the house. I told the girls and they thought I was joking. I invited them round to witness the sounds and talk to my mom, and they apologized for calling me a liar. Ghost dragging me off bed. Gray cloud with silver lining. This happened in 1986. My dad and I caught a train from what was back then Yugoslavia, heading to the town Trieste. It's in Italy, to buy a musical instrument I was learning to play at the time. Trieste, maybe. After a long 16-hour train ride, we got off the border town called Cezana in Slovenia now. That was right next to Trieste. My dad booked this really old-looking hotel in Cezana for the night. From what I remember, it was about maybe 6 stories high. No elevator, and each floor had about 6 rooms with only 1 bathroom in the hallway per floor. During that night while asleep in bed, I started to feel my leg getting dragged toward my left side of the bed very slowly. My left foot eventually touched the floor. It was a strange feeling, like I couldn't feel anything touching my leg, but my leg was moving on its own. Then after a few seconds, my right leg started moving toward the same way. I opened my eyes, thinking it was maybe my father. I could see him sleeping to the right of me in another single bed. I looked up, and what I saw was a thick gray cloud with a shiny silver lining just above me. I could tell that the cloud saw me looking at it. Within a split second, that cloud swished under the door sill of the hotel room to the hallway. I kept looking at the door sill to see if it was coming back, but all I could see was the light from the hallway coming through the gap of the door. I eventually fell asleep, shaking from fear. I was only 15 years old at the time, and that morning I didn't tell my dad what happened. He told me to take a shower in the bathroom and in the hallway before we left for Trieste. I asked him if he could stay in the bathroom while I took a shower, because I was so scared. He said no, because he had to make a phone call home. I remember having a shower and I couldn't hold the soap in my hand because I was trembling so much. After leaving that hotel, I felt so much better and relieved. Never told the story to anybody until I was in my 30s. Still, hardly anybody believes me. But I know what I saw. Never believed in warning signs. Discussion. First, I'm going to start off by prefacing that over these last few months I lost 2 family members. One being my grandpa and another being my family's 7-month-old kitten. That was to FIP. I don't know what that is. After the kitten's death, my sister decided to adopt another from the shelter. She was a sweet girl, and we had her for about a month and a half until today. Today I got home from school, and I'm the first to come home out of everybody in my family. The way my room is placed is that I'm at the end of a hall, so I see into my parents' bedroom. I had a friend over at this time, so we were just hanging out and my door open. I have another cat, and that one's about 1.5 years old, and they usually just play together. So when I heard meows from the other room, I wasn't alarmed. However, when I looked, I saw a light was suddenly on in my parents' bedroom. I slightly panicked since I knew I couldn't have somebody over, so I immediately went to check on the source. All I saw was the lamp on my parents' headboard on and my older cat sitting by the bed. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just her meowing. Maybe the light just wasn't turned off all the way, although it's the type that twists on and off. So I turned the light off and bring my older cat to my room. I heard nothing else from my parents' bedroom. My friend left shortly after, and a few minutes after, my mom came home and she's yelling for me, saying something's happening. So I rush over to help. I hear the kitten crying for help under the bed, so I grab her and she's foaming at the mouth. I've never been in a situation like this, so my first response was she's choking. I call the vet in a frenzy and they tell me to bring her over. I'd later find out that she was seizing, but she died in my arms when I was halfway to the vet. After we arrived back home, I'm telling my mom about the story about how I thought she was home earlier. You know, with the light being on. She looked a bit confused, questioning about which light it was, and I explained it was the light on her side of the headboard. She just stares at me blankly. That light has been dead for months. The boy at the bottom of the stairs. So my Auntie Linda is a very straight-talking woman. She never believed in ghosts or the paranormal until she experienced something. So this encounter is about 20 years ago. My Auntie Linda was working at a care home in Wales. Now the care home is really old, and it's been a few different buildings in the past. The building is over 100 years old. So my Auntie Linda was doing the night shift, so she started work at around 6 p.m., and then she would finish the next day at around 9 a.m. She was doing her rounds and checking on residents and their sleep. All seemed fine. She went upstairs to the staff room to get ready to go to sleep. She was locking the staff room toilets upstairs before she went to bed. Now, the staff toilets are directly opposite the stairs. So when she locked them, she turned around facing the stairs and she noticed what looked like a little boy sitting at the bottom of the stairs. He was wearing old-fashioned clothing, maybe something from the 1920s. He was facing away from her. Startled, she called out to ask if he was okay. All of a sudden, the boy turned to face her. Now, her description still freaks me out to this day. She said when he turned to look at her, it looked like his jaw or something was broken, because his jaw was hanging from his mouth. He gave her direct eye contact, and now you know kids run up the stairs sometimes using both their hands and feet. This kid started to run towards my auntie up the stairs. She screamed in terror, and as soon as she screamed, the boy disappeared. My auntie then ran out of the building and called her manager to say that she's not staying the night. When the manager asked what happened, she said she saw something at the bottom of the stairs, and they ran toward her. Her manager then said, "Oh, you've seen Benny." Turns out, the little boy was a boy called Benny who had died from falling down the stairs in the building years ago. Some of the residents at the care home said he visits them sometimes and sits on their beds. Honestly, scared the shit right out of me as a child. And my auntie to this day swears that what she saw really happened. From that point onward, she didn't really dismiss the paranormal anymore. Does my singing cause paranormal activity? Hi, I'm a beginning indie singer. with a lot of unrecorded songs. I want to release them the best quality I can, since all I have is a cheap mic I bought online in an apartment with thin walls. I prefer recording at night while I'm home alone, and as not to have so much going on in the background of my songs. At first everything was going well. I even released a song, and it didn't do so well, but I was happy because I had another one ready to record. I waited till everybody was gone that evening and got to work. Everything was going well until I started seeing things out of the corner of my view. Paid no mind the first time, thinking it was probably the light playing tricks on my tired eyes. I continued trying to sing, and soon dishes started to clink together. Things started to fall around the house, interrupting the recording. I had to call my mom, finish the song with her on call because I got way too spooked. I finally finished the song and released it. That one didn't do so well either, so I got to work and created a third song a few days later and was ready to record. I performed the same routine and the same things started happening. Things out of the corner of my eye and weird sounds and pots and pans clanging against each other. Except this time, my microphone crackled and then popped. Didn't want to record anything afterwards, and I didn't record the song. I was so angry. Angry that I was scared and not being able to enjoy something as simple as singing. Now I'm scared of singing while no one's home, which is kind of sad. I really love to do it. Now that I think about it, this kind of thing's always happened. It's just gotten worse. My question is, has anybody had a similar experience? Does anybody know why this is happening? Sincerely, maybe a soon-to-be famous singer. As a not famous singer whose mic does similar things, can't do much else other than concur. In fact, you guys have heard some of this popping. Alternatively, could be an electronic short. And usually when you blow into a microphone like that, or a condenser mic, it will make a popping sound. Then it won't make any noise for a while, till the diaphragm dries out. Voices speaking in an unrecognizable language. I woke up at around 2:30 a.m. My son has a fever, and I have to get him some Motrin. After I gave him his medicine, I went downstairs to prepare some food for my fish tank. Something I never do this late. The only real reason why I even did it is because I have a fish who developed a cloudy eye. I was given some powder medicine that I had to put into the fish food water and let it soak for a couple of hours so the frozen food could thaw out and absorb the medicine. So I was grabbing some water from the tank in the Florida room when I heard strange voices. Initially, I looked back upstairs thinking it might have been my mother-in-law watching YouTube or something. But it's 2:45 a.m. She's knocked out. I paid no mind to it. The voices weren't in clear or understandable, so I just went to the kitchen area to the fridge to grab the frozen food. This time, I heard it loud and clear, as if it was in the same room with me. It sounded like Chinese mixed with Indian, as if it was a group of people talking. I went to investigate towards my backyard door to see if maybe it was my neighbors or something. But my neighbors moved out 2 days on like November 1st. I checked my Ring camera to see if anybody had maybe came to check the house out, but at like 3 a.m., I guess I was trying to give it an explanation. The voices stopped the moment I began to investigate, though. I came back up the stairs a little bit confused and asked my wife if she had heard anything. I explained it to her, and she said, "Remember our old neighbors did witchcraft brujeria?" And she also mentioned it's 3 a.m., and this is the time that those things are most active. I'm still here, and it's 3:40, trying to find an explanation to it. I looked at all my cameras around the house, and no neighbors were present at the end of my cameras. Just can't explain it. But if indeed it was something paranormal, why would I just hear voices? Wouldn't it do something else, and voices in an unrecognizable dialect at that? Those are usually the ones I hear. What are these? My house has only ever had two owners. The man that built the house and us. It's a pretty big house. Back in 2020, when I worked from home due to a COVID outbreak, I saw this thing that looked like my brother, but wasn't my brother. We had a cat that gave birth to kittens, and one of them was born with an infection in her eyes. I was giving a treatment to her to help her treat it and separated her from the other kittens. She got better, by the way. Anyway, early morning one day, I was on call with the vendor. I saw my brother come downstairs with a kitten in his hands. I made eye contact with him and asked him what the kitten had. He made kind of an I don't know hand gesture, and he didn't respond. He looked at me, paused at the last step, and stared at me for 2 seconds and walked off. He was smiling the entire time, and he held a kitten in his hands. It doesn't seem weird. I shrugged it off, didn't think anything of it because I was on the phone and thought maybe he didn't want to interrupt my call and stuff. Later in the day, around noon, I saw my brother come downstairs again. He was singing, and he saw that I wasn't on the phone and came to chat with me for a bit. I had my office set up in the living room, and through the conversation, I asked him what kitten he had that morning. He looked at me confused. He said that he had come downstairs and he never had a kitten. I told him what I saw, and he seemed concerned and scared. He said he hadn't come downstairs at all till noon, but I clearly saw him and interacted with him. Till this day, he gets serious and promises that it wasn't him. He gets scared all over again, too. This isn't the first time that this has happened. People in my house see similar events of their own. Thought I saw my daughter and it wasn't her. My husband saw me today and it wasn't me. My mom came in one day and had to have an experience of her own. My brother, as well as when they visit. Why does this happen? Even the dogs sometimes see things on the property and run outside of the woods as a pack to bark at it. Granted, sometimes we see deer, but other times they seem alert. In the house and outside, maybe they also see things. Ominous chills in my parents' walk-in closet. My father, whom I love, cherish, and esteem, has been suffering a painful nerve problem of sciatica down one of his legs. Mind, he drinks a fairly copious amount of Coca-Cola, smokes, and is over 60 years old. However, I had a kind of hopeful or inspired inclination that there might be something more to his health than just his own habits. What I mean is that I consistently feel chills running throughout my nearly entire body. Gets the most intense in their walk-in closet. I don't even really get the sensation when I enter into the attic located above the garage, which I would consider to be the spookiest area in the house. Rather, it's that walk-in closet at the end of the hallway across the bathroom mirror. I even get very excitable, like entering into fight or flight. When these chills run through my body, they cause me to lower my head and brace my shoulders, as if I'm getting ready for a conflict. But I realize it could very well be my own psyche reinforcing itself. Last night, as I was going to the gym early in the morning at around 4, I just couldn't shake the feeling that something foreign was nearby. It was as if it was waiting to enter our premise as I opened the garage door. This sensation wasn't the first time either. It also forces me to remember a dream I once had when I had this strange phobia regarding a mirror that once hung in the wall upstairs facing the outside windows, to which I attributed as one of the reasons I was having so much difficulty sleeping. I don't remember the dream exactly anymore, but I do remember that I said, "You're the evil spirit in this house." Then the dream ended. This was many months ago, and I have the mirror covered in the closet upstairs. I'm beginning to theorize on the possibility that an unclean spirit might also be the cause for my beloved father's affliction, and I'm beginning preparations to conduct cleansing. I'm just looking for some advice, as well as if any of you have experienced something similar, or possess any knowledge pertinent to the situation. Is love eternal, even after death? Hello everyone, and happy Day of the Dead. I come to tell you about a curious experience that happened to me years ago, and it remained marked in my memory as a memory of love that I'll never forget. In 2018, I lost my girlfriend in an accident. She and her father crashed, suffering a lot of damage. She couldn't recover and she died in the hospital. It was a hard year for me. Since being very young, I couldn't digest, all that experience. Unless if you had a very sad farewell where you're not going to see her again or talk after leaving the emergency room. 2 years later, in 2020, I started a relationship with the one who's currently my wife. But a strange thing happened when in my house my wife said that strange things were happening. They moved things. They closed the door, and sometimes she felt that someone was watching her. Taking all this into account, we contacted a witch. That the truth is, I don't really agree with that anymore. I don't believe in any of that. But for her safety and peace of mind, we did it. The witch told us that it had to do with somebody who was tied to me, an entity that protected me and didn't want to let me go. Having an attachment to me, decided to have my wife's peace of mind, I decided to undergo a cleansing, so that way there'd be no problems in it. It involved going to the cemetery to apologize because I'd have a new partner, and that I loved her very much, that I wouldn't forget about her, but that time's passed and I want to continue my life. Another thing was letting go of things of hers. Remember that perhaps they were impregnated with her, being that like they were anchored to my house. After that process, we lived a quiet life where none of that happens anymore. But it is curious to know that even when dead, love continues to protect you. Perhaps it did so because I didn't feel that my wife was, the right or adequate one. I'll always love my girlfriend with whom we lived 2 beautiful years of courtship. I still remember her fondly, but life goes on. Less for her. I think something wants an invitation to come in. I live with my boyfriend. Every day he leaves for work early in the morning. I get to sleep a bit more. Sometimes he comes back from work early due to some problems in the office, like the internet crashing. This is what I thought was happening one morning when I woke up hearing noises all across the apartment, like footsteps and doors. I was very sleepy, so I just waited until he came into the room to say hi or give me a kiss. I saw the room's door slightly open and my boyfriend's voice speaking to me. Couldn't see his face through the door crack. He started speaking to me in a loving baby voice like he usually does. But this is when I started to feel like it wasn't him at all. The voice was saying stuff like, "Hello baby, you're so pretty. I love you so much baby. Who's my darling, my love?" Over and over in such a mocking way. He never did this. It felt like something was trying to pretend to be him, and to be invited into the room. Like I always do to my boyfriend. At least when I ask him to join me in the bed for cuddles. This is the moment I realized I should just be quiet and ignore it. Went to sleep, and when I woke up the door was in fact slightly open. But the rest of the apartment was intact. No one came in. This exact thing happened again twice, the most recent being yesterday. I had paranormal events my whole life, some being impossible to explain and way too real to just shrug it off. I also have sleep paralysis sometimes, so yeah, this could be it. Even though I think this is a strangely specific thing to dream over and over. But this time it feels so different. Been feeling a presence in the apartment ever since, seeing silhouettes and stuff's been moving like crazy all throughout the day. The windows are all closed to the point my boyfriend started to think that we have rats, which we 100% do not have. Starting to think that maybe this is something that needs an invitation and is trying to get that from me while I'm most vulnerable and confused. skinwalker or alien. When I was 7 years old, growing up in the outskirts of Oaxaca, Mexico, something happened to me that I still can't fully explain. My parents owned a small restaurant. We lived in a modest back room where we all slept together in one bed, my parents, my sister, and me. One night I woke up needing to use the restroom. As I groggily rubbed my eyes, something caught my attention in a corner of the room. First, I thought it was just a trick of the light, so I blinked hard, trying to clear the crust from my eyes. When I looked again, I saw it clearly. A figure crouched and staring at me from the shadows. Panic surged through me and I wanted to run back to the safety of the bed, but I couldn't move. My body was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The figure, which looked almost human, began to rise and walk toward me. Each step it took sent a wave of terror through my body, but still, I couldn't move. As it drew closer, I finally managed to break free from my fear. I lunged into the bed, frantically trying to wake my family. They wouldn't budge. It was as if they were in a deep, unnatural sleep. Desperate, I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that it would all go away. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself sitting on the edge of the bed. My mother was awake, standing next to me, staring at the humanoid figure. They didn't speak, just looked at each other in silence. Gathering all my courage, I got up and walked around the thing. I reached out and I pushed it. It felt slick, almost slimy, like its skin or clothes were coated in something, but it wasn't wet or anything. Its skin was a sickly gray, but no matter how hard I tried, I could never remember its face. After I pushed it, my mother finally spoke. She simply said, "He won't bother you again." And just like that, the figure was gone. To this day, I remember everything I asked my mom about that night, and she said that I don't know what you're talking about. So, tell me it was an alien or just a ghost. The Hat Man. What do you think this was? I had this experience probably around 7 or 8 years ago, but I still recall it in great detail. Myself and some friends had been at a wedding party and decided at around 2 or 3 a.m. that we'd like to have a wander around, so that my friend could smoke a spliff away from the main guests. Being a local, I said that I knew a place a couple of minutes away that would be a nice place to sit and have a couple of beers and smoke. The place I mentioned is a very large oak tree in the middle of a nearby field, and it was a full moon and clear skies or close to it. It'd still be fairly light out. As we approached the field, down a long set of stairs next to the woods. A field next to stairs. I stopped dead and I told everybody to be quiet as I clearly saw a human-like figure by the oak tree. Being so late at night and far from houses, I didn't expect to see anybody around. All my friends told me I was seeing things. After looking again, I too believed that maybe I had just seen a shadow or something. Stepped over the gate and into the field. But as I got closer to the tree, I then saw this large figure appear to stand up from the ground and stare in our direction. It seemed to be around 6 or 7 feet tall, wearing a large, like a trench coat, large rimmed hat, and was all black like a silhouette. This time my friends had also seen it, and it started to calmly and massively quickly walk towards us as we all sprinted back toward the steps. These were the steps we had first come down. I looked back and I estimate that the figure had gained around twice the distance that we covered running as fast as possible, while appearing to walk very calmly and never running. Once we got back to the road, it was clear that it had stopped following us, but we stayed in the area for around an hour just to see who it was, and nobody ever came up the stairs. The only access to these woods. Stairs go into woods, really. I'm convinced that this was something supernatural, and was hoping some people on here might be able to shed some light on the matter. A world of happiness. I had woken from a lucid dream. I had it a little while back. And that, to this very day, the mere thought of haunts me. I've woken up in a world, and this world wasn't scary, or at least not in a typical sense. You see, this world had no negative everything. It was bright and joyful and happy. But that's really about all it was, nothing else. Felt like something from a fairy tale or one of the creepy old merry-go-rounds you see in old theme parks. Nothing was sad or angry, and even just had an ounce of negativity to it. While I roamed this place, I was very quickly realizing that nothing at all in this place seemed to be real or look unhappy. Everything wore a huge grin. Everything. From the buildings to the trees. Hell, when I stared at the sun, I could see a large grinning face smiling back. All these smiling faces looking at me. None said a word. None spoke, just smiled. And I tried looking for, any people, and I eventually found someone. I asked them about the place. They turned to me almost like a robot, also wearing that uncanny-looking grin on its face. I guess I'd call it it. It stared at me for around 10 minutes saying nothing, then turned away and continued walking, the same rigid movements a Disney animatronic would. All while this went on, a song played. It was a song I listened to recently, which I found ironic as it also fit the weird uncanny feeling of this place. The song never stopped. Once it ended, it would loop again and again and again. I started to go insane. The bright colors, the smiling faces on everything that existed. The almost childlike music playing in the background. I almost couldn't take it. No negativity, no sadness. All joy, all smiles, all happiness. A world of happiness. Forever. Makes me tired. Mimicking voices. When I was a kid, my family moved into this old house. Some odd but harmless stuff happened, like hearing footsteps on the hardwood floors. But after we were there longer, something similar to your brother's story happened. I was 13, and it had been the last day of school, and I was having a sleepover. It was me, my oldest best friend, and 3 friends from my school. When it was bedtime, my best friend, let's call her Fran, and one of maybe 1 or 3 friends, we're going to call her Sarah, slept upstairs in my bedroom, and me and my other 2 slept in the bedroom downstairs. The next morning, Fran and Sarah were wide-eyed as they asked me if I was all right. I told them I was fine. I asked why they were asking like that. They told me that before they could fall asleep, they suddenly heard my parents yelling at me and crying. They said it was all loud and clear. They were sure that they had heard me specifically crying on the stairs. But it never happened. Me and the other girls had gone to sleep without incident. Fran and Sarah swore up and down that they were not joking. Then later that summer, Fran was sleeping over. She frequently did this. We were inseparable as kids, and we were part of each other's family. So anyway, we had decided to sleep in the downstairs bedroom. We were lying in bed and talking about whatever we were hearing in front of the door was opening. Heard my brother Danny and my cousin Jake talking as the door closes. It was odd because they were both living in another state. But we figured they were in town to visit, and we heard them come in talking about raising the kitchen, and they loudly went upstairs. We thought nothing of it really and went to sleep. The next morning, we expected to see one or both of them, but we don't. No car in the driveway, no suitcases anywhere. So I asked my mom where they are. She has no idea what we're talking about. They had not come. They were in another state. And the last one. Lying in bed one night alone. I keep hearing my dad on the phone. Late at night, I hear the sound of him dialing and I hear his voice, but it's muffled. Went on for so long I crept down the stairs and peeked into my parents' room. They were fast asleep. Phone not in the room. It was a landline, and it was the 90s. How Granddad's spirit saved us. My granddad passed away in 2012. God bless him. I was 8 years old at the time, and the year after, my family and I went abroad to the place where we camped for a month each summer. Each time that we'd been, we'd always said that we should follow the trail into the woods, but we never really did. But that year, as soon as we arrived, we decided to go. My dad stayed behind with my youngest sister to set up the caravan. So myself, my mom, and my little sister went to follow the trail. We walked and walked and walked. The sun was scorching hot, and the paths got more and more confusing with no signs. We had no food, drink, or phone signal. Must have been out on the trail for at least 3 hours in 40 degrees centigrade heat. Celsius. My mom was getting increasingly worried for me and my sister. We'd reached the point of dehydration and desperation that we began praying and begging out loud for someone, something, or anyone to send us a sign. I remember sitting in the long grass begging my granddad to help. He always knew what to do in these sort of situations. Once my little sister felt like she was able to keep walking, we tried again to find her way back. Suddenly, my mom shouted out loud, "Water! We have water!" Right there, in the middle of the path, was a large bottle of sealed water. We drank the entire bottle in minutes and somehow were able to find our way back to the main forest by simply following our guts. My dad, youngest sister, and a few other campers that my dad had found just helped us where we were in the forest. We walked back to our camp, set up, and sat together, telling my dad about what had just happened. As my parents spoke, I saw the most beautiful sunset I've seen to this day. My heart knows to this day that my granddad was with us, giving us the strength to keep walking and mentally keep going. My dad's never fully believed us, but me, Mom, and my sisters know what we saw and how he was there. Weird shit in girlfriend's house. This happened not even an hour ago. My heart's still racing. My girlfriend is asleep, and like most nights, I got up to use the bathroom. While washing my hands, I heard her call my name from down the hall. At first, I thought she'd woken up wondering where I was. She's a light sleeper, and it's happened before. I call back, "1 second." But then I realized the voice wasn't coming from her room. It sounded like it came from the kitchen. At the other end of the hallway, really. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe her voice echoed or imagined it or something, but something about it just felt wrong. For some context, her house is small. The hallway isn't much of a hallway. It connects to the bathroom and kitchen and living room and the bedroom at the end. So when I stepped out of the bathroom to head back to her room, I froze. In the corner of the living room, near the front door, I saw something. It wasn't human. It was a tall black mass, completely still and featureless. Like it was just standing there watching me. My stomach dropped and I couldn't move. It didn't make a sound or even shift. It was just there. After a few seconds, I snapped out of it and bolted to her room. Quietly shut the door, locked it behind me. My girlfriend's still asleep and I don't want to wake her, but I can't stop shaking. I sat on the bed trying to convince myself it was nothing, maybe a shadow in the corner of the living room or my tired brain playing tricks on me. But I can't explain the voice. It sounded exactly like her calling my name from the kitchen, but she's been asleep the whole time. I've had weird experiences in her house before. It's not haunted, but it's definitely creepy. But this is completely different. I can't stop replaying the image of that thing standing there in the corner, completely motionless. I'm not sure what to do now. I'm laying in her bed, quietly freaking out, trying not to wake her. But I really am not sure what to do. I'm not necessarily religious or spiritual at all, but I'll do whatever's necessary that could even maybe help. My cousin who was murdered returned as a restless soul. As I've written before, I'm from an Indian state called Manipur. My cousin's death happened in another state called New Delhi. A lot of weird things happened on the day of his death, before we got the news. Like a mentally ill man came inside her house and started telling everybody that this was his house. My father and my uncles searched for his real house and then dropped him off there. It was when they returned and everybody was having a good laugh about it that my aunt came running to us, crying. The police had called her about her son. I was about 9 years old at the time, and I'd overheard about his murder. Apparently, it was done by somebody from his mother's family. They had decided to close the case. Hell, even if I didn't eavesdrop on that conversation, me, a 9-year-old kid, could figure that it wasn't murder when they brought his dead body. His soul could never be at peace. Then it started. First, in her house. One of her house help was locked in a room that she was cleaning, and only when she screamed, somebody came and opened the door. Shadowy figures started to appear randomly, as if peeking into a room that we were in. This was not something that happened to only one person. Also, on the last day of the ceremony, where the priest prays for his peaceful departure into the other world, a strong wind came. It blew everything away. The mats, the offerings. Everyone was somehow expecting that to happen. Then later on, we started hearing from the neighbors too. Apparently, the haunting was in the whole locality. Some could hear loud thuds outside their house in the night, as if something heavy had fallen. Some could hear the heavy objects being dragged, while some also complained about knocks on their doors late at night. I had 2 ghost friends as a child. When I was in middle school, my brother, mother, and I went to dinner one night. We were a military family, so we were just recounting and discussing all the places that we've lived so far, and the people that we've met along the way. I brought up the very first house I ever lived in, and the 2 friends I had there. My mom had this strange look on her face, and I asked her what was wrong. She asked me to tell her what these kids looked like. Well, they were twins, or at least a very similar age. The girl wore a sort of bonnet with a little dress, and I don't remember the shoes. The boy wore overalls and a little shirt. They didn't look the same as me. My mother, who is very much a believer in the paranormal, said that those children I remembered were actually ghosts. I was shocked to say the least. I remembered spending many days with these 2 kids. Told my mom how they used to tell me bedtime stories, and I remembered exactly what my room looked like at the time. I remember the furniture I had in the position of my crib and how the light from the hallway would shine into my room and where the door was in relation to it. I remember because these 2 kids would sit where the light came in and talk to me until I fell asleep. Every night. My mom told me about how I'd play with them, or how when she would give me a bath, I would look over her shoulder and wave to them. She said that she had no fear of them, as she was really getting nothing evil there happening. She noticed that I stopped talking about them, or to them, or anything having to do with it. She asked me one day what happened. I apparently told her that their mother had finally come and found them, and they all left together, and I never saw them again. I remember the way they looked, although I've never really been able to find any information on them. The house we lived in at the time was military housing in Fort Bragg. The land was older, and they looked like TV static, but with depth. I remember explaining to my family when I was about 5, they looked like the colors you see when you rub your eyes too hard or for too long. Oh, I know what you mean. Disembodied voice on teens meeting. I managed a small team of 4 people. 3 of them were working in the office. The 4th was working from home. Let's call her Lisa. Good you named her. There was nobody else in the office, so we were the only people on site. We held a team meeting in the conference room, connected with Lisa on Microsoft Teams, so she was included. My laptop was plugged into the large TV monitor so I could share my screen and audio. Towards the end of the meeting, I asked if anybody had any questions. There was silence in the conference room and silence on Teams. Amidst the silence, we heard a faint voice say, "I don't understand." It sounded like a small child fussing. All eyes in the conference room darted around. Although it was clear the same sound came from the TV. Lisa has a 5-year-old daughter, so I laughed and said, "Hey Lisa, kids gonna join the meeting?" To her surprise, she goes, "She isn't home. She's at school." Stunned, all of us in the conference room exchanged glances. Lisa then says, "Wait, that voice didn't come from the conference room." Explained that the 4 of us were the only ones in the office, and that Lisa was the only one in the team session. We all agreed on the phrase that we heard, and it sounded like a young, cranky child. Lisa was home alone, and the rest of us were all alone in the office. No other device were connected to the TV, and nobody had any other device out during the meeting. There's no other programs open, and Lisa's laptop during the meeting wasn't there. We were all sober, alert, and oriented. Has anyone else experienced a disembodied voice on a web conference? Maybe hacking or signal interference is to blame. Either way, it was creepy as hell to hear in the middle of a workday. Check outside. Something in my sleep tells me that I'm not safe. Full disclosure, I am not sensitive, clairvoyant, or perhaps a little on the empathetic side. There have been times where I've been able to communicate with other consciousnesses. That's during shallow sleep cycles. Kind of like lucid dreaming, but it feels more like I'm trying to get back to sleep, unaware I've entered a sleep cycle. The other night, I'm at my girlfriend's house, and she's a light sleeper, and my CPAP needed serviced, so my snoring was keeping her up. She had to work, and I didn't, so I sleep on the pull-out couch. I can't completely really fall asleep. I'm drifting in and out of consciousness, or unconsciousness. At one point during a semi-lucid dream, an inanimate object breaks and a voice says, "Not safe." Then nothing else. I woke up completely, and I have an unnerving realization that somebody's staring at me from near the window, but still in the room. This someone was heavy. The floorboards creaked underneath them. There was no footsteps and no sounds of my girlfriend up and moving. My go-to in times of spiritual uncertainty is to recite the Lord's Prayer, and eventually the presence leaves. I'm up for the rest of the night. Some context of the house. My girlfriend is a widow, and her husband died in the house. I've never encountered any jealousy vibes or animosity, but it's important to note. My girlfriend says that when she was young, she would always see a shadow creature, approximately 3 feet tall, standing at the edge of her bed. It would stare at her the entire night. Went away after she moved out of her own place, but she doesn't like staying in the house when she's by herself. 3. The home is blessed by an Orthodox priest every year. Does any of this sound familiar to anyone else? Was I in danger? Are there precautions I can take to keep it from attaching to me? Skinwalker-esque encounter. I've had my fair share of encounters throughout my life. I frequently see orbs, and I can feel presences sometimes. I moved back to my dad's house to get on my feet. About a week after I moved, I was pulling some stuff in storage. It had a handle, not a knob. When I went to open it, there was pressure pulling the opposite direction. I just kind of threw my hands up and walked back inside. It didn't bother me too much. As I've said, I've had my fair share. But a few weeks ago, I was inside playing an online game with my friend. We went to the bathroom and I heard like bird noises. Thought it was him. I asked in the mic if he was back and no response. The noises continued every so often, even after he was back. I brushed it off as maybe some sort of kitchen appliance since I was near the kitchen. I get off for the night and I head outside to lock my kitchen coop up. Chicken. Buck. I have my little dog with me and I heard an owl. I laughed, thinking to myself, how was a damn owl this whole time? But as I cross the yard further, the noises are distorting and now it sounds like a person imitating an owl. My dog starts barking and running toward the fence. I got goosebumps and immediately felt panic. I felt something on my foot. Got caught under a small branch when it made me feel more panicked. I'd literally die for my dog, so I go running after her and I pick her up and go into the camper. I don't want to show fear even though I was terrified. I have 3 very important birds in that coop. I hurriedly closed it and half-jogged back into the camper. I know this may not seem like a big deal. It scared the crap out of me. Wonder what the chickens think. The Vanishing Man on the Park Swings. I was at the park with the kids, 11 and 8, and my dog, 45-pound Dutch Shepherd. The park equipment has a 4-foot fence around the whole thing. The sidewalk leads from a dock to the parking lot with a fenced-in park on the left, if walking toward the parking lot. The entrance to the park is on the opposite side from the parking lot, closest to the dock. Me and the kids were walking toward the truck to leave. We saw an older man and a woman, 50s. They got out of their car, which was parked directly beside my truck. Both were dressed very nice. Sunday dress. The woman walked to the bathrooms on my right, and the man in a button-down, tie, dress pants, and shoes walked toward the fence in the kids' park. I glanced behind me to make sure the kids were on my heels, and I shit you not, within 2 seconds that I glanced behind me and looked back for the man, thinking that he was going to walk past me, he was already on the swing and swinging. The kids immediately looked at me and my daughter said, "That man is so strange." He was laughing and swinging and looked my direction, and in a friendly pass-by just said, "The swings don't swing as high as they used to." He replied something along the lines of, "And they weren't this squeaky either." The swings were loud and rusty. I got to the truck like 4 or 5 seconds later. It was a very small park. Turned my head to check for him again, and he was gone. The swing was just violently swinging as if he jumped off of it and vanished. Hurried the kids into the truck and walked the dog around the corner to the side, which was directly beside their vehicle, and they weren't in there. They weren't in the park. Nowhere to be seen. When I drove off, I asked the kids if they thought the whole interaction was weird. They immediately said yes. Not sure who these people were, or how the hell they moved so fast and apparently just vanish, but it felt like an odd glitch in the Matrix. It's been on my mind for a few days. I lived in a house haunted by 2 entities. Since my mom and dad are divorced, I live in 2 separate homes at any given time. While my mom tends to find places that are well cared for and in decent conditions, my dad often invests in bottom of the barrel. Back in about 3rd grade or so, my dad and I had moved into a 2-story house in a pretty friendly neighborhood. We knew some of the neighbors and all that, but The house, it always seemed sort of off. A lot of the time I felt uncomfortable or unsafe. I'd cry a lot when I had to sleep since I felt so vulnerable being in my room alone. So, given my fears, I'd often sleep on the couch since our living room was close to the front door. Unfortunately, there was one night when my fear of sleeping in my room was completely abandoned since I saw something I decided was worse. It didn't look particularly scary, but the vibe it gave was enough to scare me away. Standing with arms slightly raised from its sides stood a completely black figure in the archway of the kitchen. It looked like a cardboard cutout almost. No texture, no visible depth, just black and empty. I was horrified. I ran off to my room and I ended up sleeping there. The second spirit in the house, though, was never really threatening. It always seemed to be a father figure, almost given I'd always been, having strained connections with my dad. The spirit was definitely a man, looked to be in his 20s, early 30s at the latest. He never gave me a horrible vibe, just the occasional accidental spook when I saw him in reflections. He'd look over my shoulder while I played with toys or sit in one of the chairs in the living room, which I saw his reflection in our TV. He'd always been so warm and inviting. Part of me really wants to go back to that old house and confront that horrified me or whatever it was that did horrify me. But I'd be pretty hard up to explain to my skeptic dad. Encounter with a long black-haired female entity. To begin, I, a 36-year-old female, have never had any hallucinations or visions while awake, except for this one. I was recovering from a major surgery at home. I was sitting on my balcony when out of the blue, a tall, pale, beautiful, slender woman with jet black hair, pretty much naked, except for a loincloth, appeared in my kitchen. I could see through her in the glass that she was looking directly at me. I did the whole close your eyes, and rub them. When I opened them, she was gone. I was so shaken by this that I stayed on my balcony until my partner came home from work. Shaken by it, but I wasn't necessarily scared. It was so vivid and clear, like nothing I've ever experienced before. Due to the traumatic events surrounding my surgery, I was seeing a therapist regularly. I was misdiagnosed for 4 years and turned out to have a 30-centimeter tumor when I finally was correctly diagnosed. Whew, lucky. I mentioned this to my therapist, who seemed unconcerned and almost accepting of the vision, which I found odd. I wasn't on any painkillers or drugs beside Advil and Tylenol at this point in my recovery, so couldn't have been drug-induced. I recovered amazingly quickly from his surgery, which left me with a scar from my chest to my pelvis. So, I in fact climbed Mount Rainier in 34 hours, 7 weeks post-operation. The reason I mention this is that I had another surgery a couple of years later, which was minimally invasive but took so much longer to recover from. I often wonder if this entity helped heal me. I always think of her and it gives me the feeling of strength and power. Does anybody know if there's any other experiences like this, or what this entity may be called? I've researched gods and goddesses, but nothing seemed to resonate with anything I've come across so far. Types of black-eyed kid encounters. To start, I worked downtown at a hotel, and I've had 2 BEK experiences that I'd like to share. Black-eyed kid. The first was on a walk to my bus stop from work. It's a good 8 blocks. While I'm waiting at the crosswalk, I noticed a teen girl across the way staring. So I slightly turn and I see that she looks normal. Pixie haircut, your average teen, except her eyes are black. Whole thing, no white at all. Here's the strange part. When I looked, she started to panic, looking for somewhere to run. As soon as the light's green, she sprints away. I found it odd that the BEK panicked. Usually the other way around. Till this day I kick myself that I didn't follow. But the only thing I was worried about was missing the dang bus. The other experience happened at work. We have 3 laundry rooms for guests, and one day a female guest asked me for my help. She had on her gym clothes, so I informed her about her 24-hour gym. She made small talk, but the pupils of her eyes were off, like a lava lamp changing shape quickly. Just the black part. Nothing felt wrong or scary, just the eyes were strange. Googled like crazy, but couldn't find contacts with this effect. They're all static and non-moving. Her pupils moved like a lava lamp or Rorschach's masks, if you will. I wonder if any of you guys have heard of different types of BEK or anything similar. Immediately made me think of scleral contacts. Which, if they're not lined up with your eyeball, because it's like a semi-sphere, then when they turn their eyeball around, if it's a cheap one, it'll actually sort of, I don't know, picture an air bubble in there, so it's sort of moving around a little bit. Seen that. Is my grandma communicating with me? When I was 13, my grandma, otherwise known as Grandma Nadine, passed away. Over the last few years, I've had many experiences, some bad, some good. The biggest was when my 2-year-old, she's 3 now, excitedly ran into my kitchen yelling, "Your grandma's here." When I asked, "Who?" thinking of course she meant my living grandma, she walked back to the living room, got into my face, and said, "It's Nadine." Now, the only issue with this is at this point in time, she hadn't really been told much of anything about my grandma. So I got no clue how she knew to do this. Recently, a few other things have been happening. I've been having a hard time at least, which has happened a lot recently. I asked my grandma Nadine to please watch over me. Well, the other night I was in the car and I was beginning to have a major anxiety about driving. I asked out loud this time, and I usually don't, for Grandma Nadine to watch over me. My car radio shut itself off. I turned it back on since the music helps relax me when I drive, but it immediately had the volume go all the way up. I turned it down some, and then it went all the way down. I thought it was malfunctioning, so I turned it back off. A few minutes later, my anxiety was getting so bad I had to pull over. When I was parked at the side of the road, the music turned back on, and I realized it was the Eagles, Hotel California. This was my grandma's favorite song. So I told my mom. She said that she believes it was my grandma letting me know that she was watching over and that I would be okay. As for the part about my radio going crazy, my mom reminded my grandma, as sweet as she was, that it was also kind of a prankster. Thinks grandma was messing with me. Poltergeist in boyfriend's flat. There've been some strange things happening in my boyfriend's flat for a while. I've heard my voice being called while I'm in the bathroom, only to come out to see my boyfriend locked in, headphones on, doing his thing. Okay. I've also seen what looked like a shadow at the bottom of the bedroom door, someone standing right outside, blocking the light. You could kind of explain these things away, right? But we're both believers in the paranormal, so we're freaked out. It was only last week that we strongly believe things are moving on their own in this flat. He called me while I was coming out of work, explaining that he'd been in a state of paranoia and anxiety for hours. Apparently, when he arrived home, the back door to the flat was blown wide open. It's important to note that we'd just come back from a brief holiday. He checked his flat well before leaving. No one had been in the flat, at least not to our knowledge. Also, nothing was stolen or moved at all, so the chances of it being a break-in seem slim too. The door to the back garden is difficult to open from the inside. And more importantly, it can't be opened from the outside. Then he claimed that when he poured himself a glass of water and went back to his bedroom, he came back into the kitchen and saw another glass of water and appeared beside the sink. Finally, a kitchen sponge, which had been sitting there previously, or rather hadn't been, was suddenly in the middle of the hallway. He would have seen it immediately upon entering the flat. In the last few days, books and other items were flown off of his cabinet right in front of us. The sleeping cat, which I bought yesterday, had gone completely missing. Turned the bedroom upside down looking. I suppose my question here is, are we dealing with a poltergeist, and if so, what should we do about it? Any thoughts or suggestions would be appreciated. I shared my Ouija story online, and now something feels wrong. It's hard to explain, but there's this tension in my apartment now, like the air is heavier, especially late at night. I'll wake up from a nightmare and my heart beats pounding and my mind racing. The first thing I notice is this faint, sulfurous smell. It's hanging in the air. Sulfuric. It's subtle, but unmistakable. I can't seem to figure out where it's coming from. I've checked the vents, the pipes, anything that might make sense. But it's only there in those early hours right after I wake up. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. There's this unease that follows me, almost like a quiet hum of tension, always in the background. Sometimes I catch myself glancing over my shoulder or staring at the shadow of, I half expect something to see there, something being there. And the dreams, I've never been a big dreamer. But lately they're vivid and disturbing. It's nothing specific, just a sense of dread, as if something bad's about to happen. I wake up drenched in sweat, breathing hard, feeling like I've been dragged through some kind of emotional wringer. And that's when the smell's the strongest, like it's connected somehow. I don't want to overreact or sound like I'm losing it. I can't ignore this anymore. I've tried brushing it off, blaming stress or sleep deprivation, but the feeling doesn't go away. I can't help wondering if sharing that story somehow stirred things up again. Maybe I should have just let it go. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? I keep telling myself it's all in my head, but if there's even the slightest chance that posting about it brought something back, I don't know, I just don't know what to do. White being I saw as a teen. I spent most of my life experiencing supernatural activity. There's a chance I'm just crazy, but hear me out. When I was a teenager, I was driving in my car with my friend and her dog. We stopped at the gas station and my friend got out. She went inside to get something, and it was just me and her little dog who was sitting next to me in the passenger seat. I was just relaxing when I looked up into the rearview mirror. All of a sudden I thought to myself, who's that man in the back? He had white, luminescent skin, dark eyes, and what looked like a kind of flat-top haircut. My heart sunk into my stomach. He's looking around with the biggest smile on his face, but then he locked eyes on mine through the mirror. His happiness went to horror. Like, oh shit, she can see me. I looked away, heard a swoosh, and bolted out of my car. Fucking ran as my friend walked out of the gas station. I started screaming, "There's a man in my car." She immediately started banging on my car, saying, "Get fucking out," which is very brave, by the way. And when we opened up the car, he was gone. I was so traumatized. Driving in my car alone was so hard for so long. I waited years for any type of answer or reassurance that I wasn't crazy. One day I put on an alien documentary called Walking with the Tall Whites. I said, oh my god, is that what I saw? An alien? My view of the world has forever been altered. I've had a therapist call me a non-normie, and I've had others say that what I saw was a hallucination. My question is this: has anybody else experienced an encounter like it? Other than the documentary, I've never heard of anybody experiencing a white alien being. Only gray ones. I've heard it both ways. What happened to me? All occurred during the past summer vacation at Chile, southern area. Me and my family were exploring around the zone during a walk trying to find a lake that I think eventually we found a very hidden place with access to the lake near a forest area. Wasn't really interested to spend time with them, so I went into the woods to do some little exploring. Put on my headphones and I started to walk around, not too far away, while listening to my music. At some point the connection failed and the music stopped. I sighed and I took them off to listen to, reality. All I could hear were the trees cracking due to the wind and the water of a nearby lake moving distantly. I continued to walk a bit until it happened. It was so weird. It was like if the time stopped or just went really, really slow. I looked forward and nothing was really there, but I swore I felt some kind of thing. Some kind of thing was luring me to walk deeper into the forest. I wasn't scared at all, not even a bit doubtful, but almost instinctual. Felt like I needed to walk into and reach whatever was in there. Something for me, perhaps. Then heard my parents call me to come back, breaking this sort of trance, I guess. Turned back to tell them I was coming back and then give a last sight toward the forest's insides. I no longer felt that something was there anymore, and also realized how weird all that was. I left immediately. I don't even know if this falls into the category of paranormal. I didn't see or hear anything, just this extremely weird energy and attraction. I don't know what happened. I talked about this with a friend and said probably was for the best and didn't go any much further. Whatever that thing was probably didn't have any good intentions by trying to pull me into the forest, especially because I'm not exactly in the best moment of my life right now. No bad time for a forest, though. Pennies found mysteriously stacked while alone at home. I should start by telling you that I'm, atheistic as they come. I still don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, even though something starting, I did it twice. Startlingly peculiar happened to me half a year ago. My wife and son were away at my mother's for a week, and I was alone in my apartment. I'd just gotten home after visiting the store, and I went ahead and took my e-cig out of my pocket, placed it on my dresser. About an hour later, I came back to take a puff, and I noticed something strange that made my heart jump. There were 3 pennies neatly stacked on the e-cig. Immediately, I started freaking out a little. I looked throughout the apartment for any signs of an intruder. All the while I was trying to make sense of what I witnessed, then I decided that the pennies must have come out of my pocket. Maybe they simply managed to fall on the e-cig in a stack. I tested my hypothesis by putting the e-cig in my pocket and then dumping a huge pile of coins in. I did this several times, but each time not a single coin stayed in the e-cig no matter how carefully I removed it from my pocket. Even more problematic, my dresser is about the same height as me. So, it would have been even more difficult to place the e-cig in the dresser with the stack of pennies intact. What makes it harder to believe is that I would have theoretically had the pennies at the bottom of my pocket, if at all, since I'd smoked in the car trip home. It really spooked me, and I'm really looking for answers here. I'm asking for advice on a plausible reason that if this occurred, and not necessarily anything paranormal, but if that's how it is. Has anybody heard of mysterious stacks of coins appearing? I offered my soul to the devil as a kid, and I think I may have cursed myself. When I was around 10, I moved to London and I started a new school. I felt alienated for the first few weeks and I had no friends. On my walk to school, there was a paving stone that somebody had split paint on, or spilt. The shape created by the paint looked like the face of the devil, 2 horns, teeth, etc. I avoided stepping on this stone and I would walk around it every day. One day I thought, fuck it. Stepped on the face of this thing. Can't explain what I felt like when I stepped on it, but the word powerful would be a close description. So every day I started stepping on the face on my walk to school, and I'd sometimes stand on it for a few seconds to absorb some power. I was 9. Keep that in mind. Then one day I thought, hey, this devil guy is kind of cool. Maybe I'll pledge allegiance to it. So I stood on the stone for a few seconds and swore a kind of oath. Give me friendship and popularity, and I'll be a follower. For the next few weeks I made friends and I did become popular. I kept up my morning ritual of stepping on this face for a few weeks, but eventually just kind of forgot about it. Obviously, I didn't grow up to be a devil worshipper or anything. I'd broken the oath that I'd pledged. But skip to 2022. The last 10 years of my life have been a living hell. Both parents dead, 3 businesses failed, several relationships in ruins, best friends died. I could go on, but you get the point. None of the bad things have been my fault, they just happen. Shit seems to fall apart around me despite my best efforts and intentions. Pretty sure I'm cursed. I think I encountered a mimic. This happened a while ago when I was 14 years old, but I've been thinking about it lately. My parents had just split up and we'd moved into a new house. It was just me, my mom, and my brother. My mom worked shifts, so I would often walk home from school. I would be home alone for a few hours. My brother's older than me, so he would have been working. One night I got home and decided to play on the trampoline. It was summer. I was bouncing when I noticed my mom coming into the kitchen with her work bag on. So naturally I thought she was home early. I was excited to see her, so I ran down the garden path. But for whatever reason, I stopped at the very end of the path, just before the patio, and looked right at her through the glass back doors into the kitchen. I looked and I just remember being scared. I thought, that's not my mom. I ran back up the garden path, sat on the trampoline and waited until somebody came home. I waited so long I actually fell asleep in the sun, till my mom actually did come home and woke me up. Since then, I've had other experiences, such as hearing my mom calling my name, or being at my bedroom door, but I open it and she's downstairs or out of the house. She's also said that sometimes she'll hear sobbing in my room when I haven't been crying. My mom even asks me if I've been crying. What are people's takes on the situation? I've never experienced anything like this again, but with something supernatural like... Oh. Sorry for Sean Connerying. Sean Connerying. Some words there. My dad came to see me in my dreams. In November, my dad had a hemorrhagic stroke and it was pretty severe. He was awake for the first few days, then it was constant up and downs. On Thanksgiving, I got a call from the hospital that he had another stroke on the other side of his brain. We needed to talk about end-of-life care. I had the first dream that night. He was sitting on his back porch at the table, and I was a sobbing mess. I kept saying that I couldn't believe he was going to leave me, and he kept laughing and making a joke out of it. He said, "What are you going to do about it?" I told him I was going to climb in the casket with him. He laughed and reminded me that he wasn't going in a casket. He was going to be cremated. He passed 3 days later. The second dream was a day or two after. I don't remember much except I was crying again and saying how much I missed him. I don't think he was hugging me back in this one, but I do remember him saying sorry and that I'll be okay. The third and final dream I had was very similar to the second one. I was ugly crying and hugging him and saying that I missed him and I can't believe he left me. This time he hugged me back. I could really feel it. Such a good hug. It was so calming, it made me feel so loved, and I stopped crying in my dream and just felt okay for the first time in weeks. I haven't had a dream like that since, and I still dream about him, but it's so different from these 3 dreams. There's no feeling of sadness or talks of his death. Just normal dream shenanigans. I know it's possible that it was just my brain trying to help cope with the loss, but to me it felt like he was checking in with me, to see who I was and to say goodbye. I miss him so much. Every night I look forward to drifting off into dreamland in hopes of another hug from him. I saw a man in my girlfriend's mirror. My girlfriend lives with her parents in a home that they built. Bear with me as I try to explain this. On the top level of her house, there are 4 rooms. Her parents' room, her bathroom. Parents have one of their rooms, so she gets the other. And a spare bedroom where her now deceased grandfather lived before he passed away a couple of years ago. Her house has always had weird vibes, shadows that moved across doors, people in the corner of your eye, and weird unexplained cold spots in random but consistent locations. All these things I've considered easy to write off since I don't consider myself a skeptic, but I'm not anxious to get out looking for anything paranormal either. The way the top floor is laid out is you can see the spare bedroom's doorway and her bathroom mirror if you keep the door ajar, and in this case, was. I was brushing my teeth while she was downstairs getting water for us two, nothing unusual. I got an overwhelming sense that I was being watched. Something that happens in her house, but never felt anything quite like this. Stopped brushing, I looked up. There in the mirror was someone staring back at me from the spare bedroom door. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. So I just continued brushing, looking up every few seconds later, and he was still there. He was an older-looking man in a flat cap and plaid pajamas. I turned to look over my shoulder, and there was absolutely no one in that doorway. After confirming with her that no one else was even on the same floor as me when this happened, her parents were watching a movie downstairs, I'm left with no idea of who this could have been. Spoke to her mom the next day, and she claims her father never wore anything like that and didn't quite match the description of what I saw either. I don't think she really believes me. Shadow figures and odd occurrences. Genuine question. Has anybody else experienced seeing a tall, cloaked type of shadow figure? No face, just darkness. The first time I saw this, I was in first grade. I awoke from a nightmare to see it in my hallway, about 10 feet away from me, just watching me. I didn't see it again until I was in 7th grade. At this point, I started having demonic nightmares again for a couple of days. When I was laying down to go to sleep one night, I felt something touch my arm. My mom let me sleep with my dog because I was terrified. My dog started barking at the end of my bed. I refused to sleep in my room even. The next night I woke up from a nightmare to this thing at the end of my bed towering over me. I was able to move, and I was very aware of its presence. I felt like I was drowning in fear, like I was in the presence of evil. I'm almost 22 now, and I haven't seen it since. The only other thing that's occurred is when I came out of my shower recently, I found "Leave Now" written on my mirror. It wasn't written by a finger, but it was quite literally formed from water droplets. The door was locked, and I would have seen if someone came in. It wasn't from a past message written on the mirror. I cleaned my mirror regularly. I wiped it away, and I was going to pretend like I didn't see it. But the more I thought about it, the more I've just been reliving things from my childhood. I've honestly freaked myself out. My mom's the only other person that experienced something paranormal in my family. She experienced this once in her life, and it was quite similar to what I experienced. Paranormal? One day I woke up with an overwhelming feeling of dread, like something was off. I tried to ignore it, but once I got to school, the feeling got worse. My body was screaming that something is wrong, but can't quite figure out what. I carried on trying to ignore it, but once I got to the third period, something weird happened. I asked to go to the bathroom because, well, I had to go, and I had to calm down a little. The bathroom in that hallway is very small. Only 2 stalls, a small sink, a towel dispenser, and a trash can. Very small bathroom, only one of the 2 stalls were working, so I used that one. While I was sitting there in the stall, I heard footsteps. I didn't think too much of it, thinking somebody else had to use the bathroom too. But the footsteps stopped in front of the broken stall next to where I was. There's no shadow, and I couldn't see the person. But I never heard the footsteps leaving. Got out of the bathroom stall just a second after hearing them. I look around, but there's no one there. And like I said, it's a very, very small bathroom. No time frame of where I would heard these footsteps. Just didn't add up. I would have heard them leave or seen them leaving. I went back to class after washing my hands. The feeling of something being off or wrong worsened, but this time accompanied with the feeling of being watched. On the way through the halls, all the usual sounds were just drowned out or muffled. There was this odd threatening sound in my ears, like when a person in a horror movie is going insane or trying to collect their sanity, probably. The ghost of my cousin brother. So this incident happened when I was in 5th grade. I had a cousin brother with whom I was not that close with. But something strange happened 2 or 3 months before his death. He was murdered. We got close and started hanging out every day, playing Budokai Tenkaichi and Tekken on my PS2, watching movies together. So, in our culture, there are certain bad omens, most of which happen on the day you left for college, like getting a haircut before leaving home, leaving on a specific Saturday, and we would also wear a pendant, which is supposed to protect us from evil things. But we found his pendant at our gate. It fell off just moments before he left. So, fast forward a few weeks. We get the news of his death. The priest, or the guy who prayed for my brother's soul, did warn us not to sleep alone, as he might have things that he wants to tell us, which we didn't really think of much. Thought he was trying to scare the kids or something. Then, the paranormal stuff started happening a few days later, like the PS2 randomly making weird noises and laughter sounds coming from the room where we used to hang out. But the scariest one is when I was sleeping one night and then something, or someone, started scratching the bottom of my bed. I'd forgotten about this night for quite a long time. Now that I think about it, because I was reminded of this incident by my mother 5 years later when we were talking about him, she told me that she heard the scratching, and when she cleaned my room the next day, she found scratches under the bed when she would check from where all the little splinters on the floor were from. The Hat Man. So, we go way back to when I was maybe 7 or 15 years old. spending the night at my grandma and grandpa's house. Many encounters of this house. We were out in the sticks in Minnesota. Quick little side note about my grandma. Everyone in the family always says that she's had quote-unquote stuff following her all of her life. But anyways, I wake up in the middle of the night, no clue of time. I remember looking out the window for some reason, seeing a tall figure out by the barn. They had a big street light that lit up the whole driveway and front area of the house, and this figure was just perfectly illuminated by the light. He was very tall, had a long trench coat. He had a top hat-looking hat, and it wasn't really possible to see his face. It also didn't seem like he had one, not feet. He was just standing over there not doing anything, and I remember a sense of calm rush over me. It was while I was looking at him. I turned my head for a split second because I thought I'd heard somebody out of the bed, and looked back and he was gone. A year or so ago, I was visiting my grandpa in his new home. My grandpa had died a year prior from cancer. Paranormal stories were brought up. My cousin, her boyfriend, and one of my friends were also there. I then mentioned the Hat Man at my grandma and grandpa's old house that my cousin and grandpa both remembered seeing him very often at the old house. I was very baffled, honestly. Later on, I randomly decided to look him up and found out a lot of people that have seen the exact same thing I had, often while having issues at home, which was very common for me and my cousin. Me and my friend saw a ghost for the first time. It felt so casual. I invited my two friends for a sleepover, because we had a project to finish. Our house had 2 floors, and we were staying at my room at the 2nd floor. In front of my room was just walls and a hallway. It was around 9 p.m., and my brother and my mom was watching TV in the living room below. My bed was positioned across the door, and me and my friend was just talking about ideas while sitting at the edge of the bed while our other friend was on her laptop. I usually always keep the front door open, unless I'm sleeping. So, as me and my friends were talking, I saw him looking at the door when I looked at what he was staring at. He saw this pale man-like figure peeking at us in the corner of the door with his hands near the light switch. He looked so normal. It felt like we were dazed for a solid 3 seconds, then we looked at each other and the figure disappeared. We were all confused, and I just thought my brother and my father just checked out on us. After that, I went downstairs immediately, asked if any of them went to check us out, and if our dad already got home. My mom and brother said that they never went upstairs. My dad's running late because he's having dinner out with his company. After that, I immediately closed the door, told him that, I might have seen something else, started freaking out. We were just surprised on how casual the experience is. We were both experienced in having sleep paralysis, and we both thought the ghost would give that dreadful, hopeless feeling. It was creepy. Don't get me wrong, we couldn't believe how normal it felt like. Audio hallucination or something else. A month or 2 ago, my body would get overheated in the middle of the night. I'd feel a bit dizzy and disassociated out of it when I would wake up. It was the middle of summer, so I didn't think too much of it. One of the nights I woke up and I heard somebody say, "Dad?" It sounded like it was my partner from the hallway or the living room, but they were laying right next to me. I brushed it off as a weird fever dream or an audio hallucination or something. 2 or 3 days ago, my partner asked me what I dreamed about last night. I don't always remember, but the night I had a dream we were rescuing a puppy from a field or some sort of hiking exploration. As another part of the dream, they asked me if I dreamt about my dad. I was like, not that I remember why. They said it sounded like I asked for my dad when I was asleep. At first, I was just trying to think of it like if I had a dream with my dad in it, which joking around and chatting about it. Then they said, "Yeah, I don't know, you were just like, Dad?" And the way they said it made me immediately get goosebumps and my stomach dropped. It's exactly what I had heard in the hallway in the other room that one night. Same tone cadence. It was weird. Anyone have a similar experience? Any random urban legends or spooky stories about this? Could have just been us talking in our sleep, I guess, but it's really weird to me because neither of us have ever really talked in our sleep before. We've been together for 4 years. Not walking after midnight. I lived in a forested part of a coal mining town where my grandfather built a log cabin. As a teenager, I didn't sleep much for whatever reason. Because of that, I would go for walks at night. Nothing too strange ever happened, except an occasional whistling noise that I'd hear this during my walks. Not when I'm sitting on the deck or wandering the yard. I'm not sure if this is even related to the following event. One night I was talking with my grandfather in his office about that unfamiliar sound. He usually always had an answer, but not this time. We joked around about its possible origins, and then I said goodnight. My phone had been dead for a few hours at this point, but midway down the steps, it turned on and started playing Walking After Midnight by Patsy Cline. But only that I'm always walking after midnight searching for you part. The part before shutting off again. The phone's been dead for at least 2 hours at this point. That was not the last song I was listening to. I tried just turning it back on to see if maybe I was mistaken that it died, but it flashed me the dead battery symbol for a moment before going black again. Then my grandfather, whose office is only a few feet away from the steps, calls out another fun fact. Patsy Cline died in a plane crash on my birthday. Obviously, I didn't go on a walk that night, or at all until I got a dog. Ghost in the front bedroom. My family have moved into my wife's parents' old home. That's while our own house is being rebuilt. This house we're staying in is only about 40 years old. Not aware of anybody passing away here. For weeks now, I've been having strange experiences in our bedroom, mainly with lights. The room light is regularly being turned on by something or someone, but not anyone human. My clock radio does a random thing sometimes too. The brightness will be adjusted by something, or the nightly turn on and off by itself. It can also change color, which sometimes happens. Sometimes this happens several nights in a row, and then won't happen at all for weeks, without any real reason or intervention from us. But the most real encounter I've had was a few weeks ago. I was waking in the night to something tugging on the doorknob from my side of the bed. I sat up and looked around, thinking my 5-year-old son had come, but there was nothing visible at the end or the side of the bed. Lay down again while fully alert and had the covers yanked hard several times. That was too much for me. Got up and stayed awake the rest of the night. My wife doesn't even believe it happened, but I absolutely insist that it did. I was chatting with the neighbor who says that they used to have experiences a few years ago. That's where a clock radio would start making noise when it wasn't even plugged in. Any chance that these are connected? What might we be dealing with, if anything? Something on the road. A few years ago I had a miscarriage. I was devastated and I was grieving. My husband and I visited my in-laws one night. They lived in a rural area with few streetlights. It was a typical fall night and we stayed at their place until around midnight. It was clear. No rain, no mist, no fog. Just a clear, cool fall night. Since it was late and there were so few people that lived in that area, the roads were deserted. It was just us alone on the road. All of a sudden, my husband and I both saw something in the middle of the road in front of us. He slammed on the brakes with the exact same moment that I yelled, "Watch out!" And in the middle of the road was what looked like a dog or a wolf. It was in the form of a white mist. It was definitely there in front of us, and we definitely both saw it at the same moment. We had looked at each other in disbelief, and when we turned back, it had vanished. I said to him, "Did you see that too?" He described seeing a transparent white dog that appeared out of nowhere. I only saw half the dog or wolf, the front half. We had no explanation for how we both saw the same thing at the same time or how it had vanished into thin air. We were very freaked out the rest of the way home that night. We were afraid it was some sort of bad omen, but nothing bad happened. I've often wondered if it was related to the miscarriage I had shortly before that. Maybe a sign of some kind. My great-grandmother always visited me on my birthday. My great-grandmother always called me her birthday angel. We shared the same birthday, November 11th. She had dementia very badly leading up to her passing, but she always remembered that I was her birthday angel even when she couldn't remember anything else. Every year since she died right around the date of her birthday, I would experience a visit from her. I would always smell her perfume first. She had a very distinct, strong perfume smell. It would consume me, and I'd feel warmth like she was giving me a hug. It felt like when you close your eyes and look up into the sun. It would last for about a minute, 2 minutes. Then she would disappear. I look forward to that moment every year. It doesn't always happen on the exact date, but sometimes a few days before or the night prior. Never had to wait until after my birthday, though. This is the first year I've not had that experience, at least yet. We finally were able to get her ashes from a family member earlier this year and put them to rest. So part of me hopes that this means that she's moved on and resting peacefully. The selfish part of me is hoping that she'll come stay, or at least come say happy birthday one last time. I needed to get this off my chest, and I'm hoping maybe somebody here will understand. It's been 12 years now, but I still miss her. My heart aches this time of year. My brother cried and told me that he made a deal with the devil and slept, but when he woke up didn't remember anything. It was the summer night, and I was just chilling when my brother, who was 14, came home from his football training. He told us that he had a headache and went to his room to sleep. About an hour, he called us and said that he didn't feel good and needed help because he was about to throw up. His whole body was shaking as if he were freezing. My mom instructed me to call an ambulance because she was very worried about him. I immediately did so. As we waited for the ambulance, my mom went to bring him some water. Suddenly, he started to cry. I asked him why. He replied that he had made a deal with the devil, offering his soul in exchange for a great life for his family. He continued crying. It took approximately 20 minutes for the ambulance to arrive since we lived outside of the city, but by the time the ambulance arrived, he'd fallen asleep again. However, when the doctors arrived and woke him up, he appeared surprised and asked why they were there. He claimed to feel completely fine and stated that the last thing he remembered was going to sleep after coming home. The doctors took a blood sample from him to test for any drugs and assured us that they would inform us if anything was wrong. But unfortunately, he never heard from them again. And to this day, he doesn't remember anything about that incident, leaving me wondering if he truly made a deal with the devil. Interesting experience today. I'm thinking about reaching out to the creators to verify that, well, this is the noise the app makes when you close out the app. It never happened the other times I used it, only 2 days ago and today. Went on a hike to a small cemetery today. Old graves from the 1800s and earlier. Used a spirit box app called GhostTube. had some interaction through the app that felt a little bit validating. We pulled the cards and it said ritual. Eventually it said please leave. The manners make sense. We're up in the mountains in North Carolina. Then right after it said to the left. The exit was to our left and we had a good laugh and packed up to go. But the real creepy part was my phone started making a noise like an old dial tone after somebody would hang up the phone. It was making these beeping noises and I looked at my phone. It seemed normal. Not on a phone, not the app. It was like just me and two other women. We all heard it. The energy shifted and hair stood up on our arms. We said our thank yous and left. It was the spirits that hung up the communication on the phone. All in all, I felt no negative interaction. I also felt that we were really respectful. Kept to the trails, left coins at the gate, used our manners. I do not believe in that app. Strange creature. Me and my friends had a sleepover. We had an open door because the night was extremely hot. There was the three of us in one room. One was at around 11 or 12 p.m. when I saw a tall, humanoid, gray-skinned creature. It had a big grin. It was just staring. Immediately closed the door after this happened, and this was our conversation. Me closes the door in a rush. My friend, did you see something? Yeah, I did. A tall gray figure? Yeah, how'd you know? Last night when you guys already fell asleep, I saw the same thing inside the closet staring and disappearing. After that, I even woke up and told them about it, but you fell asleep again. I didn't even remember any of that, maybe because I was too tired after a day of walking in the woods and stuff, but it was definitely real. Did anybody know what it is or saw something similar? Overall, the creature, gray skin, tall, wide grin, disappears after you take your eyes off.